Chapter 721 Letter from Fong Kong. Gushi actually didn't have that many thoughts about whether the magic wand could be upgraded to orange equipment. After all, he already has 2 pieces of orange equipment. Gushi didn't think that he would be so lucky to fight in a downward world and get some of the orange equipment parts. So Gushi just regarded the magic wand as a relatively good purple outfit and didn't think too much about it. After changing the magic wand into what he wanted, Gushi left with the wand in hand. Regarding Gushi's attitude, the blacksmith and the others didn't think deeply about it. They just thought that Gushi had accidentally obtained a purple piece of equipment with good attributes. Neither Gushi nor the blacksmith thought too much about it. Even after Gushi returned to his dormitory to relax for a few days, he forgot about this matter. It wasn't until 5 days later, when he received a reply from Fong Kong, that Gushi came back to his senses from this severe relaxation. After moving his body for a while, Gushi looked at his fitness level with dissatisfaction. This time, he did not forget to exercise while relaxing, which was really a good thing. Then Gushi's brows furrowed involuntarily. In the letter that had just been delivered by a crow, Fong Kong wrote a very detailed letter. He explained his current situation very awkwardly. Just as Gushi thought, Fong Kong was not a player in Bailianqing, and his city was even quite far away from Bailianqing. Letters, and so on, can be delivered. After all, there are actually certain connections between each city. In addition, the couriers who deliver letters now are all dedicated, so there is no problem. However, it may be difficult to conduct transactions across districts. It would be okay if it was only 1 or 2 cities apart, but if it was too far apart, there might be a chance that the trading items would be lost on the way. In addition, the relationship between them is actually not good, and some things are best dealt with face to face. For this reason, the deal between Gushi and Fong Kong may not be easy to achieve. Of course, Fong Kong did not refuse directly. He suggested that Gushi should leave his city with him and go to a neutral city to trade. Or he gives the coordinates of a game and they trade in the game. Anyway, Fong Kong has provided the trading method. Whether you want to trade and how to trade depends on your own choice. Gushi wrote to Fong Kong with the idea of having a date but not a date. As a result, faced with such a situation, Gushi became hesitant. He has never left Bailian City. As for the situation outside the city, he only knew about Chiofeng City and Hanya City upstream and downstream of Bailian Lake. He had only read about other cities in geography books, and he had no idea what the situation was like in each city. As for going to the designated game, Gushi didn't care much. Anyway, with Gushi's current strength, those with the same level as him couldn't beat him, and he might not meet those who were stronger than him. It just so happens that he has relaxed a bit these days, and can go take a look around the game. Even if the game he wanted to go to was not necessarily an undead game, it was not an important thing to Gushi. Sometimes it is also a good thing for Gushi to go to other different game worlds. So Gushi made a decisive decision, and made a deal with Fong Kong in the game. While thinking about it, Gushi quickly wrote his decision into a letter, and gave it to the crow, who had just delivered the letter to send it out again. Turning to stare at Gushi, the crow finally picked up the letter written by Gushi and flew out. Looking at the crow flying away, a thought flashed through Gushi's mind. How about raising some couriers that can deliver messages across cities, relying only on the owl and crow in his hand? The effect of delivering messages seems to have begun to be compromised. What happened this time is just an exception. But what about next time? Gushi didn't want to encounter anything, and it would take 5 or 6 days to receive a reply. It's so slow to communicate like this. It is best to have a courier who can deliver the letter on the same day and fly back the same day. Thinking of this, Gushi decided not to go out for his day's relaxation. Nor did he look at the girl training on the balcony downstairs. He turned around and went to the Radiant Library, ready to check if there was any corresponding information there. Although Gushi now has many architectural plans for libraries and magic towers on hand. But 5 days was not enough for Gushi to build a book city of his own. And what Gushi wants to check now is some information related to players. Even if Gushi had a large enough library city, it would still be lacking in this aspect. Of course, the library in the Mystic Academy will also have some information related to players. But the direction was obviously wrong. Among the 4 majors studied in the mysterious college where Gushi was studying, there was no direction in studying messengers. No matter how high Gushi's position in the mysterious academy is, he can't change what he believes in. On the contrary, there are some resources that can be found in the Chaoyang Guangming Guild. What Gushi wanted was not the forbidden spell, nor the method to tame the 3-legged crow. Gushi did not think that there was any reason why he could not find the corresponding information. So after making up his mind, Gushi ran decisively to the library, ready to search to see if there was any information in this regard. In Gushi's mind, there are actually many kinds of flying creatures under his control, among which crows are one kind and bats are another kind. At the same time, he also has a centipede that can fly, and creatures like gargoyles can use it to fly. If possible, there are actually quite a few options for Gushi to choose a messenger. However, when Gushi arrived at the Radiant Library, he found that something seemed wrong. There are some other players here who are studying different messengers. But the problem is that their research results are not as good as Gushi's owl building. At least owls can deliver messages across games, as long as there are Gushi's subordinates. The owl can deliver the letter. The couriers studied by these players have only improved in concealment or flight speed. In other respects it is not outstanding at all. It can be seen that they studied messengers in order to ensure that the letters could be delivered safely. Regarding this situation, Gushi also had some doubts as to whether they had encountered something different before studying this kind of messenger. Otherwise, how could they have such an idea? In the end, Gushi only found the construction method of mailboxes in the Radiant Library. This kind of prop, which is not even a building, is the starting point for many players to study messengers. Only by building a mailbox can the messengers they trained have a place to live. And at the same time, they can deliver letters to the mailbox as soon as possible when the owner of the letter is not around. But for Gushi, this made him very embarrassed. In this embarrassing situation, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Fong Kang's reply arrived. Chapter 722 Neutral World and Cities. Regarding Gushi's choice to trade in the game, Fong Kang did not show dissatisfaction or other emotions, but only revealed an explanation between the lines. Gushi should not stay in one city all the time. It is best to go out and walk more when you are free. Only by walking more in other worlds and other cities can you have the opportunity to make breakthroughs in your future growth. Being trapped in a city right now is not a good sign. Gushi could only roll his eyes at such words. I really thought he didn't want to go to other worlds. But the situation in Balian City is special. Balian City is mainly composed of Death Knights and Necromancers. This career path will be relatively concentrated, except for a few cities that also practice the Road of the Dead. Most of their visits were in vain. You can't go to other cities and say that you want to cause a natural disaster of the undead and bring me 300,000 farmers. If we really go like this, we will definitely be beaten back by other cities. At the same time, the specialties of other cities must be transformed before they can be used after they are obtained in Baliancheng. Similarly, the specialties of Baliancheng must be transformed in other cities. Unless there is something particularly good, most players in Balian City will not go to a certain city specifically. Even when they travel, they go to specific cities. Fong Kang used such words to stimulate Gushi, which meant nothing to Gushi. However, Fong Kang's words gave Gushi the idea of going out for a walk. But that was just a little bit. No matter how much Fong Kang said no, he could not change Gushi's plan. At the back of the letter, Fong Kang also set a coordinate. The coordinates are quite detailed. In addition to the game number, there are also detailed instructions on how to get to the coordinate point after entering the game. At the same time, Fong Kang also explained the location he went to this time, which was an elemental world. This kind of world is quite special. Most worlds related to elements are relatively neutral worlds. In this world, there is generally no conflict. At least it will be relatively friendly to players who enter this world. The city chosen by Fong Kang is the main city of neutral forces in this world. It is also the main place where most players in the game world choose to trade. Safety will be guaranteed here. Fong Kang had conducted several transactions here before. Now I will naturally make an appointment with Gushi here. At the same time, he also said a few words at the end of the letter. Even if he doesn't want Gushi's things here, Gushi can still sell the architectural design drawings. After all, there are too many players coming and going here, and any one of them will have corresponding needs. When Fong Kang said this, Gushi became a little concerned. He took the coordinates of this world and hurried to the teleportation square. But when the person in charge of the portal saw the coordinates, he couldn't help but shook his head. There is no way for us to enter this kind of coordinates. This is a public and exclusive world. You cannot apply for entry in the guild. You have to apply at the public teleportation point in Balian City. Ah? Gushi didn't expect such a thing to happen. He didn't know what to do all of a sudden. After all, he is also a member of the Chaoyang Guild. So it would be a good idea to just run out like this. Perhaps sensing Gushi's thoughts, The person in charge said to Gushi. You are a new player, right? Have you completed this year's guild mission? Gushi answered decisively to this question. I did it. And I made 2 more. Gushi was quite certain about this. When he joined the guild, he went directly to the battlefield to transport troops for the guild. And then he practiced the Balian festival, which was considered to have completed the guild's mission. So he never worried about the amount of work he had. Just do it. As long as you complete the annual guild mission, the guild won't care whether you use the portal inside or outside the guild. It's just that the portal within the guild will release some internal tasks within the guild, and the rewards will be more. As for the portal outside the guild, we cannot record any information about you. We have no idea what you have done, and we cannot give you a reward even if we want to. After hearing what the person in charge said, Gushi understood that not all members of the guild were going through the guild portal. They also have some friends outside the guild. If friends need help, the players can't say no. Therefore, the guild will actually be more lenient in handling this aspect. As long as you complete the annual guild mission, and as long as you can get back when the guild needs you, you can go wherever you like. Play games wherever you go. Play games wherever you go. The guild will not let you hand over the things you get in other games. Gushi has been in the Chaoyang Guangmong Guild for such a long time, so he can understand some of the principles behind it. He thanked the person in charge, turned around and prepared to leave. In the past few months, Gushi has not been studying there every day in the guild. During his usual rest time, he also spent time wandering around the guild. The gate of the guild is right inside. The Chaoyangguang Guild is not a military camp, and does not prevent players from going out. It's just that Gushi has always been a homebody, and usually has no idea of going out. So after joining the Rising Sun Guild, Gushi has rarely gone out. It was different now. After Gushi left the person in charge of the portal, he came to the bus stop outside the guild gate. The Chaoyang Rays Guild's bus is also full of Chaoyang Rays Guild style. The bus was a carriage made of bones and crow feathers. The driver was a ferocious ferret. When Gushi got into the car, the ferocious ferret turned its head and smiled at Gushi. Guest, where do you want to go? Go. Gushi was about to say, go to the public teleportation point. But Gushi hesitated for a moment and then said something. Go to Huayang Mall. After listening to Gushi's words, Dire Weasel said decisively, okay. Guest, please sit down. The next stop is Huayang Mall, which will arrive in about 15 minutes. As soon as the ferocious weasel finished speaking, the carriage rushed out. Just turning around, the carriage rushed out of the Chaoyang Guild's territory and entered the Balian City area. The moment after rushing out of the territory, the sky immediately darkened. Some walking undead began to appear on the streets, and the gloomy air suddenly became thicker. Gushi opened the window and looked out, observing the scenery that was different from that of the Chaoyang Guangguang Guild. It wasn't until a huge tower appeared in front of Gushi that he came back to his senses. Huayang Mall has arrived. Chapter 723, Artifact for Skipping Classes. Huayang Mall. This is one of the larger malls in Balian City. Gushi grew up in Balianqing and had been here several times. However, as a student party member at that time, he only dared to walk around the outer area and did not dare to enter the inner area at all. However, Gushi had heard that in Huayang Mall, there were merchants from several other brother cities, and they had some specialties that were not available in Balian City. At the same time, several major guilds in Balian City also have fixed shops in Huayang Mall, where they sell some of their own guild specialties. Many students who have not yet graduated will come here to see if there are any materials suitable for their growth. When Gushi came here before, he couldn't afford to buy anything. But things are different now. Gushi now has enough money in his hands, and now he really plans to buy whatever he sees. After jumping off the carriage, Gushi turned to the dire weasel and said, I will go back by myself. So you go back first. The dire weasel didn't ask any questions, and the main answer was an agreement. After the ferocious ferret left, Gushi turned around and entered Huayang Mall. In Huayang Mall, the sunlight has obviously become darker. There are some dark red lines on the ground, and when passing by, there will be bursts of fishy smell. However, Gushi bypassed these weird things with familiarity and came to a store with flashing electric lights. This shop sells some weird things. Standing in front of the door are a pair of women tied with paper. Seeing Gushi approaching, these two people jumped out and wanted to step forward and hold Gushi's hand. But Gushi stepped forward and pushed the two paper women away. Big Tuli, are you there? Following Gushi's cry, a wretched-looking man walked out of the store. He was wearing an ordinary yellowed vest, with hair as messy as a bird's nest. He opened his eyes hard, stretched and walked out. When he saw Gushi, his eyes widened. It turns out it's you. Didn't you graduate? I've said before that I won't be able to buy on credit after graduation. I understand. Big Tuli. I'm not here to get credit this time. I'm here to buy something. You are the only one who is what I want. When Big Tuli heard this, his eyes narrowed. You know me well. And you are indeed a student from me. Don't worry. Now that you have graduated, you can sell those things to you. I have high-quality medicine here. It is for the death knight to eat. It is guaranteed to make you stronger and more vigorous after eating it. Wait, Big Headley. That's not what I'm here for. Gushi quickly stopped Big Tuli from continuing. I am a mage who has practiced fitness techniques, so I don't need this kind of thing. Do you think I'll believe it? Big Tuli gave Gushi a look and asked him to figure it out for himself. Gushi rolled his eyes, wanting to explain that he didn't have such thoughts. But in the end, Gushi did not refuse some potions sent by Big Headley. After all, there were some magic potions among these potions. Besides, it would be embarrassing not to accept the things given by others. After accepting some things from Datali, Gushi explained his purpose. Big Tuli, I remember those truant outfits you gave me before. Do you still have them now? Of course there is. But do you want it now? Big Tuli asked with some understanding. Those are just used to deceive the teacher and so on. They have no effect in the game. It's okay. I just want one of the props inside. By the way, bring me some more. Well, I really don't understand what you're thinking. Big Tuli shook his head, but still packed what he wanted for Gushi. Okay. It's all here. It's 339 yuan in total. You can pay with gold or negative energy. I'll take it all. Because he was familiar with Big Tuli, Gushi didn't look much and directly handed the negative energy to Big Tuli. After leaving the store, Gushi discovered that all the props given by Big Headley were top quality. Artifact for skipping classes. Use according to the instructions to make yourself look like you are sick. Or arrange an avatar invisible to others to take your place. Note, no matter what kind of artifact is used to skip classes, it cannot affect the line of sight of the characters in the game. So please do not use this kind of thing on game characters in the game. The reason why Gushi came over to buy such a thing was actually to deal with Fong Kong. After all, Fong Kong chose the location. Moreover, this is a place that Gushi is not familiar with. So Gushi also needs to consider whether he will encounter anything if he goes there. Among this set of artifacts for skipping classes, there are two that can be quite useful for Gushi's current situation. Gushi came here specifically to find a set of artifacts for skipping classes. After being prepared, Gushi was half relieved. As for luggage and so on, Gushi didn't think about it at all. In Gushi's eyes, his city of death was right behind him. He could get all the props and equipment he wanted at any time. So why would he need any luggage? He is a man who carries the city on his back. After leaving Datali's shop, Gushi did not go to the teleportation point immediately. Instead, he wandered around Huayang Mall and went to all the stores that he had been to before but never dared to enter. Although Gushi went in empty-handed and came out empty-handed, on the surface it looks like I didn't buy anything. But Gushi's face was filled with contentment. After this walk, Gushi felt like he had grown up. After all, I couldn't go when I was in school, but now I can go, which is a proof. With this mentality, Gushi looked more and more confident. Now he no longer looks like a novice player. No matter who sees Gushi now, they will think that he is a good master. Gushi also had a natural look on his face, and soon left the most famous Huayang field in Huayang Mall, and took the mall bus to the nearest teleportation point. It's different from the guild's teleportation square. In order to make the teleportation points in Balian City easy for all players to use, all teleportation gates are not concentrated in one place. Rather, they are like public toilets on the street. Almost every 2 streets, there are only 2 teleportation gates in each place, and someone will come over every day to adjust them to ensure that the teleportation gates operate normally and safely. As for the rest, it's not up to them. They don't care where those who use the portal go or whether they can come back. They just let them do what they want. Chapter 724 Entering the New World. The teleportation point on the street is so simple, so naturally it won't be easy to see. Gushi opened the door of a teleportation point and found some waste paper thrown on the ground. There are also some contact information written on the door frame of the teleportation point. Most of them are selling counterfeit medicines, and some are killers or other professionals who are doing business here. Gushi just glanced at it, then opened the portal and walked in. As Gushi stepped in, a rather mechanical sound came from his ears. Please enter the number of the world you want to enter. Gushi took out the letter and typed the cheat sheet carefully. ZFE2JD8048J70. Target determined. Game world number ZFE2JD8048J70. Please let me know if you want to enter. Enter! Gushi was also a little surprised that his fairy number was not requested. But he soon understood that this was actually a characteristic of this kind of public teleportation point. There is no need for a number here. After all, no one can guarantee that you can come back safely. So entering the player's number here has no meaning. At the same time, no other prompt sounded. But a white light flashed in front of his eyes, and Gushi was sent into the void. This situation surprised Gushi. He did not expect to encounter such a thing. The situation before me seemed to have entered a new world, but it didn't seem to have been thrown into it. Before Gushi could understand what was going on, two rays of light, one blue and one red, appeared in the sky. Among the red stood a flame lord with only the upper body. His body soaked in the red magma river. In the blue, a sea giant covered with water plants holds a trident, standing on the waves of the sea, staring into the void from a distance. When Gushi walked out, they all turned their attention to Gushi at the same time. However, they withdrew their gaze after confirming that Gushi was a player. Just at this glance, Gushi felt that all the hairs on his body stood up. This feeling was even more terrifying than when Gushi first saw the white-clothed guanine of heaven during the Balian festival. Gushi immediately understood that these two people were probably the upper limit of this world. But I'm not sure how strong they are. Gushi could only guess from the situation around them that they were at least above level 20. While Gushi was still speculating on the situation of these two people, he didn't see any movement from them. Behind them, a door appeared. Behind the door was the world controlled by these two people. Behind the sea giant is the underwater world. It can no longer be considered green. It is already the kind of situation in the deep sea where you can't even see your fingers. On the Fire Lord's side, it was just the opposite. What appeared behind him was a dry land. There were no plants on the ground, and even the soil was dry and cracked. The sky was also that dark red color, as if it had been cooked. Gushi took a look at the letter and took a step in the direction of the Fire Lord. The next moment, Gushi felt his eyes turn red, and the temperature around him quickly increased. Don't resist. I am currently using alchemy to strengthen your fire resistance to ensure that you will not be burned to death on this wildfire plane. Just as Gushi was about to make a move, a voice rang out, stopping Gushi's movement. Gushi looked up at the direction from which the sound came, and found a man with red hair constantly throwing small black stones the size of his fist into the nearby furnace. Just a little longer, and you'll be out in 3 minutes. Remember, this is just the most basic fire resistance. It can only prevent you from being burned to death. In such weather, should you feel hot or hot? At the same time, the men you brought will not be affected by this. After being released, I'm afraid I can only last 3 to 5 minutes. If you don't want to take back a pile of ashes, don't put your skeleton out. After saying that, the red-haired man lowered his head and started doing his own thing. He acted as if what he just said was not what he said. At this time, Gushi also realized that it seemed that Fong Kong was also afraid that Gushi would plot against him. So he specifically chose a world where the undead army could not be released for the transaction. With this kind of local method, if Gushi insists on releasing the undead army, it is naturally possible. But just as the red-haired man said, in 3 to 5 minutes, the undead troops would be burned to death. The one who will suffer the greatest loss at that time will be Gushi. So even if Gushi had some ideas, he would not send undead troops here. In this way, Fong Kong no longer has to worry about Gushi's undead army that is like a natural disaster. As for non-undead means, Gushi thought about it seriously, and without waiting for 3 minutes to go out, the Steel City gate appeared behind him. When the busy red-haired man saw Gushi's actions, a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. Every time a new person comes, they think they are the most unique one. They don't even think about it. If there really was a unique person, would they still come here? Don't talk about putting a city gate. Even if you put a city here, the fire will still burn everything down. But the next moment, the red-haired man was no longer calm. 34 red dragons and 30 black dragons flew out from the Steel City gate. As soon as the black dragon flew out of the Steel City gate, it just turned around in the sky and flew back with a curse. This situation made Gushi understand that the temperature in front of him was not the power of magic, but the effect of direct flame burning. The black dragon's magic resistance simply cannot withstand it. But the red dragon's reaction made Gushi a little happy. All 34 red dragons were flying up and down excitedly. They were not serious red dragons that could be promoted to black dragons, but inferior dragons that could only be promoted to blazing dragons. This kind of red dragon is naturally immune to fire. A little temperature here has no effect on them. On the contrary, the temperature made them feel like they were back at home. Looking at the red dragon behind Gushi, the disdain in the red-haired man's eyes disappeared, replaced by a solemn expression. But he didn't say anything in the end. After Gushi stayed there for 3 minutes, he opened a way for Gushi to leave. After Gushi stepped out of the furnace controlled by the red-haired man, Gushi realized that the place where he was standing was actually a furnace, like a hill. There are many large and small platforms on this furnace. And near each platform, there are many red-haired humans carrying things there. On each platform, white light flashes from time to time, and some people or items appear on the platform. It is obvious that the hill-like furnace in front of us is actually the teleportation point into the Wildfire Plains. Chapter 725 Wildfire Plains. When he stepped onto the land of Wildfire Plains, Gushi felt the soles of his feet get hot, and a wave of heat hit his face. At this time, Gushi finally understood why the red-haired man had let him stay on the platform for 3 minutes. Without such a layer of protection, he would not be able to withstand the high temperature for 3 minutes, and would fall to the ground due to dehydration. As long as he dares to fall down, in less than an hour, he will turn into a mummy that is even worse than a mummy. This situation made Gushi a little scared. It seemed that this kind of place was neutral on the surface, but in fact it was not. Gushi thought about it and raised his left hand, and the 6 flame lamps were activated, switching the immune ability to flames. In this way, Gushi felt much more comfortable. The high temperature outside not only did not make Gushi feel uncomfortable, but instead made him feel somewhat comfortable. At the same time, Gushi also saw something different under the high temperature. Gushi discovered that not all places on the ground in the Wildfire Plain were constantly hot. The temperature of the ground is closely related to the color of the ground. The brighter the color, the higher the temperature. No matter what kind of temperature, it doesn't have much impact on Gushi. These temperatures can't bring unnecessary trouble to Gushi. After Gushi tried a few places, he stopped trying again. While experimenting with his immunity to flame temperature, Gushi also noticed something. Most of the humans in this world have red hair or blazing white hair. Their hair is like flames, and it is obvious that the traces left by the flames can be seen on their bodies. It seems that human beings, who are able to adapt to all worlds, exist everywhere, whether it is the bottom of the sea or a land of fire like this. As long as they can survive, they can quickly adapt to the current environment. The red-haired person in front of him was obviously a human who had taken the path of fire. They are now immune to fire damage and even gained strength from the flames. This situation feels a bit like a human being with the element of fire. After observing the humans here, Gushi also discovered many creatures affected by the fire element. Among them, there was a monster with a snake tail, a human body and horns on its head that attracted Gushi's attention the most. They are quite tall, at least 4 meters tall when their bodies stand upright. If the tail is included, their bodies are at least 10 meters long. When moving on the Wildfire Plain, they didn't care about the surrounding temperature at all. Most of their skin is dark red, and they hold weapons similar to tridents in their hands. When they saw the red dragon following Gushi, their eyes visibly glared. Obviously, the appearance of these red dragons also made them a little worried. After all, the combat power of the red dragons was there. The Wildfire Plains where Gushi appeared in front of him was where players of level 5 to 10 gathered in this world. These red dragons are all at level 7, and their number is not small. The most important thing is that they have considerable advantages in this world. Their appearance is equivalent to destroying the balance of this world. This kind of thing is not a good thing for the world. The reason why this world can attract so many players is this. It is because the balance of this world has always been controlled by these 2 big guys. Other players, no matter how strong they are in their world, will be suppressed after entering this world. After thinking about it for a moment, they quickly surrounded Gushi. Seeing the appearance of such a powerful creature, Gushi became nervous. He raised his phantom magic wand to the ground and prepared for battle. Please don't take action. Fortunately, those weird-looking guys didn't take the initiative to attack. When they came to Gushi, the leader spoke decisively. We are the Wildfire Patrols on the Wildfire Plains, and we are the troops responsible for security issues on the Wildfire Plains. Outsiders, put away your red dragons. In the Wildfire Plains, There is no need to worry about safety issues. When Gushi first saw these strange creatures, he didn't actually care much. He has seen a lot of different types of soldiers. It's impossible to know everyone. The red-skinned, snake-tailed soldiers in front of us might be mutations that are suitable for the environment of this barren fire plain. At first, when they didn't step forward to stop Gushi didn't pay much attention to them. But now these guys who claimed to be wildfire patrols stood in front of Gushi. And Gushi found that there seemed to be something wrong with their levels. It seems to be between level 9 and 10. Seeing Gushi's expression, the leader of the wildfire patrol raised his head and said proudly, "Haha. You can see it too. Yes. We are all at level 9. However, the condition for us to upgrade to level 10 is to patrol the wildfire plains for 5 years. Elevate yourself with the flames of the wildfire plains. So you don't need to worry at all. In the wildfire plains, we are the ceiling in terms of level. You don't have to worry about your own safety. Just put all these red dragons away. You red dragons have already disturbed the balance a bit." Gushi really wanted to ask, "Can you guarantee everyone's safety?" But looking at the expressions of these wildfire patrolmen, Gushi finally suppressed all his words. Gushi could tell that these wildfire patrols were proud of their identities and efforts. Gushi could say that their strength was not strong. But he could never say that their patrols were useless. As long as Gushi dared to doubt the safety of wildfire plains, they would dare to beat Gushi until he looked quite safe. So when Gushi's words came to his lips, he immediately turned around. "Okay. I will put all these red dragons away. But this is my first time here. Are there any taboos here? And I plan to go to this city called the Alien Fire Dragon Cave. How should I go?" It was rare for someone to come to the door on their own. So of course Gushi had to ask some things clearly. At least Gushi should consider how he wants to go. Also, if Fong Kong doesn't have the architectural design drawings he wants, how can Gushi get rid of the architectural design drawings he has? And what can he get in exchange for them? There are always various things here that need to be inquired about by Gushi. This is what Gushi did when he entered the new world. It was the same this time. It was rare to meet a few patrolmen who knew the situation in the wildfire plains. Gushi naturally wanted to find out what was going on here. After hearing Gushi's question, the eyes of these wildfire patrols also lit up. This is a good opportunity to brag about yourself. So these wildfire patrols started talking quickly. Through their introductions in 2s and 3s, Gushi also gained a certain understanding of the world. Chapter 726, A Balanced World. The wildfire plain in front of us is part of a giant world. This giant world is called Karti in Aboriginal legends, which means balance. Like many Western-style worlds, this world starts with the 4 elements of earth, water, wind, and fire. But subsequent developments were different. The 2 bosses representing the elements of earth and wind died in a direct battle. The earth turned into a huge pillar, holding the whole world up high. From the outside, the world looks like a scale. As long as there is a slight imbalance, the whole world will collapse. The most terrible thing is that the boss of the wind element, who was against the earth element, also died in the battle. After his death, he did not think about the world, but turned into a demon wind, blowing the earth of this world constantly, trying to destroy this world. The world is overthrown. The surviving fire lords and sea giants can only work hard to maintain the balance of this world. After so many years, balance has become the mainstream of the world. What level is each district in this world? How many troops are deployed in each district? And what kind of balance is maintained? All of these are numbered. These wildfire patrols are said to protect the safety of the wildfire plain, rather than to protect the balance of the wildfire plain. After hearing this, Gushi finally understood why they needed to patrol this barren fire plain for 3 years before they could reach level 10. It turns out that their patrol is here to sense imbalances and balance the imbalanced points. Their usual method of dealing with the key to balance is also very simple. Just like if a foreign player like Gushi comes, then they will lose one subordinate with the same level as Gushi and let them go elsewhere temporarily. After Gushi leaves, let the subordinate come back. In addition, when Gushi entered here, the effect of blessing Gushi could only last for about 7 days. There is no need to worry about rest. This time, Gushi released 34 red dragons at once, which greatly disrupted the balance of this area. The most important thing is that the red dragon doesn't have to worry about how long he will stay here. They are immune to fire effects and can stay here as long as they want. Therefore, it is natural for the wildfire patrol to come and deal with such things that disrupt the balance. But since Gushi is so easy to talk to, they won't embarrass Gushi. Instead, they would tell Gushi something. For example, this area belongs to the territory of the Red Flame Empire. Wildfire Plains is the middle area here. There are 3 similar areas, namely the Spark Basin and the Fire Pillar Plateau. There are a total of 18 lower-end areas. That is, areas between level 1 and level 5. There is also a high-end area where players of levels 10 to 15 and above can go. As for existences above level 15, the situation is different. Everyone has their own exclusive area. On both sides of the Scarlet Flame Empire and the Ocean Dynasty, there are equal numbers of existences above level 15. If they want to reach level 15 or above, then sorry, there must be someone of the same level on the other side. If one person dies in the battle here, then the boss on the opposite side, not to mention the big boss, will take action to deal with an existence that affects the balance. At this point, the Wildfire Patrolman said happily, "Fortunately, we haven't reached that level yet. If we really reach that level, we really won't be able to control our life and death in our own hands." "Then you can't just leave once you reach level 15 or above?" Gushi asked curiously. "How can you not? It can be said that the world pushed you up to level 15. If you don't want to repay the world and want to take advantage and leave, then you should just stop thinking about upgrading." Listening to Gushi's words, a hint of smile flashed in the eyes of the Wildfire Patrolman. They had heard Gushi's attitude many times. After all, outsiders did not understand their attitude towards the world, so they always encounter such problems, and they will explain everything in it seriously. It's hard to say about the rest. But as for the fact that the life and death of strong people above level 15 is in the hands of others, they will still explain it clearly. However, they never expected that Gushi's imagination was so outrageous. After listening to the explanations of these wildfire patrollers, Gushi suddenly asked an unusual question. Where will the bodies of those above level 15 be buried after they die? Will their souls transform into undead? If they do, what level will they be and where will they be? The Wildfire Patrolman really doesn't know the answer to this question. They never think about what happens after death. It's as if there are no undead in this world. They simply didn't know how to answer Gushi's question. Seeing the helpless expressions on the faces of these Wildfire Patrollers, Gushi could only shake his head and said, "Forget it. I'm just asking casually. I don't know, and I won't force you." Gushi's attitude made these Wildfire Patrols unhappy. What does it mean not to know and not to force? Isn't this looking down on yourself? Then a Wildfire Patrolman glared. "Who says we don't know? I just know one thing. You can see the hero's tomb on the road we usually patrol. That is the burial place for masters above level 15. When Gushi heard this, he stopped in his tracks. Tomb of Heroes? If they weren't just bragging, then the water in this world would be quite deep. While talking, Gushi walked a considerable distance with these Wildfire Patrollers. At this time, Gushi noticed that a city built on lava appeared in front of him. There is the alien fire dragon cave ahead. We won't go in there. That's not the scope of our patrol. When he reached here, the Wildfire Patrolman stopped and did not move forward. At this time, Gushi also curiously asked, "Is there a patrol team like yours in the alien fire dragon cave to maintain the balance of the alien fire dragon cave?" Hearing this, the Wildfire Patrols also laughed. "It seems that you have understood the characteristics of our world. Balance. Yes. Why don't you stay here too? I think you have the potential." Gushi had no intention of agreeing to the Wildfire Patrolman's jokes. At this moment, the Wildfire Patrolman who just talked about the hero's tomb said, "The patrol team here in the Alien Fire Dragon Cave is called the Alien Dragon Team. They control the power of teleportation. You can understand it after entering." When listening to these words, Gushi didn't know why, but he always had the feeling that there was something in the other person's words. But just when Gushi wanted to ask about the situation here, these Wildfire Patrols quickly left. When they left, they only left one sentence. Ordinary means can only allow outsiders to stay in the Red Flame Empire for 7 days. If Gushi wants to stay a few more days, he must find a way to add more resistance to the flames after entering the Alien Fire Dragon Cave. Of Reinforcement. Chapter 727 Meeting Fong Kong. When he stepped into the Alien Fire Dragon Cave, Gushi immediately knew why the city had such a name. Alias are the cornerstone of the city's existence. The so-called Alien Fire Dragon is not a giant dragon flying in the sky like the Red Dragon. It's not a Right Ascension color dragon like a dragon that soaks in a magma lake. The so-called Fire Dragon is actually an auxiliary building in the city. Its appearance looks like the Hydra skill used by the mage in Diablo. It's like a dragon head sticking out from the ground. And if an enemy appears, it will immediately spray out something like a fireball. The most important thing is that these things are like street trees on the roadside. All over the ground. You can see it wherever you go. It's no wonder this city is called the Alien Fire Dragon Cave. After entering the Alien Fire Dragon Cave, Gu Shi immediately released an owl to tell Fong Kong that he had arrived. The various information he heard along the way made Gu Shi slowly believe in the fairness of the world, although his own strength was suppressed. This also meant that Fong Kang's ability was also suppressed. Even if Fong Kong wants to do some tricks in this world, he still needs someone to play with him. With the rigid style of this world, they wouldn't do anything to disrupt the balance. It's no wonder that more and more players choose to come to this world to trade. This is absolutely neutral. Gu Shi's owl had just been released, but before it had flown a few meters away, a fireball hit him, turning Gu Shi's owl into a roasted owl. Then several figures made of flames appeared in front of Gu Shi. The leader said sorry, while explaining some of the situations to Gu Shi. Sorry. Flying is prohibited in the city, as long as the body is more than 3 meters above the ground. No matter what it is, everything will be destroyed. Don't worry. We will pay for the destroyed items. But please don't let anything fly again. As he said this, he gave Gu Shi 3 coins that were dancing like flames. After experiencing several worlds, Gu Shi has become quite familiar with various currencies. When you get currency now, what you look at is not the face value, but the energy contained in the currency. The 3 coins in front of me, which looked like beating flames, contained the smell of fire. Judging from the concentration of the breath, this is about 3 points of negative energy level. Gu Shi couldn't say much about this situation. After all, the other party has already lost money, and there is a reason for it. Once the air is closed here, it would be wrong for Gu Shi to let go of anything. They obviously gave the money because it was Gu Shi's first time here, and he didn't know about the no-fly order. If Gu Shi is still dissatisfied, then they will make trouble for Gu Shi. So Gu Shi said, I understand. But if I don't let the messenger go now, what should I do if I want to contact my friend? In response to Gu Shi's question, the several firemen who came over immediately said, we have a special messenger here who can help you deliver the letter. It costs 1 point of fire energy at a time. Gu Shi thought for a moment, and finally took out the 3 flame coins. At this time, the fireman said again, by the way, do you want a map? We have a special white paper made of fire rat skin. It will not be burned even if it is placed in the flames. It is definitely a visitor in the city who goes out to hunt for treasures. Best helper. This map is guaranteed to be practical, and now only charges 2 points of fire energy. Gu Shi blinked and immediately took back the money he had just paid. Faced with such a situation, Gu Shi felt somewhat unhappy. He opened his eyes and was about to say a few words, when a hand patted Gu Shi's shoulder. Gu Shi immediately sensed something was wrong. He turned his magic wand and was about to turn around to strike when he heard Fong Kang's voice. Don't fight here. Don't mess around in this world. Gu Shi looked back and found that it was really Fong Kong. He was wearing red clothes that danced like flames, and he was not carrying the toolbox he used to store his troops. Behind Fong Kong were 2 mage players in red robes. When they saw Gu Shi, they all nodded to Gu Shi at the same time. These 2 are my comrades in arms. They are here to buy things. You don't need to pay attention to them. Let's go aside and talk. When Fong Kong saw Gu Shi's expression, he knew that Gu Shi had been frightened by him. He quickly introduced the situation of the 2 players behind him to appease Gu Shi. Buyer? Gu Shi glanced at the 2 red-robed mage players and asked with some uncertainty. No. The route they took is different from mine. Your things are not attractive to them. They came here for other things. Fong Kong explained the reason why his friend appeared here. Of course, he didn't go into too much detail. After all, these 2 friends only came to this world after accepting other tasks. There is no use in explaining so much to Gu Shi. What Fong Kong is more concerned about now is the architectural design drawings that Gu Shi can produce. For these architectural design drawings, Fong Kong interrupted a task that was almost completed, in order not to let others know that he was here to trade architectural design drawings. He even came here with other players. He wanted to ensure that no one would find him doing these things after he returned. Now he pulled Gu Shi aside. Naturally, for this reason. Shall we find a place to sit now? Gu Shi was pulled by Fong Kong, and before he could respond, he was pulled into a boat. Surrounding the ship are alien fire dragons rising from the magma. No matter where you stand and look out, you can see the eyes of these alien fire dragons staring at you. Is there any problem with the transaction here? Gu Shi was not used to being stared at by the alien fire dragon. No. We're not here to trade. Fong Kong quickly stopped Gu Shi. I'm here to help you take a look and confirm whether the architectural design drawing you got is genuine. After saying that, Fong Kong even winked at Gu Shi. Gu Shi immediately understood what Fong Kong meant. He activated the power of his mind's eye. What's going on? Are you being targeted? You are a necromancer. How come you also know the methods of Epsilon? Fong Kong was speechless when he discovered Gu Shihui's spiritual communication method. Is this just a small trick? You haven't said what's going on with you yet? Is there something wrong with what I took out? It's not like there's any problem. It's just that someone is blocking the way. I must create a titan of my own when I reach level 10. But as you know in my case, starlight and divination are the key. And I have to find an alternative method of building titans. And my enemy knows this. And he has blocked all roads. Chapter 728 Secret Deal. After hearing what Fong Kong said, Gu Shi couldn't help but ask. Dead enemy? Gu Shi had encountered this kind of thing before. And Lu Kai, the poisonous lich of the Lu family, had encountered such a situation. But that was an internal conflict in their family. For the sake of family inheritance, such things happen quite frequently. What kind of situation is happening to Fong Kong in front of him? Regarding Gu Shi's question, Fong Kong shook his head. Yes, I am not afraid to tell you that my mortal enemy is on the same path as mine. We are on the same path just to grab a chance to reach level 15. This opportunity was given by my teacher. Whoever reaches level 10 first will get this opportunity. Gu Shi understood immediately upon hearing this that this was the inheritance of the Academy faction. As for why there is only one chance. Don't you understand this? There is only one person who can inherit the mantle. If Fong Kong misses this opportunity, he will never want to reach level 15 unless he takes another route. Gu Shi had seen Fong Kang's previous strength. His potential is pretty good. If no one sabotages and stops it, it will not be a problem to upgrade to level 15. And it is even possible to reach level 20. For Fong Kong, this kind of situation means he has no way forward. Naturally he would be angry. But looking at Fong Kang's expression at this moment, Gu Shi felt that Fong Kang's opponent was not weak at all. Even that opponent was lurking around Fong Kong, preventing him from succeeding every time. Gu Shi's eyes flashed, and he sent a message through his mind's eye. This is the architectural design drawing I got. You can take a look first. But on the surface, he said, help me check whether this is real or not, and give me an estimate of the price, so that I can sell it at the auction house. After hearing Gu Shi's words, Fong Kong understood that Gu Shi was willing to help him. There was a hint of joy in his eyes. But he didn't say any words of thanks. Instead, he said seriously, don't worry. I am most familiar with this kind of architectural design drawings, and I won't give you a wrong estimate. So on the surface, the two of them pretended that Fong Kong was helping them with the estimate. But in fact, Fong Kong was carefully selecting the architectural design drawings he wanted. The architectural design drawings of the golden tint you have here are not comprehensive. These three architectural design drawings are the only ones that are related to the golden tint, the silver tint, the bronze tint, and the zenith tint. But those trained there are all Nagas who have changed their thinking, which is inconsistent with the serious thinking. But I need this as a prerequisite, so it doesn't matter. On the contrary, the architectural design drawings of your Yunzhong Temple have begun to go in different directions. Look here. Xingyun Temple, Huiyun Temple, Baiyun Temple, and Luguang Temple. The 7 different Yunzhong temples here are completely 7 different ideas. The one I need most here is the Nebula Hall. But there are several others that I want. 2. In addition to the 3 previous silver tint drawings, there are 10 architectural design drawings in total. No problem. Gu Shi didn't expect Fong Kong to ask for so much in one breath. But that was fine. He could ask for a high price. My request is that I buy these 10 pieces. But you can't sell them to anyone else for 5 years. Hearing Fong Kang's request, Gu Shi smiled. Okay. But you have to pay more. In this way, you originally copied this copy by yourself. If there is no specialized architect to copy it again, this thing can only be used once. For something like this, I can only offer you half the price at most. But if you are willing to hold out for me for 5 years, then I will buy it at the original price. 3 architectural design drawings of the same level for the silver tint, plus 7 architectural design drawings of the same level for the Yunzhong Temple. Gu Shi had no objection to Fong Kang's quotation. He was just curious. Did Fong Kong have so many architectural design drawings? Do you have enough money on hand? I have enough for the same level as the silver tint. And I have prepared 2 for the same level as the Yunzhong Temple. I originally thought that 2 would be enough. But I didn't expect you to have so much on hand. So I took this in exchange. As Fong Kong spoke, he quickly replaced several of the architectural design drawings in the stack that Gu Shi took out. Gu Shi flipped through the architectural design drawings and saw several architectural design drawings that Fong Kong had replaced, and nodded with satisfaction. It seems that Fong Kong was already prepared when he arrived. He was a little surprised when Gu Shi brought out 7 architectural design drawings of Yunzhong Temple. But otherwise, he was really prepared. Pale Temple, large, use 6,000 resources. 20 units of stone, 20 units of wood, and 20 units of metal to build a Pale Temple, large building, in the city. After completion, 2 Pale Knights can be trained every week. Before construction, you need to build a level 2 magic tower, core building, a level 2 blacksmith shop, core building, a mausoleum or mausoleum, large building, a level 2 armory, medium-sized building, and a level 2 library, medium-sized building. This Pale Temple was the architectural design that Gu Shi fell in love with at first sight. Obviously, this is also an architectural design for training Death Knights in alternate directions. But it is obvious that this is a different development direction from the Crimson Knights and Blue Knights that Gu Shi currently has. It's just that Gu Shi hasn't looked carefully now, and he doesn't know how this kind of Pale Knight is made. But one thing is certain. It can definitely be used in exchange for the architectural design drawings such as the silver tint that Gu Shi just took out. The next 2 items are not related to the undead. After all, Fong Kong doesn't produce many things related to the undead, and a copy of the Pale Temple is already his limit. In addition, Gu Shi said that he already had a complete set of tower building design drawings in his hand. So Fong Kong couldn't get rid of the most important thing in his hand. He could only select some architectural design drawings from other forces and give them to Gu Shi. Fortunately, Fong Kong remembered that Gu Shi was taking the path of the undead. Even if he chose architectural designs from other forces, he would still go in the direction of darkness and the undead. Bloody Pond, large, use 6,000 resources, 30 units of stone, and 30 units of metal to build a Bloody Pond, large building, in the city. After completion, 2 bloody giant snakes can be trained every week. Before construction, you need to build a level 1 magic tower, core building, a level 3 blacksmith shop, core building, a level 1 dragon forest, large building, a level 2 armory, medium-sized building, and a level 1 altar, medium-sized building. Dark cave, large, use 6,000 resources, 40 units of stone, and 20 units of wood to build a dark cave, large building, in the city. After completion, 2 dark giants can be trained every week. Before construction, you need to build a level 1 magic tower, core building, a level 4 blacksmith shop, core building, a level 1 cliff eagle's nest, large building, a level 2 armory, medium building, and a level 2 slaughterhouse, medium building. Chapter 729, 2 top building design drawings. Gu Shi took a look at the 2 architectural designs and found that the Bloody Magic Pool was a building in the direction of the Swamp Fortress. Fong Kong considered that he might not have the prerequisites for this, so he chose a method that could be dealt with using blood sacrifice. The Dark Cave is a stronghold building, and originally the person who appeared in it should be a Cyclops. However, Fong Kong also considered that Gu Shi would not have a stronghold pre-building, so he chose a simpler existence. Maybe as long as he uses the power of darkness to deal with it, Gu Shi can be used. Although what Fong Kong wants is different from what Gu Shi needs. But at least Fong Kong thought about it. Gu Shi must recognize this. In addition, these 3 architectural design drawings also contain 1 copy of the Pale Temple. Gu Shi could use this immediately, so Gu Shi did not object to this transaction. Therefore, these 3 low-level architectural design drawings were exchanged, and with Gu Shi's slight nod, they were considered finalized. But the architectural design of the Cloud Palace is not so simple. Even if Fong Kong wanted to help Gu Shi, he wasn't that capable. You must know that even in the Chaoyang Guild, there are no special buildings such as the Bone Dragon Tomb, Bone Dragon Laboratory, or Dragon Crest. If Gu Shi hadn't been lucky and picked up the treasure this time, he wouldn't have been able to obtain so many architectural plans of Yunzhong Temple. And Fong Kang's ability to produce 2 architectural design drawings of this level is considered remarkable. I also want to choose a race or a development direction. There are no doors. Even if it is in the direction of holy light, as long as it is taken out, Gu Shi will have to recognize it. As soon as the 2 architectural design drawings in front of him were released, and seeing that the level was correct, Gu Shi agreed. As for the direction and level of the architectural design, Gu Shi had to look at it first before deciding. Evil Path Demon Temple, large use 12,000 resources. 30 units of stone. 30 units of wood. 30 units of metal. And 20 units of mercury to build an Evil Path Demon Temple, large building, in the city. After completion, one evil demon can be trained every week. Before construction, you need to build a level 3 magic tower, core building. A level 3 blacksmith shop, core building. A level 1 fire temple or demon slaying abyss, large building. And a level 4 armory, medium-sized building. As soon as he looked at the first architectural design drawing, Gushi knew that it was a unit of the Hell Demon series. And the last product produced was the Great Demon. This thing is a unit that can be directly challenged by angels. At least in terms of combat effectiveness. It is stronger than the Bone Dragon and Ghost Dragon on the undead side. The training speed of only one train per week is actually not too slow. After it is built, everything can be improved with various blessings. But just when Gushi was about to turn down the page to look at another architectural design drawing, Gushi discovered that there was a small line of writing underneath this architectural design drawing. Note, this is a large-scale building design. But please make sure that there is only one top-level training camp in the city where this building is built. Looking at this line of words, a trace of disdain flashed in Gushi's eyes. Isn't it just a devil's palace? I really thought it was something amazing. Each city is only allowed to have one top-level training camp. He had so many cloud palaces in his hands. How come he didn't see them? In fact, Gu Shijin was a little mistaken about this small line of annotation. There is only one top-level training camp in a city, which is an unspoken rule. But it's just like the Death Knight can be replaced by the ideas of other types of Death Knights. Such unspoken rules can also be bypassed. Gushi had the architectural design drawings of the 7 Yunzhong temples in his hand. Even if they are all built in one city, they are all of the same type and connected. Naturally, there is no need to give any hints. But it's different now. The Devil's Palace and the Yunzhong Palace have two completely different ideas, so naturally a reminder should be given. However, this reminder was useless to Gushi. He paid no attention to the meaning. He just turned his attention to the next architectural design drawing. When he saw this architectural design drawing, Gushi thought to himself, okay, is this a fight in pairs? Just now there was a devil. Now there is an angel. Pure White Cloud City, large use 20,000 resources. 30 units of stone. 30 units of wood. 30 units of metal. 30 units of mercury. 30 units of crystal. And 30 units of gems to build a Pure White Cloud City, large building, in the city. After completion, one Pure White Angel can be trained every week. Before construction, you need to build a level 4 magic tower core building, a level 4 blacksmith shop core building, a level 2 night training ground, large building, a level 4 armory, medium-sized building, and a level 4 library. But just by looking at the architectural description of this Pure White Cloud City, Gushi knew that angels were more valuable than demons. As for the current situation, Gushi was considering a question. Could he replace the night training ground with a temple for training Death Knights? If it can be done, then Yunzhong City may still be saved. If that doesn't work, there will probably be a lot of things that need to be adjusted next. Of course, Gushi didn't pay attention to these two architectural designs. He just took one look and understood what Fong Kong meant. Whether it is the Demon Palace or Yunzhong City, they are all on the same level as Yunzhong Palace. This means that Fong Kong did not lower his price in this regard. The reason why there are no architectural plans related to the dragon is entirely because he really doesn't have any, rather than not giving him any rest. In this way, Gushi became more interested in what Fong Kong finally gave him. In his opinion, Fong Kong would think that this thing could match 5 architectural design drawings of Yunzhong Temple, which must have gone through a series of considerations. At least in Fong Kang's eyes, this thing is worth the price. So Gushi put down the architectural design drawings of the Demon Palace and Yunzhong City, and opened the last architectural design drawing. As the architectural design drawing was opened, the look of surprise in Gushi's eyes could not stop. But fortunately, he still remembers Fong Kang's current situation. Gushi suppressed his thoughts and said to Fong Kong through his mind's eye, "There is something wrong with your thing. You didn't want to give it to me because you had no way to use it after you got it." Fong Kong smiled and said, "If someone makes trouble for me and blocks my way, I will naturally fight back. Brother Gu, I won't say anything else. Just tell me, is this thing worth 5 Zhang Yunzhong Temple? Architectural design drawings? It's worth it. If this thing isn't worth it, it really doesn't have much value. And yours is exactly what I want. Even if there are problems, I won't let it go." Brother Fong, thank you very much for this. Gu Shi raised his hand and Fong Kong thanked him. Chapter 730 Dragon Valley. Dragon Nest Portal Large. Special use 25,000 resources. 30 units of stone. 30 units of wood. 30 units of metal. 50 units of sulfur. 50 units of gems. And 50 units of crystal to build a Dragon Nest portal in the city, large buildings. After completion, the portal into Dragon Nest, randomly, will be opened once a week. Before construction, you need to build a level 5 magic tower, core building. A level 3 blacksmith shop, core building. A level 1 or above dragon cliff. Dragon cave. Yunjong temple. Or sky temple. When he saw a dragon nest, Gu Shi might not have felt anything. But when he discovered that this portal could be opened once a week and allowed people to easily enter Dragon Nest, Gu Shi knew what the use of this thing was. Dragon Valley, Dragon Kingdom, and Dragon Tomb are the three major gathering points of the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Valley is basically the birthplace of the dragon. As long as the dragon is born and grows here, it is considered the Dragon Valley. Of course, places where 1 or 2 giant dragons grow up are generally not boasted about like this. The smallest Dragon Valley can produce 10 to 15 young dragons almost every year. The larger Dragon Valley produces about 50 or 60 young dragons a year, which is equivalent to the number of dragons needed for a large dragon kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom is where young dragons gather after they reach adulthood. Generally speaking, there will be 50 to 60 giant dragons in a Dragon Kingdom, and they guard a lot of wealth there. As time goes by, there will be more and more dragons in the Dragon Kingdom. There are even some giant dragon kingdoms that monopolize a world. It can be said that the Dragon Kingdom is the manifestation and guarantee of the dragon's power. As for the final Dragon Tomb, it is closely related to Gu Shi. What if Fong Kong brought out the architectural design of the Dragon's Tomb portal this time? No need to think about it. Gu Shi even took out all the architectural design drawings in his hand and replaced them. Because the Dragon Tomb is one of the places where dragons go after they die. Except for those dragons who died in battle. Most of the old dragons would go towards the Dragon Tomb on their own when they felt that they were about to die. There awaits the coming of death. In such a place, there will definitely be a large number of bone dragons, ghost dragons, and even dragon liches. Especially the older the Dragon Tomb, the more such existences there are, with the ability to calm down the Death Lord. If he found a dragon's tomb, there would be basically no need to write it down. There will definitely be a lot of killing in the future, and you will move forward all the way. But now even in Dragon Valley, this is enough for Gu Shi. This one is worth 5. What Fong Kong said is quite reasonable. Seeing the change in Gu Shi's expression, Fong Kong knew that Gu Shi agreed to the deal. At this time, he made a gesture to Gu Shi. Gu Shi was stunned for a moment, and then understood what Fong Kong meant. The function of the Eye of the Mind was activated, and a message appeared in Fong Kang's heart. Anything else? Yes. I snatched this architectural design from my enemy. I'm not sure he has the same set in hand. If so, the portals built with the same architectural design can be connected through a method that few people know. I hope you can do me a favor. Heal your opponent? Gu Shi glanced at Fong Kong. Although the benefits he gave were enough, Gu Shi was not the kind of person who was willing to help others kill people. No, the conflict between us is not suitable for this. And the person above me will not let us invite a killer to take action like this. I hope you, if you encounter such a situation, please bring this in. As Fong Kong spoke, he pointed to the architectural design of the Dragon Nest portal. Gu Shi glanced at Fong Kong and opened the architectural design drawings of the Dragon Valley portal. Under this architectural design drawing is a recipe called Awakening Dragon Incense. Awakening Dragon Incense, alchemy formula used in alchemy laboratories. It can be used to prepare a spice that attracts dragons. The produced Awakening Dragon Incense is good for dragons, and can make dragons relax their vigilance. It is the best way to fight with giant dragons. The best material for diplomatic behavior. Looking at the recipe of the Awakening Dragon Incense, Gu Shi was a little confused. There is obviously nothing wrong with this thing. Why did Fong Kong specifically ask him to bring it with him? At this time, Fong Kong said through the Eye of the Mind, you don't need to ask any more questions. Just bring it with you. If you don't mind, there is no problem with bringing it with you every time. The reason why I pointed out is to tell you that I am plotting against my enemies in this regard. But it has nothing to do with you. You can just go there with this thing. By the way, if possible, prepare more Awakening Dragon Incense. These are the things that the Dragon Clan likes more. As long as they are available, they will buy them in large quantities. Fong Kong stated the matter directly, which made it difficult for Gu Shi to say anything. After all, this is not a bad thing for Gu Shi. At least Gu Shi's awakening dragon incense is what the Dragon Clan needs. Which brings Gu Shi closer to the Dragon Clan. After Gu Shi returns, he can contact many dragon clans through the route of Dragon Valley. Gu Shi can have as many dragons as he wants. After hearing this, Gu Shi didn't say anything else. He collected all the architectural design drawings he showed Fong Kong. Their deal was complete. The most important thing is that Fong Kong secretly confessed some things to Gu Shi. In this way, Gu Shi will cooperate with Fong Kang's actions. At least it won't be like before, where everything has to be guessed. When Gu Shi put away these architectural plans, Fong Kong also stood up. Brother Gu, you can take these architectural design drawings to the auction house south of the Alien Fire Dragon Cave. There will be a small auction every day, a large auction every 3 days, and a full day auction every 10 days. Your stuff is of the highest quality. As long as you take it out, it will be a good item that big guilds and big families are clamoring for. You go there and find a professional auction house. If you have any special needs, they can arrange the shipment. What does cross-selling mean? You can tell them what you want, and then your items will be placed at the auction house, and they will be responsible for processing them. At that time, they will ensure that you get what you want. As for how much they earn in the process of cross-selling goods, it has nothing to do with you. However, there is one good thing about this casual item. That is, it saves trouble. If you have time, you can mix goods by yourself. Buy high and sell low. And you can find what you want anyway. But that would take up a lot of time. Chapter 731 Auction House. After getting out of the boat, Gu Shi followed the direction provided by Fong Kong and found the location of the auction house near the Alien Fire Dragon Cave. When he first came here, Gu Shi thought the auction house here was a huge auction house. And from time to time, he heard some people banging hammers there. But after entering here, Gu Shi realized that he had really thought too much. The tents here are piled on top of each other, making it look like a ghetto. As soon as Gu Shizai entered here, some small red-skinned creatures that were running fast surrounded him. Balance comes first. Sir, do you have anything you want to auction? You can come to our balance auction house. We have corresponding branches in 36 cities in the Red Flame Empire. No matter what you want. Sir, we can do it. Done. For the sake of balance? Sir, come to our auction house. Our auction house is the largest auction house in the Alien Fire Dragon Cave and has sufficient capital. Come to our auction house. Sir, we can pay in cash directly. The auction house in front of me felt wrong at first glance. If Fong Kong hadn't recommended this place, Gu Shi would never have come here. Looking at the people surrounding him, Gu Shi even took a step back. At this moment, a smaller red-skinned creature was jumping there non-stop. Sir, look here. We have a lot of corpses here. Sir, do we need a lot of corpses? Gu Shi turned his head to look at the creature and found that he was wearing a top hat. He was wearing a dark red dress, which made him look different from the others at first glance. Gu Shi glanced at him and said, Besides corpses, what other advantages does your family have? Sir, our family is famous for being lucky. We are always lucky enough to get what we want. It can be said that in our auction house, the transaction of goods will be faster than others. When he stood up and said this, the others all turned their heads. They all understand that in other aspects they can say it. But in terms of luck, they really can't compare with this person. Okay, then let's go to your auction house and have a look. Gu Shi's main focus now is to come all the time. Anyway, he had a lot of architectural design drawings that he couldn't use and wanted to sell them. It would be best if you could exchange it for what you need. After hearing what Gu Shi said, the little guy immediately said, Guest, come this way. Ours is called Red Clover, and the main theme is luck. Now I will lend you our family's good luck. You will definitely be able to exchange for good things in our auction house. Gu Shi just smiled after listening to this little guy's words. Good luck. As a player, Gu Shi believes in luck, but he really doesn't believe in good luck. He's not a betting dog. There is no thought of relying on luck. He can reach this point today only because of his own efforts step by step. This time I will go with him to the Crimson Clover auction house. Mainly because there are a lot of corpses there. As for luck or something like that, Gu Shi really didn't believe in it. But when Gu Shizai arrived at the Crimson Clover auction house, he realized that his idea was a little too one-sided. The Crimson Clover auction house in front of them looked like a small tent no more than 2 meters high. The ground was paved with ordinary wooden boards. An auctioneer was standing on a box, and there were no customers in front of him. When he met Gushi, the auctioneer was still introducing the items he had just taken out for auction. Come and take a look. This is the right-hand part found in the world of New Dara. Did you see it? This is a high-tech product. The 5 fingers can be transformed into 5 different weapons and tools. The most important thing is that this is the embodiment of the highest technology in the world of New Dara. As long as there is enough energy, the right hand can break through all defenses. Come and take a look. Everyone. This thing can be used by yourself or given to your subordinates. If it doesn't work, it can be installed in other places. Now the seller is in urgent need of it. And the price is quite low. You only need 300 pieces of flame energy to take it away. Is there anything you want? Seeing this situation, Gushi couldn't help but pause. At this time, he somewhat believed that the Red Clover auction house was a lucky place. Gushi could tell at a glance that the auctioneer was holding parts needed for a temporary mission. A sealed power. And it's the right-hand part that he's missing. Gushi knew very well that he had only come to this world temporarily, and his identity had not been found out. Even if someone finds out, no one will keep an eye on their mission. Now that I have encountered this mission item, it seems that I am really lucky. Gushi raised his hand. I want this thing. As soon as Gushi finished speaking, the auctioneer turned to look at Gushi. Okay. This guest has made a bid. 300 pieces of flame energy. Is there anyone else who offers a higher price? Are there any more? Let's start the countdown now. 3, 2, 1. Congratulations to this guest. You got this green quality right-hand part. The auctioneer pointed his hand towards Gushi, and a red scale appeared in front of Gushi. One end of the scale is naturally the right arm that was just auctioned, while the other side is empty. Gushi glanced at the scale and found that this world is really all about balance. Even in an auction, balance is emphasized here. Gushi doesn't have fire energy, but he has enough negative energy. Throwing the negative energy to the other side of the scale, Gushi found that the negative energy and flame energy here were converted at a ratio of 1.1 to 1. A total of 330 points of Gushi's negative energy were collected here before this right hand was given away. Fortunately, the auction house did not cheat Gushi. There is absolutely nothing wrong with what was given. At least a message popped up in front of Gushi. Your temporary mission, the seal power has changed, and you have found a right-hand part that suits the mission requirements. Task requirements: find 7 seal components May 7th. Assemble and defeat the assembly 0/1. Looking at the message that popped up, Gushi couldn't help but sigh. There are still 2 pieces left, and it's finally almost finished. At this moment, the auctioneer on the stage was promoting another prop. However, the items being sold this time were not what Gushi wanted. Gushi didn't look much further, but Gushi never expected that the auctioneer would be talking there even though there was no one around. Okay, this guest has made a bid. 700 pieces of flame energy. Is there any higher amount? 710 pieces. Is there any more? Is there any more? The latest quotation is 730. Looking at the auctioneer's excited expression, Gushi hesitated. Who is buying something? Chapter 732 Amazing Auction Items. After trying several times, Gushi finally understood. This should be an ability that belongs to the parallel space category. Even though you just stood in the tent and listened to the auctioneer yelling, the auctioneer was actually communicating with many guests at the same time. However, there is no communication between guests. They can only hear their own bids and communicate with the auctioneer in front of them. Gushi was not very used to it at first, but he soon got used to this situation. In fact, it can't be said that Gushi is used to this way of dealing with things. It's just that he was attracted by the various products in front of him and has forgotten to consider the issues here. Soon Gushi bought many things. There were no traces of the large number of corpses that attracted him here at the beginning. But Gushi bought at least 3 mission items related to the temporary mission here. Among them are 2 plague recipes required for temporary mission, plague feast, weird fairy tales recording weird stories, etc. As for the various materials that Gushi is interested in, there are even more. Gushi even saw a manuscript called the Manual of Transformation of the Undead here. However, this manuscript only appeared for a moment before it was bought for 5 times the price in the shortest possible time. Gushi didn't even have a chance to hesitate. And now Gushi is staring at one of the items. Not to mention the quality of this item. Just looking at the effect of this item, I am afraid that no one except Gushi will notice it. This is a linkage item between the 3 divine skills of death. Gushi obtained the 3 magical skills of death. But he only linked the 2 skills of Death City and Death Incarnation. The Death Lord that was later mastered never caused any linkage between the 3 divine skills. At first, Gushi thought something was wrong. As a result, when Gushi was playing in the Sleeping Beauty Castle, he realized that it turned out that the 3 divine skills were linked together and could only be obtained for the first time. If you want to link the 3 magical skills you get later, you have to find them yourself. Later, Gushi obtained the Hand of Death and obtained the 2nd incarnation of Death. This is considered a linkage between the Death Incarnation and the Death Lord. The item being auctioned this time is the linkage between Death City and Death Lord. Gushi is quite sure of this, although he didn't see the attributes on it. And the auctioneer didn't say it was a 3-god skill-linked item. Gushi could tell what was going on here at a glance. This is something that looks like a statesman medal, but it has a smiling skull engraved on it. According to the auctioneer, this is a blue item, similar to the statesman medal, which can increase the role of diplomacy. For some players who take the diplomatic route, this is also a good treasure. But for Gushi, it cannot be explained by the word treasure. Gushi made his choice right away and bought the piece of equipment at a fixed price at a premium of 5 times. When Gushi took a picture of this thing, the effect of delivery appeared in front of him again. And Gushi got this thing. Medal of Death, Purple the Death City, and the Death Lord are linked treasures. The Death City will actively attract dead brave men, wandering undead, unwilling wise men, etc. They will become residents of the city and undertake various tasks in the city. Note: these dead will not be able to become combat troops. Looking at the death medal he had just received, Gushi also laughed. What he lacks in the city now are various administrative personnel, especially the residents in various buildings. You must know that Gushi's current combat troops and ordinary people have reached a terrible ratio. Although Aladovi City does not need so many people to manage. Although Gushi has been working hard to use all skeletons below level 4 as labor. But many buildings are not yet functioning perfectly. With the death medal, Gushi can sit back and wait for all kinds of capable undead to join Aladovi City. At that time, the development of Aladovi City can be arranged for them. But after getting this thing, Gushi also had an idea in his mind. Who will manage these manpower? The 4 contracted undead under him all have their own directions. Is it possible that he has to find another contracted undead to manage personnel management? This won't work. The 5th contracted undead in Gushi's plan will take the financial route. After all, Gushi now has more and more resources, and he has no time to count them, let alone the barracks, witch huts, markets and other places in the city. The transactions and harvests are getting more and more. Gushi also couldn't go to Aladovi City every day to deal with these things. He needs a contracted undead who can help him deal with these things. In terms of personnel, we may have to push it back a little further. While thinking about this matter, the auctioneer above brought in a new item. He raised this thing above his head. Everyone, please pay attention. This is the latest product. It has just been handed over to our Crimson Clover auction house. Please look here. I can guarantee that the existence of this item is for everyone. Everybody wants it. Please see. This is the Holy Grail of wishing. As the auctioneer spoke, he raised a wooden cup the size of his fist. Gushi only took a glance and felt that there was a nebula-like liquid in the cup. Everyone should be able to understand what the wishing Holy Grail is, so I won't introduce it too much. The starting price now is 300,000 fire energy. And the price is the same. The one with the highest price will get it. Gushi didn't learn much about the Holy Grail in school, but in Qian Guild, several methods of using the Holy Grail were found. The so-called Holy Grail is a special wish-making instrument. For ordinary players, drinking the water from the Holy Grail will allow them to reach level 20 without any obstacles. In other words, as long as the experience is sufficient, players can continue to upgrade. And there is no need to consider the promotion requirements between the 4 levels of 5, 10, 15, and 20. In the hands of Lord-type players, this is a means to directly ignore all building prerequisites and forcefully build a building. Even if you are a demon city, as long as you have the wishing Holy Grail, you can directly build a cloud city in the city to recruit angels. For some lords, this is no less important than opening up their own level 20 channel. In the Rising Sun Guild, there is a record of some information left by the guild master. The liquid in the Holy Grail of wishing, in conjunction with the necromancer, can revive extremely powerful creatures whose strength exceeds that of the necromancer himself. As for how many levels exceeded, there was no record in the information left by the president. The only thing that can be known is that the dead golden crow was resurrected by the guild president using the remaining liquid in the wishing holy grail. Now that this thing appeared in the auction house, Gushi said decisively, 400,000. Chapter 733 found something wrong. The boss invites you. 731. After more than 10 rounds of price increases, the price of this wishing holy grail has been rising. Just when Gushi was about to raise the price again, the 6-lane flaming lamp in his left hand lit up, and the holder of the mind lamp appeared in front of Gushi. As soon as he appeared, Gushi calmed down. At this time, Gushi also understood that his immunity had been transferred to his immunity to fire. The situation in front of him was clearly that he was affected by the power of the mind, and he was a little over the top for a while. Otherwise, how could the price of such a wish-making holy grail be raised to this level? The most important thing is that Gushi even had the idea of taking the holy grail of wishing at all costs. This is very unreasonable. Gushi immediately shut his mouth, put his hand on the person holding the suit, and turned to look at the little guy who brought him here. I've been standing for so long. Isn't there a place here where I can sit down and rest? The little guy was still jumping up and down excitedly, not treating big customers at all. After Gushi said this, the little guy reacted and brought all kinds of food and drinks to Gushi. However, there was no chair or sofa for Gushi to sit on. It seemed that there was no intention to let Gushi sit down. Faced with this situation, Gushi didn't say anything. He simply sat down. The little guy wanted to stop it, but didn't know what to say. When Gushi sat down on the ground, he realized that the ground inside the tent was somewhat uneven, as if it was carved with some kind of magic circle. If it was before, Gushi might have thought that this was a method of mirroring or plain space. Gushi would not pay too much attention even if he found out about the method of preventing other guests from seeing each other. But things were different now. Gushi had doubts about this kind of auction house. So Gushi's attitude was different. He reached out and touched the ground gently. With Gushi's level 9 magic knowledge, Gushi was able to recognize some information on the ground. Emotional node? Crazy as fire? Gushi patted the person holding the equipment in front of him. The person holding the suit immediately looked around. Gushi began to look outside through the vision of the person holding the suit. He discovered that there was also an inconspicuous magic circle on the top of the tent. This magic circle amplifies and absorbs the emotions of the people in the tent. If the people inside the tent had sat down, emotions might not have risen as quickly. There is probably a reason why people are not allowed to sit down in this auction house. No matter what the reason was, it was not the reason why they considered Gushi. Gushi silently put away the things he just bought, turned around and started to leave. When the little guy who brought Gushi over saw this situation, he hurried forward to stop it. As a result, Gushi glared. What's the matter? You can only enter but not exit your auction house? While Gushi was talking, 2 other costume holders appeared next to Gushi. At the same time, the sky of white bones covering Gushi's body also rose. Even if he doesn't bring his men, Gushi doesn't have to worry about his own safety. The existence of 3 armor holders allows him to deal with many different situations. If this little guy dared to say no, Gushi would dare to kill someone. Perhaps because he saw Gushi's attitude, or perhaps because of the restrictions of other rules. This little guy didn't dare to stop Gushi's behavior at all. Even if Gushi walked out of the tent, he and the auctioneer couldn't say anything more. After leaving the tent, Gushi raised his head and glanced at the situation at the auction house. He discovered that this was not the case only at the Red Clover auction house in front of him. The same situation existed in a nearby street and in the entire auction area. A layer of crimson aura enveloped all the auction houses. This aura was about to form clouds, and Gushi looked up along the clouds, and could also find that behind the clouds, there were many phantoms existing in the clouds. Those phantoms are all kinds of treasures and props. It's obvious that the auction house uses these things to attract many players, and then uses some of the auction house's arrangements to arouse the players' emotions. My little friend, I've seen enough. When Gushi wanted to take a look at what was behind the clouds, a voice rang in Gushi's ears. Gushi was startled and was about to turn around with his magic wand, when a portal that only he could see appeared in front of him. This portal was almost identical to the one he opened when he entered the world before him. Gushi also realized at this time that he was being targeted by the 2 big bosses of this world. Although facing such a big boss, Gushi was under great pressure. But Gushi still gritted his teeth and stepped into the portal. The moment Gushi stepped into the portal, he felt that the temperature nearby suddenly increased by thousands of degrees, and the air around him even became distorted. Fortunately, Gushi was temporarily immune to the damage of fire. Although he felt hot at this temperature, he could still withstand it. When Gushi stood firm and took a look, he found that everything around him was red, as if he had entered a kingdom of flames. What surprised Gushi the most was that he could actually see something different among so many flames. For example, what temperatures do different colors represent? Which ones are flames? Which ones are obviously people made of flames? Etc. In front of him, a huge eye made of flames was staring at him, just as Gushi was about to retreat with the magic wand in hand. The voice rang again. Little friend, don't worry. I don't mean any harm. You have an orange piece of equipment on your hand, right? Is it the lamp you are holding in your left hand? Gushi's heart tightened, and he was about to raise the magic wand. Unexpectedly, the voice said again, no wonder you are immune to the influence of flames and immune to emotional fluctuations. It turns out that it is the protection of the orange outfit. So I can understand. Don't worry, little friend. I won't steal your things. I just saw that you were a little out of tune with the emotional points I arranged. So I took another look at you. I just didn't expect that such a discovery could be made. It seems that you are a very lucky person. Come, sit down and have a drink. How about that? Gushi was also thinking in his mind whether the big man in front of him was good or bad. But Gushi changed his mind. His current strength may not even be able to beat those at level 20. The two people in this world are obviously above level 20. And they can't clearly see the upper limit. If such an enemy wants to deal with him, there is no need to go to such trouble. So Gushi straightened his clothes and turned around to take a look. Behind him, a sofa made of flames appeared. Beside the sofa, there is a glass of liquid in a goblet of fire. Obviously, this is an invitation for Gushi to sit down and have a drink. Chapter 734 Forced Upgrade to Level 8. Knowing in his heart that he was safe for the time being, Gushi naturally sat on the sofa. He stretched out his hand and took the cup in front of him. When Gushi held the cup in his hand, he could still feel the cup beating in his hand, which was obviously like a burning flame. This situation somewhat frightened Gushi. At the same time, he also understood that the strength of the person in front of him had reached a very high level. At least the flame in his hand can become solidified contrary to natural phenomena. This level of strength is simply not something that can be achieved at level 20. This person's status in Gushi's heart has begun to approach that of the great king in the Mirror Underground Palace world. While thinking this, Gushi took a sip of the liquid in the cup. The moment he drank the liquid, Gushi felt his whole body heat up, and several messages suddenly flashed before his eyes. You drink the fire of life, and are affected by the fire of life. Your level is forcibly raised to level 8. Your life and magic power will be replenished. All adverse conditions will be cleared. Your constitution will be +1. And you will be able to choose 2 of the following 5 skills. Items as rewards. Ripples in the Sea of Fire. Under the influence of the fire of life, there is a special promotion route for the death ripples. The original transparent death ripples turn into flame ripples. Under the power of death, there will still be a fire attack effect, even if you are attacked by the death ripples. If you don't die, you will still be attacked by flames for at least 3 minutes. Firestorm, influenced by the fire of life. The special advancement route of the Bone Storm. All the bone fragments released by the Bone Storm will carry the power of fire. After cutting into the enemy's body, a small explosion will occur. The explosion power ranges from 10 points to 45 points. Flame Priest, affected by the fire of life. The Skeleton Priest special promotion route. The released Skeleton Priest will be carrying flames. As long as the flame is still there, the Skeleton Priest will always exist and continue to bless the undead troops. Kind of effect. Fire Domain, under the influence of the fire of life. The tendrils of the dead and the fire trap merge into one. The resulting new skill is the highest level of the 2 skills. It consumes 100 mana points and puts down a flame domain at the designated location. The flame domain there will be attack effects such as trap explosions and tentacle entanglements. Fire Shield, affected by the fire of life. A special promotion route for the secondary Bone Shield. The use of the Bone Shield no longer consumes corpses, and the Bone Shield will have its own fire damage effect, bringing 150 to the enemy attacking itself. Points of damage below. Look at the information that pops up in front of you. Gushi looked at the cup in his hand with disbelief. He took a sip of the water in it. How could he be upgraded? Isn't it too easy to upgrade like this? Later, Gushi was surprised to find that the experience points he needed to upgrade from level 8 to level 9 were still the same as the 55,000 points required to upgrade from level 7 to level 8. This is equivalent to Gushi by getting a level 1. At the same time, the skills at this level are obviously targeted. The power of fire affects the overall situation. All 5 new skills are related to fire. Even the skill of flame domain is obviously to integrate the tendrils of the dead and the flame trap to form a larger domain attack method. It can be said that Gushi made money immediately. Gushi raised his head and looked in the direction of the huge eyes. Unexpectedly, a smile appeared in those eyes. Please don't be anxious. Take your time. We have plenty of time. Faced with the situation in front of him, Gushi was silent for a moment and then made a choice. Flame Domain and Firestorm have become Gushi's choices for upgrading this time. The next moment, Tendrils of the Dead, Fire Trap and Bone Storm all disappeared from Gushi's skill list, replaced by 2 new skills. At the same time, these 2 skill levels have also been raised to corresponding levels. The Flame Field directly reached level 5, and the Firestorm reached level 6. At the same time, the improvement effect originally applied to the Bone Storm now also falls on the Firestorm. Another thing, Bone Sky Curtain is a skill based on Bone Storm. Now the Bone Storm has turned into a Firestorm. In this way, the Bone Sky also has a trace of flame power. The Bone Storm that turned into a cloak and draped over Gushi's body was now tinged with a hint of crimson. Seeing Gushi make his choice, a playful smile flashed across his big eyes. Perhaps because he had seen too many choices. Big Eyes did not ask Gushi about his final situation. Instead, he said directly, "You don't have to worry about the fundamentals that affect you. This Fire of Life will only increase the level below 10 levels and will not affect your growth. I saw you wanted to buy the Wishing Chalice before. The quality of that thing is not much different from my Fire of Life. So I gave you this cup." Gushi smiled and said nothing. He couldn't say that he wanted to wish for the Holy Grail just because he got drunk. In fact, he didn't have such an idea at first. At most, I just want to make it easier to build the Dragon Nest portal. And I don't have the idea of putting all my strength into it. But when the big boss spoke, Gushi naturally couldn't pretend not to know. He said very politely, "Thank you. This Fire of Life is quite good. As long as you like it. But do you want another drink?" "No. 1 cup is enough for me." Gushi knew that something must be going on when the boss called him over. A cup of Fire of Life is regarded as an experience reward for completing the task ahead of schedule. Another drink. Gushi can't stand it. After all, completing a task to directly upgrade 2 levels would probably kill someone. Ha ha ha. Listening to Gushi's words, the boss also laughed. "Don't worry. I have a lot of this kind of thing. And you also know the situation in our world. Everything needs to be balanced. We have here the means to maintain balance. In order to ensure that the number of people and the level are equal, we often need to use some means to improve the level of our residents. So there is not much of this kind of stuff. So don't worry. If you still want to drink it, I still have it here. But you have to pay attention. The Fire of Life can only upgrade your level to level 9. After level 10, you will not be able to use this thing." "No. No need. This gentleman called me over. He must have something to do. Please tell me if you have something to do. I will try my best to do it." "Nothing. Never mind. I know that I can't beat around the bush with my hot temper. I really have something to talk to you about. Is the lamp in your hand immune to spiritual influences? If you can, do me a favor and go to Ocean Dynasty once." Chapter 735, Breaking the Boundary Mission. Hearing this, Gushi's heart skipped a beat. This is all a conflict between big bosses. So it doesn't matter if he is involved. At this moment, the voice said again, "Don't worry. I didn't ask you to assassinate anyone. It's just that your orange equipment happens to be immune to the influence of the mind. So I invite you to come over. I don't dare to do this kind of work with other people. And you don't have to worry about me doing anything. The characteristics of this world prevent me from doing things that disrupt the balance. This time I actually want to move up a level. But as you can see, the levels between me and the person opposite me must be balanced. I am the kind of person with a relatively impulsive personality. Every time I improve my experience early, I end up taking it slowly, or even dragging it on. It's his business if he's cautious by nature. But why should he hold me back from leveling up? Every time he has enough experience, he has to consider this and that. Unless the success rate is over 98%, he will not upgrade. But the question is what success rate needs to be considered for upgrading. I have an emotion that is as impulsive as fire. Please help me take it to Ocean Dynasty. There is no need to put it in front of that guy. You can go directly to Ocean Dynasty. Go to any place and pour this impulsive emotion into it. You don't have to come back afterwards. I will give you a random portal to leave. When the time comes, you just open the portal and leave. Don't come back in a short time. This matter has nothing to do with you. After hearing this, Gushi's expression turned serious. Does it really matter? If it really doesn't matter, why is this person so eager to send him away? After a few thoughts flashed through his mind, Gushi finally said decisively, okay, I'll do this. The big boss also burst out laughing at Gushi's honest attitude. Okay, I like your attitude. You go now. I will send you to the Will-O-Wisp Wilderness. There is a passage leading to the Ocean Dynasty over there. With your strength, it is not a problem to sneak through. After speaking, the temperature of the surrounding flames rose rapidly. Before Gushi could react, Ichika was in front of him. When he took a clear look at his surroundings, he found that he had been sent to a different area of the world. Will-O-Wisp Wilderness. Perhaps it is because the Ghostfire Wilderness in front of us is located at the border with the Ocean Dynasty. The temperature here is obviously not that high. Gushi can survive here without even needing to turn on fire immunity. After arriving here, Gushi immediately activated the effect of the 6-ray flaming lamp, switching his immunity effect to psychic immunity. Then he released the holder of the soul lamp and asked him to use the power of mind shielding to hide himself. After doing all this, Gushi finally breathed a sigh of relief. The pressure on Gushi just now was too great. He even thought about rejecting the big boss's mission request at first. Fortunately, he changed his mind in the end. Otherwise, he would have been fighting a big boss, who was beyond level 20, at the opponent's home court. Now, Gushi lowered his head and glanced at the 2 extra things in his hand, and knew in his heart that his choice was right. Not to mention the big man's strength. Even if he can put things into his hands without his knowledge, he is not something he can deal with. After finding a place to sit down, Gushi quickly checked the properties of these 2 things. One of them was something like an electric drill. Boundary breaking diamond, purple, a one-time prop that can be used in any game world. After use, it can break the game world and leave the game without formal exit. The other item is a green bottle. This is to be placed in the train car. It is obviously the beginning of Resident Evil. Solidified special aura. Purple, a kind of solidified emotion. Also a special aura. You can't tell what this emotion represents at all. You only know that as long as this bottle is opened, everyone nearby will be affected mentally. Looking at this message, Gushi couldn't help but swallowed. This is different from what was promised, Gushi thought in his heart. And at the same time, he had different ideas about what happened this time. Gushi did not immediately leave the Will-O-Wisp Wilderness and enter the Ocean Dynasty through the passage here. Instead, he released the holder of the mind lamp, put his hands on him, and checked the surrounding situation through the vision of the mind lamp. Previously, Gushi didn't dare to release the person holding the suit when he was with the big boss. It's different now. Gushi clearly felt that the level of the area in front of him was not very strong. This area was probably between level 1 and level 5. This was an idea that Gushi had inexplicably received some guidance when he entered this world. This area is repelling Gushi. I hope Gushi will leave quickly and not affect the balance here. Because of Gushi's appearance, most of the creatures nearby have retreated to other locations. From this, we can see what the upper limit of this area is. That's why Gushi dared to release the pretender naturally. At least he didn't have to worry. The big boss was by his side. As soon as the holder of the suit appeared, Gushi used the holder's vision to look around at the situation. At this glance, Gushi felt that something was not right. He thought seriously for a moment, then immediately raised his hand and released the holder of the underworld dragon robe. Then Gushi started to use another method to check the situation nearby. Comparing the two, Gushi discovered a very interesting situation. The Will-O-Wisp Wilderness in front of me should not be connected to the Ocean Dynasty, but should be connected to the pillar of the Dead Earth Element boss in this world. Influenced by the Dead Earth Element boss, this place has a somewhat undead atmosphere, and at the same time, the power of the 4 elements has also increased significantly. For this reason, Gushi is here now. It only affects the balance and has not been driven out. And because the atmosphere here is chaotic, even the big boss of the Red Flame Empire cannot set his sights here. This gave Gushi a chance. Gushi now started thinking about his mission. The mission reward has been obtained, and the mission goal is actually not difficult. The only thing Gushi needs to consider now is how to leave safely. Playing with the boundary-breaking diamond in his hand, Gushi felt that there was an obvious problem with it. If you use this to leave, you won't be discovered by the sea giants on the Ocean Dynasty side. But Gushi cannot guarantee that the randomness here is truly random. The location when leaving will not be discovered by the person from the Red Flame Empire. Gushi didn't dare to gamble with his life. Thinking of this, Gushi's hand holding the boundary-breaking diamond couldn't help but tighten a little. Chapter 736 Complete the mission. I just came here to sell something. How could I encounter something like this? After all, it still lacks strength. If only I were stronger. I can fight even enemies above level 20. Gushi murmured in his heart, while heading towards the direction of Ocean Dynasty. After a night of thinking, Gushi had thought everything through. At least, he had some plans on how to escape from the situation in front of him. Although he kept muttering in his heart, Gushi still planned to complete this mission. After all, he had already received the mission reward. If he didn't complete the mission, it would be unjustifiable in every aspect. Although this is a game world, the rules in the game are even stricter. It's okay to kill people in the game, but you won't be rewarded for completing the tasks. Or you won't complete the tasks even if you get the rewards. The game will tell you in minutes what a mission is too big to accomplish. Gushi didn't want to become the villain the school teacher said he was. Even if there are pitfalls in the task at hand, he will find another way to get out of the pit instead of running away. Gushi, who felt unhappy, quickly passed through the area with the most chaotic aura and headed towards the Ocean Dynasty. Because the mind shielding effect is always on. Therefore, Gushi's existence has never been discovered. In addition, he took relatively small roads along the way, and he encountered no danger along the way. There were several obvious glances coming at Gushi, but none of them fell on Gushi. As the speed of these gazes became faster and faster, and the scope of the back and forth glances became wider and wider, Gushi knew that the people from Ocean Dynasty had already set their sights on him. No wonder this world is based on balance. And both sides are the same thing. The two bosses have been fighting each other for who knows how many years. They actually know exactly what methods both sides have. The sea giants of the Ocean Dynasty saw clearly what the Fire Lord of the Red Flame Empire could come up with. If Gushi had not had the ability to hide himself from the beginning, the first step into the Ocean Dynasty would have been difficult. Gushi, who understood this, was even more cautious along the way. Except for the two lantern holders, Huangquan Longpao and Soul Dark Lamb, Gushi did not release any of his men. The Huangquan Dragon Robe is used to explore the path through the terrain. Gushi can clearly find dangerous and desperate places. As long as he bypasses those places, Gushi can leave safely. The existence of the Mind Lamp, in addition to its ability to shield the mind, is mainly to check the sidelines coming from all around. On the side of Ocean Dynasty, exploration after time is what the Soul Lamp has discovered. This also made Gushi understand the direction he needed to go. It can be said that the existence of these sites is more useful than a compass. The closer you get to the direction of the ocean, the less land there is. Sometimes there are coastlines and beaches for a long distance. As he approached this place, Gushi immediately understood why the Fire Lord only asked him to open the medicine bottle before leaving. If this kind of potion is poured into seawater, it will not take long to contaminate the entire sea area. As long as it pollutes one sea area, it can contaminate the entire ocean empire. Normally, when Gushi reaches this point, all he has to do is find a coastline and pour the solidified special aura into it. But when Gushi wanted to do this, he had a feeling. If he poured these condensed special auras into the sea now, he would be attacked from all directions immediately. This attack would not necessarily cause much harm to Gushi, but it would drag him to the spot. And then, he would be caught in an attack like the sea. Gushi himself could carry out such an attack. Of course, he didn't want to meet such an enemy. Although Gushi didn't care about some ordinary soldiers. He can even replenish his own strength through constant fighting. But this world is completely different from the last one. The previous world has been almost played around by the natives of that world. And the most enemy that can come out is Eve. But this world is obviously different. This world has powerful beings whose strength exceeds level 20. And there are two of them at a time. The most important thing is that these two people may not know when their eyes will fall on Gushi. Gushi didn't want to fight with them. If he really had the idea of fighting them, Gushi would have taken action as soon as he was with the Fire Lord. The same is true now. Gushi didn't want to drag on fighting the enemies of the Ocean Dynasty. He relied on the guidance of the spiritual lamp all the way to avoid all kinds of troubles. And finally came to the top of a cliff. This is where Gushi feels the safest. It is also the place where you can leave immediately after completing the task. Gushi looked around, but did not take out the condensed special aura immediately, but quickly made various preparations. Gushi used the fire field to continuously set up various fire traps nearby. When no one comes, these flame traps will not be activated at all. But as long as someone comes, everything nearby will be exploded. At that time, everyone will focus on this. Plus Gu's psychic shielding of breath. He will have the opportunity to escape to the area where the aura is chaotic. Coffin has recorded all the routes along the way, and has already analyzed where they can leap, and where they can make sharp turns. Don't think that it took Gushi nearly a day and a night to get here. But Gushi believed that if he wanted to go back, he could enter the area with the most chaotic atmosphere within half a day. And this half day was the opportunity Gushi had bought for himself to escape. After making sure that everything was ready, Gushi put away the holder of the Huangquan dragon robe and raised his hand. The solidified special aura was thrown out by Gushi. Then Gushi pointed at the fire trap, activating its effect. Without waiting for Gushi to see the situation around him clearly, the evil coffin took Gushi in the direction they came from. This time, Gushi no longer needed to think about the route. He tightly grasped the lid of the evil coffin with both hands and simply closed his eyes. Through the side of the soul dark lantern, Gushi saw a large number of eyes all directed towards the location where he had just dropped the frozen special aura. No one paid any attention to him. This reassured Gushi a lot. But he knew that he didn't have much time, and the explosion could only destroy some situations at most. Mind shielding is not invisibility. When others are not paying attention, they may not notice anything. But as long as someone pays attention, they will find some abnormalities. And finally they can find the traces left by Gushi. Therefore, the evil coffin needs to be faster and faster. Chapter 737 Quick Evacuation. Under Gushi's urging, coffin moved faster and faster. When the evil coffin was upgraded last time, there was a groove on the surface of the evil coffin that could accommodate people. Gushi just lay there, smelling the salty sea breeze blowing in his face, and feeling the force of the wind blowing in his face. The tactile sensation it brought was no longer the same feeling as before when the cold wind blew all over my body. Even when the evil coffin flew from one cliff to another, Gushi even had the idea of screaming out. Fortunately, Gushi still remembered his goal this time, and decided not to act rashly if he could avoid attracting attention. So he kept his mouth tightly shut the whole time. And no matter what situation he encountered, Gushi never made any sound. It wasn't until more than 4 hours later that Gushi stood up when an evil wind blew in his face. He did it. And in half a day, he covered the journey that originally took a day and a night. Lifting his hand, Gushi released the holder of the underworld dragon robe. The holder already knew what Gushi wanted to do, and he immediately pointed in one direction. That is where the 4 elements of earth, water, wind, and fire are most confused. There are even abnormal fluctuations visible to the naked eye here. When he got here, Gushi quickly put away everything around him without thinking too much. And at the same time, he had already prepared a breakthrough drill and plunged into the ground. Just as the Fire Lord said, the boundary-breaking diamond can break everything easily. Before Gushi could react, a semi-fixed portal appeared in front of him. Gushi looked back in the direction of Ocean Dynasty, and there were already eyes on him there. So Gushi took a step forward and rushed into the portal. The next moment, a voice came from Gushi's ear. Player 629 SHG2S0FXC30. You are exiting ZFE2JDT04HJ70 through some private means. Please note that after exiting, you will not be able to return to the position you originally entered. Do you need to exit through this method? No. I want to exit the game. Also through private means, but not through the portal in front of me. Private means are available. You can exit ZFE2JDT04HJ70. As these words rang in Gushi's ears, Gushi's figure began to disappear quickly. It turned out that Gushi had already made preparations. There are many ways to leave this world. There was really no need for him to leave through the method that the Fire Lord had left behind, especially when he was not sure where the location behind the portal was. Gushi would not risk his life on this one. The reason why he wanted to escape here was to launch the boundary-breaking drill. The purpose is to attract other people's attention and make people think that he really used the boundary-breaking diamond to leave this world. In fact, the way Gushi left was very simple. Transfer by entering the mystery school, and then transfer by drop from the mystery school. Although this way, he may not be able to return to Balian City directly, but he will not go to some uncertain locations and encounter unnecessary trouble. After Gushi left this world through the mysterious academy, a blue light fell here, and a large number of water elements and water giants rushed out from nearby. These water elements didn't care about the situation in front of them, nor did they care about balance or imbalance. They rushed here as soon as possible. If Gushi were still here, he would realize how wise his choice was. The water troops that rushed over were not only numerous, but also quite powerful. Although there are miscellaneous soldiers around level 4 here, most of the troops are above level 7. There are even 3 large troops above level 10, and a large number of skirmishers above level 12. There are even some level 15 troops. Judging from their actions, they have been preparing for a long time. After rushing here, they immediately saw the disappearing portal. 2 water element elders around level 13 took action immediately, and took control of the disappearing portal. Then a large number of troops began to transport various supplies. It could be seen that they planned to fix the portal in front of them. However, none of them knew that Gushi had not left through the portal at this time. This gave them the opportunity. Otherwise, with the arrangement like that of the Fire Lord, how would these people have a chance to find the portal? But now Gushi is not in his mysterious academy. After returning to the Mystic Academy, Gushi immediately asked the faculty and staff in the academy to help him. Send him to the teleportation point to leave the academy. It was the grove where Gushi appeared when he first entered the Mysterious Academy. Because entry and exit to the Mysterious Academy requires tickets. So there is no saying where it comes from or where it goes. Instead, when students choose to leave, they will leave behind a city coordinate that belongs to them. Of course, as the dean of the college, Gushi has the right to use these coordinates. Gushi also had no intention of following the students to gain a position. He closed his eyes and swiped down the coordinates, marking a point at random. Send me out. Then Gushi felt a powerful force coming from him. And Gushi, who had just arrived at the Mysterious Academy, was sent out. The next moment, when the air around him became solid, Gushi opened his eyes. He found that he was in a not too small city. The city was surrounded by high-rise buildings, and the pedestrians coming and going were wearing ordinary t-shirts and shorts. The main focus is a casual style. Most people are holding some milk tea or other drinks in their hands. When they saw Gushi's weird attire, they wouldn't come around to watch. At most, they would take a look at him without showing any signs of surprise. It was obvious that Gushi had left the Mystic Academy and transferred to a player city. The people coming and going on the street are all players. Only in this way will they not be surprised by Gushi's dress. Seeing the situation before him, Gushi finally breathed a sigh of relief. He looked around and finally walked up to a player dressed as a police officer and asked, "Sorry to excuse you. There was something wrong with the transmission when I exited the game. It seems that the transmission was to the wrong city. I would like to ask, what city is this?" The player looked Gushi up and down. "Necromancer? From the city of Een? Did you participate in the school trial and was kicked out? Where is your leading teacher?" When Gushi heard this, his body shook involuntarily. He was afraid he had won the jackpot. Gushi, the capital of Een, has heard of it. That was one of the more famous cities in the real world before Yuanzu City was dragged deep into the game world. The reason why he had heard of it was because in the Netherbone Wind Academy, the dean always had a saying on his lips. One day, he will return to the real world and go to the University of the Undead in the city of the Underworld to study and learn more advanced necromancy. In other words, this is the real world. Is this impossible? Chapter 738. This is the real world? Seeing that Gushi didn't speak, the player asked worriedly, "Are you okay? Do you want me to contact your teacher for you?" "No. No need." Gushi quickly stopped him. He was not a college student from the Een City, so he would not dare to be contacted casually. But looking at the puzzled look on the player's face, Gushi quickly explained, "I skipped class. But there was something wrong with the portal, and I was sent here. By the way, brother, can you tell me, this city, what kind of city is it? I plan to walk around here and leave immediately. You just skipped class. Ha ha ha. I knew you were dishonest. So you took advantage of the trial to make purchases. I know what you call this. By the way, Special Forces Procurement. You have asked the right person. Our city is called Qianfeng City, and it is a third-level city under Shiraishihara Castle. But you really came to the wrong place. We mainly follow the route of wind and earth elemental magic. Although there is not much conflict with the necromancer, there is nothing suitable for you. If you want to buy some good stuff, you can actually go out from our portal and go directly to Baishiyuan City, where there are interstar trains leading to other big cities. The nearest undead city to Shiraishihara Castle is Hades City. It only takes about 2 days by taking the interstar domain train. As this person was speaking, Gushi finally believed that he had arrived in the real world. Although he was not sure what was going on, Gushi had a feeling that he would not be able to stay in the real world for too long. He must establish an anchor point in this real world in the shortest possible time. Think about it and prepare for it later. Taking a 2-day train to Hades City is not the best choice. So Gushi shook his head decisively. Brother, I won't go to Hades City. I'm not here just for the materials for the undead. I'm actually a lord. And I just want to buy some architectural designs that I don't usually see. Huh. No wonder you skip class. People who like the style of the undead really like it. But people who don't like it are really not used to it. I understand. You go to the portal later and tell them to go to Alpine City, where there is an architects guild that sells and trades architectural plans. Hearing this, Gushi's eyes lit up, and he immediately thanked him. Just when Gushi turned around and was about to leave, the player stopped Gushi again. When you have time, go take a dip in the sword-washing pool to wash off the smell of medicine on your body. I really don't understand why you kids below level 10 are so anxious. You even need medicines to upgrade. And you are not afraid of cutting off your own future. Let me tell you, you don't take much medicine now. And the sword-washing pool can wash away those problems. If you take too much, you will cry when you reach level 20. Young man, listen to me. Someone who has been there. Enjoy the life in school, and don't rush to grade 10 to graduate. After all, there is still a lot of life ahead of you. After listening to this player's words, Gushi thanked him seriously. Then he turned around and left. At this point, he had already believed that this was Balian City, or even the real world that the players of Uenzu City longed for. The rules here are completely different from those of the original city that was thrown deep into the game. After secretly asking several passers-by, Gushi did not go to the portal or the sword-washing pool as the player uncle had said before, but found an inconspicuous bookstore and started to look through various textbooks. Through reading and comparison, Gushi discovered that it was just like what he had learned in the Netherbone Wind Academy. Uenzu City really lacked a lot of things when it was pulled into the depths of the game. It's no wonder that the big guys above level 20 in Uenzu City are thinking about how to build a bridge to drag Uenzu City out of the depths of the game and back to the real world. In this real world, the upper limit for players is no longer level 30. Nor is it the upper limit of level 45 for the prince in the Mirror Underground Palace space where Aladovi City is located, but level 60. In the real world, all players can study in school to reach level 10. Unlike Baliancheng, when you graduate from school, you may have just found a job. As for the level 20, it may be an insurmountable chasm for the players in Balian City. But most players in the real world can easily cross it. Only reaching level 30 is the dividing line of player strength in the real world. This is just like the gap between players above level 10 and players below level 10 in Balian City. Everything Gushi had experienced along the way was nothing in the real world. Even a dungeon like Westminster Abbey may be a means for players to be trained by school teachers in the real world. The most important thing is that in the real world, players can die at least 3 times in their life without being affected. For Gushi, this was something he had never heard of before. In their world, except for some special protection or means. If a player dies in the game, he is truly dead. Even the necromancer is like this. If he dies in the game, he has only one way to become a lich. As a result, the real world can allow players to be resurrected at least 3 times in their lifetime. If there are other means, the number of resurrections will be even more. For players, this is a way for them to dare to fight hard. At this time, Gushi couldn't help but think of the Titan Slayer in his hand. In the real world, this weapon is probably considered a good weapon for desperate use. Use a chance of death to exchange for a powerful Titan. No matter how you look at it, it is a very cost-effective thing. In addition to this situation, there are many things in the real world that are beyond cognition. For example, in the real world, orange equipment is no longer a rare item. Gushi had heard from Dire Weasel before that the technology for upgrading purple equipment to orange equipment existed. Generally, when they reach level 30 or so, players will start to upgrade their most commonly used purple equipment to an orange equipment. This kind of upgrade will almost always be successful unless you encounter some special circumstances. The only difference is in the functionality of the orange equipment. Most players, at level 45, will have a guaranteed orange item in hand. When they reach level 50, they can start to think about the existence of a higher level. Red equipment. Of course, compared with orange equipment, the quality of red equipment is obviously much higher, and it is also more difficult to obtain. In the textbook that Gushi was looking at, there were only 1,037 pieces of red equipment ranked and recorded. The book only records the names of these equipments and who owns them. As for their effects, nothing is recorded. From this point of view, we can see how rare red equipment is. Chapter 739 Real-World Situation. Gushi didn't have much idea about red equipment, but he still wanted the correct way to upgrade purple equipment to orange equipment. At the same time, in this real world, Gushi still wants many things. In these textbooks, Gushi saw many things that were different from what he had learned in Balian City. Many of them are secrets of major guilds or major families. The result here is only the most basic knowledge, such as methods for soldiers to break through level 20, methods for cultivating specialty resources, cross-game teleportation technology, etc. There are many things here that Gushi has heard of, but has not mastered. Now, Gushi wants all of these things. But just when Gushi was about to pack up and buy the selected textbooks, he encountered a problem. In the real world, most transactions do not use the negative energy or other types of energy that Gushi imagined. Any player who comes to the game can get this kind of stuff in large quantities. This is worthless in the real world. In the real world, there are specialized currencies. Gushi wants to take things out and exchange them for other things. But that won't work here. In the end, Gushi could only put the packed books back, ask for the location of the auction house, and plan to sell some of the things he had and come back to exchange for these textbooks. But the bookstore clerk shook his head and said, "The auction house will not accept the things you just took out. If you want to sell negative energy, you have to go to North Street. However, your unprocessed negative energy is just a preliminary product, and the price will be relatively low." When the clerk said this, Gushi was a little embarrassed. What he can take out is these negative energies, and he can get more of them every day. Now that this kind of negative energy doesn't work, Gushi doesn't know what he can trade. Fortunately, this clerk was a serious person. Seeing that Gushi really wanted these books, but did not have the corresponding currency, he simply recommended Gushi to go to the nearby black market. After all, it is most convenient to sell the things that Gushi can get on the black market. Of course, besides going to the black market, the clerk also told Gushi a way. That is to go to the city hall to pick up the task. All Gushi wanted to buy were some textbooks. The prices of these things are actually not expensive, and the rewards of almost an ordinary mission are enough. The tasks in the city hall are not all tasks in the game. Some tasks can be completed in the real world. As long as Gushi chooses the right task, he will get the reward soon. And then Gushi can buy as many books as he wants. Gushi thought carefully about the clerk's suggestion. Nowadays, Gushi's main job is to listen to others' advice and have enough to eat. Whether it was the black market or the city hall, Gushi had to go and have a look. Take a look at where your opportunities lie. If it doesn't work, then go to the auction house one last time. Gushi carries so many things on his hands. There will always be one or two that can be sold. Because of this idea, Gushi's main focus is to have a peaceful mind. And luck was also taking care of Gushi. At the city hall, Gushi saw many tasks that needed to be dealt with in the city. One of the tasks attracted Gushi's attention. In a cemetery 50 miles outside the city, some ghosts have appeared in recent days. These ghosts have begun to leave this cemetery and go outside. At first, Xiafang City's idea was to find a few necromancers to deal with these ghosts, or to find a priest who had the power of the holy light to kill the ghosts. But they never expected that the situation of these ghosts was somewhat different. Ghosts are quite clever and will hide when encountering a large number of enemies. When there are fewer enemies, they will take the initiative to attack. The main theme is that one enemy advances and we retreat. This thing drags on one thing, 2 drags on another, and 2 drags on 3. It's been almost a month, and the ghosts haven't been dealt with yet. Even a few necromancers passed by, but they didn't even see the shadow of the ghost. So now the price of this task is getting higher and higher. Finally, it became a difficult problem. After looking at the mission description and then at the final reward, Gushi stepped forward decisively and said, "Hello. I have accepted this mission number TMH3V38 Hugab 9G. The staff member responsible for distributing tasks glanced at Gushi. You haven't graduated yet, right? Several level 15 necromancers have been to this task, but none of them have completed it. Can you do it? Okay. I have mastered the power of the Death Lord. I think I can talk to the ghost," Gushi said confidently. However, Xiafang City is not a city in the direction of the undead, and the several necromancers in this city are just passing through or living here temporarily. The staff here have no idea what the Death Lord's ability represents. In the opinion of this staff member, Gushi's strength is still a bit lacking. However, all the necromancers in this city have already been there, but all of them have no effect. Now a new necromancer is rare. If Gushi is willing to take over, Let him go and take over. After all, they were already considering whether or not to invite a professional Lich King from nearby to deal with this ghost. So the staff member took down the task list, looked up and asked, "What's your game number?" Gushi was heartbroken. Oops. His game number won't be usable here. A little worried, Gushi finally reported his number, 629SHD2S0FXC30. As soon as the staff heard this, they recorded the game number. Then he pushed the task list in front of Gushi. "Look, this is the mission description. You have 2 days. If you can't deal with the ghosts here within 2 days, the mission will be considered a failure. However, this mission has been pending for a long time, so there will be no deductions for mission failure. You don't have to worry about it." As he spoke, the staff handed the task list to Gushi's hands. Regarding the task rewards, the staff did not elaborate. In his opinion, Gushi might not be able to complete the task at hand. So for rewards or something, Gushi can just look at the task list. He really wants to get the task rewards, but he is overthinking it. It's just that the staff never thought that Gushi really came just for this mission reward. Because of repeated failures and price increases, this mission has not yet reached the level of a heavy reward. But it's not too low. When he was just reading in the bookstore, Gushi already understood the prices in the real world. If this mission is completed, in addition to getting all the books he packed before, Gushi can also buy one of the props he needs most. Position the Hearthstone. Chapter 740, The Player Who Became a Ghost. Positioning the Hearthstone. A type of Hearthstone is much better than the Hearthstone Gushi got in Victoria City. This thing is a transfer point that can be used across games. The game system can be skipped, allowing players to return to a certain game as if they were going home. This is considered a relatively valuable thing on by Lianqing's side. But in the real world, this thing is like a key and can be bought anywhere. The price is not too expensive either. Almost every player has 1 or 2 such Hearthstones. When they get off work every day, they can return to their own cabin in the game world through the Hearthstone and live a life that normal people cannot imagine. There are even some people who occupy a small game world by themselves. During the day, he is an ordinary office worker, and at night, he can dominate the game world. It can be said that players in the real world spend much more than Gushi and his friends. The reason why Gushi set his goal on positioning the Hearthstone was naturally because he wanted to leave an anchor point in the real world. After figuring out how to jump over the bridge built by the creation world and come to the real world this time, Gushi will definitely come back here again. After all kinds of resources in the real world exceed those in Balian City. Gushi didn't want to work so hard in Balian City to reach level 10, only to end up not even getting a diploma in the real world. While calculating what he could buy from this harvest, Gushi headed out of the city. Along the way, Gushi saw many doors equipped with positioning Hearthstones. Influenced by the placement of Hearthstones, the style of these gates also changed, and the older they became, the more influenced they became. In some places, the whole street has become a mess because of the conflict of multiple door styles. This made Gushi very happy, and he came to the cemetery outside the city without knowing it. This cemetery is called Donglu Cemetery. All those buried inside are players who have died because of the players' special reasons. Each cemetery has corresponding burial standards. In the Donglu Cemetery in front of us, only 150 players were buried. Each player was carefully investigated before his or her death. All the players buried were not above level 30. After their death, all of them were cremated, and their ashes were placed in lead boxes filled with mercury. After being buried underground, a large amount of copper juice would also be incorporated into them. There will even be some magic circles carved on the ground, the main focus of which is a strengthened seal. In fact, this cannot be blamed on the layout of the cemetery. It's because the player's situation is too special. Except for those players who died in the game and couldn't even find their bodies. Players have to die in the real world, and their bodies themselves are the best material for the necromancer. Putting aside the issue of their own level, the fact that players in the real world can be resurrected through various methods gives them many characteristics of death. When they were alive, they might not have reacted any differently because of their class and other reasons. But if they really die in the real world, all the death characteristics accumulated in them will explode. Without some special treatment, 9 out of 10 players will become corpses, in order to ensure that he will not turn into an uncontrollable undead after his death. Most players will choose to sign a consent form before death and go through various treatments before being buried. However, even after such treatment, this kind of cemetery cannot be guaranteed to be foolproof. After all, there are so many players buried here. and every player has died countless times. If such death energy gathers again, some changes will occur. Therefore, most cemeteries have some haunting incidents from time to time. However, most incidents can be handled by the cemetery managers themselves. Only this time, they encountered a tough ghost. Not only failed to suppress the ghosts, but they also caused a big incident. 2 necromancers almost died here, and even the equipment of the 2 necromancers was left behind. Although I don't know if this ghost has come into contact with the necromancer's equipment, the management staff here have to be on guard. When Gushi arrived at Donglu Cemetery, the management staff here quickly came to greet him and stopped Gushi before he could take in the surrounding situation. Hello. Are you the breath of the undead who just accepted the mission? Yes. Lo. Who are you? Gushi took a look at the old man in front of him, who looked a little thin. I found that his aura was pure, and the ground he stepped on had slight undulations. Obviously it was a change similar to the domain. From this alone, Gushi could tell that this person's strength was probably over level 20. This is placed in Balian City, and it is definitely a city lord type of existence. As a result, in this real world, he can only get a job as a tombkeeper, and based on the aura of the person in front of him, he is not following the path of the undead, nor the path of the holy light, but the direction of the earth element. This major is totally unsuitable. It can be seen from this that the real world is still too complicated. The old man didn't know that Gushi was looking at him, and he was still explaining to Gushi the cause of this ghost incident. Since the ghost appeared, we have checked. The person who turned into a ghost this time was Lu Baiwei. He was an ordinary player in Chiafang City, and a wind shaman. His life force disappeared when he hit level 30. He was level 29 when he died. He died at the age of 1174. He left no direct descendants, so he was buried in our Donglu cemetery. He had been buried before I came. I have been here for more than 500 years, and there has been no movement. It is a corpse that is relatively easy to manage. But this time I don't know what happened. He immediately turned into a ghost, and was uncontrollable. Even the necromancers and priests couldn't deal with it, because it was a long time ago, and I couldn't communicate with him. Things got worse and worse. The most important thing is that his death aura has spread now. If this continues, other corpses buried in my Donglu cemetery will also be affected, and turn into ghosts, and crawl out of their graves. As the old man spoke, he handed all kinds of information into Gushi's hands. Gushi looked through Lu Baiwei's information. I found that there were many imperfections in these materials. So Gushi pointed to these locations and asked, "What's going on? Why didn't he record during this time? There is no way. After all, it happened more than 1,000 years ago, and players always use hidden routes to enter the game. No one can guarantee that all the players' growth trajectories can be recorded." Chapter 741, A Ghost Approaching Level 30. After taking a look at the information in his hand, Gushi took out his equipment. When he was about to head towards Donglu Cemetery, the old man stopped Gushi. "Be careful, and don't show any hostility. The ghost inside has activated all of its abilities, and may even be stronger than when it was alive. Your strength is too weak. If you cause the ghost's dissatisfaction, I won't be able to save you." Gushi smiled and said nothing, holding the magic wand and heading towards the gate of Donglu Cemetery. Before he even got close to the gate, Gushi felt the hot breath coming towards his face. At the same time, he also saw a willow tree with red leaves growing on the hillside where Donglu Cemetery is located. The hot breath that hits your face comes from this willow tree. It is precisely because of these willow trees that this place is called Donglu Cemetery. Gushi stretched out his left hand, and 3 armor bearers appeared next to Gushi. Then Gushi put his hands behind his back, took a step forward and walked out. The next moment, Gushi's eyes flashed. All the willow trees that could be seen before had changed. The willow trees were still there, but the leaves turned into blue-gray leaves, and a large number of skulls appeared under the trees. Ghostland? Gushi could see the changes at a glance. After all, he has several subordinates, who are in control of the changes in the ghost realm. Not to mention that his own several death incarnations can be released into the ghost domain battlefield at any time. Even the ground-bound dragon under the Steel City Gate has a complete ghost domain. The ghost realm in front of him couldn't scare Gushi at all. He looked up at the direction, and after making sure that there was no such thing as a mysterious wall here, he strode inside. At this moment, Gushi was emitting the aura of the Lord of Death. As Gushi's breath was released, a ghost floated out from the depths of Donglu Cemetery. This ghost was wearing a piece of scale armor, holding a battle axe in one hand and a war hammer in the other. When floating in the air, the shadow of the strong wind will appear behind him. It is obvious that he controlled the power of the wind during his lifetime. When the ghost appeared, Gushi immediately looked at the top of the ghost's head. Gushi finally breathed a sigh of relief when he confirmed that the ghost's head was green, which represented friendliness. Hello, Mr. Liu Baiwei. My name is Gushi. Can we talk? Gushi also had the idea of subduing this ghost. But this is not the time to talk about this. Gushi had to ensure his own safety first before he could have a chance to subdue such an undead man who was considered a master in his eyes. Otherwise, he would be beaten to death without even speaking a word, which would be called unlucky, because of the Death Lord effect. Liu Baiwei did not attack Gushi, but said to Gushi, "Leave. You can't control my affairs." Gushi was stunned and couldn't help but become worried. "Can you tell me something? I've heard about you and read your information. You've obviously been sleeping for hundreds of years. There's no reason to suddenly wake up and do such a thing. Is there any obsession here that has not been dealt with? How do you put this?" Liu Baiwei didn't mind telling Gushi about his situation. On the one hand, it was because Gushi made him feel comfortable. And on the other hand, he actually had a demand for causing such a big thing. Otherwise, he would have done something wrong. It's not like he was bored and felt uncomfortable after death, so he came back to become a ghost. In fact, the reason I woke up from my long sleep this time was because a piece of ornament I gave away was destroyed. It was a gift I made for a girl I loved when I was alive. Her potential is stronger than mine. When I died, she had already reached level 30. If she had survived until now, she might have started to reach level 45. I don't know what happened to her. I just feel that the things I gave her were destroyed, and she is afraid that she will not be able to do it anymore. I want to see her, and I want to protect her into the underworld, or to protect her. But in my current situation, I simply can't get out. And even if I go out, I'm afraid I won't be able to get to her side. Listening to Liu Baiwei's words, Gushi was also speechless. On the way here, Gushi thought about many possibilities. It might be that his body was moved, or someone offered a blood sacrifice. Or if that didn't work, his descendants lifted the lid of the coffin. Only then did this talented old man come out. But he never thought about this kind of thing. Faced with such a situation, what could he say? He could only praise Liu Baiwei, saying that he was indeed a romantic man, and that even after his death, he still remembered his goddess. I see. I can help you pass on this message. But can you please restrain the death energy here, and not disturb the other corpses here? Gushi was very clear that the current situation had not escalated yet. As long as he spread his affairs, and found someone to handle it, the matter could be resolved. As for Gushi handling it on his own, Gushi is not that stupid. What is happening now is no longer the business of a level 29 ghost. This may be related to an existence close to level 45, which is the same level as Gushi's Great Lord. No matter how stubborn Gushito is, there is no way he can deal with this matter. He can only report this matter. I believe that as long as the leaders of Qianfeng City know what is happening here, they will have a way to deal with it. Liu Baiwei was also quite satisfied with Gushi's arrangement. At least Gushi could communicate with him, and come up with a solution that satisfied him. Unlike the necromancers who came before, they wanted to suppress him as soon as they came up. They didn't even think about it. If they were really suppressed, would they still complete the mission and release it? Liu Baiwei, just wait for me here. I'll explain the situation. Don't worry. I will come back after I explain the situation clearly to the outside world. I will not leave until your matter is resolved. What Gushi said was righteous and awe-inspiring. In fact, Gushi was very clear that this was a good opportunity. Even if he cannot subdue Liu Baiwei, Gushi can still get many benefits from Liu Baiwei. After all, there are very few people with strength levels above level 20 who can communicate like this. In Balian City, Gushi would never have had such an opportunity. Now that there is such a rare opportunity, how could Gushi let it go? What he wants to do most now is to communicate more with Liu Baiwei. Let's see if we can learn something different from Liu Baiwei. Of course, it would be better if Liu Baiwei could be conquered. If he couldn't be conquered, then at least he should get some experience from him. Gushi's behavior was also recognized by Liu Baiwei. He nodded with satisfaction and said to Gushi, "Okay, I'll suppress my instinct first. As long as you give me an answer to this matter, I can ensure that there won't be any trouble in the Donglu Cemetery." Chapter 742. These purple clothes are given to you. Gushi is also a man who does what he says. After understanding everything, Gushi left the Donglu Cemetery. Seeing Gushi retreating so quickly, the old man outside was also a little surprised. What type of situation is this? So the ghost of Lu Baiwei is gone? Gushi shook his head. No. I met Lu Baiwei and talked with him about the situation. The thing is the best way to solve it. It's not the blood sacrifice or the wrath I imagined, but some small things that woke Lu Baiwei up. The old man couldn't help but rolled his eyes upon hearing this. Do you know what you are talking about? Returning the blood sacrifice. Do you know what kind of trouble it will cause if the corpses in Donglu Cemetery are blood sacrificed? That's no joke. Don't talk nonsense. By the way, what's going on here? The old man quickly stopped Gushi from talking. As soon as Gushi heard this, he explained the situation of Lu Baiwei's relationship. I heard that something might have happened to Lu Baiwei's goddess, and Lu Baiwei wanted to protect his goddess. The old man was speechless for a moment. In the old man's mind, Lu Baiwei was clearly messing around. An old man who has lived for more than 1,000 years, who has been dead for hundreds of years, still crawls out of the coffin for a woman. No wonder there are no direct descendants. It turns out that he has been a dog licker his whole life. But this kind of licking is the best to deal with. The matter is very simple. Just confirm whether Lu Baiwei's goddess is alive or dead. If he died, he would leave a way for Lu Baiwei. Whether Lu Baiwei wanted to enter the game or be buried with the goddess. As long as it could solve the problem at hand, it could be discussed. I'll handle this matter. Faced with the problem at hand, the old man stepped forward without hesitation. This matter was his Donglu Cemetery matter, and he had to come over to handle it. Moreover, Gu Shi, an outsider who is still so weak, can tell what he can accomplish if he has not yet graduated from school. Okay, you better go in and help me keep an eye on Lu Baiwei. Don't let him cause any trouble. After this matter is handled, your mission will be completed. Gu Shi also smiled and responded. This is exactly what he wanted to hear from the old man. Okay, then I'll go in and comfort you. By the way, how long will it take to get this done? Give me 2 days. I'm not sure how long it will take, but I can always get a result in 2 days. After all, the matter in front of me is too big. When he returned to Donglu Cemetery, Gu Shi saw Lu Baiwei looking at him with a smile on his face. Did you hear everything just now? Of course. I heard everything. Lu Baiwei said with certainty that Donglu Cemetery is not a forbidden place, and it does not prohibit ghosts from traveling. With Lu Baiwei's strength, he can feel it with some thought. Thank you very much this time. No matter why you came here, your appearance has helped me a lot. I can't use these things, so you can take them. As Lu Baiwei spoke, he pushed a few things in the direction of Gu Shi. Gu Shi took it and looked at it, and some information was played in front of him. You get the Wind Robe, purple. You get Thousand Thunder Peachwood Sword, purple. You get the Ghost Copper Curse Bell, purple. Gu Shi's eyes widened, and he turned to look at Lu Baiwei. These are the things left by the 2 necromancers who came here last time. I have kept the ones that are more useful. The rest are all that I have no need for. Just take them. Don't be polite to me. Gu Shi never thought that he could take advantage of this by coming here to do a mission. He picked up the Yifeng robe on top. Gu Shi found that the robe looked like a thick yellow Taoist robe, but in his hand, it was not as heavy as a spider web. Shaking the robe open, Gu Shi could even feel the wind carrying the clothes upward. When the robe floated up, Gu Shi could see a large number of ghost faces embroidered with gold and silver threads under the yellow clothes. Yifeng robe, purple. Robe. Defense, 73. After equipped, intelligence +5. Perception +5. Equipment requirements, intelligence 7. Perception 7. Charisma 7. Special 1, wind shield protection. When wearing this robe, you will always be surrounded by a layer of wind shield to resist various long-range and melee attacks. Special effect 1, after wearing the equipment, the wind shield will always consume the user's mana at a consumption rate of 1 point per second. Special 2, 10,000 ghosts hiding. Can integrate some of the ghost soldiers under your command into your robes. The effect is equivalent to the effect of the Soul Summoning Banner, or the 10,000 Ghosts Banner. For the Necromancer, it is like having a troop by his side. Special effect 2, after wearing the equipment and activating the 10,000 Ghosts Hiding effect once. If the undead troops hiding in the Yifeng robe die in battle, the player will receive damage once, and 1 to 15 points of life will be deducted. Special 3, Yin Qi Curse Breath. Absorbs the power of Yin Qi and Curse from the outside world, and uses itself as the center to release these Yin Qi and Curse power to strengthen all nearby undead. Special effect 3, after wearing the equipment and activating the effect of the Yin Qi breath once, you will automatically be cursed once a day, and the curse time and effect are random. Explanation, as a necromancer, Not everyone can bring the undead troops with them. So a robe, like this that can store the undead troops and strengthen the undead troops in peacetime appeared. Looking at the description of the Yifeng robe in front of him, Gushi's eyes also lit up. Nice. Just this Yifeng robe is already quite good equipment for Gushi. Didn't you see that Gushi is still wearing a blue quality top? Moreover, the negative effects of this Yifeng robe are not very strong. If it is worn forcefully, it will not cause much trouble to Gushi. But at this time, Gushi hesitated. The wind shield is okay, but the next two effects don't mean much to him. Gushi owns the City of Death, and if he wants to release his troops, he can do so at any time. Unlike other necromancers, he has to consider how to use his undead troops. As for strengthening the undead army through energy and curses, no matter how much it is strengthened, can a City of Death have a big impact on the undead troops? After thinking about it, Gushi put down the Yifeng robe in his hand. He wondered if there were any masters in the real world who could change the purple suit. If there were, he could ask if the attributes of the purple suit could help him change it. After putting away the Yifeng robe, Gushi picked up the Qianlei Peachwood sword placed aside. The moment he took the sword into his hands, Gushi felt a hot breath coming from him. And there was even a sound of birdsong from the tip of the Peachwood sword. Chapter 743 Distribution of 2 Purple Equipments. Thousand Thunder Peachwood Sword, Purple. Main Hand Weapon. Attack, 43 to 52. After equipped, Strength +4. Constitution +4. Perception +4. Equipment requirements, Strength 7. Constitution 7. Perception 7. Special 1, Pure Yang Slash, which comes with the pure sword energy of Pure Yang. When slashed, it can cause 300% damage to undead, evil, and dark enemies. Special Effect 1. After wearing the equipment and activating the Pure Yang Slash effect once, you will be affected by the effect of evil souls entering the body once a day, attracting the possession of the Yin soul, and then automatically triggering the evil suppressing effect of the Peachwood sword. Shattering the Yin soul, if it cannot be defeated, shatter the ghost. The Peachwood sword will automatically break the body of the sword holder. Special 2. Thousand Thunder Curse. Releases 1,000 lightning bolts with different effects to attack the enemy remotely, with the overall lethality equivalent to a level 9 lightning arrow or a level 4 chain lightning. Special Effect 2. After wearing equipment and activating the effect of the Thousand Thunder Curse once, you will be struck by lightning once a day. If you are not resistant to lightning, you may be killed by lightning. Special 3. Blood Sacrifice to recognize the owner. Recognize the owner through the blood sacrifice ceremony. After recognizing the owner, the power of this weapon will be doubled. If this weapon originally had an owner, the original owner's mark must be erased. Special Impact 3. After wearing the equipment and activating the blood sacrifice recognition effect, the difficulty of erasing the mark will be doubled. If it is not erased, the holder will be affected by the previous owner every day. Explanation. This is a wooden sword made of peachwood that has been charred by lightning. It has a very strong killing effect on the undead. Holding the Thousand Thunder Peachwood sword, Gushi couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The necromancer who originally used the Thousand Thunder Peachwood sword must have taken the root of a Taoist priest to suppress the undead. Otherwise, he would not choose this kind of weapon that has nothing to do with the undead and is even powerfully incompatible with it. But Gushi didn't take such a route, and he didn't have the use of such a weapon. This is a pity. Gushi picked up the Thousand Thunder Peachwood sword and was about to put it away when suddenly something happened to him. He quickly switched to the virtual mana state and pointed his finger in the sky. Death incarnate. At this moment, a thought suddenly flashed through Gushi's mind. Choose the avatar of death to go into battle. This situation was something Gushi had never encountered before. But Gushi's reaction was quite fast. He understood that he now had 3 incarnations of death. And now, he could only release 2 incarnations of death at the same time. Only then would such a choice arise. This also gives Gushi a variety of different ways of coping. No matter what situation he encounters, Gushi can always respond with different incarnations of death. In a situation like this, Gushi didn't need to fight, but wanted to distribute the Thousand Thunder Peachwood sword. After all, only the incarnation of death could withstand this kind of life-threatening purple weapon. So in Gushi's mind, the incarnation of death, the god of death, and the incarnation of Death Titan appeared at the same time. Gushi thrust the Thousand Thunder Peachwood sword into the ground. You can choose for yourself. Death Incarnation Death and Death Incarnation Titan looked at each other. And finally Death Incarnation Titan took a step forward and pulled out the Thousand Thunder Peachwood sword stuck in the ground. When he pulled out the wooden sword, the shadow of a Taoist priest appeared behind him. The Taoist priest seems to be resisting the control of the Titan, the incarnation of death, on the Thousand Thunder Peachwood sword. However, the shadow of this Taoist priest is just the aura left during the blood sacrifice. In addition, the strength of the incarnation of Death Titan is not weak, because Gu Shi has been promoted to another level. And now the level of the incarnation of death under Gu Shi have reached level 16. In addition to the current location, the incarnation of Death Titan easily suppressed this phantom, and squeezed a kind of blood, like black oil, onto the Thousand Thunder Peachwood sword. As this blood was applied, the originally vermilion Qianlei Peachwood sword quickly turned dark red. At the same time, layers of lightning began to appear on Titan, the incarnation of death. Regarding such a change, the incarnation of Death Titan not only did not stop it, but instead flew up in the thunder and lightning. It can be felt that this kind of thunder and lightning is quite useful to him. Even Lu Baiwei, who was standing aside and watching the excitement, felt the progress of the incarnation of Death Titan. Your men are really interesting. They are Titans from the Tower series. You can turn a Titan into such a small one. So you have some ideas. No. It's just luck. Gu Shi was polite. At this moment, the incarnation of Death Titan had completed control of the Thousand Thunder Peachwood sword. And now he was looking at Gu Shi with the Thousand Thunder Peachwood sword. At this time, Gu Shi began to deal with the last piece of purple clothing. Ghost Bronze Curse Bell, purple. Offhand item. Defense, 19. After equipped, Perception plus 9. Equipment requirements, Intelligence 15. Perception 15. Special 1, Soul Attracting Curse. When you shake this curse bell, you can attract nearby ownerless wandering souls. The wandering souls, whose strength is lower than the user, will obey the effect of the soul attracting spell and serve the user. Special Impact 1, after wearing the equipment and activating the soul-inducing spell once, the ringing sound will affect the holder, and the holder may be led out of the body by the soul-inducing spell and become part of the wandering soul. Special 2, Death Curse. Kills nearby creatures. When a creature encounters the Death Curse, the effect of the Death Curse will be superimposed. When this effect reaches 5 layers, the Death Curse will begin to walk away from the soul of a living being, causing the living being to fall under the influence of the instant death effect. Special Effect 2, after wearing equipment and activating the death spell effect once, the user will not be immune to any instant death effects, and can only use his own level and vitality to harden instant death spells. Special 3, Yin Breath Spell. Through Yin Qi injecting conditions, the curse kills the enemy. The more conditions are entered, the more mana is consumed, and the better the curse killing effect is. Special Effect 3, after wearing the equipment and activating the Yin Breathing Curse effect once, a built-in weakness will be updated every day. This weakness may be strong or weak, and the strong one may even affect the user's life. Explanation: as a necromancer, how can you not learn some spells? Pick up this spell bell. As long as you pick up this spell bell, you will be the target of the curse. Another offhand item. When he picked up the Ghost Bronze Curse Bell, Gu Shi couldn't help but shake his head. He got too many offhand items of purple quality and above along the way. This Ghost Copper Curse Bell is actually not even comparable to the Soul Lamp. Not to mention that Gu Shi's main route is not about cursing. Gu Shi thought for a moment, and then turned to face the incarnation of death, the god of death. Since you are here, you can take this. Chapter 744, Expert's Advice. The incarnation of death, upon hearing Gu Shi's order, the god of death took a step forward without any hesitation. The incarnation of death, the god of death, had already grown a pair of new arms on his back. He stretched his left hand to the ground and held the Ghost Copper Bell in his hand. The pair of hind arms lifted the Ghost Copper Curse Bell upwards, and the curse bell shook gently. It was obvious that the curse ability of the incarnation of death, the god of death, had been further strengthened. As for the Yinfeng robe that he got at the beginning, Gu Shi couldn't use it for the time being, so he put it away directly. Seeing Gu Shi handling several things, Lu Baiwei also waved to Gu Shi. It seems that you have a good chance. You have such a powerful undead under you before you graduate. It seems that you are also a famous figure in the school. It's okay. He's just a chief. Gu Shi raised his head and raised his left hand, where the championship ring was displayed. Although the styles of championship rings are different in each school, the functions are actually the same, which is to prove to others that he is the chief of a certain school and the number one among the students of this class. Lu Baiwei never thought that Gu Shi would accidentally come out from the depths of the game. Seeing this championship ring, Lu Baiwei didn't say anything. The top students in a school are all potential stocks, who can reach level 45 or above. It is normal to have such a level. This time he acted correctly. Noticing the change in Lu Baiwei's attitude, Gu Shi smiled and quickly asked Lu Baiwei about something. As a person who possesses abilities such as diplomacy, Gu Shi will never be silent when it comes to chatting. Although Lu Baiwei did not follow the path of the undead, but the path of the wind shaman. But no matter what, he reached level 29 and was about to hit level 30. There are some things that can be seen at a glance if you stand at a relatively high position. At least, he could give some pointers on some of Gu Shi's problems. I don't know what route the necromancer takes, but I can tell you clearly that level 20 is easy to upgrade. But if you want to hit level 30, you must have all the specialization and breadth of skills. I suffered a loss in Guanbua at that time. I failed to reach level 30, but instead consumed a lot of life. Otherwise, at my level of 29, I should be able to live for at least 6,000 to 7,000 years. How could I die after only living for over 1,000 years like I have now? Can you elaborate? Gu Shi was also somewhat curious. Of course, specialization here means that after you choose a path, you must never look back. And don't think about branching off to do double cultivation or multiple cultivations. That will only waste your time. And the only option is to move forward courageously. You see, I am taking the path of shaman. But there are also different types within shaman. I am taking the path of elemental shaman. This is my specialty. But I suffered a great loss in this regard, because of the situation in Qianfang City. I had no choice but to take the wind element route at the beginning. The 4 elements are not in balance. At this moment, Gu Shi suddenly interrupted Lu Baiwei. Wait a minute. What's wrong? Lu Baiwei looked at Gu Shi in confusion. That sentence just now. The 4 elements are not in balance. Is there any problem with that? Gu Shi didn't say anything and stood up directly. Behind him, the holder of the underworld dragon robe and the soul lamp quickly appeared. Gu Shi passed his line of sight and scanned it back and forth on his body. Seeing Gu Shi's actions, Lu Baiwei was also a little confused. What's wrong with you? Gu Shi raised his head and said, my previous world was an elemental world that emphasized balance among the 4 elements of earth, water, wind and fire. Earth and wind died, and a balance was maintained between water and fire. I accepted a mission from the Fire Lord to deliver something to the sea giant. Afterwards, the Fire Lord gave me a portal to escape from that world. However, I was afraid there might be some conspiracy over there, so I didn't use that thing to leave, but took my usual route. But the road that had been going smoothly before suddenly went wrong. He sent me from the place I was used to Qianfang City. I didn't know what this was about before. When I heard you say that the 4 elements were not balanced, I remembered that I was sent here for this reason. Hearing this, Lu Baiwei couldn't help but turn his head and look at Gu Shi. His probing methods were much stronger than Gu Shi's. Gu Shi felt a dark wind blowing against his face, and his whole body seemed to be blown through by the wind. Then Lu Baiwei suddenly took action and hit Gu Shi. Gu Shi felt a chill all over his body, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. However, Lu Baiwei stopped at this time and said, okay. It's okay now. Did you eat something from that big guy? A cup of fire of life. After I drank it, my level was directly raised by 1 level. No wonder. The balance in your body has been destroyed, and the firepower has become more intense. If the firepower does not leak out, you may get angry in the next period of time. There is nothing else. And that person has no intention of plotting against you. In your situation, he is afraid that he will look down upon you. That person's strength should be level 44, which is the critical moment when he plans to hit level 45. You said before that he wanted the sea giant to level up with him, but that was probably just an excuse. I guess he wants you to attract the attention of the sea giants and lure them out of their world, in order to ensure that the sea giant will be fooled. The boundary-breaking diamond he gives you should be a partial part, and you should also have some arrangements with you. It is normal for the boundary breaker to open the portal, but as soon as you enter, the arrangement on your body will activate, leading the portal to send a level 44 sea giant to his designated place. If you think about it, you will know how much energy is needed here. You find another way, through some means. The energy stored in your body will naturally cause some changes. In the absence of the boundary-breaking diamond, it will affect your teleportation and send you to Qianfang City. This is also because you are lucky. If the Fire Lord had done a better job, you might have been blown up during the teleportation process. Gu Shi was quite smart. After hearing what Lu Baiwei said, Gu Shi immediately reacted. It seems that this is a blessing in disguise. At this time, Gushi had no regrets at all about giving up the portal opened by the boundary-breaking diamond. He didn't want to bet on whether the place behind the portal was good or bad. Besides, he has already obtained the biggest benefit of Qianfeng City in front of him. Step out of the depths of the game, and into the real world one step ahead of others. From this point of view, Gushi has surpassed many people in the depths of the game. Not to mention that Gushi has already been exposed to the world after level 20. Now he starts at a higher level than those people. Chapter 745 Teaching. After knowing what was going on, Gushi finally felt relieved. When I came to the real world this time, I was afraid that I had taken advantage of some people. But Gushi didn't know anyone. Instead, because of his choice, he cut off the cause and effect with the Fire Lord and the like. What Gushi has to worry about now is how long he can stay in the real world, and whether there is a possibility of being deported. If not, then Gushi would not be so anxious to leave. Studying for a while in the real world is what Gushi should do. Seeing that Gushi had made up his mind, Lu Baiwei also smiled. Any idea what the problem is? I know. As long as you are alive, you will be fine. No matter which city you stay in. Technology is so advanced now. It is not difficult even if you want to go back. There is no need to worry so much. Gushi smiled and said, let's talk about other things. What did you say about Guanbo just now? Ah, I would have forgotten if you didn't mention it. Guanbo means that within the scope of specialization, you cannot be lacking. I was very strong in the wind element, but not in the other three elements. The fire element could barely keep up with the level, and the earth element was far behind. So when upgrading from level 29 to level 30, something went wrong when the four elements were combined into one and transformed into spiritual elements. In the end, not only did it fail, but it cost me my life. You now have to work hard together in specialization and breadth. I see you are under pressure to rank. Right? Gushi was stunned for a moment, but finally nodded. You know how to keep the grades down, which means your teacher teaches well. For you students, level is actually not the most important thing. You can all advance to level 10 before graduation. What's so difficult about this? What you have to do now is to lay a good foundation while studying in school. Only in this way will the road ahead be smoother. Lu Baiwei rambled. As for what happens after reaching level 30, I don't know much about it. However, my father told me at the beginning that if I passed the level 30 threshold, he would help me find suitable materials and let me upgrade a purple outfit to an orange outfit. I think orange equipment may be the focus after level 30. I think your teacher should know something about this. You can ask the teacher or something when the time comes. Don't be afraid to ask people in school. You must know that the teachers you come into contact with in school may be the highest status people you have ever come into contact with in your life. I just didn't see such an opportunity before and missed a lot. Don't miss it. Gushi thought to himself. You are now the highest level existence I have come into contact with. Level 29. I have only heard of it, but never seen it. However, Gushi did not mention this topic. He immediately changed direction and asked some questions that he did not understand. Although Lu Baiwei took a different route from Gushi, but there are many things that he has seen more than Gushi has ever studied. The questions Gushi asked were not too difficult for him. Even if he had never studied before, he could explain them in detail. Especially after Gushi heard that Lu Baiwei himself had built a city and raised a special product that was unique to him. Gushi's interest became even stronger. Gushi asked more questions in this regard. If you want to talk about building a city, there are a lot of things to say. After reaching level 20, if you don't have a certain amount of qualifications, and just rely on a little experience in killing enemies, you won't be able to reach the level in hundreds of years. Level 1. So after level 20, no matter what route you take at the beginning, you will find a way to build 1 or 2 cities to support yourself. You necromancers will be better, as ordinary undead consume less, and there are more of them. You can settle down by occupying any city. Unlike us, there are many times when we have to start from scratch to build a city. You asked about building cities. I do have a lot of experience. First of all, when building a city, you need to consider the location of the city. Generally speaking, we can't pick large worlds to build cities on. On the contrary, many people are eyeing the large world. We usually just occupy a miniature game world. This way, you can easily deal with the resistance in the game world and beyond. Occupy the heart of the gaming world. When the city is moved to the core of the game world, the city will be established. There are definitely benefits to doing this, because you have cleaned up this miniature world. There are no enemies in the whole world, and you can develop your own city here. But generally speaking, the micro world does not provide strong support for cities. and it can only be upgraded to a level 10 city at most. If you want to upgrade to level 10 or above, you need to start with small world. Cities above level 20 all appear in medium-sized worlds. But in this way, when you are building a city, you will encounter attacks of one kind or another, which will slow down the speed of city building. As for worlds larger than large, many players are focusing on them. If you want to build a city and stay here, it will be very difficult if you don't reach level 30 or above. Forget it. Let's not talk about this anymore. Weren't you just asking about specialties? In fact, for ordinary players like us who don't want to build a family but let the city support us, specialty products become the most important part. The specialties mentioned here are not equipment or the like. Not to mention various large-scale resources. Every player has those things, but they are not very valuable. The specialties you want generally refer to special plants, crops or animals. At least it must be strong enough to enhance the effect of its subordinates. Specialties like this are valuable. My old city was like this. I spent more than 100 years and finally developed two good special products. One is the Earthborn Lotus. The lotus heart of this Earthborn Lotus can quickly increase the power of the earth element. This thing helped me a lot when I was alive. The other type is Fongjin Grass, which is a material that can capture the spirituality of the wind. It is a product that I sell to the outside world in exchange for other supplies. But unfortunately, I don't know what my city has become now. It will be the same if you have your own city in the future. Specialties should be brought in pairs. One for personal use, and the other for foreign trade. Only cities like this have a future. There are many ways to generate special products. The simplest is to get them from other game worlds. But other players will also get it. So there is no way to achieve the only effect. In addition, you can also do your own research. But you must have the ability to do research. Although it will be difficult to research. Once the research is done, the benefits will be considerable. So it's up to you how to choose. As far as the necromancer is concerned, you can first try the popular specialty ideas on the market. For example, Chapter 746 Anchor Positioning Successful. Gu Shi communicated with Lu Baiwei for a whole day and night. And the old man from Donglu's cemetery finally completed the entire process and fulfilled Lu Baiwei's request. Gu boy, Breath of the Dead. There is news about your promise to Lu Baiwei. How about it? Before Gu Shi could say anything, Lu Baiwei floated to the gate of Donglu's cemetery. He makes trouble. But he still knows some things. No matter what kind of trouble he made in Donglu's cemetery. As long as he didn't leave this gate, he was not attacking Chiafan City. This way everything is still room for negotiation. So even though he was anxious, Lu Baiwei just listened to this matter in front of the gate. We've reached an agreement. You can go find Ms. Lu Yen. But you can't go into the city along the way. After you leave Donglu Cemetery, you can't come back. If necessary, your bones can be buried here and worshipped every year. As he spoke, the old man pointed at the two players following him. They are the two most famous teleporters in Chiafan City. They will enter Donglu Cemetery and set up a portal behind the gate to enter the game world of Ms. Lu Yan's accident. This time takes 3 days. During these 3 days, you can find a necromancer who is willing to help you leave and send you into the game world. As soon as the old man finished speaking, Lu Baiwei looked at Gu Shi. Gu Shi hesitated and asked if I am willing to help. Do I also have to enter this game world? Yes, but you just need to send the person over. And after that, you can lead directly. Many thoughts quickly flashed through Gu Shi's mind. He understood that if he entered a new game world, he would probably have to return to the depths of the game when he left again. Now that he hadn't yet secured his anchor here, he couldn't just leave like that. Okay, but I need to sell some things and buy some things in Chiafan City. After all, it's rare for me to come here. After I leave in the next game, I'm afraid I won't be able to come back. There are so many specialties here that I'm worried I'll never see again. So I want to use these 3 days to shop more and buy more good things. This is what it should be. You are not a dead spirit. You can enter the city at any time, and no one will stop you. The old man agreed as soon as he heard it. At the same time, Lu Baiwei also said to Gu Shi, "Thank you very much this time. I still have some money on hand. Anyway, I can't use it now. This time I enter the game. No matter whether she can be saved or not. I'm afraid. Can't come back. I don't have any use for the money. So I'll give it all to you. There are actually some good things in Chiafan City. And some of them are quite useful for your current situation. I'll give you a list later. Go and inquire about it. If you can buy it all. By the way, your current aura of fire of life is too strong. If not dealt with, The next 2 levels of upgrades will still be affected. It's fine at level 9. But I'm afraid it will affect your advancement at level 10. So you'd better take this time to take a dip in the sword washing pond to wash away the influence of the fire of life. As Lu Baiwei spoke, he took out a coin made of wood and handed it to Gu Shi. After Gu Shi took the coin, he understood why people in the real world use this thing as currency. As soon as you hold this kind of wood in your hand, you can clearly feel the weight of the wood. At the same time, though it can be freely decomposed, combined, enlarged and reduced, it can be said that no matter what you turn it into, the final value of this kind of wood will always be there, just like the original gold. However, this kind of wood can be freely combined and decomposed. Unlike gold, which requires scissors to cut, a small furnace to combine, and most importantly, it will consume fire, and you can't zoom in or out or anything. There is no comparison here at all. After Gu Shi took the money from Lu Baiwei, he didn't say anything polite to Lu Baiwei. He thanked him and left Donglu Cemetery. After leaving the cemetery, Gu Shi did not immediately go to the sword-washing pool to cleanse himself of the effects of the fire of life. He had only one goal: to buy the positioning heartstone first. Without saying anything else, let's lock the passage back to the real world first. He couldn't return to the real world and miss such a good opportunity. After Gu Shi returned, he would not feel at ease even if he died. After Gu Shi left, the old man looked at Lu Baiwei and said, "You have made up your mind. So prepare yourself well. After all, you will have no chance to come back after you leave. Do you need someone to contact your father? Although you have no descendants, your parents are still there. Forget it. No need. In their eyes, I died 500 years ago. Okay then. Please clean up the Donglu Cemetery. Don't leave some things behind after you leave, and I will have to clean them up in the end." The old man didn't dare to boast in front of Lu Baiwei. After all, Lu Baiwei was older than him. He could only persuade him honestly. Fortunately, Lu Baiwei has made up his mind and has no intention of causing trouble again. As a result, the situation at Donglu Cemetery quickly calmed down, and the yin qi and death energy that originally enveloped Donglu Cemetery also quickly shrank, and were all withdrawn into the cemetery. At this time, Gu Shi, who returned to Qianfang City, immediately bought the positioning heartstone he wanted. Only after handing the positioning heartstone to Luna did Gu Shi breathe a sigh of relief. After getting the positioning heartstone, Luna, Princess Anna and Eve started studying it immediately. Along with positioning the heartstone came a fairly detailed instruction sheet. The quality of the localized heartstone is actually a little higher than the one Gu Shi got last time. The reason why Gu Shi was so nervous was not because there was any different technological content in the positioning heartstone. Rather, the location pointed by Gu Shi's positioning is the real world. After the research of several contracted undead, the arrangement of locating the heartstone went smoothly. Gu Shi rented an inconspicuous room in Qianfang City for 300 years and placed the positioning heartstone here. Players in Qianfang City have done this kind of thing too much. After almost every player reaches level 10, they will rent a room like this to arrange and position heartstones, so that they can travel to and from the industries in the game. Therefore, Gu Shi's request did not attract too many people's attention, and even the price was not high. Gu Shi got everything done easily. After the room was rented and the positioning heartstone was placed, Luna also built a building in Aladovi City leading to Qianfang City, and put the positioning heartstone in according to the requirements in the instructions. As Gu Shi and Luna activated their magic powers at the same time, the positioning heartstone lit up. The anchor point of Qianfang City was successfully positioned. Chapter 747 Black Market in the City. After going back and forth to Aladovi several times and confirming that the positioning heartstone was arranged and usable, Gu Shi finally breathed a sigh of relief. After he was sure that he could return to the real world, Gu Shi breathed a sigh of relief and went to the city hall to hand in the task and exchange part of the funds. After getting the money, Gu Shi did not go to the sword-washing pool immediately. Instead, he returned to the bookstore where he first read and bought all the books he had packed before. The bookstore clerk was also a little surprised when he saw Gu Shi coming to buy books. He had thought Gu Shi had given up, but he didn't expect that he actually made money. "Did you go to the black market?" "No. I'm going to do my mission." Gu Shi shook his head. Although the task was a bit difficult, I still made some money. "Do you still have the books I packed before? By the way, please help me at these books." Gu Shi reported the titles of the books, which were mentioned by Lu Baiwei when he was building the city and studying the city's specialties. All of these books can be considered basic textbooks. It is sold in most bookstores, and there is no purchase limit or anything like that. Before, Gushi just didn't pay attention to it, so he didn't know about these books. Now with Lu Baiwei's reminder, Gushi would naturally not miss these things used to lay the foundation. Since we are buying books anyway, we might as well buy them together. After sending all the packed books back to Aladovi City and handing them over to Eve, Gushi left the bookstore. When he came out of the bookstore last time, he chose to go to the city hall to pick up the mission. This time it was different. Gushi planned to take a look at the black market the clerk mentioned. I heard that there are some things coming in from other channels. And there are even some contraband. The most important thing is that things here are relatively cheap. As long as you don't mind using things snatched from dead people. The prices of materials here will be at least half cheaper than outside. For Gushi, what happened to the things on the dead? As long as they were cheap, he would dare to use the things in the grave. Besides, there are always some things that he is not suitable to buy in the outside market. So the black market is where he must go. As for why he went first, it must be because he didn't have much cash on hand, and things from the black market were given priority. Following the direction the clerk told him, when he arrived near the black market, Gushi found that the place was quite strictly guarded. It was not as he imagined. It appeared to be a black market, but in fact everyone knew about it. When Gushi arrived here, before he could see the route to the black market clearly, two men in black robes appeared about 5 meters away from Gushi. This distance is considered safe for players. Getting too close will make players feel hostile. Buy or sell. Purchase. Gushi initially had the idea of selling some resources. But when Lu Baiwei said that, he knew that the negative energy in his hands was not competitive. Selling negative energy here can only be done at a cheap price. It would be better to just not sell anything and keep it for yourself. After glancing at Gushi, one of the men in black robes led Gushi in another direction. Be honest when you go there, and don't act recklessly. If you need anything, just ask someone who wears clothes like me. Gushi nodded affirmatively. After they went around several alleys, Gushi found that he was taken to an abandoned building. If you want to buy something, the building over there sells medicines. Over there sells weapons and equipment. And over there sells some stolen goods. I want some special quality seeds or saplings. If possible, I want a large number of corpses. High quality corpses. There are saplings. See that yellow building? They're for sale there. As for high-quality corpses, there are probably very few of them. Chiefang City is not a city where the undead go. Our city mainly relies on the power of wind. So we generally don't have any way to preserve corpses. Even if we kill high-level enemies, we mainly use the equipment on the enemies. And the corpses are rarely transported back. If you really want to, go look at that black building over there. There are some archaeological items for sale there. And there may be something you want. Listening to Gushi's needs, the man in black robe introduced the layout of the black market. Gushi is understandable about things like not having a suitable corpse. After all, every city has its own style. After hearing the route clearly, Gushi took the first step towards the yellow building. Lu Baiwei said that the various trees used in specialty products are best cultivated. Gushi is taking the undead route. So some peach trees or locust trees can be arranged. These two kinds of trees, one suppresses ghosts and the other nourishes ghosts, are both the best tree species. However, Lu Baiwei personally recommended Gushi to plant peach trees. After all, peaches can be eaten, but only the flowers and leaves of the locust tree can be eaten. Of course, it would be even better if Gushi was lucky in the black market and obtained other special tree species, or grain species suitable for growing by the undead. If not, Lu Baiwei also told Gushi not to force it. The specialties of each city are carefully selected over many years. No messing around. Indiscriminately pumping all kinds of things into your city will do great harm to the city. From the perspective of Lu Baiwei's position, he would rather have no special products in the city than arrange them randomly. Gushi only believed half of what Lu Baiwei said. He came to the black market just to see if he had any luck and if he could find something different. In Gushi's mind, he has more advantages than others in the black market. On the one hand, Gushi comes from deep within the game, and those above level 20 are the top brass there. Some things that are ordinary or even inconspicuous here may be top-notch treasures in Gushi's eyes. Therefore, Gushi wouldn't mind the inferior tree species or grain species. On the other hand, Gushi took a different route. There are some top-quality items in the eyes of the necromancer, but in the eyes of the players here, they are simply a disaster. Gu Shi's main focus is on information gap. I plan to buy what I want at the lowest price before the people in the black market react. In order to ensure that he would not be affected by some psychic spells, Gu Shi immediately chose to be immune to psychic spells. After doing all this, Gu Shi stepped into the yellow building. As soon as he entered the door, Gu Shi saw a sapling covered with a large number of eyes staring at him. And a voice sounded beside Gu Shi. Guest, do you like this longan tree? Chapter 748 Harvest from the Black Market. Unlike the normal market, Gu Shi always had a sullen face in the black market, and could not be viewed as a novice. For some things that he couldn't understand, or felt that his judgment was inaccurate, Gu Shi simply didn't want them. And he didn't take any chances here, because Gu Shi picked out things related to the undead and undead. And what he bought were low quality, but large quantities of seeds. So the businessmen who initially gathered around Gu Shi to recommend various spiritual plants quickly dispersed. Some of them simply glanced at Gu Shi from a distance and ignored him. To them, what Gu Shi bought were the accessories that they usually give away in their store. And they were not valuable at all. But there was a businessman who was very happy, because what Gu Shi wanted was exactly what he was selling. The businessman sold 300 kilograms of seeds to Gu Shi at a very low price. There are various varieties and types of these seeds. A full 300 kilograms. If a normal person were to sort them, it would probably take several years before he could pick out anything good. This feeling is like the copper coins sold by the ton in the antique market. Everyone knows that there may be some good things in it, but no one really bothers to identify and process them one by one. This businessman thinks the same way now. All packaged and sold to Gu Shi. As for whether Gu Shi can pick out any spiritual planting seeds from these seeds, that's not his business. When Gu Shihui bought it, he naturally felt that there was a relatively strong vitality in this large number of seeds. Although I am not sure what kind of seeds are inside. One thing is for sure. After taking these seeds back, they can definitely be planted. As for classifying these seeds, isn't this a very simple matter? The ghost squads by Wu Chang can just step forward and deal with it. Therefore, both Gu Shi and the businessman were quite satisfied with this business. The merchant even secretly told Gu Shi which saplings were better, allowing Gu Shi to buy some good quality saplings. Unlike the seeds of spiritual plants, there is no such thing as opening a blind box for saplings. You can tell at a glance what kind of sapling it is, and what its quality is. What Gu Shi chose was not a relatively rare sapling. So even if he saw a very high-quality world tree sapling here, Gu Shi was not tempted. Instead, he selected a large number of saplings that met his needs based on his own ideas. This time, the saplings Gu Shi selected were not peach trees or anything like before. The saplings Gu Shi chose this time had only one purpose, and that was to raise ghosts. Gu Shi's goal for this sapling is very simple. Just like the blood maple planted in the magic plant area, the purpose is to quickly gather the yin qi in the city and attract a large number of undead. It just so happened that there was a batch of unsold saplings here on the black market. Gu Shi took a look and found that it suited his needs, so he packed up and bought them all. As for the manual for cultivating saplings into tree people given by the boss, Gu Shi didn't want it at all, because Gu Shi knew very well that once the sapling was in his hands, he might not have the chance to transform into a tree man. Planting trees honestly is the most appropriate way to take care of your immediate needs. For this reason, Gu Shi bought a total of more than 100 saplings this time, all of which were locust trees, willows, pine, and cypress trees, and judging from the quality, they were all relatively good trees. The most important thing is that because Gu Shi didn't choose any top quality saplings like Shugua, the prices here are not expensive. The boss also gave Gu Shi a discount in order to let customers like Gu Shi there is a chance to come again. In addition to saplings, Gu Shi also bought some mushroom spores here, as well as some special plants, such as vines, herbal seeds, etc. It can be said that in just one round, Gu Shi has bought a lot of what he wants. Best of all, these things are relatively cheap. After sending the purchased items back to Aladovi City and letting Luna plant them all in the magic plant area, Gu Shi went to another building. This building is where the previous man in black robe said he sold some stolen goods. As for telling others that it was archaeology, Gu Shi knew what it was all about as soon as he heard it. Isn't the so-called archaeology just digging graves? Gu Shi has seen this kind of thing a lot. Therefore, Gu Shi is quite looking forward to the results from the archaeology side. And the archaeology businessmen here did not disappoint Gu Shi. The things they took out made Gu Shi's eyes light up, and they all responded to some of Gu Shi's requests. Guest, you want some corpses, right? After walking around the building for a while, A black market businessman took the initiative to find Gu Shi. Dead bodies are truly contraband. It's not very convenient to talk here. Would you please move away? Gu Shi glanced at the black marketeer and found that he had a very faint corpse aura. If it weren't for the necromancer, most people would never have discovered the existence of this kind of corpse energy. From this point, it can be seen that they really have what Gu Shi wants. So Gu Shi nodded to the black marketeer and followed the black marketeer towards the basement below the building. While leading the way, the black marketeer was still there asking for information about Gu Shi. However, Gu Shi adheres to the principle of saying more and making more mistakes. Saying less and making fewer mistakes. And not saying anything is good. He always doesn't speak when he can. In the end, the black marketeer couldn't get any different information from Gu Shi. After entering the basement, Gu Shi discovered that the business done by this black marketeer was really not that big. Most of the basement is occupied by black market traders. And here are a large number of corpses of all sizes. However, Gu Shi knew at a glance that these corpses were not originally intended to be sold to the necromancer. Most of the corpses here are animal corpses. They are processed here mainly to remove some bones, flesh and blood for consumption. Just like the big snake that was decomposed in front of Gu Shi. It was obviously ready to be used for making snake soup. However, Gu Shi walked around the big snake and said speechlessly, "I said, boss, you snake has been dead for hundreds of years. If you want fresh food, go to the building where the meat is sold and buy it. I have all the dry goods here. You know what dry goods are? They can be stored for a long time after they are dried." Gu Shi shrugged, agreeing with the black marketeer's words. But he did not sit idle and walked inside. As he walked, he checked the condition of the corpses. Although these corpses have all turned into mummies or fossils, their levels are really good. The weakest corpses had levels above level 25 during their lifetime. This was something Gu Shi had never dared to think about before. After turning half a circle, Gu Shi's eyes lit up. "Boss, how much does this cost?" Chapter 749 Corpses above level 30. "Oh, this is incredible. We dug it out from the ruins of the Dragon Palace that we found in a certain game's North Sea water. We spent a lot of effort to bring him out. We have checked and this is a real dragon. Its level and quality are beyond normal levels. Even if you are a boss above level 45, it will be beneficial to use this dragon to make soup and drink it." "Speak English." Gu Shi interrupted the black marketeers, bragging, "You have to pay more. A dragon of around level 35. Look at it. It's obviously not a boss template. It can only be an elite template at best. It has been soaked in seawater for so long after death, and has turned into dried salted fish. How much more money do you want? What I like about this one is that it is bigger, and has more bones to use. I really don't like the others. If you can make it cheaper, I'll pay you this amount." As Gu Shi spoke, he made a gesture. The black marketeer shook his head at the sight. "No. This price is too low. It's not enough for me to lead the team there. This price is definitely not good. But when you led the team in, you definitely didn't go there for this dragon. You just brought this thing back when you were doing the mission. So my price is not small. If I don't buy it, your dragon will definitely be disassembled and sold. And it will become cheaper and cheaper. Or even unsellable. Then the price you sell it for will not be as good as the price I paid. That won't work either. I really don't have much profit at this price. How about increasing it a little bit?" So the two of them discussed the price there. After a lot of back and forth, Gu Shi finally bought the dragon's body at a fairly reasonable price. Because Gu Shi took action earlier, the dragon's body was quite complete. Except for a deep wound on the head. Most of the parts were still there. Especially the most important dragon whip. No. The dragon beads and so on are all still there. It can be said that this dragon is quite complete. As long as Gu Shi takes it back, he can easily complete the transformation of the undead without adding other materials to it. At the same time, the dragon's level was level 34. Gu Shi estimated that even if his undead transformation success rate dropped, he would only lose 1 to 3 levels at most. The undead dragon that is transformed at that time will still be above level 30. If this were placed in Balian City, it would be a crushing existence. Even if he encounters a world like the Balian Festival again, Gu Shi, a guanine in white clothes of heaven, will not be afraid and will just push him over. After putting away the body of the dragon, Gu Shi breathed a sigh of relief. With the foundation of this transaction, the next transaction would be much simpler. Whatever corpse Gu Shi took a fancy to, he only had to ask a price, and he would get it for about the same price. The black market merchants will also recommend some things dug up with the corpse to Gu Shi. Some of these things were weapons buried in the ground with the corpses, and some were simply burial objects. Gucci didn't have enough money, and he had no way of judging the quality of some things. So he simply didn't want any of them, and only focused on buying the things he was good at. After this round, in addition to the level 34 dragon corpse, he also bought a level 25 giant wild boar, a level 27 mountain deer, and a bunch of dinosaur bones that looked like they were of unknown level, but were obviously very large. Like the previous dragons, these things were obviously not fresh corpses. The wild boar's body was like a small hill. Its skin had turned into rock and soil. Its blood had turned into red crystals, and its bristles had turned into thorny vines growing out of the rock and soil. If this guy's head hadn't been intact, Gucci would have suspected that he had turned into a fossil. The situation of the mountain deer is similar. The mountain deer's body is covered with various flowers and plants. If it were not for the antlers that have turned into 2 trees, some people might think that this is a hill covered with flowers and plants. As for the dinosaur bones, they are just a pile of bones that are about to become petrified. Gucci didn't know much about creatures like dinosaurs, so he couldn't be sure what kind of dinosaur it was when it was alive. But one thing was certain. The bones contained the power of a giant dragon, and were the best material that could be used to make a bone dragon. Of course, Gucci has also been looking for the corpses of humanoid creatures to see if there are any suitable materials. But the final result was no. The black market merchants did some work of digging graves and moving mountains, but they only took away treasures, and had no intention of touching the bodies. Unless Gucci made a specific request, they would not bring the body out. Of course, if Gucci is willing to pay some deposit, they can also do some such things. But the price is not generally high. Gucci was actually somewhat tempted by the black market merchant's words. But in the end, he gave up. It's not that he doesn't want a human-shaped corpse, but the cost-effectiveness is not high. The most important point is that the time when they will transport the corpses is uncertain, and they can only wait for notification from the black marketeer. In the end, no matter what the quality of the corpses are, Gucci will have to take them. After all, black market merchants have no use for human corpses. In addition, black marketeers will not pay any interest in the items that accompany the corpse. In other words, Gucci paid the black market merchant to do the work. But in the end, not all the things he got belonged to Gucci. How could Gucci do such a loss-making business? After looking at the other almost decomposed corpses, Gucci left quickly. Of course, when leaving, Gucci still bought another product in this black market building that surprised Gucci a little. It was a pure silver coffin dug out from somewhere. This thing is the large coffin that is placed outside the coffin. At first, the businessman brought this thing back because he saw that it was pure silver and had been buried for a long time. It looked like an antique anyway. But the problem was that after it was shipped back and cleaned, they discovered that there was something wrong with this set of sterling silver outer coffins. There are some mural-like things carved on the surface of the outer coffin. The most important thing is that this kind of mural is obviously not Oriental in style. It depicts a large number of angels and demons fighting. This sterling silver outer coffin suddenly became neither east nor west. When no one wants antiques, merchants feel they are losing money when they sell them for silver. In the end, it was in my hand. Gucci fell in love with this set of sterling silver outer coffins at a glance. He felt that this thing could be used for his evil coffin. Putting such a SHL on the evil coffin may give the evil coffin a chance to upgrade. Chapter 750 Sword Washing Pool. After sending everything to Aladovi City, Gucci didn't stop at the black market. He didn't have much time. He still had a lot to deal with in 3 days. The Fire of Life thing is one of them. In addition, Gucci also has an idea. He wants to find out what the admission standards are in the real world, and whether he still has a chance to go to school. These 2 things are relatively important things. It's all related to Gucci's future. If it is not handled properly, no matter how many corpses Gucci gets, it will be useless. After leaving the black market, Gucci looked at the time and headed northwest of Qianfeng City. The sword washing pool at Qianfeng City is located at this location. This is the largest bathroom in Qianfeng City. There is a long sword stuck at the source of the water flow. The spring water flows by the long sword every day, and every drop of water contains a trace of sword energy that normal people cannot see. According to the words used by the people of the sword washing pool, this long sword was the place where the first lord of Qianfeng City passed by and put down his weapon to rest. When he put down his sword, he happened to see the beautiful scenery nearby, took his city out of the game, and built Qianfeng City here. Of course, because so many years have passed, no one knows whether this story is true or not. The only thing that could be confirmed was that the long sword stuck in the pool was an orange item that no one dared to touch. Taking a bath with the water from the sword washing pool can reduce the negative effects of purple equipment. The water in the sword washing pool has also been played with by the service staff here. As soon as Gu Shizai walked into the sword washing pool, he was greeted by a man who looked to be in his 20s. A male guest. Sir, do you have anything to adjust? Is the negative effect of purple equipment too strong? We have a negative cleansing package here, which can cleanse away all negative effects and guarantee that there will be no more negative effects in the next 15 days. There is also a bone cleaning package, which can remove some dirt from the bone marrow. After washing once, people will feel 3 pounds lighter. I took too much live fire, and I'm a little irritated. The negative effects of the purple equipment. Please help me clean them up. I have too many purple equipment on me, and sometimes I don't have time to deal with the negative effects. I always feel a little uncomfortable. When you get angry, I'll tell you that you are an expert when you hear it. Don't worry. We have various services to remove the inflammation here. Stretch out your hand and let me take a look. Gushi was a little confused, so he stretched out his hand. The man stretched out his hand and pressed Gushi's wrist. Guest, what's going on with you? Why is the anger in your body so strong? After drinking a cup of the fire of life. The fire has not been digested yet. The fire of life. I haven't heard much about it. But when you say it, I almost understand what it is about. Don't worry. This is easy to solve. Use the water from the sword washing pool to help you bubble away the anger. And then find someone to help you press it to disperse the anger and integrate it into your body. In this way, your body will become quite strong. It would be better if you learned fitness skills. And the effect of absorbing this fire of life will be faster. I've mastered fitness, Gushi said calmly. Oh, I really can't tell. A necromancer as thin as you has also learned fitness skills. But it's good to learn fitness skills. Only when you are in good health can you play well. Right? Come follow me to the 2nd floor first. And I'll help you. You arrange. Every male guest. Please go to the 2nd floor. Get rid of your anger and clear your muscles and bones. After saying this person led Gushi upwards and led him to the 2nd floor. A serious person like Gushi has never been to such a place. And this time he really came here to cleanse the excess fire of life from his body. So he didn't have any other reaction and just followed him away calmly. Go up. When walking towards the 2nd floor, Gushi also saw a strange-looking player rushing towards the 2nd floor. The person leading the way explained to Gushi, they are regular visitors here. After every game, they come here to cleanse away the negative effects accumulated during this period. Wouldn't the negative effects occur every day after being used once? Hearing Gushi's question, the man laughed. Guest, the purple dress on your hand has not been conditioned. Most purple equipment is one-time use and has lifelong negative effects. But we are players, and we have brains. There are many methods on the market today to reduce negative effects. Whether it's plasters or enchantments, there are many ways to deal with negative effects. The cheapest way is to change the negative effect from lifelong to per time. The negative effects will only occur after you use it. And if you don't use the negative effects, they won't break out. In this way, most people can support it until the end of the game. When they come back and take a dip, the negative effects will be gone. After hearing what the man said, Gushi couldn't help but ask, is there such a thing? Where can I buy the enchantment formula? Can I make it myself? This is a good business. In Balian City, the negative effects of purple equipment all depend on fate. If you are unlucky, you might be able to kill yourself with a purple outfit in just a few clicks. Not to mention other things. Among the purple equipment in Gushi's hand, there are many effects that are directly aimed at killing people. If he masters this formula, he can greatly reduce the negative effects of purple equipment. Gushi will be worshipped in Balian City. But Gushi obviously thought too much in this regard. Anyone can learn this kind of business. The man shook his head. I'm afraid this won't work. Even though those enchanters are very involved with each other, they never tell anyone about their formulas. At most, the price is cheaper. And they mostly use ointments to turn things into consumables, so they can make more money. Hearing this, Gushi felt a little helpless. That's the thing. It's other people's ability to make a living. Even if Gushi wanted to rob it, he wouldn't know where to start. Fortunately, the way to the 2nd floor was not too far. The man led Gushi around a corner and entered a room full of water. Stepping into the room and letting the water cover his feet, Gushi felt a chill rush straight to his head. Then the pool water in the room quickly formed a bed. and various nozzles appeared on the edge of the waterbed. The guest is here. You wait here and drink some water first. I will arrange for someone to come over now. By the way, what drink do you want to drink? We have strong beef, chi boosting soup, and dragon slaying tea here. They are all available. Famous. Gushi had never heard of it, but he thought about it and finally said, then let's have a cup of dragon slaying tea. Chapter 751 Admissions Brochure. Early the next morning, a completely changed Gushi walked out of the sword washing pool. After a day and night of treatment, all the power of the fire of life in Gushi's body was dispersed and integrated into his body. In just one day and one night, due to the power of the fire of life, Gushi's fitness level was directly raised to level 9. This is not a simple skill. Most players on the physical side may not have reached level 9 in fitness skills. According to the description of the fitness technique, every time the fitness technique is upgraded by 1 level, the strength increases by 1, the constitution increases by 1, and the life converted from the constitution data increases by 25%. This increased Gushi's strength to over 20 at once, and no Death Knight of the same level could match him. It can be said that now Gushi can find a place to learn to wear plate armor. At the same time, Gushi's health reached 5,850 points, which is considered a high number for a Death Knight. After moving his body and walking out, Gushi turned around and headed towards the library of Qianfeng City. Yesterday in the sword washing pool, Gushika inquired about some information with several waiters who claimed to be college students. Any player below level 10 can choose to sign up for a transfer, especially after level 5. After career advancement, some schools do not have an advantage in a certain career advancement route, which will lead to a large wave of players transferring schools. Of course, the better the school, the higher the requirements for students and the higher the tuition. Players not only have to consider the tuition fees of the school they want to enroll in, but also have to pay the information buyout fee of their original school. After all, these schools have trained you for so many years, especially some potential players, and the schools have invested real money. As a result, the players all wore purple outfits and had level 5 strength. They ran away because there was no suitable major in the school. This is quite unreasonable. Therefore, players have to pay some fees to buy out their student status before they have the opportunity to apply to other schools. These college students who come to Zhijianshi to do work all come out to do some things because they have little money and cannot afford the buyout fee. Because of this, they know very well how to sign up. It's just that they are currently in Qianfeng City, where the main direction is the wind element. Necromancers have no market here, not to mention specialized universities. Gushi's only way to register is to go to the library, find the information about the school he wants to register for through the library, and then send a letter to register via messenger. As for the information on the direction of the undead, those college students knew nothing. Anyway, in their eyes, the schools of the undead are all the same, and most of them are in the city of Yin. Except for the city of Yin, there are few professional undead universities in other places. In the library of Qianfeng City, Gushi could only find the admission brochures of various universities, and there was probably no other information at all. Fortunately, Gushi won't stay in the real world for too long. In 2 days, he will go to help Lu Baiwei fulfill his wish. How long he can return to the real world next depends on the situation. It is unrealistic for him to spend time taking a train to the Yin City. Now Gushi just wants to record some university information back to see if he can sign up in his situation. If not, see if there are any other remedies. After arriving at the library, Gushi explained his problem to the librarian here. The librarian was also a little surprised that Gushi wanted to find the admission brochure of the University of the Undead, because now is not the time to recruit students. And Gushi's level is already close to level 10, and he still wears a championship ring on his hand. In this situation, he is clearly the leader in the school. How could such a person want to re-enroll and apply to other schools? However, the librarian took one look at Gushi's occupation and nodded thoughtfully. I specifically went to a city like this that had nothing to do with the undead to sign up. This is because I don't want my teacher to find out about my transfer to another school. The librarian, who understood this, pointed to one of the rooms. Go over there. There are admissions brochures from major schools over the years, but this year's latest admissions brochures are not available. At most, they are last year's admissions brochures. The undead series are placed on the bookshelf in the 3rd row. However, we only have enrollment in 3 cities. The Yin capital, the Underworld City, and the Ghost Eye City. The other cities related to the undead are too far away. so the enrollment brochures have not been sent. Among them, the ones from the Een City are the most numerous. If you want to avoid the Een City, the 3 rows below are all from the Underworld City and Ghost Eye City. Gushi walked over to the location indicated by the librarian. He had no intention of avoiding the city of Een. On the contrary, I am quite curious about what everyone calls the Een City. When they first came to the real world, those people immediately thought that Gushi came from the capital of Een. This shows that in the eyes of the players in Chiafong City, necromancers all come from the city of Een. And his school for necromancers should be quite famous. If Gushi wants to go to school for further studies or something, the city of Een is definitely the first choice. It would be foolish to leave Een City alone and go to other unknown cities. After entering the room, Gushi immediately found the enrollment brochure for Een City. At this glance, Gushi knew why the city of Een was so famous. In the capital of Een, there are at least 30 universities, large and small, related to the undead. Necromancers and death knights are just the basics. There are also specialized vampires, zombies, and ghost universities. Among all the universities, the most famous is the University of the Underworld. When Gushi looked through the admissions brochure, he found that most of the universities in the city of Een, this University of Hades, had professional departments. However, Gushi was not paying attention to this. What Gushi was concerned about was his promotion path. Ever since he set foot on the path of becoming the Death Witch Lord, Gushi's advancement path was different from others. If there are no majors and departments, no matter how good the university is, Gushi will not be willing to enroll. Fortunately, the Hades University did not disappoint Gushi. Soon Gushi found the department he wanted to apply for. The Underworld Department recruits players of all professional routes related to the Underworld, including Underworld Ferrymen, Underworld Judges, Underworld Gatekeepers, and the Lord of the Underworld. After seeing the information related to him, Gushi turned out the description of the department and read it again. Gushi discovered that applying for the Underworld Department was not easy. If you are an unemployed player, you will have to undergo a bloodline or psychic ability test and have the talent to communicate with the Underworld. If you are registering as a player after level 5, you must at least be employed as a professional in the Underworld before you can register. Naturally, the ones who receive the most are the Underworld Ferryman and the Underworld Judge. As for the Lord of the Underworld, it is entirely because of such a profession that it is written here, whether the players can achieve it or not. They have no the imposition. Chapter 752 Before Departure. After reading all the admissions brochures, Gushi finally confirmed that the road to becoming the Lord of the Underworld had been traveled before. The admissions brochure did not explain in detail what level he would reach in the end. But one thing is certain. The Underworld Department is considered a big department in Hades University. Here we even accept students from level 10 and above to apply for postgraduate studies. After the admission brochure, it is also stated that graduate students can, with the help and guidance of teachers, break through the first level for players, which is to graduate at level 20. Such players are often the seeds of strong players, as long as they don't die. The minimum level is starting at level 45. This kind of enrollment brochure made Gushi somewhat excited. If it weren't for the wrong time, Gushi might have rushed to the capital of Een soon. Even so, Gushi still took note of the information here and made it his next goal to take the postgraduate entrance examination in the Underworld Department of Hades University. Gushi has already thought about it. When he reaches level 10, he will complete the tasks that the guild needs to do in advance. This will free up 5 to 10 years for graduate school. By the time Genesis begins, he will almost reach level 20, and then come and participate in Genesis activities. I believe that no player would reject a level 20 comrade. If they can succeed in Genesis this time, and successfully open the way to the real world, the situation will be better. If unsuccessful, Gushi would also have the opportunity to upgrade, especially the upgrade method after level 20. Gushi has already thought about this. The amount of experience required to upgrade from level 19 to level 20 is already astronomical. The experience required for upgrades above level 20 will only be higher, not reduced. In the real world, the upper limit has been directly pushed to level 60. It is almost impossible to level up solely by relying on experience. Even if every level up, it would extend the player's lifespan. So there must be other ways to level up. And no one will give you these means for no reason. Either you have to study, or you have to join a certain force. Therefore, the postgraduate entrance examination became an opportunity that Gushi could see before his eyes. After copying all this information, Gushi searched in detail how to register for Hades University before leaving the library. On the way out, the librarian said low to Gu Shi. How's it going? Did you find what you were looking for? I've found it. Thank you very much. Gu Shi said to the librarian politely. There's nothing to be polite about. In fact, I said you should have secretly changed schools long ago. Who doesn't know that there are no beauties in the Undead series? I'm afraid you don't have a girlfriend. Before level 20. It is best to have a girlfriend to keep a wife for yourself. If the undead system reaches level 20, I'm afraid they will become undead. Gu Shi didn't pay much attention to the librarian's muttering. What he said was nothing but a misunderstanding of the undead. Among the undead, there are actually many handsome men and beautiful women. There are endless stories about ghost brides and painted skins. Not to mention the legendary Pluto's deeds of stealing brides. So who said there are no beauties in the underworld? How could Gu Shi not know about this kind of thing? Without getting involved in this verbal dispute, Gu Shi quickly left the library. After Gu Shi walked away, the librarian raised his head and looked at Gu Shi. After making sure that Gu Shi had no chance of turning back, he came to the room where Gu Shi had previously checked the information. He didn't see any movement, and a large amount of yellow sand poured out from all around. The yellow sand imitated Gu Shi's previous actions when he entered the room, and acted out all Gu Shi's actions. Looking at the various information that the figure made of yellow sand was looking at, the librarian's face became a little surprised. The focus is on checking the admissions brochure of Hades University? This is a bit strange. Judging from his appearance, he should be a student from the city. The universities over there can exchange knowledge with each other. Why did you come all the way here to reapply to school? This is very unreasonable. Originally, I wanted to see what the background of the person who could remove the decoration of Donglu Cemetery was. Now it seems that something is obviously wrong with this situation. Thinking of this, the librarian immediately sent the information up. After all, their organization's arrangements this time have reached a critical moment. The Donglu Cemetery incident that they originally planned to cause chaos in the whole situation was put down. If something goes wrong elsewhere, their plan will be ruined. Fortunately, within half an hour, the latest information was delivered to the librarian. He will leave Chiafang City in one day, and the organization has sent 2 masters to follow him and kill him after he is separated from the ghost Lu Baiwei. No one can undermine the organization's actions without paying a price. All for glory. Looking at the small note sent over, the librarian put his left hand on his forehead and whispered, "Everything is for glory." Gu Shi didn't know much about these things. At this time, he was taking the last bit of money given by Lu Baiwei and looking for Lu Baiwei's friends to buy some things that he might need in the future. Because Gu Shi is not selective when buying things, and there is no requirement that they must be relatively high-end things. Gu Shi will accept all ordinary items, even outdated styles. For Gu Shi, even some obsolete styles are relatively advanced when placed in Balian City. Moreover, these things are cheap, and some merchants will even give some things away for free in order to clear their stocks. Gu Shi is now taking advantage of every opportunity he can. Never miss an opportunity. It was not until more than 6 hours before Lu Baiwei was leaving that Gu Shi hurried back to Donglu Cemetery. Before he even got close to Donglu Cemetery, Gu Shi noticed that many eyes were on the sky above Donglu Cemetery, as if they were guarding against something. Gu Shi felt something and secretly used the spiritual lamp. When he took a look, he found that it was not that simple. 4 or 5 lines of sight so thick that even Gu Shi dared not move them came from several landmark buildings in Chiafang City. In the past few days in Chiafang City, Gu Shi had a certain understanding of the situation in Chiafang City. He knew very well who lived in these landmark buildings. Gu Shi simply couldn't believe that such a small matter like the Donglu Cemetery would attract the attention of these people. There must be something wrong behind this. However, Gu Shi had no intention of getting involved now. He only had one goal, which was to send Lu Baiwei away safely. So Gu Shi pretended that he didn't see those eyes falling, and waved to Lu Baiwei, who was standing in front of the gate of Donglu Cemetery. "Senior Lu. I'm here. When are we leaving?" Chapter 753 Entering the World of High-End Games. The portal at Donglu Cemetery had been prepared for a long time. Gu Shi glanced at the portal with his knowledge and found that he couldn't understand the layout of the portal. The only thing that can be seen clearly is the coordinates of the portal, and the upper limit of the world behind it. The level of the world behind the portal starts at level 25, and reaches a maximum level of 45. Obviously this is for players after level 30 to upgrade. Gu Shi was originally unable to enter such a world. However, this world has rules for tutors to lead students into a more advanced world, and guide students to get used to the dangerous environment of the advanced world. Therefore, as Gu Shi's leader. He could also follow him into this advanced world. The old man guarding the gate said to Gu Shi, after you go in, don't mess around. Break away from Lu Baiwei directly. And choose to leave that world immediately. Don't hesitate to move just because there is something interesting in that world. Any caterpillar there may have a higher level than you. Gu Shi nodded affirmatively. He didn't want to die in the game like this. At this time, the two architects responsible for building the portal also said to Gu Shi, okay, you can go now. Gu Shi couldn't help but roll his eyes when he heard this. How could he talk like that? But Lu Baiwei had no such idea at all. He immediately stood on the portal and reported his game number. Unfortunately, he has been dead for hundreds of years, and his game number has been cleared. Now he has no way to activate the portal. Otherwise, just arrange for Lu Baiwei to leave directly. And there is no need for Gu Shi to come over to guide him. Senior Lu, don't worry. I'll do it. As Gu Shi spoke, he walked to the portal and reached out to hold Lu Baiwei's shoulders. Game number 629 SHD2S0FXC30. Application to enter the game world. Professional Death Witch Lord. With one undead subordinate. Ghost identity. Level 29. When Gu Shi finished speaking, the door to the teleportation gate opened. The player number 629 SHD2S0FXC30 has been determined. The player meets the requirements for entering the level. The target has been determined. The game world number is UK24JDHT04W970. Do you want to enter? Enter! As soon as Gu Shi finished speaking, a bright light came out of the portal, enveloping Gu Shi and Lu Baiwei. In this bright light, Gu Shi felt as if his whole body was about to burn. At this time, Lu Baiwei said, don't resist. This world is not friendly to weak people. And don't absorb the spiritual energy of this world at will. Your body cannot support it. After saying too much, something like a halo appeared around Lu Baiwei, blocking most of the stimulating power for Gu Shi. However, it was precisely this kind of resistance that prevented Gu Shi from seeing clearly the situation around him. We can only wait until the sound of explanation about the situation of this world comes to our ears. Warning. You are entering an advanced world. The level of this world is far higher than your level. Please pay attention to your own changes. If you find changes in your body, please leave immediately. Otherwise your body will undergo uncontrollable mutations. In this world, there has always been such a legend that as long as someone can go all the way west, step over the Blackwater River where even feathers would sink, climb up the mountain covered with ice and snow, and bypass the nest of the Blue Phoenix, they can enter a city. In this city, there is something called elixir. No matter who you are, after taking it, you can instantly reach the upper limit of this world level. But as a price, they will be trapped in this world forever, unable to leave this world for half a step. So the question is, power and immortality, or freedom to leave? What will you choose? Lu Baiwei naturally heard the hint that Gu Shi heard. At this time, Lu Baiwei seemed to be going crazy, and tears kept flowing down. Something must have happened to her. Otherwise she wouldn't have come to this world. She must have come here for the elixir that can directly upgrade her to level 45. I want to find her. Wait a minute. Don't cry yet. If the ghost cries, the level will drop. You don't want to rush over and be unable to help people. Gu Shi didn't even have time to take a closer look at the surroundings, as he just stood there trying to comfort Lu Baiwei. Originally, Gu Shi could just send the person over and everything would be fine. But Lu Baiwei was a pretty good person. And Gu Shi didn't want anything to happen to him like this. So after entering this world, Gu Shi did not choose to quit immediately, but comforted Lu Baiwei. After hearing what Gu Shi said, Lu Baiwei also realized that now was not the time to cry. He came to save people, not to cry at the grave. Thinking of this, Lu Baiwei immediately cheered up. Gu Xiaoyu, thank you very much this time. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be here, so I won't say much else. I'll give this to you. Also, this is not a place for you to stay longer. After I leave, you'd better leave immediately. As Lu Baiwei spoke, he took out something and placed it in front of Gu Shi. Gu Shi took it and looked at it, and found that it was a totem as thick as a normal human arm. The power of wind and fire is painted on the totem. There are also various beasts representing the power of wind and fire. When holding the totem pole in his hand, Gu Shi could feel a bloody smell coming towards him. It's obvious that this thing has been strengthened with blood. After so many years, the power of this thing has not become less powerful at all. Budweiser totem pole, purple, a totem pole made by Lu Baiwei himself. It is a disposable item. It can be used by inserting it into the ground. When using it, you can choose the power of wind or fire. After selecting, Lu Baiwei will emit the effect of a full blow. Note, wind is mainly used for defense, and fire is mainly used for attack, but they are not incapable of being exchanged with each other. This, before Gu Shi could ask more about the status of the Baiwei totem pole. Lu Baiwei had already disappeared in front of Gu Shi. In his opinion, Gu Shi would definitely leave here soon. Then, there is no point in staying here any longer. With this time, he might as well set off earlier to find his goddess. So Lu Baiwei's approach was quite direct. Gu Shi wanted to call the person down, but found that the person had disappeared. Gu Shi shook his head helplessly, looked around, and planned to evacuate the game world in front of him. Gu Shi is not that stubborn lunatic. He knows very well that the world in front of him is not something he can play around with. At most, when he left, I would secretly pull out a few grasses, or grab a handful of soil and take it back. See if the soil in this world is stronger than the soil in other places. But when Gu Shi turned his head and looked around, he couldn't help but be stunned. Chapter 754 Cemetery Attack. When Gu Shi and the others were sent here, it was because Gu Shi was the Death Witch Lord and Lu Baiwei was a ghost. The place where they were dropped was an oriental cemetery. When you look around, you get the feeling that this place has been abandoned for many years. There are long weeds all around. Various fruits are rotting on the ground. And there are no offerings in the offering plate in front of the grave. Some of the offerings were even overturned. A spooky and ghostly aura was blowing in your face. And a normal person would want to escape the first thing they did when they got here. But there was a hint of smile on Gu Shi's face. Cemetery? He's familiar. Gu Shi thought for a while. Released the evil coffin. Jumped directly onto the coffin lid. And looked around. At the same time, the holder of Huan Quan's dragon robe appeared and stared in one direction. With the power of Huan Quan's dragon robe, Gu Shi immediately saw the special fluctuation coming from the center of the cemetery. A negative energy that was stronger than normal negative energy came from there. This energy gives people a solid, powerful and pure feeling, compared with the negative energy that Gu Shi usually collects. The quality of this energy is obviously much higher. Gu Shi could feel that in his current Aladovi city, he might not be able to directly utilize this chi. Even if you get some energy, you have to dissolve it in water before using it. It seems that research on how to use high-level chi and other technologies is about to begin. Just as Gu Shi was observing the situation in the cemetery, a gong sound came from deep inside the cemetery. The married daughter of the Li family. The courtyard door is wide open. Visitors from all directions are welcome to come in. Then, there was a burst of swana sounds, and a red wedding procession walked out of the place where the gloomiest atmosphere was playing. Seeing the appearance of this team, Gu Shi couldn't help but take a small step back. In this team, from the trumpeters at the front, to the bearers carrying the sedan chairs at the back, to the coolies and servants at the back seeing off the bride, everyone has an inconspicuous gray halo under their feet. It is obvious that everyone here is above level 20. Although the green color above their heads represented friendliness. Gu Shi hesitated. Now if he passes by like this, I'm afraid it's unfair. While he was hesitating, he suddenly felt that something was wrong with the wind behind him. There was a sharp breath in the wind that broke through everything. Gu Shi's movements were much faster than his brain. He immediately switched to the virtual state of the power of the soul. And at the same time thrust the Budweiser totem pole he had just obtained into the ground with one hand. The moment the Budweiser totem pole was driven into the ground, a green halo representing wind appeared beside Gu Shi. Then Gu Shi saw two players standing less than 30 meters away from him. They wore cloth armor, and the cloaks on their backs flapped like wings, allowing them to fly out of thin air. In their hands, they all hold a long sword in one hand, and a fan-like offhand item in the offhand. However, there was a look of surprise in their eyes at this time, as if they didn't understand how Gu Shi discovered his existence in the first place. Seeing these two players, Gu Shi knew what was happening to him. Without thinking, he immediately blessed himself with an immune effect, immune to the element of wind. Then Gu Shi looked at the wedding procession where the girl was getting married, and gently touched the coffin with the magic wand. What kind of monster and heretic dares to come here to ruin the wedding of the Li family's daughter? These two players were sent to kill Gu Shi. The news they got was that Gu Shi's strength was only level 8. At this level, they could easily take away the head by themselves. To be on the safe side, they only came with 2 people. As a result, Gu Shi reacted before they even got close, and immediately inserted the totem pole. Gu Shi himself didn't know the situation of the totem pole, but as professional players in Qianfang City, they didn't know what the halo emitting from the totem pole in front of them meant. This is the wind shield. A wind shield released by a level 29 wind shaman with all his strength. Within 15 minutes. As long as the strength does not reach level 30 or above. Don't even think about getting close to Gushi. They cursed in their hearts, blaming Lu Baiwei for this incident. Who asked Lu Baiwei to meddle in other people's business? It would be nice not to give this totem pole. They also blamed Gushi. Although he was only at level 8. He got such a good item, and didn't know how to take it back and use it slowly. Why didn't I see the surrounding situation clearly? So I used this thing directly. But they didn't fear anything from this. In their eyes, since a sneak attack would fail, they might as well just kill the enemy head-on. It is possible that these two players, who are above level 20, cannot defeat a level 8 cannon fodder. After Gushi yelled, he immediately took action. Although the enemy is above level 20, Gushi said he is not afraid at all because he wants to fight head-on. Death incarnate. The incarnations of death that appeared this time were bone dragons and titans. As soon as Death incarnate bone dragon appeared, it immediately sprayed at the location of the two enemies. Death dragon breath. The two players didn't expect that when Gushi found out. Instead of running away, he dared to attack them. So they swung the long swords in their hands towards Gushi. And at the same time, they fanned the fans in their left hands towards the direction where the long swords were swung. The wind carried the sword energy and flew in the direction of Gushi. However, the power of this sword energy was not as powerful as the totem pole left by Lu Baiwei. Before it even got close to Gushi, it was blown away by a strong wind. At this time, the voice that Gushi just roared also attracted the attention of the Li family, who were marrying off their daughter. Although they are all farmers. In this world, they have a strength of at least level 20. When they heard the voice, they all turned to look in the direction of Gushi. At this time, Gushi's Death Lord skill came into play. In the eyes of these people in the Li family, Gushi is their companion, and the two players are outsiders. One of the drummers put down the swana in his hand and asked with some confusion, "What did he just say? What do these two guys do? I think I heard someone say that those two guys are here to ruin the Li family's marriage. Is there still such a thing? That's not possible. Our young lady from the Li family finally got married, and we can't let it be ruined like this. If you dare to destroy the married daughter of our Li family, aren't you seeking death? Kill them both." For a moment, everyone in the wedding team was angry. They raised various weapons they could pull out, such as poles, benches, shovels, manure scoops, and rakes, and rushed towards the two players. These two players didn't understand at all how they had offended these wild ghosts. They were immediately surrounded by them, and beat them to death. Chapter 755 Dead Player. The two players wanted to resist at first, but the Li family's team is not like Gushi, who is just a small character of level 8. The weakest one in their team is at level 20. Most importantly, they have a large number of people. As soon as the wedding procession stopped, something was wrong in the nearby cemetery, and more ghosts poured out of the cemetery. Some of these ghosts were originally from the nearby cemeteries, and some were lonely ghosts from all over who had heard the news and came to have a drink. But no matter what, as soon as they appeared, they all focused on those two players, who made these two players obviously not on the same side as them. And they were also hostile. These ghosts did not intend to say anything to the two players. Several ghosts pounced on the two players and tore their bodies apart on the spot. Facing so many ghosts, the two players became anxious. They used their strongest strength and kept cutting out sword energy. Their profession is one of the more traditional professions in Qianfang City. The Wind Swordsman. In Qianfang City, there are three most popular professions. Wind swordsmen are semi-assassin swordsmen. Because they are related to wind, they move faster. At the same time, because the wind they are usually exposed to is relatively strong, it is easier for them to master sword energy. When the sword energy is released, they can also use their own wind power to make the sword energy fly further. With such a unique fighting style, and the fact that the first city lord of Qianfang City used a sword, the wind swordsman has always been the mainstream profession in Qianfang City over the years. For this reason, players have thoroughly studied the skills of various wind swordsmen. What kind of situation they face, and what tactics they use seem to be engraved in their instincts. When being besieged by a group of enemies, they will naturally use their ranged ultimate move, Wind Wheel Slash. This ultimate move directly releases a sword energy from 360 degrees, which can directly cut everything open. The more enemies there are around, the more people they can hit. It's the kind of move that is used to directly amplify the move and kill a bloody path. The two players already cooperate with each other quite well. As soon as one of them sheathed his sword, the halo concentrated on the tip of the sword, and then a green light flashed past, and huge sword energy cut across all the ghosts like wheels. The ghosts that rushed faster had no chance to dodge, and some of the ghosts at the front were immediately cut into two pieces. The other player slaps the small fan in his hand hard. "Let's go!" Under a strong gust of wind, the two players floated outward like feathers. If no one stopped them, they might have really run away. But Gucci would definitely not let players who were hostile to him survive. He spent a lot of money to deal with these two players. Then the man holding the soul lamp appeared next to Gucci and pointed at the two players who wanted to escape, confusing people. Ever since the soul lamp became a purple-colored weapon, bewitching people's hearts has become an area of effect spell. Originally it could only target one enemy, but now all enemies within a certain range will be affected. Under the influence of psychic power, these two players had super moving speeds under the power of the wind. But their movement direction changed. Their original idea was to rush out of the cemetery. As long as they can escape. With their strength they can definitely get rid of all the ghosts here. By then, with their strength, they won't have to worry about anything in this world. But now they are under the influence of demagoguery. And although it may only be less than a minute, their direction has changed. They turn from the direction they had originally chosen to escape and rush directly towards the sedan chair parked on the side of the road. It's like looking at this place as a way to survive. Seeing this, the ghosts who were cut into two pieces by the wind wheel were also stunned. They didn't expect these two players to seek death like this. Even though he has never fought any ordinary ghosts here, he still wants to deal with the bride of the Lee family. The two of them rushed to the sedan chair. But before they could take action, a small white jade-like hand stretched out from the sedan chair and caught one of the players by the neck. The key point was caught, and the player woke up from the control of the demagogue. When he saw the situation before him, he couldn't help but scream, "Not good," before he could finish his words. A small white jade-like hand hit the player on the head. With this blow, the player's head was directly broken into pieces. When the player died in battle, Gucci suddenly saw a white light falling from the sky, and then a gray-blue medical angel with wings appeared on the player's body. The player's body then turns into a pile of bones. This situation shocked Gucci. This is the resurrection mechanism after death of players in the real world. Although I'm not sure what happened, it's clear that someone took the player's soul away. They even had the energy to take away most of the flesh and blood. In this way, after the player is resurrected, his level will not be greatly affected. At this time, the little hand inside the sedan struck another player. At this moment, a thought suddenly flashed through Gucci's mind. He drank a magic potion and pointed his finger at another player. Death incarnate. The incarnations of death that appear this time are Death and Titan. After they appeared, they immediately rushed towards the player who was about to be killed. Like the first player, this player was also killed by the bride in the sedan chair at the first moment. The moment he was beaten to death, white light also fell from the sky. But at this moment, the incarnation of Death Titan immediately blocked the medical angel that appeared on the player's body. At the same time, the incarnation of Death, the Grim Reaper, slashed the player's body with his scythe. The player is dead, so his level doesn't matter. The incarnation of Death's Death Harvest move cut it, and even dragged out the player's soul before the medical angel took action. Then the incarnation of Death Titan took another step forward, activated the Thousand Thunder Peach with sword in his hand, and a bolt of lightning hit the medical angel heavily. This medical angel is not a troop in the game. They are just some kind of ability in the real world. They have signed a contract with the player to take away the player's soul and part of their flesh and blood when the player dies in the game. It is impossible to fight. When faced with an unmanageable situation, they have only one choice: remember the enemy's face, go back and report who stole their souls, and whether they can get them back. It depends on the strength of the family members of the deceased. It was the same this time. The medical angel glared at the incarnation of Death Titan, then turned around and disappeared into the white light. Chapter 756. The Married Daughter of the Lee Family. Hey, you are very interesting, kid. Can you come over and talk? When the incarnation of Death, the Grim Reaper, dragged away the player's soul, a voice came from the sedan chair. Gucci was stunned for a moment, then turned his left hand and activated the body-protecting ability of the Flame Heart of the Six-Ray Lantern, quickly switching from the original wind element immunity to psychic spell immunity. After doing all this, Gucci walked to the sedan chair. At this time, beside the sedan, two paper figures dressed as maids quickly stepped forward and opened the curtain of the sedan. revealing the daughter of the Lee family sitting in the sedan. Although she was already on her way to get married, this daughter of the Lee family was not wearing a red wedding dress. Instead, she was wearing a strange purple dress. The quality of the dress looked like pure silk. But for some reason, it felt like paper-tied clothes when worn on the Lee family girl. No matter the style or texture, it doesn't look like a wedding dress, but like a shroud. But the daughter of the Lee family didn't care. She stretched out her hand and put her arm like white jade on Gu Shi's shoulder. "Kid, you really dare to come here." Gu Shi raised his head and glanced at the green top of Lee's daughter's head, and said calmly, "You are not hostile. Why don't I dare to come over?" "Ha ha ha. This is really interesting. This is the first time I've seen a living person like you. You're such a cute little man." As the Lee family daughter spoke, she touched Gu Shi's face. Gu Shi was speechless. Although the daughter of the Lee family was really good looking, especially her skin was as smooth as white jade, this was no reason for her to bully him. Gu Shi removed the Lee family daughter's hand. "If you have something to say, don't touch me." "Okay. Xiao Langjun is so cute when he's angry." Gu Shi rolled his eyes again. If he hadn't known that he couldn't beat the Lee girl in front of him, Gu Shi would have stepped forward to let the Lee girl know what strength was. At this time, the daughter of the Lee family smiled and said, "Okay, young master, don't be angry. I must have something to ask you to come here, but you have such a strong yang energy that I am somewhat moved." After being teased several times, Gu Shi couldn't bear it no matter how good-tempered he was. So he backed away. "I can tell you. Don't think that because you are getting married soon, I will be afraid of you. If you do it again, I'll do it for you now. Come if you can." The daughter of the Lee family blinked at Gu Shi. Gu Shi looked at the Lee family daughter's attitude and was speechless. He looked back and looked around. The porters and musicians from the wedding procession, and the guests who were drinking wedding wine in the cemetery were all surrounding him. When they saw Gu Shi and the daughter of the Lee family flirting, no, bargaining, they didn't look dissatisfied at all. Instead, a few old ghosts, who looked a little older, were stroking their beards and nodding with satisfaction. How could Gu Shi not understand that the girl from the Lee family in front of him was a problematic person? Gu Shi quickly took a step back. Just as he was about to speak, several old ghosts nearby who looked at least a few hundred years old gathered around him. "Don't run. Our family hasn't spoken yet. Don't run around." When Gu Shi saw this situation, he quickly said, Guys, I just came here to have a drink. I don't want to encounter such a thing. Now that the matter has been resolved, do you want the wedding team to go forward?" "Okay. It would be bad if I missed the auspicious time." As Gu Shi spoke, he looked at the daughter of the Lee family. Gu Shi found that her eyes were shining, and it was obvious that she was attracted to him. Gu Shi didn't want to be left as a son-in-law. He now hoped that the Lee family, or the Lee family's daughter's husband's family, would come out to take charge. But as soon as Gu Shi's eye turned around, he found that everyone had stepped back and gave him a very conspicuous position. This was because she was afraid that the daughter of the Lee family might not like Gu Shi. Seeing Gu Shi's reaction, the Lee family daughter also laughed. "Xiao Langjun, come here. I won't eat you. I just have a task to give you." Gu Shi shook his head and said that he didn't have the strength. No matter how much the Lee family daughter gave him, he would not risk his life. Gu Shi was thinking about whether it would be better for him to find a place to exit the game. This place is too dangerous. Before Gu Shi could make any move, the Lee family daughter had already arrived in front of Gu Shi. She stretched her arms on Gu Shi's shoulders and let herself float into the air. Her eyes were fixed on Gu Shi, emitting a strange light. "I think people must be very willing to help me. Right?" There was a strong sense of charm in the words of the Lee family girl. If it was normal, Gu Shi would have been fascinated by all sorts of things. But when Gu Shi came over, he activated the effect of Flame Heart's body protection. All psychic spells were useless to Gu Shi. When facing the girl from the Lee family, Gu Shi remained quite calm. After staring into Gu Shi's eyes for a moment, the Lee family daughter sat back in the sedan chair. The movements that came and went freely made Gu Shi dazzled. His reaction simply couldn't keep up with the Lee family's daughter's movement speed. The Lee family daughter's actions made Gu Shi a little confused. He didn't quite understand what the Lee family daughter was planning to do. At this moment, the girl from the Lee family stretched out her hand, and Gu Shi felt a strong suction force coming, dragging him onto the sedan chair. "Do me a favor and get me married." Seeing the curtain of the sedan slowly lowered, Gu Shi realized what he was doing. He turned to look at the Lee family daughter, a trace of doubt flashing in his eyes. Gu Shi saw something different in the daughter of the Lee family. In the past, because of the strength of the Li family's daughter. Some differences in the Li family's daughter had been ignored. Now looking at the daughter of the Li family again, Gushi noticed that around the daughter of the Li family, there was no aura unique to those after level 20. This situation is obviously wrong. Gushi looked at the Li daughter again, and he noticed that the Li daughter's jade-like body was like a rigid SHL blocking everything. Gushi's current level of knowledge about the undead is already quite high. I didn't see it before, so I naturally didn't think about it. But now I could tell that something was wrong as soon as I looked at Gushi. At this time, Gushi blurted out, "A living ghost?" Hearing Gushi's words, the daughter of the Li family also laughed. Young master has good eyesight. I was right. He really knows everything. Living ghosts are also called Yin children, which are the offspring of the dead. It is a situation where the Yin pole produces yang, and two ghosts live in humans. Generally speaking, living ghosts have very good talents and are often the best among ghosts. However, living ghosts are ghosts after all. They cannot generate yang energy and vitality in their bodies. In order to survive, they must use some means to ensure that they have sufficient yang energy and vitality. This is either an open source to attract more yang qi and vitality from other places, or an interception to prevent the consumption of yang qi and vitality. The jade-like body of the Li girl in front of her was nothing more than a SHL that prevented the flow of yang energy and vitality. Chapter 757 Gushi's Identity. After hearing Gushi's words, the Li family daughter smiled at Gushi. You can see it. You should know that beings like us live a day-to-day life, either taking a sip here or saving a little bit there. No matter how hard you try, you are just trying to survive. This time I got married, not because I fell in love with anyone, but because the man I want to marry has something to save his life. Grass returns elixir. It can transform all Yin energy into yang energy and reshape the foundation of our kind of existence. The most important thing is that after recasting the foundation, we are still ghosts and immortals. And what is even stronger than the zombie immortals is that we are born ghosts. Ghosts and immortals. We still have a chance to survive the thunder tribulation. Although the words of the daughter of the Li family were somewhat meaningless. But after experiencing what happened just now, and knowing the identity of the Li family daughter, Gushi naturally understood what was going on. The situation of living ghosts is like this. The Yin pole generates yang, but they are also ghosts. At certain times, they will have an advantage over humans or ghosts. But at certain times, the identity of living ghosts is just for them a burden. The way of the world in front of us is to follow the path of creating yang from the Yin pole. Completely transform the ghost's Yin energy into yang energy. The corpse reincarnated immortals and ghost immortals mentioned here are probably the career ideas of this world. Gushi didn't know much about this aspect, but the general ideas were probably the same. The grass returning elixir mentioned by the daughter of the Li family in front of me is probably a key elixir in this world. And it is quite useful for living ghosts. Not only can the living ghost become pure yang, but it can also not affect the foundation of the living ghost. It is not like these living ghosts did before, transforming their own Yin energy to purify yang energy. This is great news for living ghosts. As long as you are a living ghost, you will not miss this opportunity. After hearing this news, the living ghosts would be willing to marry themselves off, let alone become concubines. However, Gushi immediately realized that the reason why the daughter of the Li family invited her to the sedan chair was definitely not to tell him this. She must have been impressed by my abilities to allow me to get into the bridal sedan. Gushi thought about it and immediately understood the Li family daughter's plan. At this time, Gushi said with a serious face, "Has this news been spread for a long time?" The daughter of the Li family nodded. "Yes, I got the news relatively late. I'm afraid there will be other living ghosts who want to stop me along the way. So I want to ask you to protect me." "Me? I'm not strong enough. Not to mention those living ghosts. I can't even beat some of the porters outside." Gushi shook his head and decisively refused. He didn't want to get involved in something like this. Judging from the previous actions of the Li family girl, the other living ghosts are not weak at all. There is no need to deal with Gushi specifically. As long as the aftermath sweeps over Gushi, Gushi may be gone. Don't worry. You will get all the benefits after the matter is accomplished. Gushi shook his head. This is not a matter of whether it is good or not. This matter is too difficult for me. Difficult? I'm afraid. The daughter of the Li family turned her body and leaned against Gushi. With your status as a powerful reincarnation of the underworld, Xia Langjin, there is nothing to be afraid of. The reincarnation of the great power of the underworld? Gushi was stunned for a moment, wondering where the Li girl could see this. Seeing Gushi's confused look, the Li family daughter started laughing. Why? Xiao Langjun thought he was hiding well. In fact, we can see it as soon as Xiao Langjun appears. When Xiao Langjun appeared, we felt something. We all think that Xiao Langjun is a good person, and are not willing to be enemies with Xiao Langjun. We even have the idea of wanting to leave with Xiao Langjun. This kind of thing is not something ordinary people can do. At least we have never encountered such a situation before. This proves that you have an extraordinary origin. The most important thing is that among the guardians you released before, the one holding the peach-wood sword has the ability to open the door to the underworld. Right? This kind of ability is not something ordinary people can have. Young man, please help me. I don't need you to do anything. Whenever other ghosts come to block the way, help me persuade them to make way. The Li family daughter's body was directly pressed against Gushi's body, and Gushi slowly felt the warmth coming from the Li family daughter's body. At this time, Gushi's heart was quite calm, and he was not affected by the Li family daughter at all. Although the daughter of the Li family did not finish what she said, Gushi could tell that the daughter of the Li family did not lie to him in some aspects. He really regarded himself as a big boss from the underworld. Therefore, the daughter of the Li family could only use some small means to ask her to take action. And she would never dare to kill herself, because the daughter of the Li family is not sure whether she will return to the underworld immediately and regain her original fighting power if she dies. At that time, with the strength of the Li family's daughter, it would be impossible to escape the pursuit of the underworld. So this can be done. But a thought flashed through Gushi's mind. You can't do this in vain. Seeing Gushi thinking, the Li family girl's eyes lit up. She understood that Gushi was already moved, but now she wasn't sure what Gushi was hesitating about. However, if the girl from the Li family didn't catch up at this time, then she would have lived in vain for so many years. The daughter of the Li family leaned her body against Gushi. Little husband, please help me. I'll be with you if you go on this journey. Gushi rolled his eyes. I need your company. Gushi's rolling eyes were a sign of his characteristics. And the Li family girl immediately understood why Gushi didn't dare to let go. She had been begging Gushi for help, but she had nothing to repay Gushi with. Gushi was not like him. So why should he do such a thankless thing? What I said for a long time was useless nonsense. If you want Gushi to protect yourself, you have to come up with some real materials. It was simply a joke that she had to accompany Gushi the entire way. Gushi, a boss from the underworld who has lived for who knows how many years, has never seen anything. Maybe after the death of the concubines in the palace, their souls would fall into Gushi's hands. She is just a living ghost whose whole body has been transformed into jade, and she has no other abilities. How could this possibly attract Gushi? So if you want to get help from Gushi, you have to find a way from other aspects. The daughter of the Li family is a smart female ghost. She was able to spot the difference in Gushi's identity immediately, so she naturally had eyesight and thinking ability. She put herself into Gushi's identity, and immediately understood in her heart what Gushi was lacking now. So the daughter of the Li family immediately leaned into Gushi's ear and said, Xiao Langjun, as long as you help me, I have a good gift for you. Chapter 758 Gift Giving. Nice one? Of course Gushi believed that the Li family daughter could come up with something good. But Gushi also understood that not everything he could accept now. In the eyes of the Li family's daughter, Gushi is now a big shot and has seen everything. If Gushi is tempted by something that seems ordinary, it will definitely arouse the suspicion of the Li family daughter. Not only will he not get any benefits, but he might even be killed by the girl from the Li family, which would be a loss. So Gushi didn't respond, as if he didn't hear the words. Gushi's attitude made the Li family daughter feel at ease. She had actually been trying to take care of Shi's quality from the very beginning. The good impression that made her feel friendly at the beginning was one thing. But it was impossible for the Li family girl to lose all of herself just because of a little good impression. As for the incarnation of death released by Gushi, she actually didn't notice it. The level of death incarnation is now only level 16. Even the coolie porters and the like outside can kill the incarnation of death without the Li family's daughter taking action. Even if the incarnation of death has the ability to open the door to the underworld, this does not mean that Gushi is really a big boss from the underworld. The reason why the daughter of the Li family reacted like this was that the daughter of the Li family found that her charm and psychic abilities were of little use to Gushi. This was the reason why she doubted Gushi. In her opinion, her psychic ability was quite strong. Even the ghosts from the Li family and the one who passed by before were affected by her psychic suggestion. Sometimes she doesn't need to take the initiative to say anything. Just one look can take care of everything. As a result, The invincible spiritual power lost its effect on Gu Shi. In a situation like Gu Shi's, he is either an old ghost or a born Buddhist. It is impossible for others to have such a determination. It is also for this reason that the girl from the Li family came up with the idea that Gu Shi was the reincarnation of the big boss of the underworld. But she has been hesitating and testing, just to prove the situation. Is it really because of Gu Shi's level 9 fitness technique and the fire of life that is merged into his body that she is so close to him? That's not the case. She just wanted to listen to Gu Shi's heartbeat to determine whether Gu Shi was affected in any way. It is no different this time. The girl from the Li family now wants to use some things to test Gu Shi. Of course, this kind of actual temptation should not be too many. 1 or 2 times is fine. After 3 times, Gu Shi will fall out directly. By then, let alone borrowing Gu Shi's influence, she may not be able to get married and will be directly betrayed by Gu Shi. The breath was taken away by a wave. So be moderate. The Li girl reminded herself in her mind and quickly took out something and placed it in front of Gu Shi. Gu Shi didn't even think about opening it. He is just pretending to be a big shot now. After all, it is you who is begging me, not me asking you for anything. Now that you have sent me something, I am very anxious to open it and see what kind of attitude this is. That won't work. So no matter what, I have to show that I don't care. It's you who have to send these things up. Seeing Gu Shi's reaction, the Li family daughter didn't say much. In her opinion, Gu Shi's reaction was normal. So the Li girl reached out and opened the box, revealing a golden bead underneath. This bead is about the size of a fist. After opening it, a dignified yin qi and a strange aura hit your face. The 2 auras mixed together and actually formed a rather strange feeling. This feeling is somewhat similar to the cup of fire of life that Gu Shi drank at the beginning. It seems that as long as he eats this thing, his strength will be rapidly improved. But Gu Shi was tricked by the fire of life last time. He didn't want to do it again, although he knew what this thing was used for. Gu Shi just glanced at it and didn't look at it again. Gu Shi's action startled the girl from the Li family. There is already a judgment in my mind. This person's eyesight is really good, and he can tell at a glance that these are Buddha bone relics. But his vision is probably too high. Although this Buddha bone relic is not orthodox, the Buddha nature inside it is not weak at all. As long as the undead took it, he could immediately reach the level of Arhat, level 20. But he didn't even bother to look at it. Is this looking down on this kind of Buddha bone relic? If he looks down on things like this, then what does he want? Although it only happened in an instant, many thoughts had already passed through the Li family's mind. Finally, the Li girl gritted her teeth and said, Xiao Langjun, don't you like this? Let's see how this one goes. If it doesn't work, the little girl will really have nothing to offer to the young man. As the Li family daughter spoke, she took out a long box. The box was 1 meter long and completely black. When the Li family daughter took it out, it was like she was holding something heavy. When she placed it on the sedan chair, the sedan chair visibly paused. At this time, the daughter of the Li family opened the box without waiting for Gu Shi's signal. The moment the box was opened, Gu Shi smelled a scent, and the blood flow in his body increased significantly. Looking into the box, Gu Shi found a cane made of bamboo placed in the box. The cane is green all over and full of life. The aroma comes from this cane. Gu Shi was also attracted by the fragrance at this time, and couldn't help but look in the direction of the cane. For some reason, when I saw this cane, I always felt like I was looking at a corpse. And it was a corpse of quite a high level. This feeling is very similar to the feeling Gu Shi had when he saw King Yiksha's sleeping body on the Huangquan road. However, the situation in front of him was obviously much better than that of King Yiksha back then. At this time, Gu Shi couldn't help but say something. Corpse. However, Gu Shi immediately realized that he couldn't have any problems at this time. The Li family daughter was still staring at him. As soon as the word, I don't want to care about interest was said, the Li family girl's eyes lit up. Young master, you have good eyes. This is the corpse left behind by the corpse reincarnation immortal. This corpse reincarnation immortal was killed by me personally. After his death, he left behind 3 things. One of them is the sword of the immortal, which I always carry with me. One is the inheritance of the corpse execution immortal, and I left this one at home. The last thing is the corpse of the corpse. I have always carried it with me, and now I give it to Xia Langjun, hoping that Xia Langjun can help me. Gu Shi became somewhat silent. He didn't expect such a thing to happen. He is not familiar with the corpse reincarnation immortal. But Gu Shi estimated that the Li family daughter might not be able to bring anything else. Since the corpse of the immortal is so highly valued by the daughter of the Lee family, it must be of orange quality. Thinking of this, Gushi finally slowly stretched out his hand, flicked the bamboo stick, and sent it into the strange mirror space. Chapter 759 Gushi takes advantage of the situation. After collecting the corpse of the corpse reincarnation immortal, the corresponding attributes popped up in front of Gushi's eyes. Remains of the corpse disciple immortal, purple, when a cultivator found that he had no hope of a future. He chose the path of corpse dissection. He became the corpse discipline immortal, level 30. After he became an immortal and left, his body was left behind. It fell down and turned into a bamboo stick. Although I am not sure what the use of this thing is, it is always good to keep it. Gushi was not surprised at all that the Jijia immortal strength was only level 30. The upper limit of this world is level 45. Which does not mean that everyone in this world is level 45. If a mere corpse execution immortal reaches the upper limit of the level of this world, what will the other heavenly and earthly immortals do? Therefore, level 30 is a more reasonable level. However, Gushi's mind was not on this. After the remains of the corpse reincarnating immortal were put away, Gushi said to the girl from the Lee family, "Since you've come to me for help, I'll help you. But let me make it clear in advance that I'm only using your power, not doing anything for you. This is how it should be." The daughter of the Lee family bowed her head honestly after hearing this. Although she gave away her most precious possessions, the Lee family girl still felt a little uneasy. She didn't know Gushi's status in the underworld, and she wasn't sure whether Gushi could help her. Gushi did not give the daughter of the Lee family a chance to choose. He raised his left hand, and the bearer of the underworld dragon robe appeared next to Gushi. The daughter of the Lee family was also shocked by the sudden appearance of an extra person on her sedan chair. However, when she saw the condition of Wang Yuan's dragon robe, the Lee family girl suppressed some of her thoughts. He thought to himself. This time he hugged his thighs. This is the clothes of the king of the underworld. But now these clothes are under the control of Gushi. It seems that Gushi is really the reincarnation of an expert from the underworld and came to practice. Even his clothes turned into soldiers and came with him to protect him, Gushi pointed out. And the man wearing the Huangquan dragon robe floated out and followed the sedan. I think this should be enough. Even if there are other situations, I will come out to talk to you. I believe your safety should be guaranteed. Hearing what Gushi said, the daughter of the Lee family also became excited. She hugged Gushi tightly and said, "Thank you very much, young man. This is a reward to express your gratitude." After saying that, the daughter of the Lee family didn't care about anything else and kissed Gushi on the face. Gushi pushed it with some disgust and said, "Don't be like this. That's not what I meant." But when Gushi pushed, he always felt that he was pushing in the wrong place. How could this woman carved from white jade have the strength to rebound? There must be something wrong here. This jade is so smooth. Gushi, you can't go on like this. This is someone else's wedding sedan. Don't be good at everything. Being good at everything will only harm you. Speaking of which, warm jade smells really good. While Gushi was studying what the living ghost's SHI was made of in the sedan chair, the Lee family's wedding team had already moved forward. There are porters above level 20 who can carry whatever they want. The speed they moved along was quite fast. If Gushi opened the curtains of the sedan chair at this moment, he would find that the sedan chair was moving many times faster than his own evil coffin. It's just that at this time, Gushi was entangled by the super powerful daughter of the Lee family, and he didn't dare to move at all, let alone look at the situation outside the sedan chair. Now Gushi had no idea where he was or what was going on outside. It wasn't until he felt the sedan slowly stop that Gushi, whose face turned red, sat up straight. What happened outside? Xiao Langjun. I'm afraid someone is coming to block the way. It's up to Xiao Langjun next. Gushi rolled his eyes. I'm just lending you my strength. I'm not selling myself to you. Why are you climbing up the pole? Who asked you to take out the pole? I have a pole, and naturally I have to climb. The daughter of the Lee family said with a slightly red face, which was completely different from the rigid feeling before. Gushi was a little helpless. He had taken someone else's bamboo stick no matter what. He couldn't just turn his back on the person with the bamboo stick. Gushi straightened his clothes, then opened the curtain of the sedan and walked out. When he jumped off the sedan chair, Gushi's steps were somewhat staggering. However, he immediately stood up straight with the phantom magic staff and stared straight ahead of the procession of married women. On the road ahead, two teams happened to be blocked on the road. One was a funeral procession, in which filial sons in linen and white robes were throwing paper money non-stop. But Gushi could clearly feel that there was a strong sense of life inside the coffin they were carrying. Gu Shi glanced at the funeral procession, and found that none of the mourners seemed to be from the same family. They even had different blood origins. Gu Shi thought about it for a moment. And the person holding the mind lamp appeared in front of him. Through the vision of the mind lamp, Gu Shi saw that all the mourning teams were controlled by the person in the coffin. This is a one-man army boss. And it can also be regarded as another root of the necromancer. The situation of the other team left Gu Shi even more speechless. If this mourning team is reasonable, then the other team is completely unreasonable. One person in this team rang a bell in front, followed by more than 100 corpses wrapped in black cloth and jumping. That action was clearly that of a team chasing away corpses. Gu Shi looked up at the sky and found that the moonlight was thick at this time, and the moonlight shone on the road. It was a good time for all kinds of undead ghosts to walk. Gu Shi frowned. The situation in front of him was not easy to deal with. If it was just the undead, he could give them some face by stepping forward. But these two people in front of me are obviously not undead. Gu Shi was not familiar with this world. He didn't know where these two people came from, or what route they were taking. At this moment, the daughter of the Li family also put on her clothes and floated behind Gu Shi, because the rule for a married woman was that she should not fall to the ground. So she directly put her hands on Gu Shi's shoulders, and used Gu Shi to let herself float up. Who am I talking about? It turns out to be Masters Wang Datong and Lu Quan. What's the matter? You also have ideas about the grass returning pill? I understand Wang Datong. The technique of transforming living ghosts into corpses also needs the support of Chao Wendan. But what does this matter have to do with you? Master Lu Quan? You are a living person chasing away corpses. Why do you want grass to return pills? The one who was driving away pulled back the black veil in front of him, revealing a face that was even more rigid than a zombie. Then he smiled hard and said, I don't want it for myself. I come here to ask for the elixir for others. Girl from the Li family, you have already mastered the art of jade transformation. You don't need the elixir for the elixir. And the yang energy consumption is not big. Why don't you just do it for me? Give it to me. It's not that it doesn't consume much, but it doesn't mean it doesn't consume much. Let me tell you, there is no need to discuss this matter. I have decided on this grass-returning elixir. Did you see the man in front of me? He is from the underworld. He is a big shot. Chapter 760, The Power of the Dead Earth. You're a big shot. Miss Li, I'm afraid you're blind. If you hadn't protected this guy, he might not even be able to leave the village where he lives. Master Lu Quan couldn't help but laugh when he heard what Li Jian said. When he laughed, the corpses following him also made laughing movements. However, Wang Datong, who was hiding in the coffin beside him, did not speak. Master Lu Quan was just smiling there alone, and it seemed a bit embarrassing that no one was there to support him. So Master Lu Quan regained his face, turned to stare at Wang Datong's coffin and said, What? Wang Datong, what do you mean? You also think that this little guy who will die when he goes out is a big shot? Without thinking, Wang Datong said slowly, I don't know. But one thing is for sure. He will not die if he goes out. I think as long as he doesn't take the initiative to attack, no normal dead person will take action against him. Wang Datong and the Li family girls are both living ghosts trying to survive. When he met Gu Shi, he had the same feeling as Lianu. He didn't want to be Gu Shi's enemy, and he even had an impulsive idea of wanting to join Gu Shi. Although he suppressed this thought, this feeling still made Wang Datong frightened. So when the daughter of the Li family said that Gu Shi's identity was unusual, he also acquiesced to this fact. Only Master Lu Quan was a living person. Gu Shi, the Lord of Death, had no effect on him. So he was unable to see the facts here clearly, and was still smiling there. Now that he smiles, the situation becomes awkward. At least the situation in front of him made him understand that something seemed wrong. But he still didn't admit that he had a problem. He pointed in the direction of Gu Shi and said, Get out of here, or I'll chop you up and feed it to my little one. Gu Shi ignored Master Lu Quan and turned to look at the girl from the Li family behind him. I promised you at the beginning to lend you the opportunity, but I didn't say that I would help you fight. Master Lu Quan's eyes flashed with disdain. And just as he was about to speak, Wang Datong in the coffin shouted, Sir, you can help me. Shut up. The daughter of the Li family doesn't want to have another person competing with her to repay the pill. As soon as he heard Wang Datong's words, he started yelling. Seeing that no one paid attention to him, Master Lu Quan became angry. Are you looking down on me? While roaring, he directed the corpse behind him to rush in the direction of Gu Shi. All these corpses were carefully selected and crafted by him. On the surface, It looked like he was driving the body to the funeral. But in fact, he wanders around the world, selecting the best corpses to use to make his minions. His situation is actually very similar to that of the necromancer, except that compared to the serious necromancer, Master Lu Quan was lucky enough to be born in this world. Any corpse you pick up must be level 20 or above. With too much trial and error cost, Lu Quan sure grew up very quickly. But no matter what, he is not a professional necromancer. His method of refining corpses is the method of driving corpses plus some other methods. These corpses cannot go any further, and as time goes by or after multiple battles, the corpses will slowly decay. In order to make further progress, Master Lu Quan specially found a living ghost for advice. The living ghost also had a way to deal with it, but he asked Master Lu Quan to prevent the Li family daughter from getting the grass returning elixir. This is why Master Lu Quan appears here, and Gu Shi is now blocking his way as the Li family's daughters backstage. Master Lu Quan would naturally take action against Gu Shi. Facing the charging enemy, Gu Shi took a step back and held his hand outward. Death incarnate. The incarnation of Death, the god of death, and the incarnation of Death Titan appeared next to Gu Shi. When they first saw Gu Shi taking action, Master Wang Datong and Master Lu Quan were startled. They thought Gu Shi was going to make a bigger move. As a result, the two incarnations of death released by Gu Shi only had this much strength. At this moment, Master Lu Quan and Wang Datong's eyes changed when they looked at Gu Shi. But the next moment, Wang Datong was immediately frightened. The incarnation of Death Titan thrust the Thousand Thunder Peach with sword into the ground. The color of the earth's ground changed rapidly. The Li family daughter and Wang Datong were both living ghosts. When they saw the situation in front of them, they couldn't help shouting, "Underworld?" When the ground began to change, everyone felt the breath of the underworld. This time Wang Datong immediately believed Li's daughter's judgment. The Gu Shi in front of him was a boss from the underworld. Otherwise, who in normal circumstances would move the ground of the underworld to their side and make it their home ground? Only Master Lu Quan was unfamiliar with the underworld, and his method of driving corpses was to capture the bodies and souls, prevent the soul of the corpse from entering the underworld. He avoided the underworld whenever he could, so he didn't know the situation in the underworld at all. I don't even know about the situation of the incarnation of death, the Titan. Unlike the other two incarnations of death, Gu Shi's incarnation of Death Titan has no means to directly kill the enemy. All he can do is send his enemies to the underworld or the underworld. When the time is up, the exiled enemies will come back. But for some lonely ghosts who originally escaped from the underworld or the underworld, this is a deadly method, because they have always been unwilling to go to the underworld. And now they are sent there and want to come back. It is really a dream. Master Lu Quan didn't know all this, and the corpses under him still rushed towards Gu Shi as planned before. But as these corpses stepped onto the land of death, their movement slowed down. This situation surprised Master Lu Quan. And then, Bai Wuchang appeared one after another behind the corpses. They just put their hands on the corpses and dragged the corpses into the underworld in a flash. Seeing this situation, Master Lu Quan yelled, "You're seeking death?" After saying that, a gray halo flashed by Master Lu Quan's body. His body became extremely stiff, and he punched Gu Shi. At this time, the daughter of the Li family immediately stood in front of Gu Shi. She remembered quite clearly that Gu Shi only used himself to lend her a hand and had no intention of helping her. She still had a reason to explain when Gu Shi released the incarnation of death. But if Master Lu Quan hits Gu Shi, then he really has no way to explain it. So the daughter of the Li family immediately stood in front of Gu Shi, blocking Master Lu Quan's blow with her white jade-like palms. Boom! A strike from these two men caused a large explosion across the entire area. Gu Shi's incarnation of death, the god of death, immediately stood in front of Gu Shi. For Gu Shi, he blocked the aftermath of the battle between the two sides. Looking at the situation in front of him, Gu Shi decisively pointed at the Li family daughter and Master Lu Quan who were fighting and said, "Titan, send them all to the underworld." Chapter 761, Sent to the underworld. Under Gu Shi's order, Titan, the incarnation of death, once again activated his ability and sent Master Lu Quan and Li's daughter, who were facing the battle, to the underworld. Master Lu Quan was sent away as it should be. Gu Shi couldn't just leave the danger in front of him. As for the daughter of the Li family, it is different. After being sent to the underworld, when the time is up and the banishment effect disappears, she will come back on her own. Anyway, the Li family's daughter is not like Master Lu Quan, who gathers the wool of the underworld and intercepts the souls that should have entered the underworld. Therefore, When Lu Quanxia arrived in the underworld, he would be attacked by the administrative units of the underworld immediately. The situation on the Li family's daughter's side is different. She is a living ghost with status. The place where the Li family came out is also a ghost realm recognized by the underworld. The Li family daughter also went to the underworld in person in order to find some materials. Although the underworld is not the home turf of the Li family girl, it will definitely not be under her control. After seeing off Master Lu Quan and the Li family's daughter, Gu Shi turned around and looked at Wang Datong's coffin. Can we talk about it? Of course. Sir, if you have anything to ask, just ask. I will tell you everything I know. Gu Shi did not ask Wang Datong to come out and meet him. Nor did he try to ask Wang Datong if he could join him. The Death Lord's ability can naturally be put to use. But now is not the time for Gu Shi to take action. Gu Shi was more concerned about the matter of Chao Huandan. Before, Gu Shi could not ask many questions on the Li family's daughter's sedan chair. In fact, the most important thing is that Gu Shi has always been skeptical about the term Chao Huandan. Don't worry. This thing is not a good thing. The daughter of the Li family was unwilling to explain to Gu Shi. Now that she met Wang Datong, Gu Shi naturally wanted to ask about the grass-returning elixir. Sir, do you want to know about the grass-returning elixir? Hearing this, Wang Datong also hesitated. For others, it may just be a life-extending thing. But for living ghosts like them, it is really a life-saving thing. Only a small amount of Chao Huandan is produced each time. If one more person knows about it, they will have one less portion. But Gu Shi's previous performance confirmed Gu Shi's strength to Wang Datong. He didn't want to gamble whether Gu Shi would send him to the underworld. So Wang Datong just hesitated for a moment, and then talked about the matter of returning grass to elixir. Sir, Chao Huandan is actually a relatively underworld elixir. It uses the remains of the corpse immortal, the blood essence and blood of the ghost immortal, and part of the veins of the earth immortal can be grown through the cultivation of immortal roots for 30 years. Only 10 to 15 grass return pills can be produced at a time. Each one has the power to transform the underworld. If a person who is about to die takes it, the death energy in his body will be converted into vitality, and his lifespan can be extended by 1 round. If the soul of the dead takes it, it can ensure that the soul will not be separated, and there will be a chance to be reincarnated, ignoring the mystery in the womb. But they are all secondary. This grass-returning elixir is something that is truly useful to us living ghosts. As long as we take one, we can transform into official ghost immortals. The kind of ghost immortals who can face thunder tribulations. But this alchemist didn't know why. He only gave out 3 grass-returning pills to the living ghosts each time. And even if he kept the others, he wouldn't give them to the living ghosts. Therefore, for the living ghosts, if they want to get the grass-returning elixir, they have to rob it. I'm afraid I don't want to release too many ghosts and immortals. Hearing this, Gu Shi couldn't help but mutter. No, ghosts and immortals are actually nothing. But ghosts and immortals like us, who can survive the thunder tribulation, have the possibility of taking a step forward. After passing through the thunder tribulation, we are no longer ghosts and immortals. We are existences that can attack earth immortals. Gu Shi really wanted to ask, what level are earthly immortals? But when the words came to his lips, Gu Shi still suppressed them. Now he is playing the role of an underworld boss. If you don't know these common sense things, you might get hacked to death if you speak out. Okay, don't be so nervous. I don't want to get involved in your fight for the Chao Huandan this time. This thing is of no use to me. And I didn't protect the Li family daughter to the death. I just protected her all the way to the grass-returning elixir. Whether she can get the grass-returning elixir next is her own business. Xiao Langjun, you are going to make me sad when you say this. Just now, you called me Xiao Tian, and then you turned around and threw me into the underworld. Now you are talking about me like this. I really have no place in your heart. Gu Shi looked back and found that the daughter of the Li family had returned, holding a roll of black gauze mask that had been torn off. No, Gu Shi said lightly. At Gu Shi's reaction, the Li family daughter just smiled. She quickly leaned her body against Gu Shi's and raised the black gauze mask in front of Gu Shi. Did you snatch it? Gu Shi rolled his eyes at the Li family daughter. Yes, if I guess correctly, this should be Yi Xianzi's veil. After saying this, the girl from the Li family looked at Gu Shi. However, Gu Shi did not react at all. He knew that if he just asked questions like who Fairy Yi was, or how the girl from the Li family knew about this, the girl from the Li family would definitely tell him the details. But after that, the Li family daughter will definitely make such and such requests. Gu Shi has seen this Li family girl's ability to climb up the pole before. The best way to deal with such a situation is to do nothing. Ignoring the topic of the Li family's daughter, Gu Shi just turned his head and said to the Li family's daughter, "That's it. You get on the sedan chair first. We are ready to leave." Xiao Langjun. You really don't want to know about Yixianzi? Gu Shili ignored the Li family daughter, lifted up the Li family daughter's waist, pushed hard, and pushed the Li family daughter into the sedan chair. After doing this, Gu Shi turned to look at Wang Datong. How do you say? Sir, I also want the grass returning elixir this time. Do you think this will work? I will follow you from a distance. If nothing happens, I will not come out to disturb you or run in front of you. If there are other people blocking the way, I will help you deal with it, and not give them any chance to trouble you. Gu Shi glanced at Wang Datong's coffin. Although he was not sure what Wang Datong wanted to do, one thing was certain, Wang Datong also wanted to take advantage of his power. It's just that his method of taking advantage of the situation is more clever than that of Li's daughter. At least Gu Shi couldn't say anything at all, because the place where Wang Datong is going is the same as the place where the Li family daughter is going. Gu Shi couldn't say he wouldn't let them go. So Gu Shi waved to Wang Datong's funeral procession and returned to the Li family's daughter's sedan chair. At this time, the Li family daughter was taking off her shoes and cleaning the mud from the soles. When she saw Gu Shi coming in, she blushed and said, "Young master, you knew that I couldn't touch the ground on my way to get married, but you still asked me to do it. I'm going to have a hard time in the future. You have to compensate me." Chapter 762 Titan's Thunder and Lightning Power. Why did you stop again? Gu Shi's sedan chair stopped again, and Gu Shi couldn't help but poke his head out. Did you meet the enemy again? No. The sun will rise soon. We must find a place to hide and go out at night. As the Li family daughter spoke, she jumped off the sedan chair and stepped on the ground with her bare feet. Hey, didn't you say that you were going to get married and your shoes couldn't touch the ground? I didn't touch the ground. You didn't see that I was holding my shoes. As the daughter of the Li family spoke, she also raised the purple embroidered shoes in her hand to Gu Shi. It's clear that I've already touched the ground, and I don't care about these things now. What could Gu Shi say to the Li family daughter's reaction? Whatever you want. Where do you plan to park your team? After jumping off the sedan, Gu Shi looked around and found that they were now in a barren mountain. Looking back and forth, all he could see were lush trees. And other than that, the extremely thick spiritual energy was rushing towards his face, constantly trying to pour into Gu Shi's body. Gu Shi clearly remembered the information he received when he entered this world. The breath of this world is different. If you absorb too much, your body will undergo uncontrollable changes. Therefore, Gu Shi is always careful to avoid absorbing too much spiritual energy from such uncertain situations. Where else can we stop? Just stop here. Move the team closer to the shade of a tree and form a circle. Just avoid direct sunlight. Gu Shi couldn't help but blinked when he heard this. Is this still possible? The daughter of the Li family felt that Gu Shi didn't quite understand. So she explained. Yes. With so many of us ghosts gathered together, the ghost energy of all the ghosts can almost form a small ghost realm. As long as the sun is not too strong, it is not a bad day. And you are not rushing around at noon. You generally cannot consume much energy. Only then did Gu Shi realize that the world he was in now was different from the world he had experienced before. The beings who come out of this world are relatively strong. Level 20 is just the beginning of this world. And most people have their own aura. It is possible to combine dozens of ghosts with halos to form a small ghost domain. Seeing the situation in front of him, Gu Shi smiled and said, "Forget it. I just need to take a rest. So I will help you." After speaking, Gu Shi pointed his hand and switched to the state of spiritual power. The Death Incarnation was activated, releasing the Death Incarnation, the God of Death, and the Death Incarnation Titan. When she saw the incarnation of Death Titan, the Li family girl couldn't help but tremble all over. She couldn't help but think about being sent to the underworld to fight. Although she would not be detained by the underworld, the feeling was still quite bad. Now that Gu Shi had released the Titan, the incarnation of death, the Li family girl immediately thought about how to kill the Titan, the incarnation of death, with one punch. But this time, after the incarnation of death, Titan, was released, he had no intention of taking action. Gu Shi immediately blessed him with a ghost battlefield. Unlike the ghost battlefields of the other two, the ghost battlefield on Titan's side actually has the breath of lightning. From time to time, a bolt of lightning would fall from the sky and fall to the ground. And then, the ground would become a little scorched. This situation made Gu Shi a little stunned. He didn't expect that the ghost battlefield of Death Incarnation Titan would be like this. The scene in front of them frightened the Li family daughter and Wang Datong, who were following behind. As living ghosts, although they had the idea of attacking the Thunder Tribulation, they would only do so after obtaining the grass-returning elixir. They are still ghosts now. This kind of pure yang lightning is still very harmful to them. Gushi didn't know that the ghost battlefield of Titan, the incarnation of death, would be like this. He quickly wanted to take back the Titan, the incarnation of death. Unexpectedly, the daughter of the Li family reached out and touched a bolt of lightning falling from the sky. Then the daughter of the Li family raised her hand and looked at the back of her hand that was struck by lightning, with a hint of smile flashing in her eyes. Young master. Don't. Gushi winked at the girl from the Li family. What do you mean? My dear, I want to say that I am very happy for you. The protector. To protect us. The appearance of this protector here must have consumed a lot of energy. I also have some food here for the road. Look. If I serve it to you now, this guardian will probably eat it. Gushi wasn't sure what the Li family daughter was up to, but it was obviously a good thing. So Gushi didn't stop him. Seeing Gushi's situation, the daughter of the Li family was also quite happy. She knew that Gushi agreed with her approach. So the daughter of the Li family quickly ran to her dowry, took out some fist-sized stones with strong yin energy, and sent them to the incarnation of death, the Titan. When these stones were taken out, Gushi knew that they were probably the condensed yin chi in this world. Gushi has known about this for a long time, but due to his current status, it is really hard for him to ask the Li family girls and others for it. Judging from the current situation, the Li family girls really didn't take this kind of yin energy seriously. In their opinion, this is just some food carried on the road to replenish their strength when they're on the road. After picking out a few pieces, the girl from the Li family walked up to the incarnation of Death Titan. Brother, how long can your lightning last? I'll give you some yin crystals, and you can focus all the lightning on me. Okay. Seeing the actions of the Li family daughter, Gushi finally raised his head. At this time, Gushi noticed that the Li family daughter stuffed those things called yin crystal stones into the hands of the incarnation of death, Titan, and then stood not far from the incarnation of death. And he kept saying to the incarnation of death, the Titan, hit me with lightning. The incarnation of Death Titan will not do anything without Gushi's order. Even if the daughter of the Li family keeps asking, it's no use. The incarnation of Death Titan won't move even if she can't say it. In the end, the daughter of the Li family could only come to Gushi helplessly. Xiao Langjun, please help me. Gushi already understood what Lianu was thinking. You want to borrow the power of thunder and lightning from me to refine your own SHL. What's going on? Aren't you afraid that my men will beat you to death? No. Xiao Longjun's guardian is just that strong. This kind of thunder and lightning will not hurt or itch me. I just want to feel the feeling of lightning entering my body in advance. Xia Langjun, please help me. It's hard to find thunder and lightning like this. How about I give Xia Langjun some small things? Forget it. I really can't afford your stuff. I just took you the remains of the corpse executioner, and I had to accompany you on this journey. If I take more, I might have to pay something more. Gushi shook his head and said, and at this moment Wang Datong's team also rushed over. Chapter 763 Harvest from Aladovi City. Sir, please take me with you. Wang Datong watched the bolts of lightning falling from the sky from a distance. They looked gorgeous, but could not kill anyone. He couldn't help but understand what kind of opportunity this was in front of him. Wang Datong didn't want the daughter of the Li family to take advantage of this. So he ran to Gushi immediately. Sir, I can give you what Miss Li gave me. Even double it. Please give me a chance. The daughter of the Li family became anxious upon hearing this. She hurriedly stepped forward and said, Wang Datong, what do you mean? You don't care about me, do you? Miss Li, it's your fault for saying this. For this kind of thing. Shouldn't it be settled by the highest bidder? What's the matter? You still want to monopolize me all by yourself. My lord, I know that you came out of the underworld, and you don't have any good things in your hands. But the art of turning living ghosts into corpses that I studied myself should be a spell that is not available in the underworld. I present the original version of the living ghost corpse transformation technique to you, and I ask you to give me half of the lightning. Wang Datong is the kind of person who is willing to go out of his way. When he said he was going to offer it, he really meant offering it to him. The art of turning a living ghost into a corpse. Before Gushi could react, a black leather scroll was stuffed into his hand. Gushi flipped through the black leather book and took a look inside. It would have been fine if he hadn't looked at it. But as soon as he saw it, Gushi was shocked. This is clearly a route that combines many different ideas such as undead transformation, ritual magic, dark magic, light magic, potion production, and corpse research. I don't know how Wang Datong stumbled out. Anyway, Wang Datong has covered more than half of this road. He only needs to use one more grass-returning elixir and face another thunder tribulation. The technique of turning living ghost into corpse will be considered successful. At that time, he can directly jump out of the scope of ghost immortals and become earth immortals, level 40. This is Wang Datong's goal. After all, he has now reached level 39, and his way forward is blocked. If there is no other way to stimulate him, he will not be able to escape from the realm of ghosts and immortals. And he will be like this for the rest of his life. As an immortal, a high-level being, your lifespan may seem very long. But in fact, your lifespan also has an upper limit. As long as they don't take the top elixir, most immortals will die at the end of their lives. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many immortals reincarnated and recultivated. And there wouldn't be so many immortal remains. Wang Datong is currently fighting for the last time. Whether he can step through depends on the hurdle in front of him. Therefore, he is very sensitive to everything related to thunder tribulation. After Gushi finished reading the book, he said to Wang Datong, "Stand in by yourself, and you will follow from behind. You can come over when you stop to rest. You will be treated as you want." Xiao Langjun. This can't be done. I worked very hard along the way. He just gave me such a shabby book. How can I share half of the benefits with him? You don't have to, Gushi said nonchalantly. By now, Gushi had already gotten used to some of the situations in this world. With the protection of two teams of powerful undead, Gushi doesn't have to worry about his own safety even if there is no alliance. At this time, Gushi can more or less guarantee that someone will pay for his willfulness. Just like now, Gushi gave a little pull. And although the girl from the Li family felt somewhat unwilling in her heart, she still did not go against Gushi. In the end, Gushi's incarnation of death, Titan, was one of the affected ones. He stood in front of Li's daughter and Wang Datong while holding the Thousand Thunder Peachwood sword, and struck once to the left and once to the right. They used their full strength every time. But in the end, for Li's daughter and Wang Datong, such attacks didn't even have a chance to drain blood. Gushi was still watching at first, but later he felt bored. So Gushi simply started to deal with his own affairs. Through the special mirror on his left wrist, Gushi contacted Luna and communicated about some situations in Aladovi City. Luna and the others have already taken care of the things they just sent back. The most important of them is naturally the remains of the corpse analyzer sent in by Gushi. After Luna and Eve studied this thing, they found that it could be used as a ley line. So they were buried in the Aradavita Tower for the time being. But it had not been activated yet. This required Gushi to come in person and use the Dragon Burial Pulse. But Luna had already calculated it. When the corpse of the corpse is activated, an energy stronger than the normal negative energy will be transmitted towards the two Aladovi cities that were captured by Gushi. Centered on Aladovi Tower, affects the generation of negative energy within the city of Aradovi. Judging from the current size of the territories of the two cities, it will take about 3 years for this more powerful and pure Yin Qi to replace the negative energy and become the official energy required for the operation of the two cities. By then, the level of Gushi's Death City will not necessarily be improved, but the buildings within the city and the quality of the residents in the city will be improved. Of course, this estimate is only based on the current situation of the two urban areas. If during these 3 years, Gushi had conquered the Aridov city of the other 5 periods, it will take longer for the Yin Qi to assimilate to Aradovi city. But as Luna said, it will not exceed 10 years at most. After seeing the player's survival abilities in the real world, Gushi was not so anxious anymore. For Gushi, 10 years may just be a period of time for him to take a break. So after Luna buried the corpse of the corpse in Aladovita, Gushi was not in a hurry to bury the dragon veins. In Gushi's opinion, now is not the time to return to Aladovi city. By the way, buried together was an entire dinosaur skeleton that Gushi bought from the black market. In Luna's opinion, they should bury something related to dragons in the dragon vein burial. The level of the dinosaur skeleton is similar to that of the remains of the Jijian. If the two things are buried together, they can theoretically be integrated into one. So they just buried it. Now just wait for Gushi to come back and deal with this matter. The other two players made a sneak attack on Gushi, but were killed by the Li family's daughter one by one, because Gushi was the initiator of the battle. The kill was actually attributed to Gushi. Affected by the talent of Gushi, 2 new undead appeared in the city of Aladovi. One of them is a level 25 skeleton soldier, and the other is a level 27 ghost. Regardless of the type of soldiers, they already have their own fighting aura. When he heard the news, Gu Shi felt confident, although he is still not as good as Li Jianu and Wang Datong. If something happens, Gu Shi can also send out his own powerful men to help. There is no need to be like this again. The incarnation of death fought for a long time, but Li Jianu and Wang Datong didn't lose even a drop of blood. Chapter 764 Rest on the Way. In addition to these two things, there are actually many other things in Aradovi City. For example, the player's soul that Gu Shi snatched from the medical angel is still suppressed under the summoning tower. The quality of this soul is quite good due to the player's level. In addition to having the original memory, it also has a strong wind attribute aura. Gu Shi doesn't have the ability to deal with it yet. His undead transformation technique has not yet reached a level that Gu Shi is satisfied with. It would be a waste to use this soul now. Gu Shi also thought about asking to see who wanted to kill him. In order to deal with his little necromancer, he actually sent 2 players above level 25. As for the materials and other materials purchased in the real world, now is not the time to use them. Gu Shi didn't have time to deal with it now. So he just asked Luna and the others to collect these things first. Wait until things in this world are taken care of. Then return to a safe place to deal with them. For now, Gu Shi has to take care of Li's daughter and Wang Datong first. After breaking off contact with Luna, Gu Shi turned his attention to the direction of the Li family daughter and Wang Datong. Gu Shi found that they were really relying on him now, and his incarnation of Death Titan had no time to rest at all. The daughter of the Li family here had just been electrocuted, and Wang Datong's coffin was delivered over there. There was no pause in between. Fortunately, the incarnation of Death Titan is not a real undead. He can only be regarded as a product of Gu Shi's magic power. As long as Gu Shi is still alive, and the battle is not over, he will not disappear. And the incarnation of Death Titan also obviously found this to be a good opportunity. When Li's daughter and Wang Datong used him as a training tool, the incarnation of Death Titan also used them as targets to test the various effects of the Thousand Thunder Peachwood sword. The quality of this Thousand Thunder Peachwood sword is quite good. In particular, several targeted attacks are actually quite effective against the Titan, the incarnation of Death. However, the strength of the incarnation of Death is far inferior to that of the Li family's daughter and others. If placed on those porters or bearers who are only in their early 20s, the incarnation of Death Titan may even kill them. Of course, that can only be done in a one-on-one situation, and the incarnation of Death may have to fight to death several times. However, this situation was enough to satisfy Gu Shi. You know, when Gu Shi dealt with King Yixia, so many men surrounded one person and beat him, and he was beaten quite badly. Now Death Incarnate Titan has the potential to fight off a level 20 enemy one-on-one, which is already a big improvement for Gu Shi. What other benefits does he want? Isn't that too much? With this satisfaction, Gu Shi started to take care of himself. There was no way to return to Aradovi City. The ghosts could not move in broad daylight, and the Li family daughter was too busy to pay attention to Gu Shi. Then Gu Shi found something to do for himself. In the few days before entering this world, except for the day in the sword washing pool, Gu Shi had a good meal. He didn't eat much the rest of the time. In addition, whether in the real world or in this game world, Gu Shi did not dare to directly release Aradovi's city gate for fear of attracting powerful enemies to Aradovi. Therefore, Gu Shi had no time to eat the food prepared by the kitchens and taverns in the city. Now he has been hungry for 9 meals out of 3 days. It was rare that he had some time. So Gu Shi just took some time off and prepared food that he could eat. While he was preparing food, Gu Shi accidentally discovered that some weeds and mushrooms nearby contained exactly the ingredients he needed for the recipe he had just obtained. Looking back at the Li family daughter, who was being struck by lightning from the Titan, the incarnation of Death, Gu Shi walked up to a porter. "You, go and help me pick some evil spirit grass and the red white stem mushrooms under the tree." The porter raised his head and glanced at Gu Shi. His dead white eyes seemed to be quite dissatisfied with Gu Shi's order. "What are you looking at? If you are asked to do something, just do it. You really think I can't control you?" Upon hearing this, the porter wanted to be aggressive with Gu Shi, but the holder of the underworld dragon robe suddenly appeared behind Gu Shi. As soon as the costumed person appeared, Li's daughter and Wang Datong, who were practicing there, all looked over. They all had a feeling at the same time that Gu Shi wanted to open the door to the underworld this time and call his men out. "No, don't mess around." The daughter of the Li family thought of the horror of the underworld and quickly stepped forward to stop it. Xiao Langjun. Don't be like this. It's just a trivial matter. There's no need for it. After saying that, the Li girl glared at the porter and said, just do what I tell you to do. Or do you want to be locked up in the underworld and never be able to leave? The porter then remembered that Gu Shi had the ability to open the gate to the underworld. You can also send ghosts like them to the underworld. What if he is not released by then? So the porter went to help Gu Shi collect herbs honestly. As for what to do with his yin qi that was consumed in the sun, Gu Shi would not care about it. Anyway, as long as Gu Shi is not in danger, the porter quickly prepared the herbs and ingredients Gu Shi needed. In this world, the quality of medicinal herbs has also improved a lot. Although the porters are not professional herb collectors, they often just pull and dig them casually. But the quality of the herbs and ingredients obtained are all above blue quality. And there are even some purple quality materials. Taking these herbs, Gu Shi compared them one by one according to the recipes. Evil spirit grass, blue an herb that grows in the shade of trees. If it is not treated in any way, humans will die after taking it. More than 80% of them will turn into evil spirits after death. It can be used for alchemy and cooking. Beguiling, blue a kind of herb growing on the roadside. It has a certain attraction to ghosts, and can be used for alchemy and cooking. Een mulberry, blue mulberries produced by a mulberry tree with at least 15 bodies buried under it can be used for cooking. The more bodies buried under the tree, the better. Pure mushroom, blue a mushroom that grows in front of a grave. It is a special mushroom produced by absorbing the corpse energy and sunlight in the grave. After taking it, it will produce a lot of hallucinations, and can be used for alchemy and cooking. Ghost mushroom, blue grows under the shade of trees, absorbing the smell of rotten soil underground. Eating it will make the whole body feel cold, and can be used for alchemy and cooking. Gu Shi picked out the most suitable materials from these herbs and mushrooms, and started preparing them. Chapter 765 Poison Mushroom Soup. The food Gu Shi wanted to cook this time was the soup from the plague recipe, called Baidu mushroom soup. The method is quite casual. It mainly involves using more than 10 kinds of poisonous herbs, and more than 5 kinds of poisonous mushrooms, and boiling them in a pot. The soup is usually ready when it turns dark green, dark purple, or bright red. There are no big requirements on the quality of the herbs and mushrooms used. The only requirement is the ratio of 2 herbs to 1 mushroom. Of course, it would be better if you could consider the taste. Then consider the mutual support and restraint of the 5 elements. And stop thinking about the roles of medicinal materials. If you don't think about it, and just randomly throw stuff in, it will cook. But whether the cooked soup can be eaten is a question. Although Gu Shi was making plague recipes, but he didn't come here to practice his proficiency. If you just want to practice your proficiency, just give this recipe to the chefs in the kitchen. There is no need to think too much about it. What Gu Shi wanted now was to allow himself to eat something. So in holding these materials, Gu Shi handled them very seriously. If it weren't for the fact that all these herbs are poisonous and cannot be eaten without treatment, you might have to put these herbs in your mouth to taste them. However, Gu Shi was not helpless. He took these materials and squeezed them gently in his hands, judging the condition of the materials in front of him based on the smell. Although I can't judge it completely correctly, I can smell sour, bitter, spicy, and other flavors to some extent. As for cooking the soup, it is not difficult for Gu Shi. Gu Shi picked out some herbs with more juice and squeezed them into juice, using the juice of these herbs as water. Gu Shi picked a kind of fruit called blood fruit as oil, and rolled it back and forth in the red-hot pot. Every time it rolled, a blood-red oil would slide into the bottom of the pot. After the oil temperature rose, Gu Shi put all the sliced mushrooms into the pot. There was a burst of explosion at first, and then he poured the juice squeezed from the herbs into the pot. After that, some herbs such as fruit cores and leaves were thrown into the pot in proportion. Gu Shi finally started the fire directly. As for how long it would burn, Gu Shi himself didn't know. The only thing he knew was that only when it became the previous was said 3 colors, this soup is considered a success. Sorry, soups of other colors cannot be used. Putting the pot on the fire, Gu Shi sat aside, glancing at the soup in the pot from time to time, and at the scroll that Wang Datong handed over from time to time. When reading the scroll, Wang Datong's mark will appear from time to time. This is the impact you have when you read a book. But how could Wang Datong dare to embarrass Gu Shi in this regard? Every time a shadow appeared and wanted to attack Gu Shi, Wang Datong, who was fighting the incarnation of Death Titan, would always take away his shadow immediately, for fear that causing Gu Shi's dissatisfaction. In this way, Gushi will not be limited by time when reading this scroll, and can read as long as he wants. So he kept looking around here, taking a look at the situation in the pot from time to time. About 3 or 4 hours later, when the sun was shining and it was already noon, Gushi saw that the steam boiling in the pot had turned into a very pure purple. It's just that because it was boiled for too long. The ingredients in the soup have completely melted and the soup has become so thick that it looks like rice paste. Cooking is successful. You have completed a pot of poisonous mushroom soup, blue. 100 poison mushroom soup, blue plague recipe. After drinking it, you can be immune to some poisons. Temporarily increase strength by 5 points. Constitution by 5 points. And slowly restore life within 2 hours. Note, Baidu mushroom soup is made by boiling poisons. It is actually very toxic. If you accidentally eat too much, it will have certain effects on the body. Explanation: after taking Baidu mushroom decoction, the blood will be poisonous for 3 days, which is an introduction to the plague. Please be careful not to bleed or die within these 3 days. Gushi looked into the pot and saw something like swamp bubbles rising from the soup. He hesitated for a moment. Do you want to try this soup? But Gushi really couldn't bring himself to say it. He turned his head and looked at the funeral procession carrying Wang Datong's coffin. Unlike the wedding procession of the Li family's daughter, the funeral procession here is made up of living people, but they are controlled by Wang Datong. Commanding them is equivalent to directly commanding Wang Datong. Gushi didn't think about taking action before, but it was different now. Gushi pointed to a coffin bearer. Come here and take a sip. Because Gushi had been reading the scroll he gave him just now, Wang Datong had been keeping an eye on Gushi's situation, so he also knew what Gushi had cooked. Wang Datong himself could not resist such a poisonous thing, let alone his men. Sir, I just let him taste it. If it tastes bad, I won't eat it. The properties of Baidu mushroom soup already exist, which means that this soup has been successful. Gushi would naturally not think of giving this soup to anyone else. But the color looked wrong. Gushi was afraid that the taste was not good. So he asked someone to taste it and let him feel the taste. Hearing what Gushi said, Wang Datong immediately reacted. Second friend, what are you still doing? Hurry up. When the person pointed out by Wang Datong heard this, he immediately stepped forward and took a bowl, preparing to take a bowl of soup from Gushi's pot. Gushi couldn't help but shook his head when he saw such a big bowl. That's all. You want to take everything at once. As he spoke, Gushi distributed some to others. There's only about a bite's worth of it. But this man didn't care how much. He dipped his fingers into the soup and put it in his mouth. Then his face became a little ugly. But he immediately felt the changes in his body. Putting aside everything else, he drank all the soup in the bowl. How about it? He said the taste was a bit strange. Whether it was sweet or not, salty or not, and it also had a bitter and spicy taste. But it was still edible in the end. Gushi was also a little helpless about this situation. After all, he is not a professional chef. He can only judge the taste of herbs by smelling them. It is possible to make errors in judgment. And he added so many ingredients. If there was just one mistake, the taste would be off. Fortunately, the effects of this soup are still there. And Gushi is not a person who can't endure hardship. When he realized how unpleasant the soup was, he simply closed his eyes and swallowed it in big gulps. Chapter 766: A Day's Change. The taste of this mushroom soup is just like what Wang Datong's subordinate said. It's hard to describe in words. But after drinking it, I had a different feeling. Gushi felt his whole body heat up and his skin began to turn red. At the same time his strength and life grew. This situation made Gushi give up his plan of not drinking. He drank most of the pot of poisonous mushroom soup in one go. Not only did it fill his stomach, but it also temporarily improved his attributes. Gushi's vision while drinking soup naturally attracted the attention of Li's daughter and Wang Datong. At this time, their judgment on Gushi had improved a bit. They all saw how Gushi made the soup before. Such a poisonous soup made them, living ghosts, scared when they saw it. But Gushi ate it as an ordinary meal. It was impossible to say that Gushi was not a big shot. So they all lowered their heads, fearing what Gushi would do to them. Fortunately, after Gushi was full, he did not pour out the remaining Baidu mushroom soup. Instead, he stretched out his left hand, released one bone-gnawing sludge, and poured out all the Baidu mushroom soup on the body of the bone-gnawing silt. After doing all this, Gushi waved to a ghost maid in the Li family's wedding team. Help me clean this pot. The ghost maid didn't dare to say anything at all. She lowered her head and went down to work. Gu Shi leaned against the roots of a nearby tree and closed his eyes, as if falling asleep. But whether Gu Shi slept or not was not known to outsiders. They only saw 3 more armored men beside Gu Shi, guarding Gu Shi tightly behind them. These 3 armor holders are even more elusive than the incarnation of death standing at the front, the god of death. They don't seem to have any level on the surface, but they have a characteristic that can affect their surroundings. Even the daughter of the Li family would feel a little uneasy after staring at one of the suit holders for a long time, as if that suit holder could deal with her. In fact, the daughter of the Li family did not know that she was staring at the person holding the spiritual lamp. The reason why she felt uneasy was entirely because the mind lamp had the ability to influence the mind. If he continues to stare like this, the Soul Dark Lantern is planning to target the daughter of the Li family as the target of the Soul Flame. Although the Li family girl's level exceeds the upper limit of direct ignition of the Soul Flame, it is not enough if the enemy is not burned to death. This kind of spiritual flame can affect the enemy's mind. It is very useful to deal with mentally unstable beings like Li's daughter. Wang Datong was stared at by the holder of the underworld dragon robe. Wang Datong only had one feeling. If he dared to mess around, the bearer of the underworld dragon robe would choose a good place for him to bury him. So neither of them dared to mess around. At least they didn't dare to mess around when Gu Shi was asleep. And these two are not stupid. If they have time to calculate Gu Shi, they might as well use the Titan, the incarnation of death left by Gu Shi, to train their ability to withstand lightning. So Gu Shi fell at the root of the tree, closed his eyes, and fell asleep. On the other side, the Li family girls and the others were fighting hard against the incarnation of death, the Titan, under the sun. They didn't stop until the sun set and Gu Shi woke up. Sitting up again, Gu Shi glanced at the incarnation of death Titan. Because Li Jianu and Wang Datong have been giving Titan, the incarnation of death, a kind of Yanite, and now the body of Titan, the incarnation of death, has undergone obvious changes. The area he was concerned about had many large and small crystals that were polished quite smooth. The lightning jumps back and forth between the crystals, and with each jump, the power of the lightning will increase significantly. In the end, all the lightning will be concentrated on the Thousand Thunder Peachwood sword in the hands of the incarnation of Death Titan. After this period of use, the Thousand Thunder Peachwood sword has become one with the incarnation of Death Titan. Now the incarnation of Death Titan's hands have changed. The palm of his right hand holding the Thousand Thunder Peachwood sword has completely become wooden and has merged with the Thousand Thunder Peachwood sword. His left hand began to transform into the element of thunder and lightning, and at the same time, he was holding a spear made of lightning in his hand. Such speed of change surprised Gu Shi. However, Gu Shi understood that this was the result of the Li family's daughter, Wang Datong, and the others giving them unlimited Yin crystal stones. This Yin crystal stone probably also has the characteristics of this world, and if it absorbs too much, it will undergo certain changes. If it continues to be absorbed like this, the incarnation of Death Titan may become different from before. However, Gu Shi did not stop such changes. As the incarnation of death, if it is beneficial to them, they will naturally stay after disbanding. What is harmful to them will be emptied after their death. Death Incarnation Bone Dragon and Death Incarnation Death both have their own different switching methods. Now it is the turn of Death Incarnation Titan to grow. Looking up at the sky, Gu Shi stretched out his hand and put away the 2 incarnations of death. It was Li's daughter who was struck by lightning at this time. As soon as she felt that the lightning that fell on her body was gone, she opened her eyes and looked around. Seeing Gu Shi looking at her with a half smile, the Li family daughter couldn't help but said, "What's wrong with Mr. Young Master? It's getting dark soon, so get ready to hit the road." Gu Shi pointed at the sky, and the Li family daughter realized that it was almost dark when they were practicing. Although being hit by this kind of lightning is quite useful to them, but nothing can compare to the attraction of Chao Huan Dan to them. They had been attracted to the Titans, the embodiment of death, partly because thunder and lightning were really effective on them. On the other hand, it was because the sun was too strong at first, and it was inconvenient for them to go out. It's different now. It was getting dark when they were on their way, so if it weren't for Gu Shi's reminder, they might have delayed their trip. So Li's daughter, Wang Datong, and others quickly organized their teams and prepared to go on the road. Gu Shi also took this opportunity to walk around outside Wang Dali's coffin. He didn't say anything, just shook his head. "Sir, did you see something?" "Don't scare me." "Sir, no. I just came here to see your coffin design. Do you control these filial sons?" Wang Datong didn't expect Gu Shi to be so curious about him. But he immediately realized that Gu Shi must have had certain ideas after reading the exercises he gave. So this is the best time to hold your thighs. So Wang Datong started talking immediately. No. These are good children that I have found, whose horoscopes are compatible with mine, and have been nurtured since childhood. When they grow up, they will be affected by my magic power, and their strength will gradually stabilize. Chapter 767 Encountering a Strange Village on the Road. It took me a total of 33 years from the time I selected these people to raise them to their current level of strength. And they are all quite obedient, and can continue to be raised. When I become an Earth Immortal, they can find a place in my territory, and they will not die until my life is over. Wang Datong proudly talked about his situation. Gu Shi also saw that Wang Datong's method was the reverse of the necromancer. A serious necromancer himself is a living person and raises corpses for protection. Wang Datong is just the opposite. He is a living ghost, who feeds living people as his subordinates and grows up with them. This approach looks very strange. However, the daughter of the Li family was not surprised. When Gu Shi was communicating with Wang Datong, the daughter of the Li family reorganized her team. The remaining Yin crystal was broken into pieces by her, and turned into Yin Qi to feed the porters and bearers. After replenishing their Yin energy, the porters quickly stood up. The girl from the Li family then sat on the sedan chair and waved to Gu Shi. Xiao Langjun, come up quickly. We are on our way. Seeing this situation, Wang Datong said nothing and directed his men to carry the coffin and retreat to a position about 100 meters behind. There they could see the Li family's wedding procession. But they didn't get too close. It was obvious that Wang Datong still remembered his words. He hoped to move forward with the Li family's procession, but did not take advantage of the situation. If thunder and lightning hadn't had a miraculous effect on him this time, he wouldn't have come over on his own initiative. The daughter of the Li family is quite satisfied with Wang Datong's choice. When she asked Gu Shi to get on the sedan chair, she smiled at Wang Datong's coffin. Gu Shi didn't pay attention to the quarrel between them. When the Li family daughter was ready, Gu Shi stepped onto the sedan chair. As soon as the curtain of the sedan chair was lowered, the daughter of the Li family came up. Young master, I don't agree with you. I was the one who discovered it first. Gu Shi knew that the girl from the Li family was talking about the incarnation of Death Titan. But Gu Shi didn't care about it. Even though the girl from the Li family was very powerful, Gu Shi didn't care at all now. He said quite calmly, I just want to ensure that you have a safe journey. What happens when you stop depends on my mood. Are you feeling better, young master? Gu Shi took a look at the embroidered shoes that were still being held by the daughter of the Li family, as well as the feet without socks, and finally shook his head. I'm in a bad mood right now. So what are you going to do? You're so exaggerated. I'm ignoring you. The Li family girl blushed and turned her head away without even looking at him. At this time, Gu Shi could also feel that the sedan chair had been lifted up and was moving forward at an extremely high speed. The speed of the sedan chair is like a high-speed train, driving fast and steadily. But this time, Gu Shi felt something was wrong, because the sedan stopped in front of the sedan after walking for 3 or 4 hours. Don't ask Gu Shi how he knew this since he couldn't see outside the sedan chair. I just feel like the time is wrong. What happened? Are you here? The Li family daughter shook her head, opened the door curtain, and poked her head out. Then she retreated and began to adjust her clothes. Maybe something happened, and we entered the strange realm. When Gu Shi heard this, he also frowned. As a necromancer, Gu Shi can distinguish between weirdness and ghosts very clearly. Ghosts are just a part of weirdness. In addition to ghosts and undead, there are also some strange regular creatures in weirdness. During the last Bailian festival, Gu Shi suffered a loss in this regard, especially the great guanyin in white clothes of heaven, and the killing stone that was held in someone's hand. He almost killed Gu Shi. As soon as he heard about the mysterious realm, Gu Shi had the thought of escaping people. However, he still lifted the door curtain and took a look outside. At this time, Gu Shi noticed that the sedan chair he and the daughter of the Li family were riding in was parked on the street of an uninhabited village, and all the porters and other members of the original wedding team were missing. Gu Shi glanced back and found that Wang Datong, who should have been following him, had not followed either. It seems that this is really an unusual place. However, Gu Shi was not afraid of this. He glanced around and said to the Li family's daughter, I point to the place. You come and fight. The daughter of the Li family was stunned for a moment, and then understood what Gu Shi meant. At the same time, a trace of excitement flashed in her eyes. In her heart, Gu Shi is definitely a big shot. Isn't it normal for a boss to see through everything? Now that the boss is unwilling to take action, it is not very reasonable for her to take action. So the daughter of the Li family quickly responded. Gu Shi, on the other hand, released the two holders of the Soul Dark Lamp and the Underworld Dragon Robe, and pressed his hands on the shoulders of the two holders at the same time, as if he was using their strength to stand taller. In fact, he was observing the surrounding situation through the eyes of these two people. The psychic lamp can see other people's sights. Even the sight of the machine has been discovered. Let alone these weird things. As long as they notice themselves, they will keep their sight and follow their sight back to find the location of these strange things. As for Huang Quan Longpao, what he could see was the location of the earth veins. Although the village in front of me is empty, it looks like it has been built here for many years. But the people have dispersed, and it has become a ghost town. But Gu Shi knew very well that the strange domain formed by this strange person should be a movable village. Otherwise, the Li family's wedding team is not stupid. How could they plunge into such an uninhabited village? This village must have appeared suddenly. But the reason why this village suddenly appeared needs to be considered. Is there any reason why this village appears here? If there is no layout of the village, the flow of the earth's veins, etc., is there anything different? Observing the surroundings from two different perspectives, the spiritual lamp and the underworld dragon robe, Gu Shi quickly discovered that there was something wrong with the location of the village gate. He opened his eyes and looked at the village gate again, then closed his eyes to recall the location. And then Gu Shi pointed with his finger. Can you please get rid of the two lanterns in front of the village? When the daughter of the Li family heard this, she didn't say anything. She put her toes on the sedan chair and rushed towards the village gate like lightning. As soon as the daughter of the Li family rushed like this, many halos popped up around her. With the blessing of this halo, her speed increased significantly. The weird people in this strange realm did not expect that Gu Shi could see through their arrangement. When the Li family daughter rushed up, he thought that the Li family daughter wanted to escape. They have already made arrangements to deal with such people. No matter who it is, no one can leave safely from the village gate without paying a certain price. Chapter 768. The situation in the ghost village. The strangeness in the village was unimaginable, and someone could discover their location immediately after entering the village, and attack this position quite decisively. The strange village type in front of us is actually a combination of strange things. The source of Gu Shi is not clear. At first, it may be that the village or someone turned strange, and slowly swallowed up other residents in the village. Later, for unknown reasons, other strange things were attracted. In the process of the strange struggle with strange things, the powers and rules of other strange things were slowly absorbed. And this was how this village was formed. For example, the village can move freely, and the village can disperse people accidentally. These are not the original weird powers. Gu Shi chose the village's eyes and ears position, and the pair of lanterns used to confuse those who entered the village as his first target. As long as the lantern is destroyed, the fog shrouding the village will disappear. The separated porters will also see each other, will not be affected by the strange, and will face the strange alone. Even Wang Datong, who didn't follow up later, would notice the situation here and rush over immediately. In fact, compared to the girl from the Li family, Gu Shi believed that Wang Datong was the most suitable person to deal with the strange village in front of him. Those who carried the coffin for him, and those filial sons were all controlled by Wang Datong. He alone represents everyone. The power of the strange village cannot separate them. The weird methods will eventually turn into a melee, so Wang Datong's chances of winning will be much greater. On the other hand, the Li family's daughter can't do it. The Li family's daughter herself is relatively strong, but that's just because she is strong. Her subordinates have not gained any of her power. They are just ghosts that the Li family's daughter has subdued. When encountering such a situation, the girl from the Li family will fight alone and face the entire strange village alone. Seeing that the Li family daughter punched the right lantern, Gu Shi directly used his mind's eye to spread the news. The third lantern from the left, counting from the top. When the daughter of the Li family heard it, she was not sure whether the voice came from Gu Shi or was guided by something strange, so she missed it immediately. But Gu Shi immediately said on the right, counting from bottom to bottom, there is the third lantern. The first lantern directly above on the right. Turn the lantern at the bottom on the left. The lantern that was destroyed at the beginning. The information coming from Gu Shi was getting faster and faster, and the reaction speed of the Li family girl was also getting faster and faster. Finally, the Li family girl finally caught up with Gu Shi's order and punched the lantern accurately. Among the lanterns in front of the weird village, there are two lanterns that are the basis of the weirdness. The first lamp was hit immediately by Lee's daughter because she didn't react at first. The second lamp kept moving because the first lamp was knocked out, which was why Gucci kept directing the Lee family's daughter to take action. As the second light was turned off, Gucci only felt a loud bang in his ears. The originally empty village completely changed. The bodies, reduced to bones, were neatly placed in front of the door of the house. The person who arranged these corpses seemed to have obsessive-compulsive disorder. All corpses were arranged according to size. No matter how tall the corpse was in life, their heads after death were placed in a straight line. All eyes were focused on the village gate. Gucci even saw several corpses wrapped in paper lying in front of various doors here. It was obvious that this was the maid in the Lee family's wedding team. But now they have fallen down, and it seems that they have died at the hands of the strange. In the room, there were some porters who were mysteriously led into the house. Some of them were eating something, while others were waving weapons and cutting the air. It was obvious that the obsession in the hearts of these porters and bearers had been aroused. It seems that this weird ability is still very strong. Not only humans will be affected, but even the undead will be affected. While Gucci was looking around, the Lee family daughter also returned to Gucci. How about it? My dear, I did a good job, didn't I? Usually, it takes a long time. If it had been earlier, your men could have saved some of them. But now I'm afraid they are all trapped. You should be able to handle it now. Gucci pointed at the ghosts trapped in each room. Do you need my help? The daughter of the Lee family wanted to see Gucci's abilities. But she was walking with Gucci along the way, and knew Gucci's situation quite well. Gucci is the kind of person who won't take action without any benefit. In order to borrow Gucci's power, she had already paid a lot of price before. If she needed Gucci to handle the current matter again, she didn't know what she would have to pay in the end. The Lee family girl said decisively, "No, I can do it. But if I leave, young master, this place will become unsafe. Do you want to come with me? Believe it or not, I will throw you into the underworld for a spin." Xian. Of course I believe it. But Xia Langjin, you have to pay attention to yourself. The strength you use to open the door is too weak. If someone discovers it, you will not be able to send people to the underworld. The daughter of the Lee family was beaten by the Titan, the incarnation of death, for a whole day. How could she not know the situation of the Titan? The incarnation of death? Just release the incarnation of death. The Titan, to protect Gucci. He doesn't even need a sneak attack. He can just kill Gucci with a weird frontal attack. Gucci could only smile at the Lee family daughter's reminder. He couldn't say that he needed protection now. Now he is the boss of the underworld, and he wants to ensure his character as a boss. Gucci couldn't help but press his eyebrows. Hurry up. Deal with the strange village in front of you, and get on the road quickly. Send them to their destination as soon as possible, so that Gucci can leave quickly. This kind of drama is becoming increasingly unplayable. It's better to end it quickly. Seeing that Gucci thought she was fine, the Lee family daughter rushed out. Now she has to rescue her men. As many as she can. If she didn't rescue her, she might have to carry her sedan chair by herself in the middle of the night. After the Lee family daughter took action, Gucci's eyes began to turn and look towards the deepest part of the village. That is the location of the village that Huang Quan Longpao saw. And it is also the location where the entire strange village has not yet been assimilated by the strange. Although I don't know what's going on. That's the only place with life in the entire strange village. As long as you enter that location and stay there for one night, you won't die in the strange village. But Gucci always felt that there seemed to be something there. If Gucci had the strength of level 20 or above now, he would definitely dare to go over and take a look. But now Gucci is only at level 8. In this world, Gucci doesn't dare to mess around. Chapter 769 by Wuchang troops attack. Facing the situation in front of him, Gucci just held the magic wand and watched. But Gucci wanted to maintain the balance in front of him. But Weird Village had no such plan. This Weird Village is able to run amok simply because they have a way to separate people and deal with it. Now this method is no longer available. And the Lee family's daughter is a relatively powerful ghost fairy. She can also master some weird tricks. It was quite easy for her to deal with weirdness. After only rushing into a few rooms, the Lee family's daughter rescued several of her men. Now she is taking her porters and bearers to rescue other people. But at this time, the weird people in the Weird Village were dissatisfied. They have never encountered such arrogance. After breaking the trick formation, I didn't want to escape, but wanted to save people. Who are you looking down on? So the lights of all the houses in the strange village were turned on. And from the windows, black figures could be seen reflected in each room. If you count carefully, you will find that the number of people in the house is the same as the number of corpses outside. These figures kept twisting and turning, as if they were trying to squeeze out of the house. At the same time, the corpses placed outside the house also turned their heads and stared at Gu Shi. In their opinion, Gu Shi's existence destroyed everything here, and now they needed to kill them all. Look at the red words that slowly begin to appear above the heads of these corpses. Gu Shi immediately understood the situation. These corpses were about to turn into zombies under the influence of the ghost village. Because of the conflict between Gu Shi and Guetsuan, they will become Gu Shi's enemies once their corpse transformation is completed. Gu Shi must not let such a thing happen. So Gu Shi took action quite decisively. The soul summoning tower rose in front of Gu Shi at the first moment. At the same time, Gu Shi released 30 necromancers. Gu Shi's movement was like pouring water into a frying pan, causing the whole village to explode. Strange roars came from all the houses. But Gu Shi ignored it. Together with the necromancer, he pointed at the corpse on the ground. Necromancer. Under Gu Shi's spiritualism, all the corpses were used by him. Gu Shi did not choose anything this time. Nor did he have time to think too much. He opened the book of weird solutions, and randomly turned all the corpses here into undead spirits heading in strange directions. After these undead souls were transformed, Gu Shi immediately ordered, rush into all the houses. The daughter of the Li family, who was rushing into the house to save people, was a little stunned when she saw this situation. Is this what Gu Shi is capable of? Is there a problem with his identity? But at this moment, the holder of the underworld dragon robe took a step forward and immediately activated the underworld edict. Before the Li family girl could react, a big ghost token appeared in the sky. Then a ghost door opened, and Minotaur Horse Face, Black and White Wuchang, whose strength reached the level of ghosts and immortals, rushed out at the same time. All these bull-headed and horse-faced beings are around level 20. This was also caused by Gu Shi under pressure. No matter how strong he is, it's not impossible to recruit him. But if he recruits a ghost from underworld, he won't know who to listen to. Seeing Gu Shi doing such a thing, the Li family daughter shrank her eyes, and the look she had just looked at Gu Shi changed again. There must be a reason why young master only turned the undead into this level. I must not ruin what young master is doing. So the daughter of the Li family quickly started rescuing people again, but did not stop the undead summoned by Gu Shi from rushing into the house. As the door of the house was knocked open by Gu Shi's undead men, the strange things inside rushed out as if they had been forbidden. At this time, Gu Shi also saw these strange situations. Most of the weird people rushing out of the house were humanoid, with halos of various colors under their feet, and their bodies were full of vitality. However, their eyes were all red, and they seemed to be out of control. As soon as they rushed out, they attacked and killed the undead under Gu Shi. At this time, Gu Shi was controlling these undead spirits and guiding the strange human figures that rushed out of the house to flee in the direction of Huangquan Dragon Robe. Behind the Huangquan Dragon Robe, the incarnation of Death the Bone Dragon and the incarnation of Death the Titan have also been released. The incarnation of Death Titan immediately injected his power of the Land of Death into the ghost gate opened by the man wearing the Yellow Springs Dragon Robe. This time, the size of the ghost gate has obviously become larger, and you can even see the soldiers moving back and forth after the ghost gate is closed. But those weirdos don't care about that. In their view, the evil soldiers behind closed doors cannot hit them. As for the few no-headed horsemen in black and white Wuchang who came out of the gate of H.L., they swarmed up and directly beat the no-headed horsemen to death and shared the meat. Then they won't have to worry about evil spirits. So when the gates of H.L. appeared, they not only did not stop, but instead sped up. But no one noticed that when the ghost gate was enlarged, Gu Shi released his own Steel City Gate behind the ghost gate. Because the Steel City Gate is hidden behind the ghost gate, the earthbound dragons suppressed by the Steel City Gate are also regarded as a means of defense for the ghost gate. As for whether there is such a thing in the gate of H.L., these weird things have never been to the underworld. So how do they know this? In their eyes, this is nothing at all. Just rush. The bull-headed horse-faced and black and white Wuchang people attracted by Huang Quan's dragon robe all looked up at Wei with cold expressions. This is the first time they have seen this kind of weirdness that dares to attack the gate of H.L. One of them, Nyoto, chuckled and was about to turn around and call a group of friends over from the ghost gate. But he saw a group of Bai Wuchang pouring out of the city gate behind the ghost gate. Nyo too was stunned for a moment. And at this moment, the incarnation of Death the Bone Dragon flew into the air and attacked the monster that was rushing towards it. Death Dragon Breath. Death Incarnate Bone Dragon's goal this time is very simple. Hit these weird ones. Afterwards, all the weird things will be sent to the underworld. They will be dealt with by the ghost soldiers from the underworld. All these weird things are residents or passers-by who died in the strange village. They are also under the management of the underworld. When the effect of the Death Dragon's breath ended, the incarnation of Death Bone Dragon rolled up the crystal storm again, rushed into the weirdness, and beat these weirdness hard. When the weird's attention was attracted, Gushi's ghost team had already poured out of the Steel City Gate, surrounding the weirds. This scene shocked everyone in the weird place. More than 60,000 Bai Wuchang floated in the air like this. Not to mention this scene was weird. Even the bull-headed and horse-faced ones, who were actually summoned from the underworld by the underworld dragon robe holders, had never been seen before. Hey Wuchang even asked Bai Wuchang beside him. I said, "Can you tell which boss this is?" No. Their strength is very low. Even the basic skills are hidden. I'm afraid they don't want people to know all this. Don't count it as the big boss's business. We just need to do our job well. Chapter 770 Gushi's identity is exposed. The situation was the same as that of the black and white impermanents. And the ox-head and horse-faced demon also made the same guess. Although they couldn't guess who in the underworld was the big boss who would do this. But the underworld edict in the underworld dragon robe cannot be faked. They came up after getting the order. And the ghost gate behind you cannot be faked. The ghost gate in front of me obviously has the momentum to release all the ghosts in the underworld. You want to say that Gushi is nothing and can do such a thing? To put it bluntly, they are all elite underworld soldiers. Okay? What kind of old ghosts have I never seen before? They are quite aware of everything they see. The big boss in front of him is shrinking his strength and playing in the world. At this time, the boss's plan was disrupted, and he was asked to return to the underworld early. They were afraid that they would get tired of staying in the underworld. So the bull-headed and horse-faced soldiers and the black and white Wuchang remained silent, pretending that they had not seen the more than 60,000 Bai Wuchang troops. At the same time, he silently contacted his friends, came over to watch the fun and receive results. How can I not let my friends take a look at such a big melon? And they could tell at a glance that this batch of souls were killed by the strange realm and could not leave the strange realm. Now these souls are sent to the underworld. And this is their merit. How could the bull-headed, horse-faced, black and white impermanence men let go if they were given to you for nothing? Then, batch after batch of ghost soldiers and ghost officials rushed out from the ghost gate, holding iron forks and iron sticks, and hit these monsters hard. At the same time, black and white Wuchang kept throwing out the chains, dragging those weird things behind the ghost gate. The strength of the ghost soldiers and ghosts that came out this time is not comparable to the ghost team released by Gushi. Gushi's ghost team is only level 6. Not even level 10. If it weren't for the tens of thousands of white ghosts who were so scary, they might not be able to control the situation. The ghost soldiers and evil spirits rushing out before him were actually a powerful force in this world. In addition, they were born to deal with this matter. And as soon as they heard about the achievements they had brought to their door, all the idling soldiers and ghosts rushed over. They fight these weird things, which are the suppressive effects of blood, especially when they knew that a big boss was watching from the sidelines. Their morale improved a lot. Under their attack, all the weirdos were dragged into the underworld. Gushi had thought about what would happen after he took action, but he never expected that the situation would be handled so quickly. In just a few minutes, all the weirdness disappeared. After taking a look at the strangely empty village again, Gushi pointed at the only source of life that Huangquan Long Pao had found before. The ghost squad quickly flew towards that location. When the ghost team flew through the sky, the Li family's daughter and Wang Datong, who had just arrived outside the strange village, all shrank their heads. They had thought that Gushi's identity was unusual, but they never thought that Gushi's identity could be so extraordinary. Which boss in the underworld would have more than 60,000 Bai Wuchang with him? This is probably not an ordinary big guy, but a level 45 existence from ancient times. A possibility suddenly flashed through Li's mind. He had heard someone say that the top level in the world was level 45. But within level 45, it is also different. Some people can reach level 45 because that is the only level they can reach, while some people can reach level 45 because the upper limit of this world is level 45. There will always be some big guys who want to break through this limit. So they thought of many ways. For example, they could turn their own level 45 into elixirs and give them to others, allowing some mortals they had chosen to take their place. Or he could seal his own strength and repeat the growth process over and over again, no matter what. Those who can do this kind of thing are the top ones in the world. In the underworld, There happens to be someone who is sleeping during this time. The daughter of the Lee family couldn't help but wonder. Could it be that Gushi is the prince who is sleeping somewhere? If this is the case, then he will take advantage this time. That's a pretty thick thigh. Should we just give up the grass-returning elixir and follow Gushi? As long as Gushi recalls his own strength. The daughter of the Lee family, who has grown up with him, can reach the sky in one step. This thought flashed through Li Jian's mind quickly. However, Gushi didn't know this at this time. He didn't even have the idea of taking a step outside. He just stared at the changes in the only safe place in the village from a distance. In Gushi's opinion, the entire quiet village should be the most mysterious there. Now that all the weirdness in the strange village has been dealt with, the next step is to see if there is anything in this location. If possible, we will deal with the strange village in front of us. This is a better subject for study. The strange village in front of you can be regarded as a building or a living thing. If he died like this, is it possible to resurrect someone in the city of Arida through Gushi's double death? If possible, what will this village look like after it becomes undead? Is it like Luna? Or something like Bonjour Swamp? Or is it just a building? This situation aroused great interest in Gushi. And since the situation was under control, Gushi naturally released all his ghost teams. I have to admit that before taking action, the ghost team was still very bluffing. Seeing so many white impermanences floating in the sky, even the Ghost King had to take a detour. Now all these white ghosts have crowded towards the safest place in the ghost village, which naturally caused a reaction there. Before Bai Wuchang could fly to that position, a voice came from the ground. Fu Jun is Fu Jun. You can see where I am hiding at a glance. But do you think these soldiers can stop me? I'm afraid you are overthinking. This time, Fu Jun, you win. But next time, Mr. Fu won't have such good luck. After saying that, the nearby buildings quickly shrank underground and disappeared in front of Gushi. Looking at the barren mountains and wilderness around him, Gushi felt the hairs on his body stand up. He didn't expect that just an ordinary strange village could be involved in such a big problem. Although I don't know who Wei Wei is talking about. But it was obvious that the other party regarded him as the reincarnation of Fu Jun. What level of person could have a casual conversation with this being called the Lord of the Mansion? Gushi couldn't help but hesitate in his heart, wondering whether he really should send the girl from the Li family to the designated place before leaving. At this moment, the eyes of the bull-headed horse-faced man and the black and white Wuchang looked at Gushi became different. With the endorsement of an expert, they finally confirmed Gushi's identity. Although they were still thinking not to reveal Gushi's identity, their actions were quite honest, and they lowered their heads towards Gushi, whose strength was less than a fraction of theirs. Chapter 771 Conquering the Daughter of the Li Family. After bowing to Gushi, the bull-headed, horse-faced and black and white Wuchang retreated into the gate of H.L. with an expression that said, "Don't worry. We all understand." Only Gushi's Steel City gate remained in place. At the same time, due to the influence of the incarnation of Death Titan, the area became a land of death, and some houses were not torn away. Looking at the situation in front of him, Gushi felt his head swelling. I'm afraid this matter is beyond his control. Gushi silently pointed at the Steel City gate and put away the Steel City gate, which seemed to have no defense in the eyes of Li's daughter and Wang Datong. Then he looked towards the Li family daughter. I'm afraid I won't be able to accompany you on the next journey. You've seen the situation here. I'm afraid I'm being targeted. I have to leave now. Gushi believed that what he did just now was enough for the Li family daughter to believe in her character. Leaving now is also a reasonable reason. The daughter of the Li family didn't want to but said, "Little husband, can I leave with you?" Gushi instantly turned into a black question mark face. What does it mean to leave with me? Some undead souls are inspired by your great strength and are willing to surrender to you. Please ask if you accept their surrender. At this moment, there was a ding in Gushi's ear. Looking at the message that popped up in front of him, Gushi looked at the Li family daughter speechlessly. Do you want to leave here with me? But if I leave, I'm afraid I will never come back to this world. You'd better not say such things. The medicine is waiting for you. No. I have already seen that I will have a better chance by following you. I don't ask you to accept my subordinates. Just give me a chance to follow you. For the first time, Gushi felt that Death Lord's ability was too easy to use. Is there still a rush for this kind of thing? If he finds out that he is just a small character at level 8, will he destroy the entire Aradovi in a rage? I don't. Before Gushi could finish his words, he felt the air around him become heavy. A man who looked to be in his 20s walked up to Gushi as if he was passing by. Death City first? Death Incarnation next? Death Lord last? You are a dead Witch Lord. Do you want to switch to the Lord of the Underworld? He looked at Gushi and told him the trajectory of Gushi's growth. Gushi was shocked. You? Don't worry. I don't have any hostility. It just so happens that you are here to help me. Aren't you escorting those two to find the herbal elixir? You continue this trip. And go out more often to help me by about 15 days. Upon hearing this, Gushi reacted instantly. Master? The man nodded and smiled at Gushi. Yes. He is one of the top bosses in the world. Lord Taishan. Gushi was acting as the incarnation of death. Titan. When he sent Master Luquan, who was driving away corpses, to the underworld, he discovered Gushi's existence. At that time, he didn't pay much attention to anything. It wasn't until this time, after Gushi used the power of Huang Quan's dragon robe to recruit a group of Yin soldiers and ghosts, that he realized that Gushi was interesting. And the voice deep in the strange village made his heart move even more. Gushi's current situation really looks like a weakened version of Fu Jun. Even his old rivals, who have been enemies with him for many years, can't see anything wrong. Naturally, he had to make good use of this situation and not waste such a good opportunity. That's why he jumped out immediately when Gushi was about to escape and communicated with Gushi face to face. I have something to do, and I need an alibi. Originally, I thought about putting a prosthesis there and sleeping, but the excuse of sleeping was used too much. Many people are reluctant to believe it. So do me a favor. As long as you send those two people to the alchemist as you did before, there is no need for you to show or perform anything along the way. Just protect them as they pass. Gushi quickly understood what Fu Jun wanted him to do. Gushi responded decisively without any hesitation. Okay. I'm familiar with this. Seeing Gushi's decisiveness, Fu Jun also smiled, patted Gushi's shoulder and said, That's right. Don't worry. I won't let you do it in vain. That living ghost has the idea of following you. You are worried that your strength will not be able to suppress it. Right? It's okay. You have done something for me, and I won't let your help go in vain. I will help you deal with it. Until you reach level 30. You will keep her here and let her grow on her own. The talent of that living ghost is quite good. After eating the grass and returning the elixir, it is really possible to become an earthly immortal. Having her here can provide you with some resources and help you grow faster. In addition, this is also for you. The route you take is somewhat similar to mine, although there are some differences in the middle. The underworld, the underworld, the underworld, and the underworld are actually the same. Eventually you will follow my path. If you take this, it will definitely be useful when you reach level 30. After saying that, Fu Jun stuffed something into Gushi's hand. Before Gushi could react, Fu Jun blinked at Gushi. Remember? Just wait for me for 15 days. And just agree to the living ghost thing. When he finished saying this, Fu Jun disappeared in front of Gushi. Gushi wanted to ask more, but found that the air around him relaxed and everyone else looked at Gushi, especially the daughter of the Li family. Her eyes looking at Gushi were filled with sadness. It was obvious that Gushi's words just now contained a meaning of rejection, which had hurt her heart. Fortunately, Gushi reacted quickly, and he changed the subject. It's not appropriate for me to keep you by my side, and I can't give you any advice. Well, I can accept you, but you still have to get the grass return pill and become an earth immortal before you have the chance to stay with me. But Xia Langjin, I have no capital, and if I want to exchange it for grass returning elixir, it's not that simple. The girl from the Li family pointed at herself and told Gushi clearly that she would not get married. I'm afraid I won't be able to get the grass returning elixir. This is a task for you. Whether it's robbing or stealing, you have to become an earth immortal. Only then will you have the opportunity to stay with me. Gushi's request not only did not make the Li family girl flinch, but instead made her eyes light up. Young master, just be optimistic. Even if there is no grass returning elixir, I can still become an earth immortal. At this moment, there was another ding in Gushi's ear. Li Yuzhu joins your team. Name, Li Yuzhen. Occupation, Jade Saint, Assassin. Race, Living Ghost, Jade Living Ghost. Level 34, 399999/400000. Talent, Jade. Status, Life, 16600/16600. Magic Power, 3500/3500. Attributes, Strength 30.4. Agility 39.6. Constitution 40.6. Intelligence 27. Perception 16.4. Charisma 33.2. Skills, Een generates Young. Jade body, physique strengthening skill. Broken fist, aura skill. Jade bone body, secondary physical strengthening skill. Broken Yin fist. Broken Yang fist. Chapter 772 The Secret Record of Taishan Mansion. Assassin type? Gu Shi looked at Li Yuji seriously. He felt that something was not right about this situation. When Li Yuzhen strengthened his attributes at levels 15 and 25, it was his physical strength that was enhanced. Moreover, her physical attributes are also the strongest. So she should be a standard tank template. How could it be an assassin? Could it be that what Li Yuzhen chose was that as long as I killed everyone who saw me, it would be a safe infiltration mode? Gu Shi was still thinking about Li Yuzhen's situation. And Li Yuzhen couldn't help but ask, Xiao Langjun, what is that in your hand? Only then did Gu Shi realize that he had an extra volume in his hand. Gu Shi looked down, and a message quickly popped up in front of him. Secret Record of Taishan Prefecture Lord, Orange. First half volume. This is a book based on the experiences of Taishan Prefecture Lord during his practice. It records the practice path of Taishan Prefecture Lord from level 1 to level 45. It's just that level 45 in this world has reached the upper limit. So Lord Taishan has been looking for other opportunities to break through. And all of this is recorded in the second half of the volume. There are only 2 volumes in one. This one is a complete secret book. Note, the secret records also record some of the corresponding secret techniques and rituals practiced by Taishan Fujian, and the production method of an orange magic weapon. Gu Shi understood at a glance that this was a reward given to him by Lord Taishan. Why are the people here so honest? Before he did anything, this thing was directly thrust into his hand. This means not worrying about running away without completing any tasks. How could he do this? Gu Shi was so embarrassed that he left immediately. No matter what, I have to stay here for 15 days. But at this time, it is obviously not okay to send people to the alchemist who refines grass and returns elixirs. Various thoughts quickly flashed through Gu Shi's mind, while he was still responding to Li Yuzhen's questions. Here, these are some of my previous experiences. Let's use them to consolidate. Gu Shi raised his hand casually, and a level 45 aura was uploaded from the volume Secret Records of Taishan Mansion Group. Although the aura was quite faint, both Li Yuzhu and Wang Datong present could feel it. This was the scent of the one they imagined. Looking at the expressions of these two people, Gu Shi immediately knew that what he had done was a bit too rough. He shouldn't let out Fujian's aura like this. So Gu Shi silently put away the volume Secret Records of the Prince of Taishan Prefecture and turned to look at Li Yuzhen. Let's not talk about it for now. I have accepted you, so I have to think about it for you. I'm afraid you won't be able to get the grass returning elixir this time. But in your current situation, if you don't have the grass returning elixir, I'm afraid you won't be able to get the grass returning elixir. Find a way to break through. Yes, I am stuck at the transition from extreme yin to yang. If I force the transformation, I can actually turn it around. But I'm afraid I won't be able to survive the Earth Immortal Thunder tribulation later. At this time, Gu Shi had almost understood the level division of this world. Level 20 is the starting point of cultivation in this world, depending on each person's situation. Level 25 to level 30 is the stage of becoming an immortal. Ghost immortals and loose immortals are the weakest and can be reached at level 25. The zombie immortal is more advanced than the ghost immortal. He has to reach level 30, give up his body, and rebuild his body before he can break through. At level 35, one can pass the human immortal level, and at level 40, one can pass the thunder tribulation and become an earthly immortal. Level 45 is the upper limit of this world, and is called a heavenly immortal. Of course, although there are many celestial immortals, there are only a few of them, like the lord of the mansion whom Gu Shi had just met, and the ancestor of the earthly immortals, who has always been unwilling to admit that he is a celestial immortal and only thinks that he is a stronger earthly immortal, and so on. If Lu Baoi's goddess comes here this time and gets the elixir, she will be at this level. Now Li Yuzhen is stuck at the level of human immortality. As a living ghost, it is quite easy to break through this level. But after breaking through, there is no way to survive the thunder tribulation that follows. The Chao Huan Dan that appeared this time became Li Yuzhu's best choice. But after following Gu Shi, Li Yuzhu's path was cut off. So if Li Yuzhen wants to reach the level of Earth Immortal, he must find a new way. I'm afraid this is quite difficult. After all, not all places in this world have grass-returning elixirs. As for elixirs of the same level as grass-returning elixirs, they are either not suitable for Li Yuzhu's situation, or they are simply another way. No matter what, it's not as useful as grass-returning elixir. At this moment, Gu Shi asked, "Are you familiar with Chao Huan Dan?" Li Yuzhu looked back and found that Wang Datong had already rushed over. Gu Shi's question included Wang Datong. "It's very familiar. Since we became living ghosts, we should have known that only the grass-returning pill is the most suitable for us. So we have been looking for the opportunity to obtain the grass-returning pill. This is our only chance to get access to the herbicide nearby," Li Yuzhu said with some regret. "It is not difficult to say that something like the grass-returning elixir is difficult. But it is quite troublesome to get it. Every step in it starts with 30 or 40 years. After one set, even the worst grass-returning elixir in front of you will take about 200 years. And there are a total of 12 produced here. And only 3 are reserved for living ghosts. The rest will be taken away by others. All the living ghosts must find out the details about Chao Huandan." When Gu Shi asked, both Li Yuzhu and Wang Datong started talking. What they said was the most basic version, and more about how to use grass to return elixirs. Among what they said, directly taking the Chao Huandan was the most undesirable. Generally speaking, living ghosts get the grass-returning pill. Some use the grass-returning pill as their body, and some use the method of extracting spiritual energy to integrate the grass-returning pill into their bodies. But this is not what Gu Shi cares about. What he wanted to ask was how the Chao Huandan was made. Gu Shi interrupted Li Yuzhu and the others. "If we gather the materials ourselves, can we find an alchemist to refine this herbal elixir ourselves?" Regarding the question raised by Gu Shi, Li Yuzhu and Wang Datong both looked at each other and didn't know how to answer. None of them had thought of such a thing. Seeing them like this, Gu Shi couldn't help but ask, "Why don't you think so?" "You see, Chao Huandan can be turned into 12 pills at a time. As long as you find 6 living ghosts of similar strength and gather the appropriate materials, you can hire someone to refine the pills. When the time comes, you just need to give the extra to the alchemist. And that's it. Why do you have to wait for the alchemist to collect the materials to make the elixir?" Hearing Gu Shi's question, Li Yufang and Wang Datong were both stunned. Then Wang Datong said, "Sir, the grass-returning pill is not like other elixirs. It cannot be moved when the grass-returning pill is being refined. We can gather all the materials, but once the grass-returning pill is deployed, it will be difficult for us to. I'm afraid I can't keep it." Chapter 773 Moving Forward. After listening to what Wang Datong and Li Yuzhu said, Gu Shi was silent for a moment. Then Gu Shi stood up, patted Li Yuzhu's shoulder and said, "Get your team in order and let's go find the alchemist. Ask him about the conditions for refining the grass-refining pill. If he only needs a venue and does not have excessive requirements for spiritual energy, I can provide a place to refine the grass-refining pill." Hearing Gu Shi's words, Li Yuzhu also nodded. No matter what, Gu Shi's decision was to prepare the grass-returning elixir for her. Li Yuzhu has been stuck in this realm for many years, and it is not short of 100 or 200 years to refining the grass and returning the elixir. She could still afford to wait for Gu Shi to refine the grass return elixir. As for whether Gu Shi can practice it, what a joke. Don't you even think about Gu Shi's identity? So there was no need to pay attention to the order. Li Yuzhu directly disbanded the wedding team, leaving only a few bearers. At the same time, she took off the decorations on the sedan with her own hands, put on the shoes she had been carrying, and stood next to Gu Shi, preparing to help Gu Shi get on the sedan. Gu Shi lowered his head and glanced at Li Yuzhu's feet, which were wearing embroidered shoes again, and he knew what she was thinking. Gu Shi nodded with satisfaction and sat in the sedan chair. Then Li Yuzhu followed Gu Shi obediently, not even close to the domineering power of a level 35 master. As the sedan started moving, Gu Shi asked, "You seem to want to say something just now." "Yes. Xiao Langjun wants to refining the grass to return the elixir. I can understand this. After all, that was my goal from the beginning. But, tell me, you and I don't have any scruples in this sedan chair. But can I ask Xiao Langjun for a tranquilizer pill?" Gu Shi was stunned for a moment. "Janine pill? What is this? Could it be Fujiyuan's exclusive elixir?" Gu Shi reached out and took out the secret scroll of the Prince of Taishan Mansion, quickly opened it, and jumped to about level 30. There are records of some of the equipment and elixirs used by the Lord during this period of practice. Sure enough, there was the recipe for the first generation of Janine pills. Gu Shi pointed his hand and said, "See for yourself." Li Yuzhu was stunned after hearing this and looked at Gu Shi with some disbelief. "Young master, can I see it myself?" "Yes. Not only do you have to see it yourself, but you also have to refine it yourself. Otherwise, do you think I will help you refine the elixir?" Li Yufang glanced at Gu Shi and immediately realized that Gu Shi's current level was only 8th. Where could he go to refine this kind of Janine pill? If he wants to refine it, he must restore his original strength. Would Gu Shi really do this for a soldier who was less than level 35? The reason why Li Yufeng followed Gu Shi all the way was entirely because she had good eyesight. He discovered the existence of a big boss like Gu Shi at a glance. If it ruins the big boss's plan at this time, not to mention reaching level 35, he might be killed with just one backhand. So Li Yuzhen quickly leaned on Gu Shi and added, "I don't dare anymore. I really don't dare anymore." That gentle voice didn't sound like begging for mercy. It was clearly a provocation. Gu Shi didn't think he would be afraid in the face of such a provocation. But he still had business to attend to. "Step aside. Didn't you see that something happened to me?" After speaking, Gu Shi also raised the secret scroll of Taishan Mansion in his hand, pretending to be studying. "Young master, you should study by yourself. When you study, you must wear red sleeves to add fragrance." "I will do this." Gu Shi snorted and turned the secret scroll of Taishan Mansion Lord to the front. "I warn you. Don't disturb me. I am a serious person." Li Yuzhu smiled slightly and said, "I understand. Young man, we still have to go on a journey. You should rest first and don't read on the way." Along the way, Li Yuzhu and his party were much safer. The previous battle in the strange village was actually witnessed by many people nearby. The tall ghost gate and the overwhelming Bai Wuchang frightened everyone nearby. In the direction Li Yuzhen was heading, there was a direct road, and all the monsters stepped aside, not daring to come and block the road. And at some higher levels, they all also knew about another situation. Fu Jun was reincarnated in this team. If it was the reincarnation of another level 45 boss, they might still be interested in taking action. They don't even want to think about Fu Jun's reincarnation. Other immortals may really die when they die. But Fu Jun is different. Fu Jun is the existence that manages the underworld. If he dies and goes directly back to the underworld, his strength will be restored instantly. You may not even have time to touch the corpse when he comes back. And when being targeted by other immortals or something, there is still a place to hide and hide. What if the Lord of the Mansion is watching me? I will just hide. When your lifespan is over, you will be taken away in one step. Then he can do whatever he wants with you in the underworld. The most terrible thing is that if he doesn't let you reincarnate, you will have to lie down in the underworld. So avoid some things if you can. And don't end up compromising yourself. Solely you hinder their journey to make it safer and safer. Following Wang Datong, there were also several more teams similar to Wang Datong. It's just that compared to Wang Datong, they are obviously less courageous. They don't dare to go over and talk to Gu Shi, let alone run in front of Gu Shi every day during the day and prostitute the incarnation of Death Titan's lightning. Only Li Yuzhu and Wang Datong enjoyed this treatment, because Li Yuzhen had already confirmed to be Gu Shi's subordinate. She did not keep pestering him about using the incarnation of Death Titan. Therefore, Wang Datong had a great advantage along the way. Of course, Wang Datong also played a certain role at this time. Although he had been following Gu Shi's team for more than 100 meters, all his attention was focused on Gu Shi. As long as there is any problem with the direction of Gu Shi's team, he can always solve it immediately. Moreover, Wang Datong handles all the campsites and other things that are set up at dawn every day. In addition, Wang Datong's men also search for the ingredients Gu Shi used for cooking during the day. It can be said that just along the way, Wang Datong has become Gu Shi's steward. Regarding such matters, Gu Shi didn't say much. His calm look made people think that he was the reincarnation of Lord Fu. In this way, they continued on their way. And finally on the 6th day, they arrived at the agreed location. Looking at the lush mountain in front of him, Gu Shi turned around and asked Li Yuzhen, "Are you sure that the grass rejuvenating pill was made here?" "You can be sure. I've been here once before. And this is what it looks like." Listening to Li Yufeng's words, Gu Shi raised his head, narrowed his eyes slightly, and looked at the forest in front of him. Chapter 774 In front of the alchemy place. When it was determined that this mountain forest belonged to the area for refining grass and returning elixirs, Gu Shi looked at this mountain forest differently. He decisively released the suit holder and used the suit holder's perspective to observe the mountains and forests in front of him. In Gu Shi's eyes, the forest in front of him was changing rapidly. Gu Shi felt that this mountain forest seemed to be created by many earth veins squeezed together. Gu Shi wanted to count the number of earth veins, but found that these earth veins were still alive and writhing in the forest. Gu Shi was unable to count the number of these earth veins. And Gu Shi noticed that there was something wrong with the aura hanging over the mountain forest. There was life, death, earth, and some weird auras in it. There is clearly something wrong with the proportions of this mix. All the energy was concentrated on a big tree in the middle of the forest. And when Gushi looked over, he found that the strength of the holder of his underworld dragon robe seemed a bit weak. This thing was not considered top grade among the purple robes. Without the support of the 6 flame lanterns, I am afraid that I would not even be able to see clearly the auras of the earth veins from before. At the moment, I can't clearly see the condition of the tree and the continuous movement of the earth veins. I'm afraid it's all a natural reaction when the grass returning elixir is about to be completed. While Gushi was observing the forest, several ghost immortals and loose immortals with similar strength to Liu also gathered around. They all knew who was around Liu, so they just watched from a distance. He didn't step forward to ask Liu or Wang Datan about the situation. Nor did he lead directly. Anyway, he just stared from afar. They are also here to ask for grass to return elixirs? Gushi pointed at these people and asked casually. Yes. Every time the grass returns to the pill, a large number of people will come to try their luck. Generally speaking, how do you distribute the grass returning pills? In addition to the 3 living ghost pills, how do you divide the 9 pills? The 3 living ghosts actually belong to the ghosts and fairies. But as living ghosts, we are stronger than the average ghosts and fairies. And the ghosts and fairies also have other ways to go. So they normally don't grab them. Even if it is a robbery, he will still grab the part of the demon fairy or the weird fairy. Similarly, there are 3 each for the demon fairy and the weird fairy. And the last 3 are for mortals. Listening to the distribution method of these 12 coins, Gushi had an idea in his mind. Is this allocation reasonable? Very reasonable. But why? This alchemist spent 100 or 200 years just for these 12 elixirs. And there was still a possibility that the elixirs would fail. Before Gushi could figure out what the alchemist wanted to do, Liu had already jumped off the sedan chair. The wedding procession that followed Liu also took out all the dowries that were originally given for the wedding. Liu hesitated for a moment. But in the end, he didn't lose Gushi's face, and just asked his men to deliver the dowry to the forest. After putting everything in place, Liu said loudly, Li Jiaoyu, return the betrothal gift, give the dowry, and cancel the engagement. Hearing this, Gushi raised his head. No. He has become a villain who broke off the engagement. And he is still a weak villain. At this time, a voice came from the forest. The voice was as sharp as a nighthawk. Daughter of the Li family, it was you who wrote to me, saying that you wanted to marry me, and that you suppressed the strangeness in your body, so that nothing would happen to you. That's why I gave you a chance to get the grass-returning elixir. How about you take a look? Outside, there are so many living ghosts waiting for this grass-returning elixir. What do you mean now? Slap me in the face? You can retreat now. But in the future, you can't even get a single pill from me. Unexpectedly, Liu was also decisive. Back then, if she wanted to get married, she would propose to her. And if she didn't want to get married, she would leave her husband alone. Never timid. Now behind her is the big boss Gushi. She already has this golden thigh in her arms. Why would she choose someone whose face she hasn't even seen? I'm not afraid. Listening to Liu's words, the cry of the nighthawk in the mountain forest became more obvious. Okay. 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 I want to see what level you can reach in the end. Get out. Get out. As soon as Liu heard this, he threw himself into Gushi's arms in front of everyone. Xiao Langjun, you are the only one I have from now on. Listening to these words, Gushi couldn't help but think that when he first entered this world, he seemed to have heard what the people of the Li family said in the cemetery. It seems that Liu Fang's marriage situation is quite difficult. Now it seems that Liu's inability to get married was probably her fault. She gets married when she says she's going to get married, and breaks off the engagement when she says she's going to break off the engagement. I'm afraid even normal people can't stand it. Fortunately, Liu was just his subordinate and had no intention of marrying him. Otherwise he would be very angry. However, a question suddenly flashed through Gushi's mind. Where were the people whose engagement was cancelled by Liu? The man in the forest said that Liu hindered Kefu, but he didn't know whether it was true or not. Gushi was thinking about this problem, and didn't notice that the eyes of everyone nearby fell on him. They took advantage of Liu Fang's pounce to look Gushi up from inside to outside. Out of Gushi's earshot, they had begun to communicate secretly. The dragon robe-like thing in front of me is the breath of the underworld, and it is very pure. It can summon the underworld's own soldiers. He doesn't even seem to have started. But there must be other auras on him. And there are 2 different auras. one of which is divided into several parts. I can tell this. But what the other one is, I'm not sure. I can't judge until he uses that kind of power. It seems like the rumors are true. He is the reincarnation of Lord Fu. What should we do now? This is a good thing for us. He came here with the Li family's daughter. He is afraid that he has taken a liking to the Li family's daughter. With Fu Juan's ability, the Li family's daughter can pass the test even without using grass to return pills. Then we will have an extra grass rejuvenating pill to share. That's right. Then we shouldn't mess around, lest it arouse the Li family's daughter's thoughts and make her want to grab the grass and return the pill again, causing chaos in the situation. Okay. In addition, I think we should protect this person's physical body and don't involve him even if a war breaks out later. Otherwise, if Mr. Fu is not awakened, none of us will be able to get out alive. That's a good idea. That's it. I'll tell the others. I also know a few people here, so I'll go and tell them. At this time, Gu Shi also put Liu Yu down and turned to look towards the mountain forest. Seeing Gu Shi's actions, everyone nearby stopped communicating and looked at Gu Shi. At this time, Gu Shi took a step forward and said, I would like to arrange for the next round of Chao Huan Dan. Is that possible? Chapter 775 Gu Shi's Discovery. After hearing Gu Shi's question, there was silence in the forest for a moment. At this time, all the immortals looked towards the mountains and forests. Gu Shi's words were somewhat beyond their expectations, and now they were all a little anxious. If the alchemist agrees, then there will definitely be one Gu Shi among the 12 grass returning pills in the next round. By then, their chances of getting the Chao Huan Dan will be even smaller. But what if you don't agree? Now everyone knew Gu Shi's identity. It was already an open secret. What if I offend him and have this place demolished? Near them, there is only one person who refines grass and returns elixirs. Without him, they would have to go to other countries to find grass-returning elixirs. Fortunately, the man in the forest hesitated for a moment, but did not say no. Instead, he said, My dear, I cannot make the herbal elixir you want. If you want the herbal elixir, I'm afraid you need the one that blooms for 3,000 years. When Gu Shi heard this, he thought, just forget it if you don't want to give it, because it will take 3,000 years to bloom. According to you, if it takes 3,000 years to bloom, then it will probably take another 3,000 years to bear fruit. How many years will it take to mature? For Gu Shi, let alone 3,000 years. More than 100 years would be enough for him to reach level 45. By then, whether he would like this grass-returning pill or not is still a question. But Gu Shi didn't come here for this. As soon as the man in the forest said that, Gu Shi followed up with a question. Then what if I refine the grass and return the elixir myself? Guest, please stop making this joke. The voices in the forest became sharper, and it was obvious that Gu Shi's words had hit his red line. Gu Shi smiled and waved to Li Yunyang. Okay. You and I don't have a share in the grass and pills here. Let's go. Although Li Yunyang felt a little unwilling, she also understood that she had to admit this matter if she chose Gu Shi. So Li Yunyang decisively followed Gu Shi onto the sedan chair. As for the dowry she brought, they were all placed in the mountains and forests, with no thought of taking them back. After getting on the sedan chair, Gu Shi said to Li Yunyang, as you can see, you have no share in the Chao Huan Dan. If you take other routes, you may not be able to pass the Thunder Tribulation. Even if it drags on for a while, I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to walk on the road behind you. I will give you two options now. One is of course that I find a way to make an elixir. I just saw the forest. Although they have been hiding it, one thing can be seen. The grass is still the fruit of the tree. Ah? Li Yunyang had never heard of this before, and she was shocked when Gu Shi said this. Didn't you hear just now? He can't make the grass-returning elixir I need. What I want will take 3,000 years to bloom. Only then did Li Yunyang realize that this was the reason why Gu Shi judged that the grass-returning pill was the fruit on the tree. So 100 or 200 years is the process of fruit blossoming, fruiting, and familiarity. So the alchemist can only refine elixirs here. And after one round of refining, he has to do the second round, instead of changing to another place. Is that because his tree is grown, and he doesn't need to wait as long as the first time? Gu Shi nodded affirmatively. But I still don't quite understand. What is the purpose of refining this herbal elixir? Li Yunyang couldn't answer this question. She didn't realize before that the grass-returning elixir grew on trees. How could she know what the grass-returning elixir meant now? At this time, Gu Shi said again, I want to find someone to inquire about the refining method of Chao Huan Dan. There are those that bloom in 3,000 years, And there are those that bloom in 30 years. So there must be those that bloom in 300 years in between. The following indicates that it may bloom in 3 years and bear fruit in 3 years. If we can really find this kind of thing, then more than 10 years will be enough for us to refine a herbal elixir. By then your problem will be solved. Listening to Gu Shi's words, Li Yunyang understood that Gu Shi really thought about herself. Just when she wanted to speak to express her thoughts, Gu Shi said again, "Of course, there is another way of thinking, which is to jump out of the identity of a living ghost. There will be other routes for you to take at that time." Li Yunyang was a little hesitant about jumping out. In fact, living ghosts are a kind of unique ghosts. Their growth has no direction. Chao Huandan is the route that all ghosts and immortals can determine. The rest depends on your preparation. It may be difficult to jump out. So he also told Li Yunyang about the situation. Everything is decided by Li Yuzhu himself. Li Yuzhou was even more shocked when he heard this situation. Can you still jump out? This was something she had never thought of before. Could it be that this is Fu Jun's ability, and he found a way out? Thinking of this, Li Yuzhu's eyes changed when he looked at Gu Shi. Xiao Lang Jun. Think it over for yourself. When the grass returns to the elixir, you can stabilize to the level of the earth immortal. If you follow me, you may go higher. But it is also possible that you will always maintain this level. Gu Shi explained the situation clearly. At this time, Li Yuzhu said instead, "Can we really succeed in waiting for the grass to return the elixir?" 50% success rate. Gu Shi thought for a while, and finally said something. The matter of grass returning pill was also his guess after seeing this mountain forest. Whether he could find the seeds and planting method was still a problem. Even if he found it, Gu Shi was a necromancer, and planting trees was not his instinct. He is not a necromancer who loves to plant trees. Whether it can be planted is also a question. Spending decades and finally achieving nothing is normal in some research aspects. If Li Yuzhu had waited for decades and found that there was no chance here, and then turned back and wanted to jump out, there would probably be some conflicts again. So Gu Shi really can't arrange this matter directly. Although the undead are obedient, their strength must be equal. If you put a living ghost close to level 35 there, even if you don't rebel, she can squeeze you dry. So Gu Shi explained everything in detail this time. Let Li Yuzhu choose for himself. In Gu Shi's mind, it was best for Li Yuzhu to leave with him, no matter which game it is. If he puts Li Yuzhu there, even Dragon Kingdom can defeat it. But Li Yuzhu was also a person with her own ideas. She thought about it seriously, and finally said, "Xiao Lang Jun, I think what you said makes sense. I want the grass to return the elixir." Gu Shi glanced at Li Yuzhu and said, "Okay, I'll stay with you for a few more days to see if I can find a way to plant grass to return the elixir. And then find a place to plant the grass to return the elixir. But the final guard work is up to you." Chapter 776, Searching for the Pill Recipe. Li Yuzhu's eyes lit up when he heard the pipe painted by Gu Shi. As long as the guardian grass returned the elixir, and wouldn't be snatched away. If that's the case, then she can give it a try. Anyway, this round of grass has not yet reached her. Even if she goes to the alchemist, she still has to wait for the next batch, which will take 100 or 200 years. Whether Gu Shi can succeed in refining the grass rejuvenation elixir at present can be seen in 10 years. It will be too late to make adjustments at that time. So Li Yuzhu nodded decisively, indicating that he was willing to accept this task. Li Yufang agreed. But Gu Shi did not feel relaxed at all. Along the way, except for riding in a sedan chair, Gu Shi always took the secret records of the Prince of Taishan Prefecture and secretly studied there during his usual rest time. The more he read, the more he realized how profound this book was. It records Fujuan's growth experience from level 1 to level 45. Of course, this thing is not a diary, but what he chose during his growth. In addition, there are some things that Fu Jun learned when his strength was relatively low. Gu Shi had to admit that the foundation of the world in front of him was really good. It only takes about 18 years for them to go from level 1 to level 20. In this world, if they start practicing from a young age, they will reach the level of Sanxian by the time they reach adulthood. Then the growth rate will slow down. However, no matter how slow it is, the level of upgrade will not be weakened. At most, it will get stuck on some levels. And Fu Jun has corresponding processing methods at each level. At the same time, there are also methods for refining various elixirs needed for the growth of each level. Spells suitable for learning at this level. Directions that need to be supplemented. And even refining and strengthening of props. Strengthening of mounts, etc. Gu Shi can learn a lot of things through the secret record of Taishan Mansion and gain a better understanding of the world. For example, Gu Shi now knows that Fu Jun has been keeping a purple weapon since level 30, and finally turned it into an orange weapon when Fu Jun reached level 45. There are even methods of strengthening and warming up. And there are detailed records of Fu Jun's afterthoughts on where to save, what to do poorly, where the attributes of orange equipment need to be adjusted, etc. This can be regarded as one of Gu Shi's biggest gains this time. At the same time, he also had a deep understanding of people in this world using elixirs to overcome obstacles. In addition, Gu Shi discovered a situation in the secret records of the master of Taishan Prefecture. A large part of the elixirs in this world are refined from corpses. It's like the elixir that can make a mortal rise to level 45 was made by the level 45 boss using his own corpse. The secret records of the master of Taishan Prefecture also record such an elixir at the end, which is called the King of Hell Pill. However, it is made from the body of Lord Fu. After taking it, you will become the King of Hell in the underworld, work for the underworld, and never be able to leave. Among these pills, there were some that Gu Shi liked, and some that he didn't like. However, it is precisely because of this additional knowledge that Gu Shi is not sure whether he can handle the grass-returning elixir. Now that the conversation has come to this point, Gu Shi can't say that he is not good at it. He can only turn his mind to see if he can find some black market nearby to see if he can change the formula of grass-returning elixir. However, before obtaining the formula of Chao Huan Dan, Gu Shi would not tell Li Yufang about this. After leaving the forest, Li Yuzhu lay on Gu Shi's body and asked, "Little Lang Jun, where are we going next? How did you hear that there is grass-returning elixir here before? This alchemist has been here for many years, and all the grass-returning elixirs come from him." Li Yuzhen didn't know why Gu Shi asked this question, but she answered directly, "Yes." Gu Shi felt that his asking was in vain. Is there a black market selling elixirs nearby? We now have to find the recipe that will give you the best solution. If there is a prescription, we can try anything. If there is no prescription, it will be useless even if we have any ideas. Yes, but not here. It's on the way we came. I'll take you there now. Li Yuzhi also thought what Gu Shi said was reasonable. Without the prescription, no matter how much they guess, it's useless. Only when they get the elixir recipe can they know whether they can refine the grass-returning elixir. So Li Yuzhen immediately adjusted his direction, and did not stay in front of the forest at all. Li Yuzhao walked so fast that he made Wang Datong, who was following him, anxious. He also wanted to hug Gu Shi. But he is different from Li Yuzhen. He has a chance to get the grass-returning elixir. Wang Datong himself is also a living ghost, so it is impossible for him to transfer this herb-returning elixir to Li Yuzhen. Moreover, the grass-returning elixir is about to become an elixir. If he leaves like this, there will be no chance for him to return the grass-returning elixir in the future. So in the end Wang Datong stayed, just watching from a distance, as the sedan chair Gu Shi rode headed towards the original road. Since there were no ghost porters to carry the dowry, Li Yuzhu simply put away the paper-tied maids. Only 16 bearers were left, carrying the sedan chair away quickly. In this way, their movement speed naturally increased a lot. Gu Shi wanted to lift the curtains to take a look at the situation outside several times, but was pulled back by Li Yufang every time. Li Yuzhu was still complaining softly. "Xiao Langjun, the car is going very fast now, and you open the curtains. Are you going crazy? I always have to see where it is outside. Don't worry. I'll call you when we get there." Gu Shi could only sigh and lower the curtains again. This time, Gu Shi's speed was obviously much faster, and in order to hurry on, Li Yufang did not stop along the way except during the day. They originally walked for 5 or 6 days, but it only took them 3 days to get back. Li Yuzhen did not go to the Li family cemetery. After she arrived, she took Gu Shi directly towards a certain mountain forest. "Young master, this is the largest black market nearby. I remember there is a famous alchemist here. He can refine all kinds of pills except the grass refining pill, and the quality of his pills is quite good. Let's go and take a look." Gu Shi had a different reaction upon hearing this. Except for the grass returning pill, can other pills be refined? It seems that the person who refined the grass and returned the elixir has taken action to suppress it. So the alchemist may be a little unconvinced. Otherwise, he would not have said such words. If he heard that someone wanted the recipe of Chao Huan Dan to make the pill himself, he would probably go and ask his friends to help Gu Shi get the recipe. Chapter 777, The Elixir Recipe of Returning Grass to Elixir. When he saw the alchemist, Gu Shi was directly shocked by the alchemist in front of him. In Gu Shi's mind, The alchemist either looked like a white-bearded immortal with immortal demeanor, or he looked like a strong man full of fireworks. The short and fat person in front of him, with tumors of different colors on his face, looked nothing like an alchemist. But as he walked around, Gushi clearly noticed that among the sarcomas on the alchemist's body, he could see pills that were not too small. This should be the other party's method of accumulating elixirs. Before Gushi could speak, Li Yuzhen said quickly, Master Ku, we came to you this time because we want to customize some elixirs for you. Welcome. I can accept any level of elixir here. Whatever elixir you want. You will look like a ghost fairy at first glance. How about a blood crystal pill? After taking it, you won't need any blood food for a year? I want grass to return elixir, Gushi said calmly. Master Ku's expression changed when he heard this. He was about to slam the table and get up to drive Gushi and the others away. But just as he stood up, he suddenly thought of something. Elixir of grass? This may be inconvenient. Gushi turned his head and glanced at Li Yuzhen. It's clear in his eyes that it's up to you now. Li Yufeng understood that he probably couldn't let Gushi pay for this matter. Gushi has to do everything. So what should she do? She was Gushi's subordinate. And she was not Gushi's mother. She couldn't let Gushi do everything. Now he is using Gushi's face to persuade others. Master Ku, if you need anything, please tell me. I will find it for you if I can find it. It's not a big deal. I'm not afraid to tell you that I was defeated by Master Qin Dan in the past. I can't help you with the Chao Huandan. Alchemist Huan Hua blinked at Gushi. He could definitely tell that Gushi was the one in charge. So talking to him would be useful. I don't need your help in planting grass to return elixir. I only need the seeds and planting method of grass to return elixir. Gushi looked like he already knew what Chao Huandan was about. Hearing this, the alchemist also laughed. He knew that Gushi was targeting the alchemist Qin. Just have this attitude. At the beginning, he also had the plan to refine the grass and return the elixir. It's just that I couldn't compare with others in terms of strength. So I gave up the idea. But the grass returning elixir seeds and the cultivation method of grass returning elixir that I bought were really lost in my hands. For so many years, I have been unable to take action. He even had some doubts that someone was plotting against him because he could obtain the seeds and alchemy method of Chao Huandan. You must know that he spent a lot of money to buy this grass to return elixir. Even in the next few hundred years, he continued to pay off his debts. It was precisely for this reason that his alchemy business did not expand. Now that someone wants to take over the refining of Chao Huandan, he is naturally happy. Just as the alchemist was considering transferring the initial loss to Gushi, Gushi said again, don't even think about raising the price. Everyone knows what Chao Huandan is. If you suffer a loss, don't make up for it on me. At most, I can help you deal with Master Qin Dan. I think he has taken up a lot of your business during this period. He can only practice the grass returning elixir. What else can he practice besides the grass returning elixir? Master Qin said angrily. But after saying this, he himself would not believe it. He handles matters in the alchemy business by himself. It is obvious that his strength is getting stronger and stronger. But the alchemy business is getting worse year by year. If there was no problem here, then he would throw his head into the alchemy furnace and burn it. Now Gushi gave him such an idea. This also made him a little excited. You mean I can spread the news that you got the grass rejuvenating pill? Of course. Just spread the word about this. I don't care. Gushi simply didn't care about this. Anyway, after he settled this matter, he just ran away. All the hatred was carried on Gushi's back. The alchemist Qin who cultivated grass and returned elixirs couldn't rush out of this world and pursue Gushi in the real world to cause trouble. Judging from the strength of Master Qin, he is not the best in the world. Once in the real world, I would be killed in seconds. As for Li Yuzhen, she only needs to guard the grass returning elixir. And she has no idea of making elixirs for others. Even if she is attacked, with Li Yuzhen's strength, she doesn't have to worry too much. Hearing what Gushi said, Master Ku's eyes lit up. This was trying to show Master Ku's face. Is there any conflict between them? It seems that I have been in seclusion for too long, refining the elixir, and no news from the outside world has come in. While thinking about it, Master Ku Alchemy waved to Gushi and the others and invited them into his alchemy room. As soon as he entered the alchemy room, Gushi felt even more disgusting than entering the mass grave. There was a large amount of blood, flesh, mushrooms, and sewage all mixed together in front of me. Gushi felt that only the bone-gnawing silt could stay here. However, Master Ku was used to the environment here. He searched some skin bags and took out a few items, and gave them to Gu Shi. This is a seed. There were originally 5 seeds in total. I used 1, and the remaining 4 are all here. Here's the recipe. Check it out for yourself. When Gu Shi took the thing and took a look, he found that the 4 seeds were all like human heads the size of Yang's fist. But the human heads were already dried up beyond recognition, and did not look like living creatures. Chao Huan Dan seed. Blue. The most basic Chao Huan Dan seed can cultivate a fruit tree. It takes 10 years to grow, blooms in 3 years, bears fruit in 3 years, and matures in 3 years. You can get a Chao Huan Dan. Chao Huan Dan formula. Blue. The formula of Chao Huan Dan, which records the process and needs of planting, cultivating, and accumulating Dan. You only need to find the corresponding materials and suitable seeds to cultivate the best. The grass returns elixir. Seeing that there was nothing wrong with both items, Gu Shi turned to Li Yuzhen and nodded. Li Yuzhen also understood what Gu Shi meant. She immediately took out some Yin crystal stones and handed them to Master Ku Alchemy. At the same time, she said, I know this is not enough. I will go hunting tomorrow. There will be 10 beasts. Do you know enough? Hearing what Li Yuzhen said, Master Ku also laughed. Enough? 10% is enough. But can you really withstand it? Master Kuden still asked. He suffered a great loss because of the Chao Huandan incident. Before Li Yuzhen could say anything, Gu Shi spoke in advance. Of course, I can withstand it. Don't worry. The man named Master Qing has already had a conflict with me. Even if he doesn't come over, I will still make trouble for him. Chapter 778, Grass Returns Elixir. After leaving the alchemy room with the seeds and recipe of Chao Huan Dan, Gu Shi turned around and said to Li Yufeng, Find me a quiet place. I need to think about how to deal with the grass rejuvenating pill. My lord, please get on the sedan chair. I will guard you outside so that no one will disturb you. Gu Shi glanced at Li Yuzhen and entered the sedan chair directly. Li Yuzhen moved the sedan to a safe place and stood guard in front of the sedan. After entering the sedan chair, Gu Shi did not return to Aladovi City, but contacted Luna and Eve through a special mirror. It is impossible for Gu Shi to analyze the formula alone, and he must call on some people to handle it together. Among them, Eve is still the main force, and Luna is responsible for the middle contact. After sending a copy of the seeds to the strange mirror space, Gu Shi took out the formula and read it himself. The special mirror floats above the formula, allowing Eve behind her to see clearly the contents of the formula, because it is a targeted formula. There are not so many professional terms in the formula. Some are detailed records. What surprised Gu Shi the most was that in order to make Master Kuden determined to buy this set of recipes, the method of upgrading Chao Huandan was actually recorded in it. The initial version of Chao Huan Dan is of blue quality. It takes 10 years to plant a tree. Then it blooms in 3 years, bears fruit in 3 years, and matures in 3 years. If we start from planting trees, it will take a full 20 years to get the first grass return pill. Not to mention planting trees. The investment in the process of flowering, fruiting, and maturation is the final output of the grass returning elixir. Only the person who planted the tree can take it, which gives everyone a headache. After planting a tree, the planter cannot leave, unless the grass can grow to the point where it blooms after 3,000 years. He will never be able to leave the place where the tree is planted. After the first round of grass returning elixirs become elixirs, it will take 10 years to bloom, 10 years to bear fruit, and 10 years to mature, resulting in a total of 3 blue quality grass returning elixirs. The grass returning elixir of this quality is beginning to be effective. According to Gu Shi's guess, Li Yufeng only needs Chao Huandan of this quality to complete her promotion. And if one doesn't work, then use 3. No matter what. It's enough. After that, this 10-year flowering grass returning elixir will produce 5 rounds. After 5 rounds, the grass returning elixir tree will reach the top. Either the tree planter will use various materials to upgrade the tree, or the tree planter will live with a tree that can no longer grow grass and elixirs for the rest of his life. There will be no other possibilities. As for the upgrade route, it doesn't seem to be very difficult. However, one of the upgrade materials surprised Gu Shi. A ghost bride. Gu Shi couldn't help but froze when he looked at the information in front of him. He really didn't expect that upgrading the tree of the grass returning elixir would require the sacrifice of various living creatures, such as ghost brides, living people, and big demons. Although there were no restrictions on quality and level, occupation and quantity were determined to death. Dead. After upgrading, it will be the kind of purple quality grass returning elixir now refined by Master Qing. It will take 30 years for the first round to bloom, 30 years to bear fruit, and 30 years to mature. And a grass-returning elixir will be produced. It is also given to the tree planter to eat to enhance the tree planter's strength. Next are 10 rounds of ordinary grass-returning elixirs, which bloom in 60 years, bear fruit in 60 years, mature in 60 years, and produce 12 grass-returning elixirs in 180 years. There will be another chance to upgrade later. It's just that the sacrificial materials required for this upgrade are even higher. The Ghost Bride also requires them. But they need time and level. Living people need to be at the level of loose immortals. And weird ones need to meet the rules. It can be said that every material that is sacrificed here requires many years of selection and processing. But there is a good thing here. That is, starting from the upgrade of this tree to purple quality, new upgrade sacrifices can be prepared. As for the situation of purple rising to another level, the record above is not very clear. The only thing that is certain is that after moving up one level, the first round of orange quality Chao Huan Dan will take 300 years to bloom, 300 years to bear fruit, and 300 years to mature. It is also given to tree planters. After eating it, their strength will reach level 40. There is no more to say about the rest. Gu Shi guessed that what Master Qingdan had mentioned before about the 3,000 years of flowering was probably not the kind in front of him. It should be a more advanced level. It seems that the master who has researched the elixir such as the herbal medicine must be someone on the ceiling of this world. If the recipe for the herbal medicine is spread, he may have the idea of breaking through the limitations and taking a step forward. It's just that he hasn't reached this point yet. After taking a general look at the situation of Chao Huan Dan, Gu Shi began to look at the planting situation of the trees for Chao Huan Dan. Because Li Yuzhen only needs 3 blue quality grass returning pills. In other words, everything can be done in about 50 years. So you don't really need to care where the grass returning elixir trees are planted. What Gu Shi needs to consider is who will plant the tree that returns grass to elixir. And once this tree is planted, the person who planted it will have no way to leave. This point needs to be considered by Gu Shi. If he plants trees here, Gu Shi needs to take out 2 undead of level 25 or above. After all, in this world, if you don't have any strength, you may be destroyed directly. But if the tree does not need to be planted here, then the situation will be different. Gu Shi can think of other ways, such as planting the tree in Aladovi City. There is a level 45 king in the world of Aladovi City, which means that Aladovi City, like this world, has an upper limit of at least level 45. I believe that the trees that can be planted in this world can also be planted in Aladovi City. Moreover, Gu Shi has a total of 4 tree seeds in his hand. He can plant trees in 4 places. 2 in this world, 1 in Aladovi City. And if that doesn't work, he can plant 1 in a more ordinary world. As long as 1 tree can grow, it is enough for Li Yuzhen. Not to mention there are 4 here. Thinking of this, Gu Shi turned back to the recipe for the grass-returning pill. At this time, Gu Shi was particularly concerned about how to plant the tree. The tree that returns grass to elixir cannot be planted just by having the tree species. In order for the grass-returning elixir tree to be planted, it still needs to meet the conditions of the 5 elements. The conditions of these 5 elements can be arranged the day after tomorrow. Or they can be innate. If all 5 innate conditions are met, that would naturally be the best. If not, at least one condition must be met. It can also be planted if it is all arranged a day after tomorrow. But here is a detailed explanation. In a 5 elements environment that is all arranged a day after tomorrow, the final tree can only reach the blue water quality, and there is no way to upgrade it to the purple quality. Chapter 779 Arrangements for Alchemy. There are quite strict requirements for selecting 5 elements characteristics. First of all, the ground must be a steel ground. If that doesn't work, then you have to find a metal mine and bulldoze it, and use the metal veins as a base to plant fruit trees on it. No matter whether the metal mine is iron ore, gold ore, or copper ore, as long as there is a mine, it will be fine. After leveling the mineral vein, this place is located to the west, and 100 bone mountain needs to be built. At least 100 corpses need to be arranged. Of course, it would be better if there are natural mass graves, bone graves and the like. This is also one of the characteristics of the 5 elements. It is part of water. I don't know how to understand this. A river needs to be arranged in the east. This should be part of water, but it needs to be the kind with a lot of sediment. River. At the same time, planting trees on top of the mineral veins actually requires woods with fire attributes. Digging underground holes in the mineral veins requires laying out tunnels with wood attributes. Anyway, Gu Shi was stunned for a moment. feeling that this design was completely anti-human. Although he didn't study much about the 5 elements, he had studied it anyway. Whether it is metal, wood, water, fire, earth, or earth, water, wind, and fire. She can always tell what attribute something is. But the situation in front of me is basically anti-human. The river with the earth attribute, the bones with the water attribute, the woods with the fire attribute, and the wood attribute buried underground. Can people come up with this? It's quite amazing to find such a thing. I also want the 5 innate characteristics of the 5 elements to be gathered together. This is just nonsense. But this recipe explains the situation in detail, and also clearly describes the method of selecting a suitable location, and how to remedy it through some means if a suitable location is not found. For example, such earth veins are man-made the day after tomorrow. But as mentioned before, no matter what, there must be an innate land vein. This is a guarantee for upgrading fruit trees. Of course, if you don't want fruit trees to be upgraded, you can plant them anywhere you like. But in that case, there would be no point in planting the fruit trees that return herbs. She noticed that there were some insights and experiences in the instructions for this recipe. It was obvious that the original Ku alchemist also planned to refine the herb return pill. However, not only did he fail to refine it, but he was also trapped by the grass returning pill. Therefore, this recipe also records how to destroy the tree species, consume part of the life and level, and climb out of this pit of grass returning elixir when you find that something is wrong. But She doesn't care about this. What he is more concerned about is the annual investment of Chao Huan Dan. The first round of grass returning elixirs is for those who plant trees, and each subsequent round requires a corresponding amount of materials to be put into it. These materials are mainly flesh and blood, and the higher the grade, the better. At the same time, this formula also records the effects of various flesh and blood on the quality of the grass returning elixir. Generally speaking, blue quality grass returning elixirs only need to be fed with the flesh and blood of monsters above level 20. However, it requires at least 1 portion per year. More will not affect the quality level of the grass returning elixir, but it will definitely have the benefits are within. The requirements for purple quality are higher, and the starting requirement is level 30. Moreover, She noticed that when feeding grass to return elixirs, it is best to put in intact monsters directly, and never put in dead monsters. Only when the complete monster is released can its flesh, blood and soul be fully utilized, and the refined grass Huandan will have excellent effects. If a dead monster is sent in, incomplete grass return pill may be produced. So what? She looked at the formula in his hand. Do we have to capture some monsters every year for the past decade or so to plant trees? Thinking of this, She couldn't help but get a headache. He was thinking about planting one, but in the end She shook his head. I'm afraid it won't work just to plant one tree. If he encounters an attack from Master Qingdan, Li Yufang may not be able to wait. She thought for a moment, then turned around and contacted Eve. Eve over there has also clearly analyzed this method of alchemy. Sir, I have just discussed with Luna. If you want to build such an alchemy tree in Aladovi City, it is best to move it outside the city and rearrange the area. The power of the earth veins in the city is all under control, and we cannot allocate enough energy to this big tree. In addition, I just analyzed some situations and discovered a problem. The person who first researched this tree probably took a strange approach. The bloody and weird power is hidden behind this formula. If possible, it is best not to use our people to plant this kind of tree. If we have to plant trees, we better plant them in the direction we need them. You mean undead? She thought for a moment and asked. Yes, I asked Luna and the others. I personally think that we need more experimental subjects. The world where you are now is the most suitable for planting this kind of fruit tree. Then we should plant 2 places, one in the light and one in the dark. The undead experiment was carried out openly, while planting was carried out according to the original idea in secret. At the same time, plant one outside of Aladovi City as an alternative, and plant another inside the mystery school. I personally think that these 2 places should also be transformed into undead. At this moment, the figure of Princess Anna appeared in She's special mirror. She directly squeezed Eve out and spoke to She calmly. If you can, spare a tree for me to graft. I want to graft this tree into the apple tree. She was also speechless regarding Princess Anna's proposal. How does this have anything to do with apple trees again? That's my suggestion. But I really think that this kind of herbaceous pill goes well with the apple tree in the church. She said helplessly, let me think about it. But I will give priority to the apples that Li Yuzhen needs. No. I was confused by you. So I will make arrangements for the grass-returning pills that Li Yuzhen needs. I will choose a suitable location. This time, among the two level 25 people in Aladovi City. Which one will be suitable to plant trees? Hearing Gu Shi's question, Princess Anna thought for a moment and said, a level 27 ghost is more suitable. Ghosts also exist in that world, and their status is higher than that of skeleton soldiers. Arrange for the ghost to pass by so that it is less likely to be discovered. That's okay. Gu Shi thought for a moment, and thought that Grand Duke Anna's idea was reasonable. So he said decisively, Eve, I leave this matter to you. I will stop the subsequent research and let this ghost learn how to do it first. Refining grass and returning elixir. No matter what. This can't go wrong. Don't worry. Sir. Teaching others how to do things is my specialty. Okay. I'll find a suitable place now. Once this matter is taken care of, I'll go back. Chapter 780 Bone Burial Ground. After communicating with Eve, and confirming the basic situation of Chao Huan Dan, Gu Shi finally pushed open the curtain of the sedan chair. After getting off the sedan chair, Gu Shi raised his head and looked around. Seeing Gu Shi's movements, Li Yuzhen, who had been waiting outside the sedan chair, quickly floated over. She naturally leaned on Gu Shi, but noticed that Gu Shi's eyes were different. Little master, what's wrong? Look at the situation around here. Did this bitter pill master make pills here from the beginning? This? Li Yuzhen thought carefully. I'm not sure, but he has been here since I can remember. What's wrong? Is there any problem here? No. I just want to feel that this person has probably already chosen the land where he can plant grass and return elixirs. Gu Shi told Li Yuzhen about the situation of returning grass to elixir. After hearing the request to upgrade Chao Huan Dan, Li Yuzhen's expression changed. She knew very well that she almost became the material for the upgrade of the grass-returning pill tree. But she also understood that she might not be able to deal with Alchemist Qin now. Not to mention other things. Those guests who are waiting for the grass to return the pill are not something Li Yuzhen can deal with now. 1 or 2 is okay. But if there are too many, Li Yuzhen might not be able to bear it himself. So even if she was almost used as a sacrifice, she could only keep this matter in mind and wait for the opportunity to come back again in the future. Gu Shi also understood Li Yuzhen's expression. Let's not talk about this first. Let's deal with your grass-returning pill matter first. I'm going to arrange for 2 soldiers to come over and plant trees. And I'm going to arrange 2 positions. 1 bright and 1 dark. You just need to guard the bright position to attract firepower. Don't worry about the dark places. I will find a way to hide this place. If you stick to the bright side, the pressure will be relatively greater. According to the instructions here, the first round of grass-returning pills is for those who plant trees. It takes 20 years here. At the beginning of the second round, 3 grass-returning elixirs will be released. And the quality will be 1 level lower than the one over there. But no one is trying to grab this thing from you. So I can give you all 3. If that doesn't work, I'll give you all 6. The entire process will take about 50 years. During this period of time, I'm afraid you will have to stay here most of the time. Please don't worry. Sir. When it came to his own breakthrough, Li Yuzhen no longer called him Little Prince or Little Prince, but directly addressed him as Sir. It seems like you're ready. So I'm relieved. Also, let me make it clear to you. Your surrender is not without price. Your strength is still a little weaker than mine. If you borrow my name, then just pay some taxes. In addition to the flesh and blood that is required every year, you also need to provide me with 10 pieces of flesh and blood of the same level every year. In addition, I will send someone to deliver a letter to you, asking you to collect some resources, or arrange you to some worlds. Go fight. No matter what the task is, you must complete it with quality and quantity. Don't worry, young man. I won't embarrass you. Seeing that Gu Shi had already arranged all the main things, and was now making demands on himself, Li Yuzhen's voice became louder again. Speak more seriously. Gu Shi rolled his eyes at Li Yufeng. He sometimes couldn't figure it out. Li Yufeng's sh. I was clearly made of jade. So why did it sometimes seem like he had no bones? Sir, please rest assured. I will definitely get things done. With Li Yuzhen's attitude, the next thing will be much simpler. What Gu Shi needs to find now is a suitable place to plant trees. It will be relatively close to Li Yuzhen's original nest. She is relatively knowledgeable about some situations nearby. When Gu Shi didn't come up with detailed requirements before, she didn't think about it in detail. Now that Gu Shi had explained the details, Li Yufeng immediately suggested several suitable locations. I know a place that is an underground pasture. And I also know a natural burial ground. The two places are not too far away. It only takes a day or so from here. I've been to the boneyard once. There were some old guys there. But they weren't very strong. I could defeat them all by myself. On the other hand, I might need someone to help me in the underground pasture. I heard there's a grass dragon hiding underneath. Gushi was somewhat curious about the burial ground. What's the situation at the burial ground? What's the strength of the old guy you mentioned? They are all ghosts and immortals. Their strength is not much different from mine. But there are more of them. There are 3 of them who are the strongest. And they seem to call themselves the 3 immortals gathering together. Each of these 3 is about the same strength as me. There are several batches of weaker ones remaining. Hearing what Liu said, Gushi also frowned. Are they all ghosts? Both. Gushi thought for a while. And finally said to Liu Fang, let's go to the burial ground first. I want to see where the ghosts there come from. After hearing what Gushi said, Liu Fang also became excited. She was well aware of Gushi's attraction to ghosts and monsters. When she first met Gushi, she had the urge to seek refuge with Gushi. If she hadn't suppressed this impulse, she might have fallen into Gushi's arms immediately. Now that Gushi is willing to take action, she has enough confidence to deal with this burial ground. So Liu Fang hurried forward and offered his hand. Please get into the sedan chair. Sir, you are such a slippery fellow. Seeing Liu Yuzhen's sudden change of attitude, Gushi couldn't help but shake his head, turned around and got on the sedan chair. Liu Yuzhen smiled slightly. She did not get on the sedan this time. Instead, she led the way and let Gushi ride in her sedan chair. But Gushi felt a little weird sitting alone in the sedan chair. If he had known that such a person was riding in the sedan chair, he would have taken out his evil coffin. Although the style of the evil coffin is not very good, it is Gushi's mount, and the evil coffin can also be upgraded. While Gushi was thinking about this, the sedan chair suddenly stopped. Gushi was a little confused and lifted the curtain to look outside. Why did you stop suddenly? As soon as the curtain was lifted, Gushi discovered that Liu was standing on the left side of the sedan chair, where the matchmaker and maidservant of the wedding team were. Gushi could see her as long as he opened the curtains. Such an attitude left Gushi quite speechless. It's already this time. Why are you still pretending? However, before Liu could answer, Gushi looked out along the curtains and found a gloomy and strange ground not far away. This land clearly looks like a grassland. But when the wind blows, you can see the dead bones buried under the weeds. Here we are? Chapter 781. Inquire for information. After jumping off the sedan chair, Gushi stood on the edge of the grassland. Next to Gushi was Liu, the bearer of the underworld dragon robe and the soul lamp. At this time, Gushi closed his eyes and observed the burial ground in front of him through the underworld dragon robe and the soul lamp. After a moment, Gushi said, did this place suddenly appear at some point? After hearing Gushi's question, Liu also hesitated, because she didn't know the situation here. Liu was born relatively strong and has grown quite smoothly over the years. So she's not really that big. She was relatively familiar with some things nearby, but she really didn't know some of the history nearby. Moreover, in such places, the environment changes every day. Who would consider whether such an environment suddenly appears nearby and when it appears? So when Gushi asked this kind of question, Liu could only shut up and stand aside honestly. Yuji, take action and lure some people out. Gushi no longer dwelled on the origin of the grass in front of him, and immediately sent Liu out. Although Liu Fang didn't know what Gushi was thinking, she still quickly entered the burial ground. Liu did not encounter any attacks when she entered the bone burial ground. After all, she was also a part of the ghosts and immortals. She had been here before, as long as she did not intend to enter the bone burial ground. Generally speaking, the owner of the bone burial ground would not how about him. After Liu entered, he soon encountered a group of ghosts. These ghosts also knew Liu, and one of the leaders even said low to Liu. Miss Li, what are you doing here? Liu Fang was at a loss for words for a moment. She couldn't say that she wanted to occupy this place. If she really said that, I'm afraid there would be a fight here without waiting for Gushi to come over. I came to see the 3 immortals of Juyi. Are they there? Yes, but only the white immortal and the red immortal are here. The purple immortal has gone hunting. No one has ever known the names of these 3 immortals. All they know is that they are 2 men and 1 woman. The white immortal and the red immortal are a pair, and the purple immortal is the most powerful eldest brother among them. Most of the ghosts in the boneyard are subordinates of the purple immortal, and a few are subordinates of the white immortal. And most of the bones here are from enemies they killed. Of course, as the power here grew stronger, some foreign ghosts came here. Li Yufeng brought Gu Shi here. But he was actually a little nervous. If this caused the three of them to take action together, Li Yunyang might not be able to withstand it. However, remembering Gu Shi's identity, she still followed Gu Shi's request and led these ghosts away from the burial ground. As soon as he left the burial ground, Li Yufeng saw Gu Shi sitting beside the bridal sedan, talking something to a ghost. This ghost looked obviously not like the world in front of him. He was wearing a black robe. There were obvious bones under the robe, and his body had become quite solid. When he saw Li Yuzhen coming over, he immediately shrank back. At this time, Gu Shi also noticed Li Yufeng coming over. He stood up and said, "Yufeng, who are these people?" "These are the lonely ghosts in the burial ground. I will lead them out to meet the young man." "Hello everyone." Gu Shi glanced at these ghosts. The aura above their heads was green. This is a sign of friendliness and can be conquered by Gu Shi. So Gu Shi behaved more politely this time. Of course, no matter how polite Gu Shi was, he still remembered his own personality. When these ghosts came over, Gu Shi just asked about the situation of the bone burial ground, the forces in the bone burial ground, their needs and so on. When he came over, Gu Shi wanted to occupy this burial ground. But now Gu Shi had a better idea. The tree of Chaohuan Dan does not need to be planted on the bone burial ground. It just borrows the innate position of the bone burial ground. At most, the properties of the bone burial ground should be changed. If it is beneficial to the bone burial ground, maybe the ghosts here will help Gu Shi. So when Gu Shi let the ghost out, his thoughts had changed from victory in battle to victory in diplomacy. As long as the burial ground is willing to cooperate, it is not impossible to leave the Chaohuandan that has been used once for the burial ground. For this reason, when Gu Shi communicated with these ghosts, he naturally had to ask more about their thoughts. They have no needs. Do they need grass to return pills? Regarding Gu Shi's question, these ghosts had different answers. In fact, all the ghosts in this world are considered immortals. They are not transformed by obsession. Instead, they have their own needs for practice. The environment of the boneyard is more suitable for them, so they will stay here. If the environment of the bone burial ground changes, they will leave on their own. On the other hand, they couldn't answer Gu Shi's question about the grass-returning elixir, because the grass-returning elixir is not very important to them. Only living ghosts have a strong need for the grass-returning elixir. Ghosts like them are of no use to the grass-returning elixir. After hearing this situation, Gu Shi understood in his heart. Your plan is 80% feasible. Gu Shi thought for a while, and said to Li Yuzhi, "Go find some more people, and I'll ask again." Li Yufeng didn't quite understand Gu Shi's idea. But for the sake of Chaohuandan, it didn't matter how many times she ran. After Li Yuzhi left, Gu Shi asked these ghosts about other things. For example, are there any monsters or powerful wild beasts nearby? And do people often pass by here? Is there anything weird that I can't deal with? The ghosts have a lot to say about this. One of them said loudly, "Monster? Sir, don't even think about it. Since the three immortals of Juyi came, everything in the area has been cleaned up. Lord Zixian's favorite hunting was carried out in a place 300 miles away. There's really nothing to fight around here." Hearing this, Gu Shi couldn't help but look to the east of the burial ground, where there was a small hill that was not very high. Gu Shi's attention was all focused on the hill. After a long time, he slowly spoke. "I'm afraid that there will be more monsters here later on, and you might not be able to handle them all." "Really? Will there be any powerful enemy coming? Will it be difficult to defeat? If you're in trouble, call me." As soon as Gu Shi finished speaking, a voice sounded in the distance. This is what bothers Gu Shi the most. By using his strength to be stronger than others, he eavesdropped and transmitted messages from a distance, making himself seem like an expert. In fact, I just want to show off when I go on stage. Faced with this situation, Gu Shi turned his head helplessly and spoke. Chapter 782, The Gathering of the Three Immortals. Although he was dissatisfied, Gu Shi still looked in the direction of the sound. He noticed that there was a 9-foot-tall zombie with purple skin, a steel bristle beard that grew to his chest, and tangled muscles all over his body. Striding towards him, after getting closer, Gu Shi also noticed that the clothes on his body were obviously torn, and there was blood on his body. It was obvious that he had just come from a killing battle. As soon as he saw Gu Shi, the familiar man laughed and slapped Gu Shi hard on the shoulder. "I've heard about you. Are you sure you can attract many enemies?" When this person appeared in front of him, Gu Shi's eyes lit up. He felt a very strong sense of kindness in this person. He didn't expect that the zombie in front of him, who looked like a melee berserker, actually possessed the ability of a Death Lord. Here you can meet a wild Death Lord. What a surprise! This made Gu Shi even more interested. He knew very well that the person in front of him also saw that he had the ability to control the Death Lord. For the first time, Gu Shi found that he didn't know how to communicate with such undead spirits. Fortunately, this person asked again, "Is what you said before true? Can you attract many enemies?" These words made Gu Shi understand that the person in front of him was probably the type who wanted to fight. So Gu Shi immediately said, "Do you know Master Ku alchemy?" He was preparing to refine the grass to return the elixir, but was tricked and almost lost his life. I offended the one who plotted against Master Ku. He definitely doesn't want me to get the Chao Huan Dan. But I still have to make elixirs here. What kind of choices do you think a person like that would make after knowing this? You must be looking for someone to come and cause trouble for you. I know what you mean. It's a good idea. But you just don't know what kind of enemies you can attract. At this moment, Li Yufang also rushed back. Seeing the purple-skinned zombie, Li Yuzhu reacted immediately. "Sir, this is the Purple Immortal, one of the 3 immortals of Jui." Gu Shi actually guessed the zombie's identity from the beginning. He didn't say anything. He just waved to Li Yuzhu. "I will definitely be stronger than her." Zixian looked at Li Yuzhen and then said, "She has been stuck at this step for a long time. I recognize her strength. Do you plan to refine elixirs near here?" "Yes. Right there on that hill. I'll do something big and attract some attention." Seeing Gu Shi's pointing, Zixian looked at the position chosen by Gu Shi. He thought about it seriously, and then remembered what was happening on this hill. Isn't this the same mountain he destroyed when he fought someone last time? It has been beaten so flat. It seems that we can't mess around next time. This location is outside the boneyard, but just within the controllable range of the boneyard. Zixian said to Gu Shi, "I agree to this matter, but you have to discuss the specific location with my second brother. Generally speaking, I don't care about this matter, but I don't think there's a big problem here. You can just go in by yourself. I just came back because I heard there would be enemies. If I don't have anything to do now, I'll leave first." After saying that, Zixian strode out. His speed was even faster than when he came. After Zixian left, Li Yuzhen said cautiously, "Xiao Langjun, what should we do?" "Of course. Go in and have a look. Can you beat that purple immortal just now?" "I can't beat him. His strength seems weird. He's obviously at the same level as me. But for some reason, as long as I stand in front of him, I feel like I can't beat him even if there are 4 or 5 of him. Don't think too much. There will always be people like this in this world, who can defeat the strong with the weak. Their self-confidence gained from winning big victories over and over again is incomparable to ordinary people." Gu Shi comforted Li Yuzha. But as for himself, he was not shocked by the aura of the purple immortal in front of him. After all, the difference in strength is too big, and even if he has any ideas, it is unrealistic. However, Gu Shi never expected that his calm look would have a different attitude in Li Yuzhen's eyes. In Li Yuzhen's eyes, Gu Shi didn't take Zixian seriously. This greatly increased Li Yuzhen's confidence. At this moment, 2 figures, one red and one white, also came out of the burial ground. The red one is a woman carrying a longbow. She is wearing red leather armor and has oil paint on her face. But Gu Shi can tell at a glance that she is a skeleton archer. The skin on her body is just a layer of painted skin. The white one is a ghost, wearing the same ghostly armor and holding a long sword in his hand. When these 2 people appeared, Gu Shi's eyes couldn't help but widen. He never expected that he would find such a top-notch existence in this humble burial ground. Just forget that the purple immortal had the ability of the Death Lord. The 2 people in front of him actually possessed the 3 divine skills of death. This left Gu Shi speechless. What does this mean? The 3 divine skills cannot be mastered alone. So they can be handled together? Gu Shi had already seen it. The woman in red walking in front has the ability to incarnate death. The white ghost at the back holds the power of the dead city. Moreover, their levels are quite high, and their 2 skill levels have also been improved accordingly. At least from Gu Shi's point of view, their level in these 2 skills is higher than his own. While Gu Shi was observing these 2 people, they had already come in front of Gu Shi. Hong Xian, who was walking in front, looked at Gu Shi and said directly, "You are the interesting person that the elder brother said. Do you want to make alchemy near here?" Gu Shi ignored her and looked directly at the white ghost behind him. Gu Shi knew very well that this person was the key to the negotiations. The attitude of the skeleton soldier named Han Xian is totally useless. The white ghost also saw Gu Shi's gaze. He first smiled at Gu Shi, and then comforted Han Xian. Then he walked up to Gu Shi and said to Gu Shi, I am Bai Xian. I just heard from my elder brother that you want to make elixirs nearby. Originally, I didn't want to agree, but the eldest brother agreed. So we couldn't object. But can you tell us what kind of elixir you are planning to make? The grass returns the pill. Gu Shi's words are concise and to the point. Bai Xian was stunned for a moment when he heard this. And then he said, no wonder. The refining of Chaohuan Dan takes a long time, and it has always been monopolized by Master Qing. If you want to refine herbs and return elixirs around here, you will definitely attract the hostility of Master Qing. You use Master Qing's attack to induce your elder brother to help you. Right? Chapter 783 Gu Shi's Method of Persuasion. Bai Xian immediately pointed out the key reason why Zixian would agree to Gu Shi. At the same time, he also secretly revealed his attitude. He was dissatisfied with Gu Shi's choice, and hoped that Gu Shi would not disturb the lives of the three immortals. If they choose here, then they will have no way to guarantee that Gu Shi's grass-returning pill can be refined. Seeing Bai Xian's attitude, Gu Shi smiled instead. He didn't expect that these three immortals were so interesting. Personalities and respective circumstances vary. Zixian, who has acquired the abilities of the Death Lord, is clearly a melee berserker. Challenging strong enemies is his hobby. But in the end, his direction is that of the Death Lord who values peace. Gu Shi suspected that the activation of the Purple Fairy Death Lord's ability should be in the form of persuasion. Come. Let's fight. I will beat you into submission. Han Xian is the weakest, but she has acquired the ability that most enhances her combat effectiveness. The incarnation of death. No matter what her death incarnation is, as long as the death incarnation is released, level restrictions or anything else won't be a problem. As for the Bai Xian in front of him, he was clearly a man with a quick mind. Judging from his situation, he should be a marshal and commander who charged forward. But he used the skill of Death City, which dragged him here. But he was willing to do so for the sake of the friendly relationship between the three immortals. But he will never let others take advantage of him. If you want to establish a foothold here, there is no way. Gu Shi definitely couldn't take action against such a person. Li Yuzhen beside him could only deal with one red immortal, and he could only suppress it without releasing the incarnation of death. There is no point in being afraid anymore. As for Gu Shi, there are only two combat powers that he can use at the moment. One is the level 27 ghost who has been following behind and dare not let go. And the other is the level 25 skeleton soldier who has not yet let go. Not to mention these two fighting against the white immortal and the purple immortal. Li Yuzhen can deal with both of them by himself. But Gu Shi couldn't back down at this time. If he retreated, not only would the tacit understanding he had reached with Zixian disappear, but even Li Yuzhen would doubt Gu Shi's identity and strength. Gu Shi conquered Li Yuzhen not just to let him roam free in this world. Gu Shi must have brought Li Yuzhen to other worlds to fight. No matter what, Gu Shi could not make Li Yuzhen doubt his identity. However, Gu Shi's reaction was quite fast. He had mastered the three divine skills of death, and he knew quite a bit about what the three divine skills required. At the same time, he saw Bai Xian's reaction at a glance, and knew that Bai Xian was actually compromising for Zixian and Han Xian. So Gu Shi had a guess in his mind. Seeing Bai Xian's aggressive look, Gu Shi said calmly, I have various architectural design drawings needed by the city. 7 of them can produce different lightning users. The level may be a little weaker, but the lightning is real lightning. Do you want it? If we want, we can actually build a sister city and exchange what we need. Gu Shi's words hit exactly the point that Bai Xian needed. Bai Xian's current city is still a very basic city, and it doesn't have many things. But he himself didn't have any thoughts about it. So Gu Shi said that he had enough architectural design drawings in his hand. So he naturally gave Bai Xian a blow. At the same time, Gu Shi also talked about his own advantages. After all, death cities can sometimes be seen everywhere. If Gu Shi died in the strange village he encountered before, the possibility of it turning into a death city was quite high. Of course, what Gu Shi could take out now would be something to attract Bai Xian's attention. Titan became Gu Shi's best choice. Gu Shi has 7 copies of the architectural design drawings of the Yunzhong Temple in his hand. Titans are beings that control the power of lightning. Gu Shi can see that this world has a special feeling for thunder and lightning. I'm afraid, but I have to face it. Previously, Li Yuzhen, Wang Datong and the others had been pestering Gu Shi to use the incarnation of Death Titan every day, just for that little thunder and lightning attack. Now Gu Shi said that the thunder and lightning troops can be trained. This is equivalent to a mortal taking over the authority of the lay department. Even an arrogant person like Bai Xian can't help but feel nervous. This is a good thing for Bai Xian. It also shows Gu Shi's strength. The way he looked at Gu Shi changed. Gu Shi's strength was relatively weak. Only level 8. Bai Xian had not taken Gu Shi seriously before, so he didn't pay much attention to it. Now it seemed that he could naturally see something different about Gu Shi. Who are you? A person passing through this world. Gu Shi couldn't explain his origin to them. Although Fu Jun said that he wanted him to attract other people's attention, he absolutely couldn't say that he was Fu Jun. So Gu Shi could only speak vaguely and not tell his origin. But the more he behaves like this, the more puzzled Bai Xian becomes. So Bai Xian took out his own eyes and looked at Gu Shi. Even though Gu Shi is at a level not even as good as a stray dog on the roadside, he can make a subordinate as powerful as Li Yufang obey him completely. And he can also bring with him an undead soldier with some strength. This shows that Gu Shi's original identity is not level 8. He should be the reincarnation of a certain big boss. And the way he looked at Han Xian just now, he should have seen something about Han Xian. At the same time, he had an aura similar to that of Zixian. Plus, he was talking to himself. He has mastered the 3 magical skills of death. When the 3 immortals of Zhi mastered these 3 abilities, they had to go to understand them specifically. In this world, there is only one person who has mastered the 3 divine skills. Mr. Fu. Well, the person in front of me is probably the reincarnation of Fu Jun. Bai Xian was somewhat speechless. It would have been better if you had just said that you were the prince. Why are you pretending to be there? Pretending to be immortal while exposing such big flaws. Isn't this playing tricks on us? But Fu Jun loves to play. So Bai Xian has to play with him no matter what. After all, they are considered undead. And they are all under the control of the Lord. Okay. Then I'll give you some face. It happens that my Tongwan city also needs some more buildings. But I don't want you in vain. I also have 2 pretty good building designs. I'll have someone sort it out for you then. Hearing this, Gu Shi also laughed. Okay. I can rest assured that you are here. Let me first tell you some of the arrangements I need to make the grass and return the elixir. When Gu Shi heard that there were new architectural design drawings to be sent, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Okay. I like to communicate with you like this. You can take these first. Gu Shi stretched out his left hand, and several architectural design drawings of Yunzhong Temple appeared in his hand. These are all drawn by architects and are defective products that can only be used once. But in any case, the architectural design drawings are already there. When Bai Xian saw this situation, a smile immediately appeared on his face. Guest, please come this way. Chapter 784 Architectural Design Drawing of the Champion Troop. After being invited into the burial ground, Gu Shi saw the building that Bai Xian had placed in the burial ground. Just as Gu Shi guessed, the level of Bai Xian's death city was not high. Apart from a city gate, there is only an octagonal exquisite tower. There are no city walls or moats that truly represent the growth of the dead city, let alone a higher level castle. From this, we can see how little Bai Xian cares about the city of death. But it was precisely because of this that the transaction between Gu Shi and Bai Xian became smooth. Gu Shi handed over 7 architectural design drawings of Yunzhong Temple to Bai Xian in advance. Naturally, Bai Xian also took out 2 special architectural design drawings and returned them. When Gu Shi got these 2 architectural design drawings, he knew that he had done well in this business. There is no other reason. There is a small word on the back of these 2 architectural design drawings. Champion. This is the architectural blueprint for the champion's troop. Moreover, it starts at level 10 and can be upgraded to level 20 in the training camp. This kind of architectural design drawing is just ordinary material in Bai Xian's hands. But in Gu Shi's eyes, it is a treasure. Bai Xian, who took out the architectural design drawings, felt a little embarrassed. Sir, I'm so sorry. Originally, I was supposed to provide 3 designs, but Han Xian has been unwilling to convert them, and her exclusive army has not been built. So the only things I can show off are these 2. Please forgive me. Sir, and don't blame Han Xian. How could Gu Shi be so strange? He looked at the architectural design in front of him, and felt only joy in his heart. Homeland Militia, large. Champion used 30,000 resources. 30 units of optimized resources. 70 units of stone. 70 units of wood. 70 units of metal. And 70 units of mercury to build a Homeland Militia, large building, in the city. After completion, 20 Wangxiang militiamen can be trained every week. Before construction, You need to build a level 1 magic tower, core building. A level 1 blacksmith shop, core building. A level 2 armory, medium-sized building. And a level 2 library. Note: champion level large-scale buildings cover an area 3 times that of normal large-scale buildings. Wangxiang Militia, level 13. Champion unit experience, 0/7500. Attack 25. Defense 20. Life 250. Skills: undead creature. Rapid arming, attack and defense +5 each before battle. Militia, city guard war. Defense +5. Township watch, attack +1 for every 100 militiamen. Explanation: a special kind of militia. They usually transform into civilians and live in the city. They will only take up arms and join the battle when the leader needs them. Looking at the situation of the Wangxiang militiamen, Gu Shi couldn't help but feel a little silent. In this world, level 13 troops are really just like weeds on the roadside. It's really worth noting. Seeing Gu Shi staring blankly at the architectural design drawings of the Wangxiang vigilante group, Bai Xian quickly explained, "Sir, please don't worry. Although the troops trained in this building are not strong at the beginning, their strength will be improved accordingly as the level of the building increases. This army is actually my eldest brother's army. At the beginning, he broke it into pieces, hid the troops in the countryside, and gathered 30 or 50 people for training. When necessary, an army of 100,000 people can be mobilized. Later, this became my eldest brother's exclusive unit. But as we all embark on the path of ghosts and immortals, these troops can no longer follow us. I thought of a way to transform the corresponding troops. The Wangxiang militiamen can be regarded as civilians at ordinary times, and they are absolutely powerful in battle." This was not what Gu Shi wanted to know. But as soon as Bai Xian explained, Gu Shi stopped reading anymore. He focused on the second architectural design drawing. With the foundation of the first Wangxiang vigilante group, Gu Shi was also full of interest in the second architectural design drawing. Sun to Magic Spring large. Champion used 30,000 resources. 30 units of optimized resources. 70 units of stone. 70 units of wood. 70 units of metal. And 70 units of gems to build a Sun to Magic Spring large building in the city. After completion, it will be able to train 20 white robe cavalrymen every week. Before construction, it is necessary to build a level 1 magic tower, core building. A level 2 blacksmith shop, core building. A level 2 armory, medium-sized building. And a level 2 library. White-robed iron cavalry, level 13. Champion unit experience, 0/7500. Attack 33. Defense 10. Life 150. Skills, undead creature. Powerful charge. Battlefield luck, after winning the previous battle. Luck in the next battle +2. Can be superimposed. Heavy armor charge. Explanation: the powerful heavy cavalry with 2 different charging methods can use different charging styles when facing different situations. But the most important thing is that as long as they win a game, it is easy to continue to win. Looking at the explanation in front of him, Gu Shi wanted to ask, is this white-robed cavalryman serious? No. What Gu Shi wants to ask is, does this white-robed cavalry belong to the Death Knight group? However, Gu Shi underestimated Bai Xian's attitude. When Gu Shi was looking at the architectural design drawings of Sun to Magic Spring, Bai Xian said, "These white-robed cavalry are the exclusive troops I brought with me before. They have 2 charge modes. One to strengthen individual attacks, and the other to strengthen group attacks. Like the eldest brother's Wangxiang militia, the white-robed cavalry are also slowly transformed after we become ghost immortals. If you insist on saying so, they can only be regarded as bone cavalry wearing white armor." Gu Shi glanced at Bai Xian. The white ghost with the skeleton cavalry. What style is this? But Gu Shi just thought about it in his mind. It is understandable for Gu Shi that the style of the 3 immortals of Juyi is confusing. As far as Gu Shi knows now, if a normal person were to write it, the 3 Juyi immortals should be the purple immortal who controls the incarnation of death, the white immortal who is a white skeleton cavalry and controls the Death Lord ability, and the red immortal who wants to come as a red ghost and take control of the dead city. As a result, there will be such a mess in front of us. I don't know what is going on. But the 3G immortals themselves don't care. How could Gu Shi, an outsider, care about so many things? So Gu Shi still looked carefully at the 2 architectural design drawings he had just obtained. These 2 architectural design drawings can be said to be the best, because the prerequisites are very simple. There are no prerequisites for buildings, and they are undead troops. They can be built as long as they are sent back to Aladovi City. Moreover, the speed of sending out troops is quite fast. At least 20 troops per week. Not to mention training for 10 or 8 years. There are more than 1,000 troops in a year. A force with this kind of combat power may not be a big deal in this world. But if placed over there in Balian City, it would be an extremely powerful super main force. Chapter 785 The Combat Power of the Three Immortals. After Gu Shi sent the 2 architectural design drawings back to Eradovi, Bai Xian immediately introduced to Gu Shi the various resources that the bone burial ground could produce. The Yin crystal that Li Yuzhao used for the incarnation of Death Titan was just the foundation among the foundations. Just like the negative energy in Gu Shi's hands, there is nothing comparable. The real specialty produced here is actually a fruit called white fruit. This kind of white fruit grows underground and looks similar to a sweet potato. But it is a special product of the undead. The reason why I want to specifically mention this undead specialty is entirely because of the characteristics of this white fruit. If the baishi fruit is squeezed into juice, it can be used to make pills with various effects. Generally speaking, as long as it is soaked for 10 to 15 days, no matter what attribute the elixir is, it will become an elixir that the undead can take. It can be said that as long as you have the baishi fruit, you can take the pills you get from other people. This is a very useful specialty for the undead. The main source of income at the bone burial ground is the production of baishi juice. As for their baixiguo, it is their treasure, and is never sold to the outside world. But now that Gu Shi came, Bai Xian took out the baishi fruit immediately, intending to present it to Gu Shi. After hearing about Bai Shigua's situation, Gu Shi did not refuse. He understood that if he didn't give him this face, it would not be easy for him to refine the grass and return the elixir nearby. So Gu Shi simply collected all the baishigua that Bai Xian sent up. In addition to these baishigua, Gu Shi also signed an agreement with Bai Xian. Let Eladovi City and Baixian's Tongguan City become friendly cities that exchange what they need and carry out trade between the cities. As for what is traded between each city, it depends on the specialty of the 2 cities. Anyway, Gu Shi and Bai Xian won't care about it. After reaching an agreement, Bai Xian began to help Gu Shi arrange the refining of the grass return pill. Not only Gu Shi was concerned about this matter, but even Zixian was also very concerned. Bai Xian also saw this situation, so he worked very hard. He told Gu Shi about an iron ore vein nearby. Originally, he was thinking of helping Gu Shi move the iron ore vein here, but Gu Shi rejected this idea. Gu Shi only hoped that Bai Xian could help deal with the guardians of the iron mine ley line. As for the matter of moving the earth's veins, Gu Shi can do it himself. When Bai Xian heard Gu Shi's arrangement, he felt somewhat confused. Gu Shi wondered what kind of idea this was. Why do we only need people to deal with the enemies guarding the iron mine? There must be a deep meaning in this. Bai Xian thought about it seriously. Could it be that Mr. Fujian is now walking around the world as a mortal, so it is not suitable for him to take action? This idea is also reasonable. So Bai Xian agreed to Gu Shi's request and sent his own white-robed cavalry troops to attack. When the white-robed cavalry sent out troops, Gu Shi also discovered the situation of the white-robed cavalry. They were proper cavalrymen, and both their horses and their knights were covered in a thick layer of silver-white armor. The cavalrymen carried spears, bucklers, and sabers as weapons in their hands. But what attracted Gu Shi's attention the most was not this, but the halos of rainbows that would flash above their heads from time to time. At the same time, as they moved forward, a halo like water ripples will appear under the feet of each white-robed cavalry. Gu Shi knew very well that the rainbow halo was the result of their luck reaching a certain level. The halo of water ripples is the halo effect that is automatically generated after they pass level 20. It seems that this white-robed cavalry is the elite of Bai Xian's men. As soon as they appeared on the battlefield, Han Xian rushed over quickly. Second brother, where are you going? Remember that there is an iron mine to the south of us? Just when you need it, I'll go knock down that iron mine. Han Xian looked at Gu Shi with some confusion. Hong Qian's attitude towards Gu Shi was not very good. However, both Zixian and Bai Xian agreed with Gu Shi, so she couldn't say anything. She just tried to persuade her. Second brother, there is just such a small iron mine. There is no need to bring a white-robed iron cavalry. How about I go there? I had a very pleasant conversation with you. Sir, this is a good time for us to show our strength. Besides, there are some powerful enemies stationed at the iron mine. It would be a bad idea to go there anyway. Bai Xian still persuaded. There are no powerful enemies anywhere. Those with some strength nearby were all beaten down by Big Brother. There are no powerful enemies nearby. Second brother, just let me go. Bai Xian was also helpless, and could only look at Gu Shi. Bai Xian brought out the white robe cavalry because he actually wanted to prove to Gu Shi that his side was strong enough. It can ensure the safety of the Chaohuan Dan, and also show Gu Shi that he has high potential, and see if there is a chance to go to the underworld in the future. As a result, when the Red Immortal came, the White Immortal didn't know what to do. Gu Shi didn't care much about this. In Gu Shi's opinion, it didn't matter who passed by. His goal is to move the iron ore here, as long as someone clears out the enemies in the iron mine. As for whether White Immortal's white robe cavalry troops would attack, or Red Immortal would attack alone, or even if they invited Purple Immortal over, it was actually the same. Seeing Gu Shi's expression, Bai Xian could only sigh helplessly. Okay. But third sister, when you get there, don't do anything rash. You should be cautious in everything. I know. Just stop talking. As Hong Xian spoke, she dodged and landed in front of Li Yufeng. Let's go. I've been to the iron mine over there. I'll lead the way. Li Yuzhu looked at Gu Shi, hoping that Gu Shi would come up with an idea. Gu Shi raised his hand and released the evil coffin. Please lead the way. This is the first time Gu Shi has released his own mount in this world. Li Yufeng felt somewhat uneasy about the fact that Gu Shi was unwilling to ride in his sedan chair again. She thought Gu Shi was dissatisfied with herself. But when she turned around and looked at Hong Xian, Li Yuzhu understood. There are outsiders here. So Gu Shi also has to save face. It was inconvenient for him to ride in the sedan chair again. So Li Yuzhen glared at Hong Xian and snorted heavily at her. This made Hong Xian angry. What does it mean? Do you look down on me? So Hong Xian thought in her heart that she must make Li Yufeng pay. At least slap Gu Shi in the face. Gu Shi didn't notice what was going on here. After sitting on the evil coffin, he said to Hong Xian, "Where is the iron mine? Please lead the way." Chapter 786 Gu Shi takes action. The iron mine is actually not far from the bone burial ground, which is occupied by a group of iron-eating beasts. However, the level of this kind of beast is not high, and its combat power is not strong. The most important thing is that washing their feces will produce the most suitable iron particles, which can be used to cast iron ingots at any time. So no one paid attention to this iron mine at all. Zixian won't focus on this place when he goes hunting, and Bai Xian won't take the initiative to attack here when developing his own city. Hong Xian has always been with Bai Xian, let alone come here to kill violently. She is not that kind of boring existence. There is no need to do such a thing. So these beasts survived. This time, however, things weren't going so well for the beasts. When Hong Xian brought Gu Shi over, these beasts saw that Gu Shi was so weak and wanted to beat him up. Although Hong Xian was dissatisfied with the attitude of her two brothers towards Gu Shi, she also understood that Gu Shi could not cause trouble in front of her. So when these beasts attacked, Hong Xian acted decisively and knocked one of the beasts away with one punch. And Li Yuzhen was not the kind of person who would be responsible for protecting Gu Shi. Her fighting style is to rush forward and take down all enemies in one wave. In Li Yuzhen's eyes, the best defense is attack. When these beasts attacked Gu Shi, Li Yuzhen ran out immediately. Hong Xian only killed one enemy, and Li Yuzhen killed two. At this time, Gu Shi also saw clearly the situation of those beasts. These beasts seemed to belong to a large family, numbering around 400 to 500. More than half of the beasts have halos under their feet, which is the standard after reaching level 20. They look like elephants, but instead of tusks, they have two thick trunks. One of the noses is thicker and shorter, and it is raised above the head from time to time, obviously used for breathing. The other nose is longer, and there are fangs in the nostrils, which are used for mining, eating and attacking. It was the long nose of one of the beasts that attacked Gu Shi just now. That thing actually popped out from over 100 meters away and could fly very far like a frog's tongue. When facing such an enemy, Gu Shi didn't even understand whether this kind of enemy was a long-range or close combat. However, the strength of these beasts is just that, and the strongest ones are only at level 27. Normally there are more enemies in number. If Li Yufeng comes alone, he can easily kill all the enemies after a few familiar hits. Now there is a red fairy with similar strength to Li Yufeng joining in the fight, so there is naturally no need to worry about the battle here. Gu Shi held the magic wand and stood in front of the evil coffin, where he watched the Red Immortal fighting there seriously. Just as Gu Shi thought, Hong Xian released his incarnation of death as soon as possible during the battle. Her death incarnation is different from Gu Shi's 3 death incarnations. It is a military commander riding a skeleton horse. If you insist on counting, you will find that behind this armed man is a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Hong Xian's strength itself is level 34. which is the same level as Liuxian. On the strengthening root of the Death Incarnation. She should focus on strengthening the level of the Death Incarnation, but not the combat effectiveness of the Death Incarnation. Gu Shi could clearly feel that Hong Xian's Death Incarnation should have reached level 46, breaking through the level limit of this world. But because the combat power has not been strengthened, not to mention the big guys who are stuck at level 45, even the purple immortal may draw with this incarnation of death. While looking at this incarnation of death, a not-so-good thought suddenly flashed through Gu Shi's mind. He remembered that Fu Jun also had the ability to incarnate death. Judging from Fu Jun's level of 45, what level is his death incarnation? And if you are not the strongest in this world, then what level is the strongest in this world? Thinking of this, Gu Shi broke into cold sweat. He has already thought about leaving here immediately after planting the grass return pill this time. What AHL? It's obviously not the strongest world. But it ended up in such a trap. Forget it. Let's deal with the matter at hand quickly. While thinking about it, Gu Shi waved to the incarnation of death on Hong Xian's side. A ghost battlefield was set on the dead incarnation of the Red Immortal. Unlike Gu Shi, all Hong Xian's thoughts were focused on strengthening the level of the incarnation of death. She didn't do much to strengthen Death Incarnation. I didn't know there was such a thing as a ghost battlefield. When the Death Incarnation fell on the ghost battlefield, she noticed that there were a large number of Jingwan piled up with human heads near her Death Incarnation. As her Death Incarnation rushes forward, the Jingwan will appear one after another. Hong Xian was also surprised by such a vision, and she turned to look at Gu Shi. She understood in her heart that this was Gu Shi's method. At the same time, a thought flashed through her mind. Maybe Gu Shi was further along the road of Death Incarnation than she was. At this moment, Hong Xian understood what Bai Xian was thinking. The person in front of you cannot be offended. So Hong Xian raised his hand and pointed at the incarnation of death and rushed towards the beast over there. Hong Xian's Death Incarnation immediately changed its weapon, and the spear used for attacking turned into a long-handled broadsword. He kept turning the broadsword on his horse, and the impact of his movements was quite large. With just one blow, 4 to 5 beasts would often be chopped into pieces. After blessing a ghost battlefield for the incarnation of death, Gu Shi did not take action again. He stood on the evil coffin and watched the battle here. But in fact his heart was communicating with the city of Aridov through the eye of his mind. Are there any new undead in the city? I have blessed the ghost battlefield, so I am participating in the war. How can I calculate the results if I am not a pure Nani? Luna saw the situation outside through the mirror image of the strange mirror space. Of course she saw everything Gu Shi did. At this time, Luna also understood what Gu Shi was thinking about now. So Luna said with certainty, Sir, after you bless the ghost battlefield, the enemies killed by the other party's Death Incarnation can be considered as our participation. I have set people to find the undead transformed by double death. But these guys are beasts. And what they transform may be some beast-like undead. It's okay. As long as it's an undead. At least you can help me prop up the facade first. This world is too scary. If I don't prop up my facade, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on for long. Luna immediately understood Gu Shi's situation. She could also understand the pressure of Gu Shi staying in this world. It was fine if he didn't encounter a battle. But when he encountered a battle, he felt very uncomfortable because he couldn't fight. Chapter 787, Moving Mountains and Reclaiming Seas. Luna acted very quickly. After about a minute or so, Luna said back the news. It turned into an undead. But it was a black dog with 3 heads. It felt like its body was made of bones and ashes. Oh! Cerberus, is this thing an undead creature? Gu Shi knew what this thing was as soon as he heard it. But come to think of it, it doesn't matter. Didn't it say that HL dogs were used to guard the gates of the underworld? Those who guard the gates of the underworld are also considered undead. Which is very logical. After hearing that the conversion was successful, Gu Shi no longer thought about it. After the transformation was successful, Gu Shi felt more at ease now that he had troops suitable for this world. For the next time, Gu Shi just needs to sit on the evil coffin and watch his experience keep jumping up. As a player who is only level 8, he is worse than a wild dog on the roadside in this world, encountering 400 to 500 beasts with at least level 15 or above. The experience rolled in like running water. Just because of that ghost battlefield. Some of the experience points from the wild beasts killed by the incarnation of death fell on Gu Shi. At least more than 300 points. And the most directly gave Gu Shi 3,500 points of experience points. After the incarnation of death killed all the enemies, Gu Shi found that his experience was enough for him to upgrade to level 9. and he could reach halfway to level 10. Gushi nodded with satisfaction. And his actions happened to be seen by Hong Xian, who had finished his work. Hong Xian was delighted when she saw it. She thought her efforts were seen by Gushi, and Gushi's nod showed his satisfaction with her. So Hong Xian immediately came to Gushi. "Sir, what do you think of this place?" "Okay, let me handle it next. The beast has been cleared away, and the next thing is Gushi's business." It was impossible for Gushi to ask the three immortals of Juyi to help clean up the wild monsters and move the earth veins. Besides, I'm afraid they don't have such technology. On the contrary, Gushi has technology that can be used to process mineral veins. You know, Gushi has a contracted undead Eve under his command. At that time, Eve could watch the entire world's ley lines and mineral veins being drained. In her hands, there are several methods for moving earth veins. When Gushi and the others came over, Eve made a rather detailed plan relying on the means Gushi could use now. This plan is not mainly to move the earth line, but to ensure that Gushi will not lose the face of his status as the reincarnation of the prince when he does not move the earth line. So this step is set up in quite detail. Gushi should pretend to be natural, but also pretend to be more realistic. At least no one can see the flaws. Standing in front of the iron mine, Gushi first turned around. While Gushi was spinning around, the man wearing the underworld dragon robe was following Gushi. Almost every step Gushi takes, he will use his ability to bury the dragon veins. Han Xian has been watching Gushi's movements. She noticed that as the dragon burial veins ability was activated, the ground would shake. This is Huangquan dragon robe viewing the earth veins as a giant dragon. After Gushi made a complete circle, Gushi raised his magic wand and pointed it in the direction of the iron mine. Under the gaze of Han Xian, Gushi switched to the virtual state of spiritual power and released the incarnation of death. The incarnations of death that came out this time were the incarnation of Death Bone Dragon and the incarnation of Death Titan. As soon as these two people appeared, they immediately stood far apart. This situation made Gushi speechless. What is going on? It's obviously all his own magic. But in the end, there is still a conflict between the dragon and the titan. This is really fun, right? Although he was thinking this, Gushi's hands were not idle. He first pointed at the titan, the embodiment of death, and the titan, the embodiment of death, stood up. After replenishing so many Tianyin crystals, the situation of the incarnation of Death Titan has completely changed. Now his body is wrapped in a robe, like a thick black fog. Just standing there, the ground began to turn into a land of death. As a ghost fairy, Hong Xian has naturally been to the underworld. Of course she could feel that the breath of the land of death before her was no different from the breath of the underworld. This time Hong Xian became more honest. In her opinion, Gushi is the reincarnation of Fu Jun. There is no other reason. So he just watched there, not even daring to speak too loudly. And Gushi had no time to pay attention to Hong Xian's current gaze. As the Titan, the incarnation of death, took a step forward, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky and landed on the iron mine. As this bolt of lightning fell, a series of dragon roars came from the iron mine. Then 18 bone dragons flew out from the ground. These bone dragons were the same ones that were pointed out by the burial dragon veins of Huangquan's dragon robe. After being affected by the death earth, the bone dragon forcibly uprooted the iron ore and dragged it into the air. Such a big move shocked Hong Xian. He thought about Gushi's plan to move mountains and reclaim the sea, and to move the iron ore near the burial ground. In fact, they, the three immortals of Juyi, have also done this kind of thing. But I have never seen someone as popular as Gushi. Normal people move mountains to fill the sea, or they just use a big hand to move the mountain to where they want to go, like picking up a toy, or just blow a breath and blow the mountain up to the sky. This was the first time I had seen someone like Gushi being dragged around by 18 bone dragons. But what Gushi did was not beyond their imagination. It was still the same method of dragging iron ore into the sky, but the giant hand turned into a bone dragon. After the bone dragon dragged up the iron ore, Gushi said to the bone dragon, the incarnation of death, "You lead the way and follow me from behind." The incarnation of death bone dragon flew towards the burial place without saying a word. The incarnation of death, Titan, took this opportunity to jump on top of the iron ore and began to transform the iron ore. Under the transformation of the Titan, the incarnation of death, the iron ore has also been completely transformed into the underworld. Anyone who sees all this in the sky can feel the earth of the underworld flying in the sky. This feeling makes everyone who sees it feel quite confused. None of them knew what was going on. Even Zixian, who was an amateur hunter, glanced at the sky a few more times and muttered, "Is there some serious guy near home?" Gushi didn't know this. He followed him from the ground in the evil coffin. Soon Bone Dragon dragged his things to the location Gushi had set. Under the control of the Bone Dragon, the incarnation of death, these 18 bone dragons plunged into the ground. Then the iron ore fell on them, hitting the ground hard. Chapter 788, Changing the Landform. As the iron ore fell, the holder of the Huangquan dragon robe appeared again. This time he used the ability of the dragon burial veins again. But this time it reversed the effect of the dragon burial veins, targeting the 18 bone dragons that were suppressed by the iron ore. As the effect of this skill was activated, 18 bone dragons, which were not actually of a high level, were transformed on the spot, turning into a large amount of death energy and injecting it into the iron ore that had not yet completely transformed into the underworld. This was Eve's request, because when the bone dragons are flying, probably no one will notice them. But after they land, when Gushi wants to use these bone dragons again, the undead there will notice that the level of the bone dragons is actually only around level 7. Such a level is really too weak in this world. If someone really wants to find out, then Gushi's character will be useless. So no matter what, Gushi must get rid of these bone dragons. It just reversed the effect of the dragon burial vein, turning the bone dragon into death energy and transferring it into the iron ore. At this time, the incarnation of death, Titan, felt the death aura. Taking advantage of the death aura, he turned his hand to draw lightning bolts from the sky, causing the lightning to hit him heavily. The lightning in this world is a weakened version of thunder disaster, means for all practitioners. Normal people would never think of playing with lightning. Only Titan triggered the lightning and guided it on the iron ore. Iron ore is all made of metal, which is the best material to absorb and guide lightning. After lightning enters the iron ore, it is immediately absorbed by the iron ore inside the iron ore. The incarnation of death, at this time Titan has always controlled the power of the dead land. Under his control, lightning kept moving back and forth in the iron ore. Such high-voltage electricity stimulated the iron ore, and finally most of the iron ore melted under the temperature of lightning. At the same time, it was affected by the death air and the dead earth, and slowly turned into a metallized ground. This transformation took Gushi a full 8 hours. When the last bolt of lightning fell, a golden light flashed on the ground. Then the incarnation of Death Titan disappeared in front of Gushi. However, when the incarnation of Death Titan disappeared, Gushi had already discovered that after this baptism of thunder, the quality of the incarnation of Death Titan had undergone a series of changes. Now the situation of the incarnation of Death Titan has gone beyond that of the incarnation of Death Bone Dragon, who has been with Gushi for many years and has an exclusive building. However, compared with this, the completely steeled ground in front of him is the focus of Gushi's attention now. This time, the influence of lightning and the power of death has changed the properties of the land before us. The ground has turned to steel, and the forces of death and lightning have reached a balance. This is the effect Gushi wants. After dismissing his own death incarnation, Gushi turned his head and glanced in the direction of the burial place. He discovered that the purple immortal who had gone hunting before had also returned. He looked up at the sky with a look of expectation, mumbling as if he was expecting something there. When Gushi turned to look at him, Zixian was still looking forward to stepping forward and saying a few words. As a result, before he could step forward, he was stopped by Bai Xian. Looking at this scene, Gushi couldn't help but smile. "Bai Xian, why are you stopping your elder brother?" Zixian grinned when he heard this, and strode up to Gushi. "Let me just say, you are a good person, and I am very optimistic about you. By the way, your previous subordinate, who can trigger the thunder, can you let him strike the thunder again? I feel that this thunder is very intentional. I have never faced the thunder directly before, but this time is an opportunity." Gushi was really speechless for such a request. It seems that in this world, what attracts these ghosts and immortals is not Gushi's identity as the reincarnation of the Lord, but the incarnation of Death Titan. Seeing the expected look on Zixian's face, Gushi couldn't help but turn his head and look towards Bai Xian. Bai Xian nodded slowly. The meaning here is that Zixian can withstand thunder and lightning attacks. If he is willing to accept the strike of thunder and lightning, then he should regard it as a hunting trip or a challenge from the purple immortal. Gushi thought for a moment and then said to Zixian, "Zixian, can you lend me a moment to speak? You are being very boring. This is not something that needs to be kept secret. Why would you ask for permission to talk?" What could Gu Shi say about Zixian's temper? He could only say, "It's like this. I plan to build another alchemy site for Chao Huan Dan. But this time it will be hidden in the dark. Do you want to be struck by lightning? Then can I borrow your name and say that you are challenging thunder and lightning?" Gu Shi also knew that it was impossible to whisper anything to Zixian. So he directly activated his mind's eye and expressed his thoughts. Zixian didn't expect that Gu Shi could still play like this. This is an opportunity for Zixian. As long as he could challenge Tianlei. He actually didn't care if he was helping Gu Shi cover up something. So Zixian decisively agreed. "Okay. When do we leave? At least wait until everything on my side is taken care of. Half of it has been decorated here. I still have a few things to decorate here. After I return the alchemy grass to the elixir, I will go and decorate the next point. How long will it take? Your speed is too slow. Second brother and third sister. Please come here." When Zixian heard that it would take a while, he would not be willing to wait any longer. So he directly called Bai Xian and Hong Xian over. "Brother." Bai Xian and Hong Xian rushed over quickly. Zixian patted Bai Xian on the shoulder. I don't know what method he used, but he patted the ghost's shoulder firmly. "My two brothers are quite capable. If you need any arrangements, just call them. Their ability to move mountains and reclaim seas is also very good." Gu Shixian was about to refuse, but found a look on Zixian's face that said, "You'd better do as I say." So Gu Shi didn't say anything else, just nodded, and then came up with a request to plant grass and return the alchemy tree, whether it's on the ground, underground, or on the left and right sides. Gu Shi took out everything. Only then did Bai Xian understand why Gu Shi came to him when he wanted to refine grass and return elixirs. It seemed that the burial ground attracted him. Then he thought about it seriously, and then said to Gu Shi, "If it is just built the day after tomorrow, it is not difficult at all. It will only take some time. Your requirements are very detailed and you want to adjust the environment. It's actually not that difficult. I can help you with this. And when you come back, I will definitely get everything sorted out." Chapter 789 The Cerberus Guarding the Underworld. Just as Bai Xian said, as long as there are standard requirements, it is not difficult for ghosts and immortals to do some things. It only took less than a day for Bai Xian and Hong Xian to arrange the remaining 3 5 elements conditions for refining the grass return pill. And during this day, Gu Shi himself was not idle. He took Zixian to the second alchemy location he chose, which was what Li Yuzhen said was a grassland underground, and rearranged the alchemy site. This time Gu Shi didn't do anything by himself at all. The monster in that position was taken care of by Zixian. The gold mine was found by Zixian, and Gu Shi was only responsible for circling the gold mine. Then it was Zixian's turn to act alone. He actually used his strength to carry the gold mine from its original location to the designated location. For Zixian's strength, Gu Shi had to admit again that the water in this world was too deep. This time Gu Shi didn't act like a monster again. After the gold mine was moved, Gu Shi released the incarnation of Death, Titan, which once again raised the issue of Tianlei's disposal of the gold mine. And Zixian also happily rushed into the Sky Thunder and fought with it. This kind of battle allowed Zixian to absorb more Sky Thunder, which also reduced the chance of Sky Thunder falling on the gold mine. Gu Shi spent more time and energy than before, and it took a full 12 hours to complete this transformation. This time Zixian nodded quite satisfied. "Shuang, my lord, do you want to arrange a new location?" Gu Shi didn't know how to respond to Zixian's words. Gu Shi shook his head. "Forget it. I only have 2 seeds. It's enough to refine 2 places at the same time. No matter how much I'm afraid, I won't have any other seeds to use." "Seeds? Forget it. It doesn't matter. It's pretty good here. Do you think anyone will come here to disturb you in the future?" Gu Shi knew what Zixian wanted to do as soon as he heard it. So Gu Shi said politely, "Then we will trouble you from now on. If someone comes to attack here, please ask Zixian to help deal with it. I just like people like you. I will definitely help you. By the way, didn't you say you wanted to hide this place? Will no one notice it?" After hearing Zixian's question, Gu Shi smiled and said, "I have set up 2 locations in total. The one that is discovered first is the one in the open, and the other one is naturally the one in the dark. It's just that this place is quite far away. I wonder if Zixian is willing to come over to take a closer look." "No problem. I have already traveled more than 500 miles away to find a suitable opponent. This distance is nothing at all. I can come over when I have time." When Zixian heard this, he patted his chest without saying anything. It can be seen that he really wants to find someone stronger to challenge. Gu Shi even suspected that the Red Immortal's choice in the incarnation of Death was probably influenced by the purple immortal. I hope I can find an evenly matched opponent for Zixian. As a result, she never expected that although the purple fairy's level was not strong, its combat power was quite high. Her incarnation of death was not enough to see in front of the purple immortal. And in the end, she had to let the purple immortal come out to hunt wild food. Now Gushi has seen the madness of Zixian. If he didn't have any ability, he might not be able to conquer Zixian. Thank you very much, Zixian. I will take care of it first and arrange some little guys to guard here. If there's any problem, I'll let the little ones come to you. As Gushi spoke, he released the selected tree planters and guardians. Because the level 27 ghosts were planned to be placed near the burial ground, the level 25 skeletons were released this time, along with 100 H-Lounds of different levels. The levels of these H-L monsters range from high to low, with the strongest being around level 25, and the weakest around level 20. Those Cerberus around level 25 all have 2 heads, and those around level 20 have 1 head. As they move, you can tell they are black dogs made of bones and ashes. After they appeared, they quickly found a suitable location nearby. It was clear that they wanted to guard here. Looking at these H-Lounds, Zixian was also a little surprised. This kind of thing is obviously a creature from the underworld. But why has he never seen it before? This is a H-Lound, a creature that guards the door to the underworld. Their ability to guard the door is still very strong. I let them guard here. If they are attacked, I will ask them to go to you for help. I wonder what Zixian thinks. Okay. I've never seen this kind of thing before, and I'm sure no one else has seen it either. Just ask them to come find me. Seeing that Zixian recognized the existence of these H-Lounds, Gushi nodded. However, the layout here is not completely completed yet. Here we can only arrange the innate 5 elements and the metal ground, and all the rest still need to be adjusted. Therefore, Gushi did not force Zixian to stay, but stayed here to deal with the remaining matters. Seeing that he had nothing to do here, Zixian didn't stay any longer and went back to the burial ground first. After Zixian left, Gushi called Liuji and asked her to help with the final arrangements. Looking at the direction in which Zixian was leaving from a distance, Liuji was also filled with lingering fear. Xiao Langjun, isn't that purple immortal too cruel? We only dare to face the ordinary thunder and lightning incarnated by death. But he directly faces the sky thunder? That's his own ability. Even though his current level is about the same as yours, he is actually capable of facing those immortals. Except for the top few. Other immortals would not be his match in a one-on-one fight. Gushi expressed his judgment on Zixian. Li Yufeng didn't expect that Gushi would have such a high opinion of Zixian. Seeing Li Yufeng's puzzled expression, Gushi prompted, "Did you see the incarnation of death released by the Red Fairy before?" Li Yuju nodded affirmatively. You may not know that her death incarnation, if only counting the realm, has already exceeded the level of a heavenly immortal. However, a warlike person like Zixian did not ask Red Immortal to release the death incarnation to fight with her. Do you think he is worried about the brother-sister relationship? Or is it because he has already fought and found that the incarnation of death is no match for him? Hearing Gushi's question, Li Yuju fell silent. Just as Gushi said, is it really because of the deep love between brother and sister that Zixian doesn't challenge Hongqian's death incarnation? How is this possible? The only explanation is that Zixian has beaten him. It feels like the fight is not enough. Chapter 790 Planting the First Tree. After Zixian left, Gushi spent some time to arrange the alchemy ground in front of him. Compared with the arrangement at the burial ground, it took longer to rest, because not only did he have to arrange it alone, but he also had to hide some of it. At least it can't be too blatant, and everyone knows. If there were people running here every day, would Gushi still be refining elixirs here? Although Gushi told Zixian that he should run here when he had time. But Gushi understood that what Zixian could accept in the long term was to wait near the burial ground for the enemy to come to his door. So Gushi must be careful to guard against everything and hide some things. Fortunately, it was Zixian who moved the mountain just now. Coupled with the lightning and thunder just now, the appearance of Zixian facing the lightning was conveyed. No one would think that Gushi had arranged something here. As long as Gushi's movements are not too big, most people won't notice it. After all, no one would have thought that ghosts and immortals would leave something behind when fighting against thunder and calamity. So Gushi took advantage of the heat. After spending some time, Gushi arranged everything. Because there are woods representing the fire attribute on the ground, normal people cannot tell that there is a metal floor and underground grassland buried under the woods. The water attributed bone field and the Earth-attributed river were also arranged by Gu Shi with the help of Eve. However, these two places were also hidden underground by Gu Shi. Looking from a distance, it seemed as if there was a large forest of trees nearby, and there were no other changes apart from that. After arranging everything, Gu Shi took out a seed and handed it to the level 25 skeleton. Li Yuzhu followed Gu Shi and watched until the seeds were handed over. Li Yuzhu asked cautiously, "Is there no problem with the grass returning the elixir?" "No. I have deduced all kinds of things. There will be no problem. After planting here, you can only come here once a year to deliver fresh flesh and blood. Even if there is an attack here, it is best not to come if you can. This is the grass-returning elixir hidden in the dark. It is a backup. You don't know this place at all. Do you understand what I said?" "Understood. At least I can't show that I know this place." Li Yuzhu took a look at the layout here. She knew very well that everything here had been arranged by Gu Shi with considerable thought. This time, Li Yuzhu felt that Gu Shi was a leader he could rely on. At this time, Gu Shi didn't know what Li Yuzhu was thinking. At this time, he was still paying attention to the skeleton's movements. Growing Chaohuan Dan is quite simple. If you don't care about anything, just dig a hole in the ground and bury the seeds. Afterwards, the person who planted the grass and returned the elixir sat down on the seeds and waited for them to germinate. Of course, if you want the seeds to grow quickly, you can also bury some flesh and blood in the ground. After all, things like Chaohuandong grow by devouring flesh, blood, and souls. This time, Gu Shi took out a level 27 mountain deer corpse as fertilizer. Gu Shi bought this corpse on the black market in the real world. Gu Shi originally wanted to use it to study how to transform the undead, when he had time to see if he could transform it into a more advanced undead. Now after going around in this situation, Gu Shi's view of high-level undead has changed. No matter how he transforms, it is not as good as the undead obtained by casually killing an enemy above level 30 in this world. So Gu Shi used the corpses in front of him as fertilizer. Li Yuzhu was also a little surprised when he saw Gu Shi taking out such a big mountain deer. She had not seen such a creature. However, Li Yuzhu then thought about it. Gu Shi was the prince of the mansion. What kind of corpse had he not seen before? This must be the same as when she casually took out a piece of white paper from her pocket without thinking too much about it. In fact, Li Yufeng didn't know that Gu Shi hesitated for a long time when he took out the mountain deer. In Aradovi City, there are not many things of this quality. But Gu Shi pretended that nothing happened and let the skeleton bury the body of the mountain deer underground. As the skeleton sat on the place where the seeds were buried, Gu Shi felt the ground shaking slightly. Then a small sapling stretched out from the ground and grew rapidly. Gu Shi just stood there and watched. He found that the speed of the sapling's growth was a bit weird. It was obvious that the sapling was almost overturned underground. But the sapling on the ground was not growing fast at all. From the time the ground started shaking to the time it stopped, the saplings growing out of the ground were only as thick as a finger. However, as the skeleton sat in front of the sapling, Gu Shi knew that the grass-returning elixir had been refined. What happens next is no longer something Gu Shi can control. Gu Shi waved to the nearby Cerberus. "You usually stay here. If you encounter an enemy entering this forest, kill those who can be killed, and find a way to lure away those who cannot." They were not allowed to come near the sapling. If you encounter someone who wants to get close to the sapling, just go and notify the zombie just now. Cerberus are relatively smart, and they keep nodding their heads. It's a pity that when Gu Shi performed the double death transformation before, he didn't transform into a hero or a leader. Otherwise, if he arranged a leader to guard here, there would be no need for Gu Shi to keep giving orders here. When Gu Shi was arranging all this, Li Yuzhu was just listening. She has secretly decided that she should pay more attention to this place, and not keep staring at the grass-returning pill near the burial ground, and let it be robbed. Even if you can't come here often, you should pay attention here from time to time. If possible, it is best to clear out some enemies nearby. While Li Yuzhen was still thinking about this matter, Gu Shi had already arranged everything. The only thing that has not been arranged is the access to this area. Gu Shi has a way to enter this area from Aladovi City. But Gu Shi didn't do that. In Gu Shi's mind, he could not leave the passage into Aladovi City in this world. Gu Shi was not sure whether some of the big guys in this world could enter Aladovi City through the passage he left. Although there is also a level 45 boss in Aladovi City. But there are a group of level 45 beings in this world. And after seeing Zixian's fighting ability, Gu Shi felt more and more that this world was very deep. He didn't dare to gamble on anything. So he would rather explain everything clearly in advance. Chapter 791 Official Alchemy. After the hidden Chao Huan Dan was arranged, Gu Shi took Li Yuju back to the burial ground. Different from the alchemy position that Gu Shi had arranged before. This one is so conspicuous. It is obvious that everything here was Zixian's idea. His main focus is temptation. I just said to the outside world, I am preparing to refine the herbal elixir. If you are not convinced, come and fight me. This is what Zixian wants. He really wanted to wait for someone to come out and deal with him. But why hasn't Gu Shi come over yet? Brother, even if that adult comes over, the grass-returning pill cannot be refined so quickly. It will take time to attract attention. Seeing Zixian's reaction, Bai Xian could only persuade him in a low voice. He knew his eldest brother's character very well. The more you stop him, the harder it will be to talk. On the contrary, being reasonable will help him calm down and think. After all, Zixian is a ghost immortal who controls the power of the Death Lord. He is actually a being of great wisdom. When you are being reasonable, he will definitely listen. Fortunately, at this time, Gu Shi and Li Yuju also rushed over. When he saw Gu Shi, a satisfied smile appeared on Zixian's face, and he came directly to greet him. Come here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Gu Shi glanced at the three immortals of Juyi and said, It's okay. We still have some time anyway. Should we start now? Of course. Start now. Zixian nodded. And at this moment, the man wearing the Huangquan dragon robe appeared next to Gu Shi. When Zixian saw this situation, his eyes lit up. It seems you also want to make things bigger. Zixian, let me make it clear that if I continue with this operation, it may attract the attention of many powerful people. And then you will not be able to have peace here. Gu Shi has not taken action yet. He explained the situation to Zixian in advance. Of course. Let's take action. Good. Gu Shi put his hand on the holder of Huang Quan's dragon robe. And then Huang Quan's order flew out quickly. Seeing this thing, Zixian nodded with satisfaction. This is an edict issued from the underworld, proving the legitimacy of Gu Shi's status in the underworld. Then something happened that surprised Zixian. More than 60,000 Bai Wuchang appeared. They appeared in the sky, and their number even shocked the three immortals Juyi. But after seeing these Bai Wuchang levels, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they are not here to arrest us. Bai Xian, who was standing at the back, said lightly. Han Xian asked as soon as he heard this. Second brother, how did you know? You haven't noticed that the strength of these Bai Wuchang is relatively weak. They are obviously not used to catch ghosts. They are used to carry things. Although there are many of them, they are not a combat unit. If it is just an ordinary ghost, it may be affected by them. But for a ghost with some strength, such Bai Wuchang is of no use at all. It just makes people feel that there is no one in the underworld. Just saying that there was no one in the underworld made Han Xian understand why these Bai Wuchang were only handymen. Because the underworld cannot afford to lose their face. And what happened later also proved this point. Bai Wuchang and the others flew out, and quickly dragged back all the corpses of the beasts that Han Xian had killed before. Although about half of these carcasses were eaten, the remaining carcasses were still much better than the mountain deer Gu Shi put down. Why don't you bring over the corpses I killed? Seeing Gu Shi's actions, Zixian felt a little unhappy. So he asked quite simply, the guys you killed are relatively close to that place. If I bring the bodies over, it will attract some people's attention, and then they will disperse. Upon hearing this, Zixian decisively closed his mouth and turned to look at Bai Wuchang in the sky. This situation is good. I believe many people can see what's going on here. Yes, when I plant the tree later, I will make a bigger move. When Gu Shi was talking about this matter, he really did this. With so many corpses acting as fertilizer, there will naturally be more activity in planting grass-returning pill seeds. There was a violent vibration on the metal ground, and metal roots sprang out from the ground and were dragged back again. When these roots are dragged back, they always drag away some bloody corpses. Those Bai Wuchang seemed to ignore these situations, and kept throwing the bodies of the beasts in. And the level 27 ghost has been standing near the seeds, waiting for them to grow. This kind of movement has been going on for nearly a day. Finally, a small sapling as thick as a thumb grew up in this place. After the saplings grew up, Zixian and the others also gathered around. Zixian asked, looking at the small tree in front of him, Is this really useful? It's useful. Don't believe it. Just wait for the news to spread in 2 days. Gu Shi was quite certain, which also dispelled Zixian's doubts. Then Gu Shi said, I will stay here for 2 more days at most. Maybe I won't see anything in these 2 days, but I can guarantee that as soon as the news gets out, someone will come over right away. Zixian also knows that there are some things that cannot be rushed. Moreover, it is obvious that Gu Shi will not stay here forever. Maybe in a few days, Gu Shi will leave directly. Even Li Yufang will not be able to keep Gu Shi. Therefore, he could only believe some of the information conveyed by Gu Shi in front of him and wait. But Zixian is also a big boss. He quickly came to his senses. I thought it was something. Just go ahead and leave it to me. As long as I'm here, nothing will happen. Gu Shi said silently in his heart. Is this what I am worried about? What I'm worried about is that the news spread too slowly and didn't attract enemies, making you unhappy. Otherwise, why would I need this? Forget it. One day, the time to promise Taishan Mansion will come. I don't know how Mr. Taishan Mansion is doing now. No matter what. By this time tomorrow, I will just leave. Of course. Before that, Gu Shi must make arrangements for Li Yufang. So Li Yuzhu, who had a hard time getting married, returned to the cemetery where Gu Shi was when he entered the world. The marriage of the Li family's daughter failed again, and Li Yuzhu was returned again. However, Gu Shi left Li Yufang a special mirror made by Luna. When Gu Shi needs it, Li Yuzhu can enter the strange mirror space through a special mirror. After that, transfer from here and rush to the location where Gu Shi is fighting. Li Yuzhu didn't think much about the need to transfer to Gu Shi's territory. In her mind, this was only reasonable. Otherwise, dragging her directly to the underworld would cost her life. Chapter 792 Exiting the World and Settling Accounts. After planting grass and returning the elixir tree, and arranging Li Yuzhi's affairs, Gu Shi communicated with Bai Xian. To say that in this world, Gu Shi was the only one who could communicate and trade with confidence. Bai Xian was the only one. After all, there is a city of death in Bai Xian, and the communication between Gu Shi and Bai Xian is entirely an exchange and transaction between cities, and has nothing to do with their levels. Both cities are relatively new to the market. The situation in Aladovi City may be better. After all, Gu Shi has Luna under his command, who focuses entirely on the construction of the city. And Gu Shi often focuses on architectural design drawings. The foundation has been laid well, and the city's development is also okay. But Bai Xian's city is not okay. Bai Xian's mind is not focused on it at all. Although he is so powerful, the level of Death City is similar to Gu Shi. Coupled with the special circumstances of this world, the level gap is relatively large. Bai Xian looked down upon some basic training camps, which resulted in a situation where his city level was not high and his foundation was quite poor. Luna immediately seized the opportunity. Luna immediately used some basic, but useless things as trading items, and traded with Bai Xian's city. Because the items traded were all ordinary, Bai Xian's city didn't say anything. After all, even in the fairy world, tables, chairs, and other things are not divided into different levels. Also because what was traded was some ordinary things. Luna did not ask for any high-level corpses, 1,000-year-old medicinal materials, etc. But Luna did not expect it. Bai Xian's trading habit here is not to take negative energy, something they look down upon. Negative energy in this world is like the dirt on the ground, worthless at all. Therefore, when items were traded in Aladovi City, what Bai Xian gave was actually the Yin crystal stone. Of course, this kind of material is not as large as what Li Yuzhen gave him before. They are all small pieces of yanite about the size of a thumb. But this was enough for Gu Shi. According to Luna's judgment, a small piece of Yin crystal is equivalent to 3,500 negative energy, which is a so-called optimized resource. In other words, Bai Xian uses Yin Jingshi as ordinary currency. The goods Luna traded this time directly made hundreds of times the profit. But even so, Bai Xian still felt that he had earned it. Regarding this situation, Gu Shi had only one sentence. This kind of business can be done, and it should be done for a long time. For this reason, Gu Shi spent all his last time in this world on Bai Xian. Bai Xian also showed his erudition at this time. It can be seen from the conversation that Bai Xian is the kind of being who is both civil and military. If it weren't for the City of Death dragging him down, and the other two having different ideas, maybe he would be an extremely powerful marshal now. Bai Xian's situation is somewhat pity. Of course Gu Shi didn't express all of this. He was actually there communicating with Bai Xian about the situation in the City of Death. In particular, Gu Shi taught Bai Xian all the things he had learned from the real world, and the description of the city's specialties without reservation. Gu Shi's actions moved Bai Xian quite a bit. In Bai Xian's heart, Gu Shi is definitely the person who treats him best after the Purple Immortal and the Red Immortal. So Bai Xian also gave Gu Shi his best stuff. It was a book similar to Secret Records of the Master of Taishan Prefecture. However, it was not quite the same as what Gu Shi had imagined. This was a secret tactical scroll that talked about various ways of cavalry charging. Cavalry Strategy Book, Purple, a book that records cavalry charges. After reading it, you could understand 13 different ways of using cavalry, including group charges, serial charges, short-distance charges, and long-distance attacks. Looking at this thing, Gu Shi knew that Bai Xian had really spent all his savings. This should be regarded as the core thing of Bai Xian. After putting away the Iron Cavalry Strategy Book, Gu Shi naturally thanked Bai Xian. At this moment, Gu Shi felt a powerful aura coming nearby. Gu Shi raised his head and looked towards the direction where the breath came from. I found that time and space were frozen again. After experiencing the last situation, Gu Shi understood that the real lord of the mansion had arrived. However, this time Fu Jun did not show up, but reminded Gu Shi that his work was done. If Gu Shi wanted to leave, he could leave at this time. Gu Shi understood what the lord of the mansion meant. He knew that the lord of the mansion would appear again later to make a small transition for his departure. He can't waste any more time here. So I looked up at the sky, stood up and said to Bai Xian, "The sky is just right now. It's a good time to go on the road." I suddenly had an idea in my mind. I just need to leave. Yuzha. Li Yuzhu stood up as soon as he heard this. It's almost time. I'll let you know if anything happens. Normally, just do as I say, and send a fresh supply of flesh and blood every year to ensure the refining of the grass-returning pill. I will, sir. Li Yuzhen also knew that Gu Shi was leaving. So at this time, she stopped talking about the little husband. She knew very well that Gu Shi had already arranged everything. In the next few decades, as long as she stays here, she can get the grass-returning elixir she wants. If she couldn't reach the Earth Immortal level under such conditions, then she really didn't need to appear in front of Gu Shi. This time Li Yuzhen's answer was a guarantee for Gu Shi. Make sure you meet interest rate requirements when necessary. In response to Li Yufeng's reaction, Gu Shi just nodded. Then he did not release his evil coffin, but walked out with the magic wand. When Gu Shi walked out of the burial ground, he said decisively in his heart, "Exit the game." Following Gu Shi's order, a prompt sounded in Gu Shi's ear. Do you want to exit the game? World number UK24JHT04W970? Quit. Exit successfully. Unable to find the entry line into this world. Now transfer to the usual route range. When this message popped up in Gu Shi's ears, something small happened in this world. Located on the snow-capped mountains in the west of this world. It is also the mountain city that Gu Shi was prompted to see when he entered this world. Those beings who took the elixir and reached level 45. But were trapped in this world forever. All died inexplicably on the same day. This incident caused great panic in the city. After all, those people are willing to be trapped in this world forever for strength and life. Now that their lives are not guaranteed, what's the point of them staying? So for a while, the city was in chaos. And the master of the city is also looking for someone to kill these immortals. But in the end, she could only find that the soul of the dead immortal had returned to the underworld. Apart from this, there are no other new clues. The account of a large number of immortals remaining in the world due to taking the elixir has been cleared. Chapter 793 Public Portal. Stepping out of the portal, Gu Shi looked up and looked around, and found that he had been sent to a street. It seemed that he entered through the public portal on the street, and ended up appearing at the public portal on the street. However, Gu Shi looked up and looked around to see what the snow was like on both sides of the street. He clearly remembered that Balian City belonged to the swamp and lake area in the south, where it never snowed all year round. The thick snow in front of us is clearly from the northern frigid zone. It seems that we are leaving Balian City. But no matter what, I finally returned to my own territory. Gu Shi thought for a while, and found a place similar to a newsstand. He first glanced at the newspapers and magazines in the newsstand, and then looked at the white candle he was holding on top of a pile of miscellaneous books in the newsstand. At this time, a little old man sitting in the newsstand raised his head. "Man, what do you want?" Gu Shi flicked his hand, and a bit of negative energy fell into the old man's hands. "Uncle, I want to ask you something. Which city is this? I seem to have lost my way when I exited the game." The little old man laughed when he saw it. "I knew what was going on as soon as I saw you. You entered the game through a public portal, right?" "Yes. I contacted friends in several other cities, and made an online transaction. But there seemed to be a small problem when the results came out." Gu Shi could only smile and say, "I knew it. Let me tell you. This is Paixin City. Do the three great movers know? We know that after the establishment of Yuanzhou City, there were 3 large-scale migrations organized by the government, and 3 public cities were established, namely Changzi City as an industrial center, Paixin City as an administrative center, and Mowan City as an economic center. The cities that followed were those that the players themselves discovered and slowly developed. Since then, Yuanzhou City has become a core urban area that only players above level 15 can enter and live in. Gushi knew this piece of history very clearly. It's good to know that we are here in the blue district of Paixin City, within the 7th ring road of Paixin City. Over there is the post and telecommunications building. Here there are postmen and messengers that can lead to all cities and games. No matter where the person you want to contact is, you can send letters and mail anywhere through here. Guarantee that the letter can be delivered as soon as possible. I think the reason why you were sent here may be because there was a problem with the public portal you entered the game before. In addition, when you exited, you did not choose where to retreat, so you were simply sent here, the old man said proudly. Gushi turned around and saw that where the little old man was pointing, a large number of seagulls were flying out of a building, hanging or carrying packages of various sizes. Some flew directly out of the city, while others opened small portals and disappeared into the air. It is obvious that these seagulls have a very high movement speed and also have the right to enter and exit the game. This thing is much stronger than the crows of Chaoyang Guild. Don't look at it. It's nothing. Let me tell you. This is the post and telecommunications building where couriers are dispatched every 5 minutes. And every time there are 100,000 couriers flying out. You get used to it after watching it for a while. While the little old man was talking, a seagull flew over and threw a large mail package in front of the little old man. While joking with Gushi, the little old man opened the mail bag, took out new newspapers and magazines, and placed them in the newsstand. The expired ones were collected and put aside. When the little old man was sorting out these newspapers and periodicals, Gushi couldn't help but ask, "Sir, your newspapers are updated so fast. That is, let me tell you, newspapers are all about timeliness. Something new happens almost every minute. If you don't update it quickly, the newspaper will not be able to survive." Gushi couldn't help but ask, "Why not use other methods? There are no places to sell newspapers in our city?" You just don't understand. There are some worlds where you can bring newspapers with you. If you bring something with which you can read the news, see if there is any news for you. And there are some different things here. See for yourself. As he spoke, the little old man stuffed a newspaper into Gushi's hand. Gushi opened the newspaper and found that most of the contents were guides to the gaming world, as well as information on the sale of weapons and equipment. Just when Gushi was a little confused as to why the little old man gave him the newspaper, he found that there was a peaceful atmosphere coming from the newspaper. Gushi immediately understood what was going on. Reading newspapers can counteract the effects of reading some high-grade books. With this discovery, Gushi was not too excited. After all, he was also someone who had seen the real world. The newspaper in front of him was nothing to him. He looked up at the post and telecommunications building and asked seriously, "If I order a newspaper, will it be delivered no matter where I am?" Of course. Let me tell you the truth. There was a player who was trapped in a closed game world. There was no way to get out or contact the outside world. In the end, these seagulls discovered him when he was delivering newspapers. Finally, he asked the seagull to deliver the letter and finally escaped from the game. Just think about it and you'll know. You can even send messages to closed game worlds. And you'll know how awesome these seagulls are. After hearing the little old man bragging like this, Gushi didn't dare to order a newspaper. Gushika is different from others. He can enter the real world. Now Yuanzhou City is undergoing creation. Everything is prepared to break into the real world. Gushi couldn't guarantee it. They wanted to know what Gushi would do if he could enter the real world. Anyway, Gushi would not take the initiative to expose all this before he had the ability to protect himself. However, these newspapers are really good things. So Gushi said, "Let me tell you. Boss, do you have a lot of recycled newspapers? If you don't want the ones you have collected, just give them to me. What do you want these for? The information on this will change every 5 minutes. Let's forget it. I won't advise you. But if you want strategies, you can actually buy these magazines. There are guidebooks and stuff like that here." The little old man's suggestion was good, but he underestimated Gushi's strength. "No. I'll take whatever you have here. I happen to have several libraries that need to be restocked with books. Give me 3 copies of all these newspapers and magazines." Chapter 794. Accompanying the new city's arrangement. Have your own library? The little old man glanced at Gu Shi, not quite understanding what Gu Shi meant. Gu Shi's appearance doesn't seem very strong. At most, the staff in his hand is of purple quality. Hey, that's not right. The championship ring on his hand is also purple. To be able to produce a championship ring of this quality seems to be a student from a good school. It is normal for such people to have their own territory. Okay, I have it here. But it only lasts for 7 days at most. We will recycle it here every 7 days. And none of the previous ones are left. As the little old man spoke, he took out various newspapers from the back. Because there were a lot of them. The little old man even helped Gu Shi sort them into categories. These are metropolitan newspapers, which are news in each city. These are game newspapers. Some situations in the game are available here. These are professional newspapers, which are established for various professions. In fact, for each different occupation, the most important thing is the academic journal, which contains many introductions about skills, methods of applying skills, etc. These are the key points. But I heard that our players haven't even unleashed 1% of the effect of our skills. If all the skills are used, then the level skipping challenge is not a problem at all. For some reason, when the little old man said this, Gu Shi was thinking of the situation when Zixian was fighting. Zixian's level is obviously level 34. But he has the courage and ability to challenge the top level 45. Gu Shi noticed that when Zixian attacked, all his moves were the most basic skills. But he was able to innovate on these basic things and unleash power several times. Or even dozens of times that of normal skills. So Gu Shi was still willing to believe what the little old man said. Okay, give me a copy of all of them. Focusing on the undead, including the necromancer, death knight, and other professions. Give me a copy of other legal systems and combat directions as well. With Gu Shi's words, the little old man prepared various academic journals much faster. The little old man has actually said this to many people. But how can new players be willing to believe this? Most academic journals have also become the form of evaluation for teachers in various schools. No one will buy it at all. Only players, like Gu Shi who have seen the situation inside will be willing to buy the journal and go back to study it. Soon a small cart of various newspapers and periodicals was selected. Gu Shi looked at so many newspapers, periodicals and books, and the shadow of the garrison gate appeared behind him. Upon seeing Gu Shi's actions, the little old man quickly stepped forward to stop him and said, "No, don't mess around." Gu Shi turned his head and looked at the little old man. "What's wrong? This is Peichin City, the administrative center. You can't use skills indiscriminately on this street. Take it back quickly." When Gu Shi heard this, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Then he immediately felt a line of sight staring at him. Gu Shi understood that this was probably some taboo method for accompanying Xinqiang. The purpose is to ensure the safety of players in Peichin City. After all, the players who can accompany the new city must be at least level 5 or above. It's fine in the game. But if they fight outside the game, it will affect the lives and safety of other nearby players. In order to ensure the safety of most players, we simply control the use of skills by players in the city. After thinking it through, Gu Shi immediately suppressed the idea of stationing troops at the city gate. Turning his head and looking at the many books, Gu Shi stretched out his left hand and waved the special mirror at the books in front of him. And all the newspapers and periodicals were sent to the strange mirror space. Seeing Gu Shi listen to the advice, the little old man was relieved. He has seen this kind of outsider players, who use their skills indiscriminately in the city because they don't know anything, and are finally caught and work as coolies for 3 to 5 years. There are very few people who listen to advice like Gu Shi. For old men like this, their favorite thing to do is to give advice. And their favorite thing is to be the kind of children who listen to advice. Gu Shi happened to be stuck on the little old man's point. The little old man didn't care that Gu Shi's level might be higher than him, so he nodded with satisfaction. At this time, Gu Shi had also put away the newspapers and other items. Then he asked, "Uncle, you see, it's rare for me to come here, and I may have to leave Peichin soon. Is there anything here that I can take back?" "You've asked the right person. Let me tell you. Of the 3 major cities under Yuanzhou City, Changzi City has more blacksmith shops. Peichin City has more schools and libraries. And Mowan City has more markets. If you want to make some equipment, you have to go to the firstborn city. If you want to buy some skill books or something, accompanying Xinqiang is the most suitable choice. As for other supplies, they must go to Mowan City. Of course, it's not that you can't buy what you want in this city. But the prices of some things in this city are a bit higher. The little old man knew quite a bit about some of the nearby situations, especially here in Paixinching. He could tell exactly what stores were in which district. According to the little old man, apart from the 3 different pillar industries in the 3 cities, there are no other industries. There are even many thousand-year-old shops in this city. If Gushi is willing to look for it, many things can be found. Gushi thought for a while, and finally bought the map of Feishin City on the recommendation of the little old man. Of course, this kind of map is just a rough map. It just tells you the location of the new city. The details are not very detailed. However, the little old man told Gushi another way. If you want to find something, just look at the university first. Generally speaking, there are always clusters of similar shops near universities. Just like the new Punk University, which is the most famous for its mecha major. There are many small mecha manufacturing shops nearby. And there are even foundries and mecha processing plants. After understanding the situation, Gushi naturally started searching on the map. Soon Gushi found what he was looking for. Xinqiang Animal Husbandry and Technology College. The main research here is the cultivation and training of various mounts. At the same time, the sale and improvement of mounts can also find corresponding positions here. Although Gushi's evil coffin is a coffin, it is also a mount. Now that Gushi wanted to upgrade the evil coffin again, he naturally had to find it here. As for the rest, what Gushi wants to do most right now is to find a place to transform the undead, and find some blacksmiths to settle in Aladovi City. But now is not the right time. Everything depends on opportunity. Chapter 795 Mount Shop. Paixinching College of Animal Science and Technology is located outside the 9th Ring Road of Paixinching, because some methods were not allowed in Paixin City. After comparing the speed of the evil coffin with the speed of the subway, Gushi decisively chose to take the subway, because the underground transportation network here in Paixin City is quite large, and the subway is a vehicle. There is no need to know which line to take, as long as you buy the ticket and know where to go. This greatly facilitates some players who don't know the way. Gushi spent a few gold coins and got a ticket. With this ticket, Gushi could get a separate private room on the subway. Although this seat looks quite small, like a cube box, just enough for him to sit down. He doesn't need to do the rest. This small box-like room will automatically be transferred to the high-speed moving subway, and it ensures that the player's riding will not be affected by the underground vacuum. There is no need to think about changing trains. Everything is fully automatic. Gushi only needs to know how many minutes he has to arrive. Gushi just got used to this way of riding the subway and then ignored it. After all, everything was fully automatic. Gushi was stuck in a small private room. He felt like a white pig being sent to a fully automatic slaughtering machine. He could only follow the process. He has no possibility of operation at all. If you don't want to watch ads or pay to skip them, there isn't even a TV on the road that you can watch. So Gushi simply took out the secret record of the Lord of Taishan Prefecture and read it there, to kill time on the road. 15 minutes later, the small compartment where Gushi was riding turned red, which was a message that Gushi had arrived at the station. Gushi was not in a hurry to get out of the car. He finished reading the paragraph on his hand, and then opened the door of the small private room. When he stepped out of the private room, Gushi saw a sea of people outside. Tens of thousands of players were crowded together, and were pushed by the crowd towards the outside of the subway station. Gushi also admired the population of Paixin City. In such a city with 13 rings, more than 1 billion players were squeezed into it. Don't know how they did it. It seems that although Balian City is in the countryside also has its advantages. At least there is no need to worry about where to live and daily transportation. After being squeezed out of the subway station, Gushi found a place to rest for a while before getting back on the road. It wasn't that far this time, so Gushi simply walked there. Unlike those people who are in a hurry on the road, Gushi is in a more leisurely state now. He still had time to look around and see if there were any suitable shops nearby. Just as Gushi had heard from the beginning, most of the places near Paixinching Animal Science and Technology College were selling mounts, as well as some small pets. However, combat pets specifically for hunters are not for sale here. That is the territory of accompanying the new hunting club university. When Gushi came all the way, he saw that most of the mount shops were general purpose. The main mounts for sale are horses, pigs, cows, and sheep. The quality ranges from the most common white to purple. Generally speaking, a white quality mount is almost an ordinary war horse, as long as it can run. The purple quality ones are not only fast, but also have some different abilities inside. Gushi came here this time to strengthen the evil coffin. The evil coffin was moving very fast, but it was not very comfortable to sit in, especially after riding in Li Yufeng's sedan chair for a while. Gushi felt that the quality of his evil coffin was still a little poor. So Gushi was buying silver coffins and looking for various materials. The purpose is to see if the evil coffin can be strengthened. The reason why I didn't go to the Academy of the Dead to inquire was entirely because most of the mounts were in this area. There are very few shops that sell mounts in the Academy of the Undead. Even if they do, they sell mounts such as bone horses. There are very few shops that specialize in making coffins. On the contrary, here, because of the sale of mounts, there is also work of making carriages. So Gushi came here just to take a look and see if he wanted to build a Kowloon coffin or something. While walking on this street, Gushi kept looking at the various signs. Finally, Gushi's eyes lit up, and he found the target he was looking for. Before coming here, the old man had told Gushi that in Peixinshan, there were only two types of stores that were reliable. One is a 1,000-year-old store, which means a store has been here for 1,000 years, so you can rest assured. The other is 3-generation inheritance, which means that the store is owned by one family and has been passed down for at least 3 generations. There was a small line of words written on the signboard that Gushi saw in front of him. A 1,000-year-old store, passed down for 2 generations. After that, the store name and business scope were written on the signboard. It contained what Gushi wanted, such as making and upgrading carriages. As for the scope of carriages, there were no restrictions. So Gushi turned around and walked towards the shop. When he opened the door, he saw a yellow-haired girl about 15 years old doing her homework there. When she saw Gushi coming in, the little girl was stunned for a moment, and then shouted loudly, "Dad, we have a guest." After saying that, she lowered her head again and started writing her homework there. At this time, a strong man walked out from the back of the shop. He looked like he was in his 40s, and his strength was around level 8. However, Gushi could tell from his eyes that he was probably over 100 years old. Seeing Gushi looking at him, he also nodded. "Welcome, guest. What would you like? I have a rather special mount that I want to upgrade. I prepare all the materials myself, and I even have a method to upgrade it. However, I am not a professional at doing this, and I can't do it well myself." "I understand. You must have found the right formula to upgrade your mount. You want to upgrade, but you don't understand a lot of things. Right? We are most familiar with this matter. This is our specialty. Please release your mount first. If possible, show me the upgrade plan or configuration you got. It's okay if you don't believe me. Just copy half of it. There are just a few ways to upgrade your mount, and I can figure out what to do next after reading about half of it." "Sure." Without thinking, Gushi raised his hand and released the evil coffin. When the boss looked at the gorgeous coffin in front of him, his eyes were filled with speechlessness. Finally, he looked up at Gushi. "Coffin? Isn't this going to be upgraded at the coffin shop? You treat this as a carriage. This is the outer L of the coffin. This is how to handle it. See if you can do it." Chapter 796 Upgrading Plan for the Evil Coffin. After taking the upgrade plan from Gushi, the man began to study it seriously. After a while, he raised his head and looked at Gushi. "You have enough materials. You could upgrade yourself. But you are worried about the success rate of the upgrade, and the fact that the mount will not be controlled after the upgrade. You've found the right person now. We here are specialized in doing this, and we have the ability to soothe all kinds of mounts. Although we have not seen undead like the guest very often, the plan given by the guest is actually the same. There is a strange ghost in the evil coffin that serves as the power source for the mount, just like a horse in a carriage. When we upgrade it, we also upgrade it. As for the L of the evil coffin, it is mainly used to store the White Walkers and suppress them, preventing them from having any chance to escape. Therefore, guests may not be too comfortable when riding. The plan given by the guest is to put the coffin inside the coffin. The quality of this coffin is okay, but I feel that there are mostly things used for suppression. Coupled with the method you gave, you should be trying to strengthen the White Walkers in the coffin. However, the quality of your White Walker is already very strong. If it is strengthened further, it may become out of control. Your approach is actually the right one. After the silver coffin is installed, the White Walkers inside can be strengthened again." "Okay. I can already understand this idea." The man quickly studied the plan and said that he could do it. After hearing this, Gushi finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, the man said, But you are only upgrading the mount here. No matter how much you upgrade it, it will be gone. The effect of your writing like this is still not very good. If you are willing to believe me, I can help you carry out a small-scale transformation of this silver coffin. This is my specialty, as my family is originally from the carriage-making business. In a small carriage, we can play with flowers. Your coffin is a little small, but the size of the silver coffin is large enough, and some decorations can still be done on it. How about it? Do you want me to adjust it for you? Okay. I wanted someone to help me adjust it at the beginning, but I never found a suitable method. If it's convenient for you, then you can handle it. After hearing this, the man also laughed happily. This is a big deal. Upgrade the mount and modify the carriage. These are two big deals. Okay. Shaolin. Close the door. The guests are here. Upgrading the mount is not difficult. Just add some corresponding materials to it. However, the guests need to talk about the style of the carriage and its functions. Some things need to be wired, and some may require adjustments to the external structure of the silver coffin. As the man spoke, he invited Gushi to the back of the shop. Here is a small processing factory, with various tools piled on the ground. Gushi noticed that most of the tools here were carpentry tools, with only a few blacksmith tools. As soon as the man came in, he quickly sorted out the things scattered on the ground. After clearing a space, he stepped forward and dragged the silver coffin in, and circled around the silver coffin. After this circle, the man directly drew the situation on the outer SH.L of the silver coffin. Guest, look, these are some reliefs on the SH.L of the silver coffin. These paintings depict the battle between angels and great demons. If you look carefully, you will find something. Here, the angel is using a spell, and the big demon has magic patterns on his body. If you cover up the patterns of the angel and the big devil, leaving only the spell fluctuations and magic patterns, you can see that this is a set of magic circles. The magic used by angels is prayer. Look! The man stood a little above the angel statue, and a white light came from the angel's hand. As the white light fell, Gushi felt the sound of hymns coming from his ears. This is the case with this magic circle. It can be activated with a little mana. There are a total of 18 magic circles belonging to angels, all of which use this kind of prayer technique. Look! From here to this line. If we remove all the demons, what do you see? The man explained to Gushi and asked questions at the same time. The 18 angels currently fighting are using a complete set of large-scale magic arrays. If one is used alone, it is a prayer spell. But if the 18 prayer skills are used together, I feel that it should be an advanced prayer. It feels like I have learned it in school. This affects morale. Is this the League of Angels? Gushi shouted immediately. The man shrugged. Yeah, I guess in the past, this set was the Angel Alliance. I have to say, guest, you are so lucky to find the Angel Alliance that has been arranged. This kind of method is not something I can carve out. Furthermore, how many angels are there, and how many great demons are there? There are 13 great demons. But after covering the angels, there is no connection between the great demons. Gushi thought for a while, and then said to the man, cover all the angels and the big devil, and leave the other lines. The man nodded when he heard it, and they immediately started checking. After Gushi and the man's investigation, Gushi and the others discovered that there were 7 different layers of magic in the relief murals. The angels' attack methods are a separate layer. 18 angels directly form an angel alliance, which can bless and pray for the corpse in the silver coffin and has the effect of suppressing the undead. The big demon is connected to some nearby corpses. The big demon is like a battery. Those corpses are the main magic patterns of the magic array. By extracting the magic power from the big demon, it can produce antiseptic, energy gathering and other effects on the corpse. It is obvious from these 2 layers that this silver coffin is actually used to protect the body in the coffin. The purpose is to ensure that the corpse does not exist as an undead, and also to ensure that the corpse does not rot, stink, and eventually turn into a skeleton. The rest was prepared to protect the coffin from being opened, and some of the tomb treasures placed inside the coffin from being stolen. For example, the long swords inserted on the ground in the mural are connected together to form a super large sword array. It usually has no effect, but if someone wants to open the silver coffin, a volley of 10,000 swords will be triggered. There is also blood on the ground, which is also a blood array. The tomb robbers killed by the silver coffin will be transformed by the blood and turned into energy to replenish the outside of the silver coffin. However, some of these relief murals were damaged, and some were not suitable for use. After Gushi and the man analyzed them, the man put forward an opinion. Chapter 797 Upgrade begins. Guest, your silver coffin has a total of 7 layers of magic array. I think some of it is already broken, so I might as well not use it. Just keep the core League of Angels. We will simply erase the rest, and use the empty space to arrange a magic array. Finally, I will find someone who studies art to change the style of this mural. The evil coffin that you put in there is the one that has White Walkers in it. The movement of the evil coffin also requires the help of the White Walkers. I personally think that an alliance of angels is enough to suppress the White Walkers. If you are worried, we can also add another magic circle to suppress the White Walkers. For the remaining positions, we can carve magic circles that increase speed, defend against various attacks, automatically replenish mana, and automatically cleanse. The size of this magic circle is much smaller than the one in front of you. With the open space in front of us, we can set up at least 11 sets of magic arrays. Listening to what the boss said, Gushi couldn't help but think, isn't it? This silver coffin comes from the real world, where the Angel Alliance has a basic layout. In this world, although Bakesinching is a city with a relatively high concentration of schools and libraries, there is really no master who can set up a magic circle like the Angel Alliance. It would be quite difficult to repair the magic circles on the silver coffin. The best way now is to keep the most important Angel Alliance. However, Gushi still put forward other suggestions. I need to speed up and be more conspicuous. I am a necromancer, so I need to replenish the yin energy and negative energy. In addition, I also need some places to install inlays. In addition, we cannot just focus on the external situation. We must also adjust internally. Let's take care of the outside first. By the way, no matter what magic circle you want to set up, the top and bottom of this silver coffin must be left for me. You should usually sit on the top. I need to set up a space expansion magic circle. Only in this way can I arrange a riding position for you. If you don't have wheels installed below, you will need to arrange an anti-gravity array. I need to find someone to handle this. Internally, I feel that it would be better to use magic circles such as reinforcement, negative energy gathering, and power expansion. The boss also followed Gushi's train of thought. Gushi put forward his own opinions and requests from time to time, and the boss kept making adjustments and changes. If it really can't be done, he will also put forward opinions and ask Gushi whether to weaken some of the effects, or whether he should come forward and invite some experts. Gushi, who has been around the real world, has quite a lot of money. In Gushi's opinion, if you are going to do something, you have to do it to the best of your ability. When the boss fails, finding someone else is naturally the best choice. At the same time, the silver coffin also needs some adjustments and repairs. The size of the silver coffin is much larger than the evil coffin. When the evil coffin is put in, there will be a lot of empty space inside. Some of these locations can be cut into different spaces. In the past, this kind of space was used to store funerary objects. Now it is natural for Gushi to put his things. In addition, the iron chains wrapped around the evil coffin must also have a fixed place. As questions were asked one after another, more and more people rushed to the store. After discussing with Gushi, they will immediately start to adjust the magic array, and rearrange the silver coffin. Gushi was on the side responsible for providing materials. These materials were either purchased from the real world or obtained from the previous world. Anyway, the quality is beyond normal people's imagination. With the input of these materials, the quality of Gushi's silver coffins has not declined due to the operations of these people. After about a day or so, the silver coffin was finally made. At the same time, a green liquid made according to Gushi's plan has also been prepared. This green liquid is a recipe that Gushi found in secret records of Taishan Mansion Group. It is used to soak the undead, and its effect is somewhat similar to the Evilwood Lake in the city of Aridov, but it is more targeted. Gushi couldn't make this recipe by himself. He provided the ingredients and the boss asked someone to help him prepare it. Also prepared were 2 recipes to strengthen the White Walkers inside the evil coffin. One is a golden ball, and the other is a ball of flesh and blood. The formula of flesh and blood is provided by the boss. It is usually used to feed flesh and blood mounts and improve the quality of the mounts. The golden ball is the result of the formula provided by Gushi and the boss asking someone to process it. Of course, the materials are all from Gushi to ensure the quality of the production. Now all the flesh and blood is painted on the surface of the evil coffin. The golden ball is placed in front of the evil coffin, allowing the evil coffin to absorb the golden aura emanating from the golden ball. This is a means of warming and adjustment. According to the boss, most people who upgrade their own mounts never think of this. As long as they find enough materials, they will directly upgrade their mounts. But in that case, the potential of the mount will be affected. And if it is not handled well, it will even affect the success rate of the mount upgrade. Only by warming up for a few days and allowing the mount to adapt to the upgrade materials before upgrading can the potential of the mount be affected. Now is a good time to warm up. This kind of warm-up adjustment will take another 3 days. Just these 3 days are enough for the boss to adjust the silver coffin. Looking back at the helpers hired by the boss, Gushi felt that if he had done it himself, he might not be able to hire so many people. Noticing Gushi looking at him, the boss, who had not slept all night, also had a smile on his face. Don't worry, guest. We are handling it separately now. The coffin cover has been arranged and will be taken care of tomorrow. The interior of the silver coffin has been partitioned, and the liquid can be injected tomorrow. The outer SHL has almost been taken care of. We have completely protected the Angel Alliance's magic circle, so there will be no problem. I know. Gushi nodded with satisfaction. He could already see that the owner of this store was very reliable. A lot of things were handled very professionally, and there were many details that Gushi didn't even think of. But the boss thought of him. Seeing that Gushi was satisfied, the boss was also very happy. He invited a large number of experts this time, although it cost him a lot of favors. But these experts have gained a lot from this work, not to mention anything else. Just the various high-quality materials they have at their disposal and the complete Angel Alliance magic circle are enough to make their trip worthwhile. It can be said that after this time, it will be much easier for him to ask experts for help next time. These are his future capital. Chapter 798 3 Days Arrangement. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Gushi's silver coffin had been overhauled, and the Shirshia coffin was also in the last half of the upgrade. All the bells and whistles on the evil coffin were removed by the boss. Now the evil coffin has returned to its original appearance, like a coffin tightly wrapped with iron chains. The flesh and blood placed next to the coffin has disappeared in the past few days, and the surface of the coffin, which originally had a metallic luster, has now become much darker, looking like it is covered with a thick layer of blood rust. The golden ball placed in front of the evil coffin has also turned black, and a large amount of black mist has poured out from the cracks in the evil coffin, and it seems that it may escape at any time. The silver coffin that had just been modified was placed next to the evil coffin. At this time, the silver coffin had completely changed, and the lid and body were completely divided into 2 parts. The coffin body is 7 meters long and 2.5 meters high, about the same size as a minibus. The original mural of angels fighting demons on the outside is gone. It turned into a battle between angels, titans, and bone dragons under the cloud cover. However, apart from the fact that the angels feel lifelike, neither the titans nor the bone dragons are so perfectly portrayed. After all, the skills of these experts are just SOSO and cannot compare with those masters in the real world. Not to mention hiding the magic circle in the murals. Many of the pictures in it serve the magic circle. In order to ensure the effectiveness of some magic circles, one expert even used a family heirloom cloud pattern to cover the useless angel's body. It is precisely because of this that the magic circle here has been set up. Now, except for the untouched Angel Alliance, there are 13 different kinds of magic outside the entire silver coffin. The most important parts are the upper cover, lower bottom, and the magic circles at the front and back. The upper cover is equipped with solidification, windproof and space-stabilizing magic arrays to ensure that the small room placed here will not be blown or knocked open during extremely fast movements. The anti-gravity array is arranged at the bottom, mainly to reduce the weight of the entire silver coffin, so that the evil coffin placed inside can fly at its due speed without being dragged down by the outer silver coffin. Arranged directly in front are the air braking, wind braking, and collision arrays, which can ensure that the silver coffin will not encounter air or other resistance when it moves forward. Arranged directly behind are push, burn, and poison gas arrays. In addition to suddenly increasing the speed, it also has the effect of preventing the enemy from pursuing. As for the stability of movement, this thing does not need to be considered at all. That is the space-stabilizing magic array on the lid that needs to be considered. On both sides of the coffin is the most critical magic circle of the Angel Alliance, and the rest is the magic circle arranged in 3 places: Titan, Bone Dragon, and Cloud. The cloud layer is a defensive formation, which is mainly used to defend against various elemental magic effects. On Titan's side is the thunder and lightning array. This kind of thunder and lightning has 2 functions. Internally, It can help the Angel Alliance suppress the powerful undead. Externally, it can increase the speed. It can even form a power grid for defense or turn into thunder and lightning for external use. The effect of the attack. The Bone Dragon side was even simpler. Gushi was involved in this part. He took out some things from the Death Incarnation Bone Dragon and the Dragon Bone Laboratory, and even took out some ritual methods from the Ghost Domain battlefield. The purpose is to change the overall effect of the Silver Coffin into undead, and to ensure that the properties of the Silver Coffin will not be changed due to too many magic circles here. The interior of the Silver Coffin is divided into 7 small spaces. This point was brought up by Gushi, and the boss and others didn't know why. Anyway, if Gushi is willing to do this, then just do it. In fact, they didn't know that Gushi had learned some methods from the secret records of Taishan Prefecture. This method of dividing the space inside the coffin into 7 parts is called the Imperial Burial Method. It is a way for princes to be buried with them, and items and treasures representing the emperor's identity must be placed inside. Under the operation of secret records of the master of Taishan Mansion, 7 pieces of purple equipment can be placed in 7 spaces, and through some operations, the special effects of each piece of purple equipment can be activated on the evil coffin without negative effects. Although this feature of avoiding negative effects is obviously not as good as that of orange equipment, in this world, it is definitely a huge benefit. Gushi didn't dare to tell anyone about this effect. He could only say that he had a few things that needed to be added and needed to leave this space. Apart from the cutout space, there is also the space used to store the evil coffin, into which the green potion has been poured. The space is surrounded by a magic circle that absorbs and stores negative energy. There is a small cover above the space, all of which are locks for holding chains. At that time, all the iron chains wrapped around the evil coffin will be fastened to these locks, and finally sink into the green liquid in the middle of the silver coffin. As for the lid of the silver coffin, that was not something Gushi had to consider, as the boss had done a pretty good job on that. It looks like a decent cabin, arranged just like an RV. In addition to a chair in the front, there are bedrooms, a kitchen, a study room, and even a bathroom and a balcony with a view in the back. Even the hard and soft decoration inside has been taken care of. From this point of view, Gushi has to admit that the boss's level in building carriages is quite high. After checking that everything was okay, the boss walked up to the evil coffin. He started directly and lifted the lid of the evil coffin heavily. Such an action startled Gushi. However, before the black mist emerged from the evil coffin, the boss immediately threw the black and round beads into the evil coffin, and then closed the coffin lid tightly. The coffin didn't have coffin nails or anything. It was just wrapped with iron chains. 8 people carried the evil coffin and sank into the green liquid. Then Gushi personally stepped forward, covered the small cover in the silver coffin, and then began to pour a large amount of spices and medicinal materials into it. The heirs who were watching from the side stared at the spices and herbs that Gushi took out with their eyes wide open. These spices and medicinal herbs were all of high quality, and they had only seen them in atlases. Sometimes they could get 1 or 2, which was already quite a feat. As a result, Gushi fell down casually like weeds on the roadside. Such things make their hearts bleed. But they didn't know that these herbs and spices were really weeds in Gushi's eyes. These were all collected by Gushi in the last world, and used for cooking by Liuju's undead men on the way. Because I collected too much, I brought back everything that was not used in the end. Some of them were sent to the city of Eridovii, where they were planted in a herb garden or even directly in the magic plant area. The rest are all put here. After pouring these herbs on, the cover of the silver coffin was also pushed up. At this time, the boss yelled there. Lid the coffin. Seal the coffin. Close it. Chapter 799 Purple Mount. Holy Silver Evil Coffin. With a loud bang, the lid of the silver coffin slammed shut. A silver light flashed, and a loud hymn came to Gushi's ears. 18 angels were circling back and forth around the silver coffin. This vision lasted for 7 or 8 minutes before it stopped. When the angel disappeared, black thunder and lightning lit up outside the silver coffin. And then the silver coffin flew up automatically. The silver coffin stopped about 1 meter above the ground. 2 white lights came from the silver coffin. Gushi stepped forward, stepped on the white light, and was sent to the top of the silver coffin following the white light. Standing in front of the chair, Gushi heard a ding in his ear. Your evil coffin has been strengthened and upgraded to a Holy Silver Evil Coffin, Purple +2. Holy Silver Evil Coffin, Purple +2. Mount. Undead players, and hero mounts can move between 650 kilometers per hour and 1,350 kilometers per hour, and can temporarily increase their speed to 2,000 kilometers per hour, limited to 3 minutes. It can automatically find paths, automatically recognize maps, automatically jump into shadow space, and move in shadow space. It can move on the water, resist elemental attacks, lay out electric grids, release lightning attacks, and initiate collision effects. It can move against the wind. When facing strong wind, it can automatically cut the air duct to form a vacuum pipe to increase the moving speed. It can accommodate one person, 1/1. Has its own RV living area, 1/1. Has 7 equipment storage spaces, 0/7. And 15 mounting spaces, 1/15. Note 1. For the strengthened evil coffin. Holy refers to the Angel Alliance magic circle, and silver refers to the technology of the pure silver outer coffin. Note 2. The current evil coffin will no longer leak air, and the wind will be cut directly. Note 3. For such a big mount, you need an A license when driving it. Looking at the message that popped up in front of him, Gushi also had a smile on his face. Boss, this is very good. Thank you very much. After hearing Gushi's words, the boss, who hadn't slept much in a few days, also smiled. As long as you are satisfied. This is really a big job. And thanks to you, we have such an opportunity to practice. But we are still a little short of it. It would be nice if your silver coffin was complete. If you do not adjust the relief and magic circle on the outside of the silver coffin, but only work on the inside. With the quality of this silver coffin, your evil coffin may be upgraded to purple +3 quality. Now that we are dealing with it like this, there are some quality issues, the boss said with some regret. It's okay. The current situation is enough. If it doesn't work, I'll find a way to upgrade. The sudden upgrade from a blue +1 quality mount to a purple +2 quality mount was really enough for Gushi. However, it is still possible to improve the quality of this mount. But if it is improved next time, I am afraid that better materials will have to be prepared. After handing over the holy silver evil coffin, Gushi did not stay here any longer. He put away the holy silver evil coffin and prepared to leave the store. When Gushi went out, a voice came from behind. Little brother, please wait a moment. Gushi turned around and took a look. The person who stopped him was an expert in his 30s. Gushi remembered that this expert was an alchemist invited by the boss. He was responsible for preparing various potions and liquids, which were different from the previous golden ones. The master of round balls. Gushi's heart was moved by the many herbs he had poured down before. Now that Gushi was leaving, he naturally ran over immediately. What's wrong? Gushi asked curiously. Little brother, look at the herbs you took out. They are all undead and poisonous, and they are all of high quality. Can you tell me where you got these herbs from? I'm currently running an experiment and am short on a lot of herbs. Me? I control the city of death. All these herbs are grown in my own city. Gushi wouldn't say that he found these herbs in the real world and the more powerful world. Even if a god came, he would not tell anyone about this kind of thing. When he heard that Gushi grew this kind of herb himself, his eyes lit up. Can I buy in bulk? Don't worry. I'm buying it, not forcing it. I'm accompanying the new agricultural college. I have some good herbal seeds on hand. I can use those in exchange. Originally Gushi wanted to refuse, but after hearing this, Gushi couldn't help but pause. Herb seeds? How many do you need? I'm afraid I don't have many herbs left. It doesn't take too much. Just 2 kilograms of each kind. I need a large amount of different herbs. I saw many of them today that I have never collected or come into contact with before. These are very useful for my research. Don't worry. The seeds I took out are not ordinary things. They are all special seeds that I have recently researched. Some require special environments, while others require special growing methods. Hearing the special planting method, Gushi's heart moved. He still had 2 copies of the seeds of the grass return pill. I can provide you with these herbs. But you said you were accompanying the new agricultural college. Are you a professor or a researcher? Researcher, the man said proudly. It's like this. I got an ancient recipe for a very special tree to be planted. But this tree has many requirements, and I want to weaken some of the tree's planting requirements. I would like to ask if there is any way to weaken this. You have tree species and requirements, and you have to find a way to meet the requirements. As long as the requirements are met, all kinds of plants will grow very quickly. If you lower your standards, the quality of what you grow may be much worse. No, I can't help it. The requirements on this ancient recipe are so high that I can hardly find the right materials. Think of a way. How can there be materials that can't be found? A fresh corpse above level 30. The man blinked at Gu Shi. I didn't say anything about this. But what is your ancient recipe? It's the seed of a tree. The fruit is edible. After eating it, you can upgrade your level or extend your life. Because it hasn't been planted yet. I'm not sure what will grow in the end. There is such a good thing. How many seeds do you have? 2. But what the ancients said is very mysterious. The person who planted the tree cannot leave the tree. Hearing Gu Shi's words, this person couldn't help but smile and said, You mean you want me to plant this tree? You made a good calculation. No. I have enough undead under my command. As long as I know the planting method, I can plant it myself. There is no need to do this. I brought it out to ask. Can you develop a simplified planting method? After hearing this person thought for a moment and said, I have to conduct experiments to confirm. But don't worry. The cultivation level of our Peking New Agricultural School is quite high. Chapter 803,000 Grasses Return Pills. Peking Agricultural University is located in the outermost area of Peking City. The entire university is like a small city, with many different trees planted here, and a large number of medicinal fields and farmland opened up. Following the associate professor of New Agricultural University, who called himself Li Wei, he entered the university district. Li Wei immediately took Gu Shi to an open space. But outside the open space, Gu Shi saw 3 men dressed as teachers. There was a bright green halo flashing under their feet, and it was obvious that they were high-level players who had reached level 20. Little brother, let me introduce you. This is the president of Peking Agricultural University, Lu Xingqiang, a level 27 archdruid. This is Professor Li Fei, the head of the Woody Plant Department, a level 25 Grand Druid. This is Shifang Xiaomu, the head of the Herbal Medicine Department, a level 20 Trant Druid. When I came here, I told them about your situation, and they also wanted to study the ancient recipe you brought with you. Gu Shi nodded without saying anything. On the way here, Gu Shi had already put forward his request. He could provide planting methods and a seed for research at the New Agricultural University. What Gu Shi wants is to simplify the planting plan of returning grass to elixir. Gu Shi's request is very simple. He hopes to plant large quantities of grass Huandan, and the growth period of grass Huandan should be at least once a year to bloom, bear fruit and mature. Most importantly, planting a tree should not trap one person. This is the only way to ensure that Gu Shi can collect a large amount of Chao Huandan in a short period of time. It can even make Chao Huandan the flagship product of Aladovi City. As for whether Chao Huandan will fall into the green quality after simplification, Gu Shi doesn't care at all. In the previous world, blue quality Chao Huandan was looked down upon by people. That was because the upper limit of the previous world was high. But in the deep world of the game, green quality is already considered a pretty good medicine for players below level 10. If it can be taken in large quantities, and for a long time, people will still be interested in it. This was what Gu Shi had in mind. Gu Shi believed that using the Chao Huandan planting method and adding 1 seed, it should not be a problem to exchange it for 10,000 simplified saplings. If it doesn't work, 5,000. No, 3,000 is fine. It's just that Gu Shi didn't expect that the people accompanying Xian Agricultural University would take it so seriously. Not only did the 2 department heads corresponding to Chao Huandan come over, but also their principal came over. Now Gu Shi had to become serious. He straightened his clothes and spoke to the 3 of them. Hello. 3 professors. Hello. You're welcome. Can you show me Gufang? Li Fei said immediately. Although the remaining 2 didn't speak much, their reactions were the same. They all wanted to see this ancient recipe and seeds. Gu Shi had already arranged this kind of thing on the way here. Gu Shi shook his hand, and a recipe he had just copied appeared in his hand. There was also a lead box that appeared at the same time, which contained the seed of a grass-returning elixir. As soon as the box was taken out, Gu Shi felt his hand feel light, and Lu Chang took the box into his hand. The remaining 2 people were looking at the formula and planting method of the grass-returning pill. They all reacted speechlessly to the planting and upgrading requirements of the grass-returning pill. After opening the box, Lu Xingqiang just closed his eyes, and he could feel some information contained in the Chao Huandan seeds. At the same time, he also understood that the seeds Gu Shi obtained were just a simplified and resimplified version of an immortal tree countless times. Gu Shi couldn't sow it on his own, so he could only pray on his own head and simplify the seeds again. He decided to help me with this. As soon as he closed the box, Lu Qiangqiang said to Gushi, "Children, our agricultural school has a secret technique of dividing thousands of seedlings from seeds. The seeds you have in your hands are complete in appearance and strong in vitality. Although I have not done further research, I can tell that if you only need green quality saplings, you can definitely separate 12,000 saplings here. However, to ensure that all saplings are of green quality, our school needs to invest a lot of resources. And the growth of saplings also takes time. If we want to speed up the growth of saplings, this requires some resources. So we can only give you half of the separated saplings. That is 6,000 saplings. As for whether anything will happen during the process of separating saplings, we need to further study this. Yes, little friend, we just took a look at your ancient prescription. From my personal experience, the 5 elements in this ancient prescription, as well as the subsequent issue of tree upgrading, are actually what this tree needs. Special resources. Although I have not planted it yet, I personally feel that the fruits grown from this tree have a variety of effects. Can it even be called a panacea? I think the initial goal of this kind of tree is to be omnipotent. Personally, I feel that if there is not such a strong requirement for omnipotence, one only needs to have a direction of the 5 elements. It's just that which one corresponds to which type of effect. I can't tell just by looking at the formula. You need to do the planting yourself. Shifang on the side explained that he was responsible for accompanying the director of the herbal medicine department at the new agricultural university, and he was the authority on medicinal properties. Li Fei also nodded. In addition, I found that this tree has certain limitations. Because I haven't studied it in detail, I don't know many things. But personally, I feel that whether it is the rule of keeping people to guard the trees or the rule of the tree's promotion, they seem to be creating a kind of fusion between the trees and the people who planted them. This fusion seems to transform the tree planter into one body with the tree. If you don't accept the fruits of the first round, you can actually break all of this. After listening to Li Fei's explanation, Gushi suddenly asked, "Is it possible that this tree is the best at devouring the tree grower, and that the big tree can swallow the small trees, and finally grow and break through to the orange quality?" After hearing Gushi's question, the 3 people present fell silent. They all understood that what Gushi said was very possible, and they all knew how much influence an orange quality fruit tree would have on the new agricultural school. But they also understand that if they really want to plant a fruit tree like this, how much time and number of tree planters will need to be invested. It's not worth it. Pity. If there was no such restriction, perhaps they could plant an orange quality fruit tree, and their school's ranking would definitely be able to move up a few places. Now this dream is not so easy to realize. But fortunately, having 6,000 special fruit trees is also an improvement for their school, as long as they can meet Gushi's needs. The rest is all theirs. Chapter 801, Grass returning to the Dan Garden. The 3 experts from the new agricultural university explained so much to Gushi, and Gushi naturally made some judgments. Although there are some details that still need to be studied. Judging from the current situation, it should not be a problem to designate an area in Aradovi City and plant 6,000 grass to return pills. This has reached the minimum standard of interest seeking. Naturally, there is no problem on Gushi's side. So with Gushi nodding in agreement, the 3 people took action quickly. Various experts such as druids and spiritual plant masters quickly rushed over. The seed was taken away by the principal and prepared to enter the science and technology laboratory building for cultivation and seedling separation. All this has nothing to do with Gushi. After all, Gushi is a necromancer. Even if these experts are willing to take Gushi with them, he can't do this, because it takes some time to separate seedlings and do various research. In order not to let Gushi disturb him, Lu Xingqiang simply asked someone to take Gushi around the school and comfort Gushi first. As for how long it can take, Lu Qiangqiang himself has no idea. He just asked his subordinates to hold Gushi off for a month. Anyway, no matter what there is, arrange it for Gushi first, such as the right to borrow books from the library, the right to attend lectures in the classroom, the right to eat some special ingredients in the cafeteria, and study partners, all of which should be arranged for him. No matter what, we must ensure that the first batch of saplings are cultivated and the testing of these saplings is completed. It would even be better to finish planting the first fruit trees until you know what the fruit does. This kind of thing is nothing to the professors of Peishing Agricultural University. Whether they are druids or spiritual planters, they all have the ability to make plants grow quickly. They have done this before, compressing a year's growth time into a few hours. It's not like they have never done it before. Although the grade of the fruit will be lowered in this way, It can be seen whether this fruit tree is worth studying. Gushi didn't know what these people were thinking. He only knew that they were willing to let him wander around the agricultural school, use the library at will, and find some professors to give them guidance. Gushi has a lot to learn. In Aradovi City, the magic plant area needs to be sorted out. If things succeed this time, Chao Huan Dan will also set aside a separate area, and such knowledge will also be needed. In the end, Gushi still had a lot of farmland on his hands. In addition, things like blood maple trees should still have the possibility of advancement. Gushi also brought back a large amount of medicinal herbs. Everything here is what Gushi needs to learn. If it were normal, Gushi was neither a druid nor a spiritual planter. How could he come to the new agricultural university to study? Now that there was such a good opportunity, Gushi naturally couldn't bear to miss Shu. There is definitely no influence from things like study companions. Anyway, Gushi has now returned to the state when he was studying in the Chaoyang Guangmong Guild. Every day I either go to class or read in the library. Because he had professional guidance, and Gushi had time to study specifically. In just a few days, Gushi's foundation in spiritual cultivation was laid. Botany has been upgraded to level 4 unknowingly, and herbal medicine has been upgraded to level 5. In addition, he also learned some soil master abilities, such as soil science and geology. However, these things were scattered and not a specialized research direction at the agricultural university, so they never formed a corresponding level. However, Gushi has made many copies of the notes in his hand. He will study them slowly when he goes back, and they will come in handy one day. As for the matter of study companions, Gushi can only admit that study companions are still very useful. After all, in such an unfamiliar place, someone always has to arrange where Gushi will eat, where to rest, etc. They also helped Gushi a lot. Sometimes when Gushi is busy studying and feels hungry, he just needs to say a word, and they will bring him food. This kind of life lasted for 23 days. Gushi, who had just woken up that day, was about to go out for class when he was stopped by Li Wei. Little brother, it's ready. Are the results out? Yes. This matter is not clear now. Let's go to the principal's laboratory. When Gushi heard this, he didn't care about anything else and just followed Li Wei away. After walking some distance, Li Wei looked at Gushi with some surprise. Little brother, your physical strength is good. My fitness level has reached level 9. Gushi said proudly. When Li Wei heard this, his face couldn't help but change. No wonder. But you are just a necromancer. What are you doing with such advanced fitness skills? I took too much tonic. Gushi couldn't say that he didn't develop this fitness technique by himself, so he just said it casually. Well, it seems that you are very lucky. No wonder you can get this ancient prescription. I heard that your ancient prescription this time is quite remarkable, and many idle professors want to join the research team on ancient prescriptions. As long as something can be researched from it, it will be an improvement in strength. Oh, how is the situation now? Regarding Gushi's question, Li Wei couldn't say anything at the moment. But one thing is certain. That is, what Gushi requested before has been accomplished. After going around several hills, Gushi followed Li Wei into an underground laboratory. As the door to the laboratory was opened, Gushi was stunned by what he saw. This laboratory actually hollowed out a mountain, forming an ecosystem inside. Principal Li Qiangqiang was standing in an open space somewhere. In front of him were 5 fruit trees, more than 2 meters high. These fruit trees are already covered with fruits. The fruits are not too big and look like the heads of some babies. But for some reason, the colors of these fruits are all different. They contain the colors of the 5 elements, but none of them are primary colors. Instead, they are colors such as pink, bright yellow, and pink and white. If you look carefully, there are 30 fruits growing on each tree. When he saw Gushi coming over, Li Qiangqiang also smiled and said, Brother, come here. With the seeds you gave us, we have cultivated a total of 14,300 first-generation saplings. We experimented with 7 plants in total. 1 plant did not care about any of the 5 elements. 5 plants were planted with 5 elements alone. And 1 plant was planted with all 5 elements. If one lacks all 5 elements, he will not be able to survive and will die instantly. It has all 5 elements, and its growth rate is quite slow. Even if we use all methods, we cannot make it grow quickly. Only the 5 elements alone can accelerate growth. And we have compared some experimental results. It is found that through 5 different blessings, the function of this fruit will be affected. This is experimental data. You can take a look first. Chapter 802, The grass-returning elixir obtained. Gushi took the experimental materials and looked at them, and found out that here were the daily treatment and coping methods for the 7 saplings from the moment they were planted. Gushi noticed that the saplings without the 5 elements skills only grew to the 7th day and then died. Lu Chang and others tried many methods, but could not save him. The seedlings treated with the 5 elements method were the first to sprout. But early germination does not mean that it will grow well, especially since Peichin Agricultural University does not have a special 5 elements spiritual land, but only uses some 5 elements breath instead. Therefore, the sapling cannot grow well. The druids and spiritual planters have used many methods, but they cannot make the sapling grow quickly, let alone bloom and bear fruit. It can be said that the arrangement of such saplings with all 5 elements requires a long time. This may be a long-term topic for agricultural universities. As for the saplings with one type for each of the 5 elements, they grew relatively quickly, through various methods of growing plants. The saplings grew into big trees and produced 36 fruits. Yes, each tree has 36 of them. Now some of the fruits have been taken away to study their corresponding properties and medicinal properties. The first reports that came out were fruit trees that relied on fire and water attributes to grow. The fruit quality of these 2 fruit trees is both green, and they are named Chaohuandan, fire, and Chaohuandan, water, respectively. The grass-returning pill, fire, has the effect of breaking through the big realms. The big realms here refer to realms such as 5, 15, and 25. In other words, after taking the grass-returning pill, fire, you can directly ignore the advancement mission and directly advance to the breakthrough level. Thinking about how long it took Gushi to reach level 5, you can understand the function of this grass-returning elixir fire. I believe that as long as Chaohuandan what can be grown in batches, many people will be willing to spend a lot of money to buy one. The situation with the herbal medicine, water, is different. This thing can replenish life. One pill can replenish 10 years of life. The most important thing is that there is no upper limit for the consumption of the herbal medicine. In other words, as long as you have money, you can buy as much food as you want. This is good news for some older players. You have to know that all the elixirs on the market for prolonging life have been developed after thousands of years of research, and each one requires certain conditions to be refined. In the end, you only need to take 1 or 2 tablets. If you take too much, the effect of the medicine will be over. It's not like this Chaohuandan water, which you can take continuously as long as you have it. 1 pill for 10 years. Planting 1 tree will produce 36 pieces in 3 years. Not only can you eat it yourself, but you can also sell it outside. I believe many people would be willing to plant 1 next to them. As for the remaining 3 grass-returning elixirs, they have not yet been detected, but I believe the effects should be similar to the 2 that have been detected. They are all good things of corresponding levels. Looking at the information in his hands, Gushi could understand the mentality of Lu Chang and the others at this time. If this thing can be grown in large quantities, then agricultural universities will be developed. These grass-returning medicines will be a new starting point for the agricultural university. It might even be possible to create a whole new series built around Herba Epimedii. Just when Gushi was about to look through the information and plan, another new information was sent up. Principal, the test results of the metallic Chaohuandan have come out. Here is the information. Okay, let me take a look. Lu Xingqiang smiled as he took the information. Then his eyes narrowed and he said seriously, "Can you confirm? This is the result of the model experiment. The actual experiment was only conducted twice, and the effect was the same." Gushi then stepped forward and asked, "What's wrong?" Lu Xingqiang hesitated for a moment before handing the information to Gushi. However, he did not let go of one end of the information and said seriously, "Little friend, can you leave a few more of these trees for us?" Gushi was a little curious. He wanted to know what happened to the metallic Chaohuandan, which could make Lu Chang's face look like this. But at this time, he also understood that he could never give away the benefits of Chaohuandan. "No, I've already divided half of the saplings that can be used to grow herbs, and it's impossible to divide them anymore. But doesn't your university have the means to cultivate, branch, and graft? The second generation of Chaohuandan saplings is cultivated. As long as you can cultivate it, even if you plant millions of plants, I won't care. Let me see what it says here." Looking at the test report that had just been delivered to his hand, Gushi was stunned. Grass Huandan, gold, can directly ignore the level cap and directly increase the player's level by 1 level. However, this level up without regard to the upper limit can only be done once per person. If a second Chaohuandan gold is taken, The player's level will be increased by 4 levels again. But he will never be able to upgrade again. In other words, if you encounter a player with little potential, he can take the grass returning pill, fire, to break through to level 5. And then take 2 grass returning pills, gold, to permanently fix his level at level 10. In other words, with these 2 kinds of grass returning elixirs, players in this world whose original upper limit was only level 4 will be able to reach level 10 in the shortest time and become masters that they never dared to imagine before. This is something that can change the world. It can be said that for those players with insufficient potential, this is their opportunity to change their destiny. Looking at the information in his hand, Gushi couldn't help but be moved by it. I only need 5,000 saplings. But I require subsequent branching, grafting, cultivation of the 2nd generation, and other methods to improve the grass returning elixir. Okay. Upon hearing that Gushi chose to give in, Lu Xingqiang immediately responded. In addition, I also want a share of the reward after delivering this kind of thing. Can. Lu Qiangqiang had no objection to Gushi's request. Although this time the main researchers on the matter of returning grass to elixir were all professors from Peishing Agricultural University. But the main materials come from Gushi. If Gushi had not provided the seeds and formula of the grass Huandan, they would not have been able to develop such a good thing even if they had the research means. Not to mention thinking about mass production and changing the pattern of the entire world. If you report this kind of thing to the higher authorities, I believe it will soon get the attention of the higher authorities. Especially since Genesis is about to begin. There is a shortage of manpower everywhere now. And this kind of thing is the best way to replenish manpower. I believe that it won't be long before the higher-ups will give them a lot of rewards to encourage them to plant grass-returning pill trees in large quantities. It is not difficult for them if Gushi wants to be rewarded. They just need to report Gushi's achievements when reporting. Chapter 803, The Grass-Returning Pill That Changes the Situation. I'll deal with this matter first. You can watch it here first. There are 2 test reports that haven't come out yet. We'll make a decision after the test reports come out. Although only 3 results have been detected from the 5 different types of herba alchemy. These 3 results are sufficient to be reported. Even if the remaining 2 are incompetent. This is enough for the top leaders of Yuanzhou City. As a high-ranking member of the players, Lu Xingqiang is very aware of the situation in front of him. There is no need to wait any longer for the remaining 2 test reports. He said to Li Fei, Director Li, please introduce to him our possible research directions in the future. I will deal with this matter first. After watching Lu Qiangqiang leave, Li Fei immediately pulled Gushi aside. Little brother, let me tell you in advance that most of the tests for the grass-returning elixir have come out. Judging from the current situation, there will definitely be interference later. The next research will probably be conducted in the direction of 2nd and 3rd generation saplings. This part of the research may not be relevant to you. I think you definitely don't want 2nd or 3rd generation saplings. Right? Your goal should be to grow good trees. Originally, we had a plan. After the success of a single type of 5-element power, we would later start to study the impact of dual 5-element power on saplings. And then study the impact of 3 or 5 elements. And the work of 4 or 5 elements. But I'm afraid it won't work now. 2nd and 3rd generation saplings. And expanding the planting of saplings on a large scale may be the direction for the next period of time. All previous plans may have to be overturned. Upon hearing this, Gushi knew that what Li Fei said might be true. Under such a general trend, Gushi had no choice. However, what Gushi is more concerned about now is what elements they are using. Gushi felt that it was impossible to arrange it as described in the recipe. Regarding this question, Li Fei asked speechlessly, Don't you know such a simple thing? That's right. You necromancers don't learn this. The water here belongs to the land of bones, which is actually the glacier that never melts. Hearing this, Gushi's eyes widened. How could there be such an explanation? Could it be that what he thought at the beginning was wrong? But what Li Fei explained is also reasonable. As long as the glacier does not melt, the bodies that died in the glacier will not melt. It is also very reasonable that water belongs to the land of bones. And if based on this understanding, if Gushi wanted to make arrangements, there would be no need to find a burial ground like in the previous world. Just put a piece of ice from the glacier next to the tree. Li Fei didn't notice Gushi's reaction. He was still talking there. A river with an earth attribute is like quicksand, whether it's from the desert or the beach. Just a handful of sand is enough. The plants underground are coal. You can just find a piece of coal and put it there. For metal floors, metal cement boards can be used, which is guaranteed not to go wrong. Finally, there is the fire in the forest. You can use a torch to act as it. Hearing this situation, Gu Shi blinked continuously. He really didn't expect that this strange reversal of the 5 elements could be interpreted in this way. And he had to believe it. Because Pei Xian Agricultural University had obviously taken care of everything. If there was something wrong here, the tree that returns grass to elixir would not be able to grow so well. Just when Gu Shi was shocked by this situation, someone else sent over the test report of the 4th type of grass-returning pill. The test report sent this time was from Chaohuan Dan Wood. Lu Xingqiang was not there. So the test report was sent directly to Gu Shi. Gu Shi opened the report and looked at it. And he was convinced by the situation of the grass returning the elixir. At this time, he felt somewhat regretful. He was not sure whether he had made a mistake in taking out the grass-returning pill. The Chaohuan Dan Wood in front of you has only one effect. That is, when the player dies in the game. If he takes Chaohuan Dan Wood on the spot, he will have a chance to resurrect. Of course, Gu Shi estimated that in the past, before their creation was completed and the passage to the real world was opened, there would only be one chance of resurrection. It's not like players in the real world who have 3 resurrection chances at the beginning. But this is also an incentive for these players. Being able to resurrect after death gives players the possibility of fighting for their lives. It can be said that this grass-returning elixir, Wood, has once again changed the pattern here. Especially for those players with higher levels. For those who are above level 20, they would definitely not be willing to participate in some dangerous games. But with the addition of grass-returning elixir, Wood, the situation is different. Maybe they would be willing to risk their lives. Looking at the test report in his hand, Gu Shi couldn't help but sigh. Why is this matter getting bigger and bigger? If this continues, I'm afraid this matter won't end so easily. At this moment, the last test report was sent over. The use of this grass-huan Dan, Earth, is not as dazzling as the previous ones. But it is unexpectedly useful. Because the function of this grass-huan Dan, Earth, is to resolve the negative effects that purple equipment brings to people. A grass-returning elixir, Earth, resolves one effect. And which one resolves is random. After it is resolved, the negative effect will reappear as long as you continue to use purple equipment. Therefore, unlike other types of grass-returning elixirs, this one may be a consumable in battle. After reading all the test reports, Gu Shi had to admit that it would be better to use the growing herbs separately. After putting down all the reports, Gu Shi asked Lu Fei. Lu Fei, what will be the planting ratio of your Chaohuan Dan? Lu Fei couldn't answer this question. There may be some previous plans. But now that the test report of Chaohuan Dan comes out, Lu Fei also understands that in the end, he may have to readjust what to plant less, and what not to plant. Both Gu Shi and Lu Fei understood that the matter in front of them was no longer controllable by them. But Lu Fei still said to Gu Shi, we must wait for news from above. But you don't have to wait for your 5,000 saplings. If I were you, I would choose to plant 500 saplings with all 5 elements first. Others are allocated proportionally. If you want to make a lot of money, a combination of grass for elixir, water, and grass for elixir, earth, is definitely the most suitable. Because these two are consumables. Just plant a small amount of grass to restore Dan Wood. As a necromancer, you don't have to worry about resurrection. When players are resurrected in the future, they should receive corresponding arrangements regarding Chaohuan Dan Wood from the Yuanzhou city. As for the grass-returning elixir, fire, and the grass-returning elixir, gold, the quantities you need are not large, and you can't sell them for a price. And I believe that you will not feed these grass-returning elixirs to your undead. Right. So these can also be planted less often. If possible, try to leave as many saplings as possible without planting them, and wait for the experimental results of the 2nd or 3rd types of 5 elements. It is not yet certain, but the effects of the 2nd and higher 5 elements are definitely not that simple. Even if large-scale planting is carried out, some experiments will still be carried out, but it will take some time. Chapter 804 Rewards from High-Level Officials. Gu Shi would only believe half of what Li Fei said. Gu Shi also has his own ideas regarding the planting ratio. At least, he can't be led around by others. Because Lu Xingqiang was called away by his superiors, the work at the new agricultural university came to a halt. Naturally, nothing was sent later. It was here that Li Fei explained to Gu Shi some of the situations he encountered when planting trees. These things were all their latest research. But because Gu Shi was half the financial sponsor, Li Fei did not hide anything at all, but told him everything instead. Gu Shi half understood what he heard. However, Gu Shi was also smart. He didn't interrupt when he didn't understand, but recorded everything. Prepare to go back to Aladovi City and experiment slowly. Now let's write things down first. About 7 or 8 hours later, just as Li Fei was asking Gu Shi if he needed a rest, a young player came in from outside. Director. A letter from the principal. Li Fei looked up and found that the player was holding a seagull in his hand. Li Fei quickly stepped forward, took the letter from Seagull and looked at it. As he looked at it, his face changed. Little brother, the Lord of Yuanzhou City wants to see you. See me? Gu Shi was speechless. What did the city lord have to do with him? He was only level 8. Yes, the principal has met with the city lord. This time, the grass returning elixir incident has caused some reactions. The city lord plans to keep the cultivation of the grass returning elixir in this city. So I hope you can give a word. In addition, your offering of grass in return of elixirs is considered meritorious, and there should be corresponding rewards. This time, I'm afraid it will be a reward for you. Oh, okay. I'll be there now. By the way, how is the city owner? Luckily, he is already level 29. This time the grass returning pill is also an opportunity for him. The effect of the grass returning pill, gold, increased by 1 level, will be equally useful to him. By then, his level will reach level 30. As long as the matter of returning grass to elixir is settled, he can start preparing for his own creation. You don't know? It gives many players who can't reach level 30 a chance to make a final impact. This time our chances of returning to the real world will be much greater. Gu Shi nodded. Although he didn't quite understand the meaning of what Li Fei said, Gu Shi understood that he would definitely get many rewards. So Gu Shi stood up and said, Then how should I go to see the city lord? In Gu Shi's mind, accompanying a level 29 master like the city lord of Xinqing might not be free every day. It's impossible to just find a cafe on the side of the road and wait. When he went there might be some restrictions. He had to ask things clearly. Li Fei also shook his head. I don't know either. I haven't seen it myself. Fortunately, new news came soon. The convoy sent by the city lord had arrived in front of the agricultural university. All Gu Shi had to do was get in the car. After hearing the news, Gu Shi glanced at Li Fei. Don't worry. You're only a few levels up. With the current strength and status of the city lord, he won't even look down on what you have. Gu Shi then dispersed some of his thoughts and followed the players who came to pick him up towards the university gate. Although these players who came to pick them up were wearing suits, Gu Shi could clearly feel the power of the holy light from their bodies. After all, as a necromancer, he was quite sensitive to the holy light. Gu Shi could tell at a glance that these were all level 19 paladins. Judging from the movements of the 3 of them, their coordination with each other should be quite good. No matter where Gu Shi is, any one of the 3 of them can protect Gu Shi behind them at any time. This habit is obviously an instinct formed over time. After leaving the school gate, Gu Shi saw a car similar to a bus parked outside the school gate. The car was completely black and was quite inconspicuous when parked outside the school gate. If it weren't for these 3 paladins leading the way, Gu Shi wouldn't even notice there was a car here. Please get in the car. Don't talk nonsense when you get in the car. And don't open any means related to the portal at will. Seeing the serious looks on these 3 people's faces, Gu Shi finally nodded. When he stepped into the car, he found that the inside of the car was significantly larger than the outside. The decoration style here was also quite low-key. The most important thing was that all the windows were painted black, which made Gu Shi couldn't see any movement outside. This situation left Gu Shi speechless. He didn't even know whether the car was moving or where it was going. Gu Shi couldn't help but mutter to himself about this situation. What kind of guy is this? He is just a level 29 player. What's so great about him? He even has level 34 undead under his command. But he doesn't even show them off. There is no need to be cautious about someone who hasn't even made it past level 29. Gu Shi muttered in his heart, and found a sofa to sit down casually. After that, Gu Shi didn't look around or take out his things to read, but just sat down and closed his eyes. At this time, Gu Shi's left hand was moving slightly. He was using some means to use the power of the 6-ray lantern. However, the power this time was quite weak, so Gu Shi added spiritual protection. At the same time, he secretly contacted the Yellow Spring Dragon Robe and the Soul Underworld lamp stored in the Flame 6 Pads lamp, because there is no control over the pretender to be released. The effect of Gu Shi's perspective when using the Underworld Dragon Robe and the Soul Lamp is not very good, but you can always use some. From this perspective, Gu Shi discovered that many eyes were falling on him. They seemed to be sizing up Gu Shi, exploring Gu Shi's condition and flaws. It's just that Gu Shi's situation is quite unique. Ever since he obtained the secret record of Taishan Mansion, Gu Shi's route has been more or less affected. Now the route he took was no longer visible to anyone. The most that can be seen is that he masters the 3 divine skills of death. This observation of Gu Shi lasted for about 7 or 8 minutes. And Gu Shi suddenly opened his eyes. The car door in front of him was opened again. And a young player, who looked to be in his 20s, walked in. He raised his head and glanced at Gu Shi, then smiled and said to Gu Shi, "Hello, Gu Shi. My name is Su Yuming. I am the current mayor of Xincheng, a level 29 archmage. Nice to meet you." Hearing this, Gu Shi was also shocked. How could he be so young? However, he did not move slowly. He stood up from the sofa and said seriously, "Hello, City Lord." Chapter 805 Amazing Reward. Su Yuming smiled at Gu Shi. He did not look at Gu Shi up and down like the experts Gu Shi knew when he came over, and then told him about Gu Shi's previous growth experience. It seems that if they don't say this, they won't be able to show their level. In fact, Gu Shi is very annoyed by such things. Su Yuming in front of him won Gu Shi's favor because of this. In fact, Gu Shi didn't know that Su Yuming had read most of Gu Shi's information before coming here. Although there was no way to explore the part inside the game world, he had collected most of the parts after leaving the game. Even in the Chaoyang Guild, Gu Shi had a better relationship with the rabbit girl than with the snake girl. He had found out everything. Under Su Yuming, some professional psychologists analyzed Gu Shi's character. In a short period of time, they had already done a psychological profile on Gu Shi. Don't underestimate these psychologists. They play weird decryption games. These games are much more dangerous than the fighting and killing games that Gu Shi and the others play. Going in means you are in danger of death, and the chance of survival lies in various details. Without certain abilities, there is no way to survive in a game like this, let alone get rewards for completing the game. Therefore, their psychological profiles are often quite accurate, even though they are missing a part of him in the game. But it is enough. As soon as Su Yuming came in, he knew how to get Gu Shi's favor. "You're welcome. I am only the city lord of this term, and I will sit in this position for 15 years at most. With brother Gu Shi's strength, maybe he will reach level 20 in 15 years. And by then, we will all be neighbors in Yuanzu City." Gu Shi also smiled after being praised by Su Yuming. At this time, Su Yuming was quite satisfied, and it seemed to be just as the psychologist had guessed. Gu Shi himself has directly mastered the 3 magical skills of death of the necromancer, and in less than a year, he has reached level 8. His self-confidence will continue to increase. He will be confident about his future goals. By clicking on this aspect, you can gain Gu Shi's favor. Gu Shi's calm reaction was exactly as his psychologist analyzed. It seems that Plan C can be used. Su Yuming nodded secretly in his heart. In fact, Su Yuming did not expect that the reason why Gu Shi was so calm was because he had seen the scenery of the real world. In some ways, he has gone further than anyone here. In the eyes of some players, level 20 was considered superior. But Gu Shi no longer cared about it. In the previous world, Gu Shi had left behind Liuzhu and several undead above level 25. But it is not that there are no undead troops above level 20 left in Aradovi City. Among those Lounds, more than 200 are still in Aradovi City. They will be Gu Shi's confidence in the next game. With such confidence, Gu Shi would not take the words of a level 29 player to heart. So even though it's the same smile, the situation is still very different. Su Yuming is still using his own plans to arrange Gu Shi, but he is actually going the wrong way. Su Yuming didn't know this. Seeing that Gu Shi didn't respond to him, he didn't care, but said there, "I have heard about this incident from Zheng Chang. You found an ancient item in the game, and you are willing to give back to society. This is a good thing that benefits the country and the people. We will definitely reward those who do such good deeds. I came here this time just for your reward. I have already contacted the 3 city lords of Yuanzu City, Changzi City and Mowan City, and communicated with them about the situation here. Based on our discussions, a plan was drawn up. This time, Yuanzu City will give you a land deed to a level 6 city, which can be integrated into your Death City. The quality of this land title is relatively high, and the various buildings are already complete. You only need to occupy it and use it, and there is no need to rebuild it. It's a big enough benefit to your City of Death. There is a quota in Changzi City. When you reach level 15, you can take a piece of purple equipment to Changzi City. They will be responsible for cultivating it. In about 10 years, there is an 80% chance that it can be cultivated. Come with an orange piece of equipment. This is the latest technology of Chengxi City. Except for players above level 25. Most players don't know about it. Moreover, warming requires queuing. Please keep it secret, and don't spread this matter. Then we went to Paixin City. I contacted Paixin Holy Bone University, Paixin Underworld University, and Paixin Bone Dragon University. The top 3 universities for necromancers. The books in the library were copied from it, which contained various routes for necromancers after level 15, useful magic scrolls, etc. In particular, there is a promotion book for those who have reached a certain level of basic skills. For example, there is the Book of Ghost Dragons used to advance in necromancy. The design ideas for the construction of the Yellow Springs platform stored in the Underworld University. The Book of Elements and the Dead in the Sacred Bone University. And so on. All of them are transcribed. But I spent a lot of effort to find them. When Su Yiming explained the rewards given by Xinqing, he also explained in detail the extraordinary features of these rewards. After that, he introduced the final rewards given by Magic City. Mowan City took out their most basic thing. A branch of Mowan Market. This magic market is the foundation of Magic City. As long as it is placed in a designated place, a new magic market can be established. At that time, all cities can be traded simultaneously through this chaotic market. Don't underestimate this branch of the magic market. You must know that apart from various cities, only the territories, families, and guilds left by players who have started Genesis will have branches of the magic market established. Then, there are the layouts found only in some ultra-high-level game worlds. From the beginning of Mowan City until now, the entire Mowan Market branch has only branched out to 218 branches. The Magic City is willing to give you a magic market because they regard you as a potential stock that can step into the Genesis opportunity. These are what our 4 cities give you. In addition, Yi Tianqing, a player who is about to start Genesis, asked me to bring you a message. You let him see the opportunity for Genesis to succeed. And he hopes you can join this Genesis operation. If you are willing, take this registration form to register. Even if you are only level 8 now. Chapter 806, Giving Gifts and Houses. Su Yoming's words are trying to bring hatred to Yi Tianqing. Ever since the Chaohuan Dan incident came out, those in the upper echelons knew that as long as Gu Shi survived, Yuanzhou City would give Gu Shi its full support through this achievement. His final level starts at level 25 or above, and level 30 is not impossible to reach. Su Yiming emphasized here that Gu Shi can join Yi Tianqing's Genesis team at level 8. This was clearly telling Gu Shi that Yi Tianqing looked down on him. At least, he should not have some bad thoughts about Yi Tianqing in his mind. Even though Gu Shi had a very smooth journey, he had even seen the scenery of the real world. But after all, he is just a kid who just graduated. Some of his thoughts are simply not enough in the eyes of those who have lived for who knows how many years. No. Now the calculation among the senior officials fell on Gu Shi. Gu Shi only gained spiritual immunity, but did not improve his intelligence. He was not a professional such as a psychologist. How would he know these little details? When Su Yiming said this, he just smiled and thanked him. Gu Shi's reaction made Su Yiming's eyes narrow. He wanted to avoid offending both sides. What a slippery man. However, most of the things that needed to be explained were clearly explained. And Su Yiming did not go on to say more. I know you just came to Xinchen not long ago, and you don't have a place to stay here. I arranged a room for you in the Sky Garden on the 6th Ring Road. This time, all the rewards from several cities are placed there. The car will take you to the Sky Garden after a while. This is the key. The address is 1001. Tower 1. Sky Garden. Think of that house as a small personal gift from me to you. When you have free time in the future, you can come to pay Xinchen to relax. After saying that, Su Yiming quickly opened the car door and went out just like he had done before. When he opened the door, Gu Shi found that it was also dark outside the car door. It was obvious that the car was walking on the road, and there was a connection between cars inside. But Gu Shi didn't know where the car was going. As the car door was closed, Gu Shi sat back on the sofa again and closed his eyes. At this time, Gu Shi was constantly thinking about his next plan. This time, he originally just wanted to sell the architectural design drawings of Yuntian Palace that he accidentally obtained. As a result, he went around outside for such a long time and caused such a big incident. Now he must stop and consolidate his foundation. In the next period of time, Gu Shi's goal will be to digest the various gains he has gained from the real world, the previous game world, and the new city. Take over the urban areas of Iridavi from other periods. Brush away Westminster Abbey. Finally, I will return to Balian City before the beginning of next year. Gushi wanted to ensure that at that time, his level had reached level 10. In the end, it was not difficult for Gushi to upgrade his level. He actually has enough experience to reach level 9 now. When reaching level 10, he already has quite a few bone dragons that other necromancers need. The threshold of level 10 is nothing to him. Now he only needs to replenish the last bit of experience. The final source of experience is also quite simple. Gushi still has 4 copies to grind. This time, Gushi is no longer like before, with no rank and no subordinates. They can only rely on an incarnation of death to fill the scene. With Gushi's current military strength, he can directly flatten the entire Westminster Abbey, push forward and push backward. After pushing the enemy down, you can even go back and clean out the troops in Victoria City. For times 8 people allowed Princess Anna to put together a parliamentary group, or get some more together. Gushi has already thought about it. This time he must lay a solid foundation. While Gushi was deep in thought, the black car slowly stopped. It wasn't until the car door opened automatically that Gushi realized he had arrived. He stood up and stuck his head out of the car door. At this time, Gushi discovered that the black car was parked outside the gate of the garden area of a villa. The 4 characters Sky Garden are written on this gate. Looking in along the gate, you will find that the ground of the garden in front of you is not covered with turf, but a layer of clouds as white as snow. Between the clouds are villas of all sizes built with white stones. The exterior of the villa looks very similar to the Cloud City on the other side of the castle. Gushi noticed that although the sky garden in front of him looked empty, there were actually some ordinary angels with white wings flying about 100 meters in the sky. They had long black hair, wore white robes, and held a 1-meter-long sword in their hands. When flying in the sky, they are always in groups of 7, 3 in front, 2 in the back, and 2 flying higher. Judging from their flight speed, no matter which villa in the Sky Garden has a problem, as long as a signal is detected, they can reach the vicinity of the villa within 10 seconds. It can be said that this is the best security system in the entire Sky Garden. After Gushi got out of the car, the black car drove away on its own. Before Gushi could confirm the situation of the Sky Garden, a group of angels fell in front of Gushi. The leader took a look at Gushi and asked seriously, "Excuse me, is your name Gushi?" "Yes. I live here, and this is my key." Gushi took out the key given by Su Yuming and showed it in front of the angel. "We know. We just received a message saying that the owner of Block 1001 is coming and asked us to wait here. We knew it was you as soon as we saw you," the angel said seriously. "Ah?" Gushi thought for a moment, then looked at the direction where the black car disappeared. "Is it because of the black car just now?" "That's right. That black car is one of the City Lord's Black Fleet. There are 100 of these unnumbered black cars in the Black Fleet that can be pieced together at will. Usually, 30 of them shuttle back and forth in the city every day, and the rest form a fleet and appear somewhere in the city from time to time. No one knew whether the City Lord was in the car, and no one knew where the City Lord would be. But most people know that the people picked up by the black car are the people recognized by the City Lord. This time, Tower 1001, Sky Garden, was bought by the city owner and was said to be transferred to the husband. Since the husband came here in a black car, we will naturally know his identity. By the way, the place we are going to is quite far away. Do you have a mount? If you do, you can send it out. If you don't have a mount, you will have to fly over in the clouds here. Chapter 807 Get the Reward. Gushi's eyes lit up when he heard that Sky Garden could use his own mount. He has been preparing the Holy Silver Evil Coffin for so long, but because of the new city's riding restrictions, he has never released the Holy Silver Evil Coffin. Even in a place as big as Peichin Agricultural University, Gushi could only rely on his legs or the school's internal bus system to get around. This Sky Garden doesn't look very big at the moment, but it is surprisingly powerful, and you can actually use mounts. Gushi was so excited that he released the Holy Silver Evil Coffin. As a Holy Silver Evil Coffin the size of a minibus was released, the angels were also stunned. Players who can live in the Sky Garden are either rich or noble. Mounts are usually rather gorgeous, like phoenixes and flying dragons. Of course, there are also ghost tigers, and the like running on the ground. This was the first time I had seen Gushi release such a big coffin. However, these angels reacted quickly. They immediately flew to the Holy Silver Evil Coffin and said to Gushi, who was already sitting on the Holy Silver Evil Coffin, "Please follow us." The flying speed of angels is about 1,000 kilometers per hour, and the Sky Garden in front of them is actually not that big. Under the leadership of the angel, It only took them 2 or 3 minutes to arrive in front of a 10-story glass building. This is the first one. Is my room on the 10th floor? Gushi asked curiously. Hearing Gushi's question, the angels laughed. That's not the explanation. Building 1 is a multiple-use villa. And 1001 is the entrance to the villa. Sir, you will understand once you take out the key. Upon hearing this, Gushi took out the key. As he took out the key, a white light fell from the top of the building and hit the key. Then Gushi found that the 10-story building disappeared. In its place was a large manor covering more than 30 acres. The manor style is pure white. Even the lawn on the ground is white. The manor in the distance seemed to have at least 30 rooms. As for the functions of the rooms, Gushi was still unclear. However, after Gushi stepped into the manor, a white light flashed behind him, and everything outside was blocked. At the same time, the key also gives a series of hints. Welcome to Building 1. Room 1001. Please set the owner information. Please keep the key safe. This key is the key to enter this area. Holding the key can control the access to the manor gate. The game login portal is located behind the manor. Gushi looked at the message that popped up on the key carefully. It can be seen that the manor in front of us is just an appearance. And this 1001 actually refers to such a large piece of vacant land in front of us. Gushi can do whatever he wants here. Others don't have keys, let alone come in. They can't even see what's going on here. So Gushi can drive here, release his city gate here, and even release the soul summoning tower here. If Gushi is not afraid of making his room too dark, he can even perform the undead transformation ritual here. Of course, if Gushi doesn't like the architectural style here, he doesn't have to live here and just use it as a transit station. Here Gushi has the highest authority. No one can know which game world he has gone to, and no one knows where he is. Gushi was quite satisfied with this situation. What he wants now is a space where he won't be disturbed by outsiders. After following the key's instructions to adjust the access permissions, Gushi pushed open the door of the manor's main building. The various rewards Su Yuming mentioned are piled in the hall of the main building of the manor. The most numerous books here are naturally all the books Su Yuming found from the 3 universities in Paixin City. 3 piles of books like mountains were piled there. A large amount of negative energy shrouded these books, and even formed different phenomena. The most obvious one even formed the shadow of a ghost dragon lying on top of these books. If Gushi doesn't deal with it any longer, this ghost dragon will even turn into a physical entity. However, Gushi's attention was not focused on it, but on the few things in front of the 3 piles of books. Among them, what attracted Gushi's attention the most was a golden scroll. Although the scroll was sealed tightly, and only lead water was poured into it, the shadow of a city still appeared above the scroll. From Gushi's point of view, it was like watching the opening animation of a game. He could quickly scan the entire city in front of him from the sky. On the left side of the golden scroll was a market-like model with a string of numbers marked on it, 219. On the right side of the golden scroll, there is something similar to a contract. This contract seems to be the most common one among them. But Gushi understands that this technology represents the world, and it means that after level 15, he will have another orange outfit. Although in the real world, players can prepare orange equipment by themselves after level 35. But there is absolutely no such convenience in this world. Gushi believes that this technology should be a new technology, or a technology that is directly hidden and only the top management will know about it. Otherwise, why would Bai Lianqing only have 3 pieces of orange equipment in total? When he gets this orange outfit, will he alone be able to defeat all the senior officials in Balian City? While Gushi was still thinking about this, Luna had appeared behind Gushi through a special mirror. Grown-ups. After being called by Luna, Gushi came back to his senses. He turned to look at Luna, pointed at the land deed and said, Luna, behind this land deed is a level 6 city. After being integrated into Aladovi City, how high can the level of the Death City be raised? Around level 9. Less than level 10. But sir, I think this city doesn't seem to be oriented towards the undead. Yes. Gushi had just seen the whole city. Judging from the situation of the city, the land deed sent to him was obviously an underground city-style city. That is the style of the Black Dragon at the end. This has absolutely nothing to do with the undead. But Gushi could understand why Yuanzu City would give such a land deed. After all, among all the cities, the dungeon is the most expensive. And the dungeon in front of him has been developed quite well. Gushi can see that there is a level 4 magic tower in the city. There is also a Black Dragon's nest. These 2 buildings are the key to the dungeon. If the level of the magic tower is too low, or there is no black dragon's nest. It is equivalent to getting such a dungeon in vain. For this reason, Gushi could understand Luna's question, and he asked it immediately. Luna, how do you think we should integrate the city? Chapter 808 Return to Aladovi City. Let's not merge it yet. The properties of this city are not compatible with the city of Aridovi. After it is merged, it will affect the integrity of Aridovi. After all, the current Aladovi City is not big enough. My idea is that we can win Aladovi City in 2 more periods. Make sure you are stronger than this city, and then integrate this city into it. And I personally think that even if the city is integrated, because of the integrity of the city, it is somewhat wasteful for us to forcefully separate the land and buildings in the city. My idea is to move outward along the main city of Aridovi, and lay down an open space at a suitable location to serve as a launch point for the city, and use this city as a satellite city of Aridovi. Luna just glanced at the title deed and made a quick decision. Gushi pondered for a while, and felt that Luna's idea was right. The land deed in front of him was in the dungeon style. If he wanted to integrate into Aladovi City, he had to either transform it into the undead style or leave it far away. But the deed in front of him was a complete city. Although the city level was only level 6, it would be a bit of a waste to demolish it and convert it. It's a good idea to put it outside, as a satellite city, to help Gushi raise the Black Dragon. Gushi thought about the current situation of Aladovi City, with the main city of Aladovi as the center. He went out to the west, which is the direction of the Giant Garden, and finally led to the direction of Sleeping Beauty Castle and the Thorn Forest. Go to the north. That is, go out from the direction of the Steel City Gate, which is the direction leading to Aladovida. Going east, that is, going out from the direction of the Garrison City Gate, leads to the territory of the monarch. The original Princess Anna was rescued from here, and Westminster Abbey is also located here. Therefore, if you want to take down this satellite city, the best location is to go south and attack outward from the direction of the main city gate. However, judging from the shadow situation just now, it is obvious that this city is not a small town. So Luna's concerns are quite reasonable. Seeing that Gushi agreed to the matter, Luna nodded, and then expressed her thoughts. Sir, the condition of this small manor is pretty good. There is enough open space behind the manor. We can arrange a fixed gate to facilitate your entry and exit from Aladovi City. Gushi thought about it, and thought Luna's suggestion was good. Although Gushi could go back to Aladovi City directly, he couldn't bring many things back. If it was just a small item, Gushi would not agree with Luna's idea. At least, he would not fix the city gate. But the situation in Paixinching is different. Although Paixinching has always said that it is not an economic center like Molwan City, but there are still a lot of materials for sale here. If Gushi likes something, express delivery can be delivered here, but transporting it back to Aladovi City will become a problem. So a city gate fixed here is a good idea. In addition, a city gate fixed here was arranged, so that Gushi's troops could enter and leave the manor in front of them naturally. At least the manor in front of him wouldn't be as empty as it is now. Then let's arrange it like this. Let's put the horizontal opening and closing school gate first. When a more suitable city gate becomes available in the future, we can change other city gates for placement. As Gushi spoke, he walked out of the main building of the manor. He looked around, and then placed the horizontally opening and closing school gate on the left side of the main building. As the horizontally opening and closing school gate was released, a large number of his Bai Wuchang poured out from the city gate. They quickly entered the main building and carried away all the books piled in 3 piles. At this time, Gushi also said to Luna, "Let's go. I haven't been back to Aladovi City for more than a month, and I don't know what Aladovi City has become now. The new part of Aladovi City has almost been moved. At the same time, most of the new buildings brought back by the adults have been completed. Only the Demon Palace of the Evil Path and the Pure White Cloud City have not yet been completed. Is it because of the Magic Tower?" Gushi knew the reason as soon as he thought about it. The other prerequisites are easy to deal with, but the Magic Tower is more difficult to upgrade. This further Magic Tower cannot be improved with data. All the magic in the Magic Tower needs to be thoroughly studied before you can advance to the next level. Now Gushi's several Magic Towers are only at level 1. He wants to upgrade them to level 3 or 4, but he doesn't know when it will take. So none of these were completed. But the 7 Cloud Palaces, with the help of Eve, the prerequisites have been almost met and construction can begin at any time. Don't worry. After we defeat the other periods of Aladovi City and fuse the land deed, this matter will be no longer a problem. I just saw that there is a level 4 magic tower in this land deed. By then, whether it's an angel or a demon, we can have them all. Luna also nodded. The deed was now in her hand. So how could she not know what was inside it? While the two were chatting and joking, they entered Aradovi City through the horizontally opening and closing school gate. The horizontally opening and closing school gate is placed on the side of the giant garden. At this time, the giant garden, plus the training camps and other buildings built around the giant garden, have formed a small area of its own. When you step in, you can see bloody patterns on the stone slabs on the ground. It is this pattern that closely connects the giant cemetery area and the blood cave area. Standing in front of the empty giant garden, Gushi couldn't help but ask, "How is Dimi doing now?" At this time, Shea also appeared behind Gushi. When she heard Gushi's question, she immediately replied, "Dimi is living like a fish in water in Huangquan." Gushi was a little surprised after hearing this. Has she grown up? Yes. In fact, Dimi's condition is suitable for field battles, not for sieges. When fighting in the field, her command is quite decisive. Although she cannot defeat the enemy with fewer troops, she fights steadily in every battle, and her troops grow in number as the battles go on. Her level has also been improved. According to the latest information I obtained, she has now reached level 8. Then has she ever come back? Gushi asked. No. She seemed to understand that the road to I was her last chance to prove herself. So she never came back, but kept doing tasks at the soul gathering place. Only every time the blood sacrifice ridge opens for trading, she will send her information about this period and apply for additional troops. All the vampires born in the city during this period have been added to Dimi's army. Chapter 809 The Changes of Aladovi. Listening to Shaya's introduction, Gushi quickly checked Dimi's data. Regiment name, Rose Corps, Red Blood Battalion. Full Green Zombie Battalion. Full Grey Soul Battalion. Level 4. All soldiers in the regiment have +3 attack, +3 defense, +3 health. Boss, Dimitrescu, level 8. Heroes, Yagyu, level 6. Baifang, Blood Corpse, level 5. Xiongwei Zombie, level 4. Bosses, 4 vampire bosses, 9 zombie bosses, 11 ghost bosses. Soldiers, 213 vampires, 871 electric zombies, 1,629 zombies, 993 battlefield ghosts, 1,507 ghosts. Residency, Giant Garden. Looking at the situation in front of him, Gushi understood how hard Dimi had worked during this period. The level of the Legion has been upgraded to level 4. It seems that she is really working hard to improve her strength. At the same time, Gushi also noticed that with every improvement in the level of the Corps, the number of troops in each battalion under the Corps would also increase. At level 1, each of the 3 battalions has a strength of 1,000 men. Each subsequent level increases by 500 men. Now each battalion has a full strength of 2,500 men. Not to mention anything else. Just the full complement of Qingji Camp and Grey Soul Camp is enough to increase the strength of the troops here to 5,000. As for the vampires, there is nothing that can be done. There are no vampires on Huangquan Road. All vampires must be replenished by Aladovi City. It is quite remarkable to have accumulated more than 200 during this period. It seems that after Dimi's level increases, some worlds with vampires will be arranged for Dimi to attack. Seeing Dimi working so hard, Gushi's dissatisfaction with Dimi disappeared. However, Gushi still has no plans to transfer Dimi back. Now is a critical period for Dimi's growth, and his level is still a little weaker. If it were the previous Gushi, he would still think that level 8 could be used. But after seeing the strength of the real world, level 8 is nothing at all. Shea, send a message to Dimi and ask her to come back after she reaches level 15. By the way, is she already at the leader level now? Breaking through to the leader level. I understand. Just let me know. Gushi thought for a while and realized that level 15 shouldn't be too difficult for Dimi. And if Dimi can reach this level, then Gushi will naturally recognize her status. Now, Gushi still suppressed the idea of calling Dimi back. I looked back at the road leading to Sleeping Beauty Castle and saw that the carriage station on the roadside was in operation. At the carriage station now, in addition to the carriage heading to Sleeping Beauty Castle, there is another carriage that is being loaded and is preparing to go to Blood Sacrifice Ridge. Gushi did not go over to ask any questions. Released the Holy Silver Evil Coffin, took Luna and the others into the car, and headed towards the center of Aradovi together. Along the way, Gushi noticed that Aladovi's side had been emptied out quite a bit. except for a few in Giant Garden. Most of the training camps have been moved. Only a small number of training camps remained in place for various reasons. However, the fact that they were not removed is not because they are more suitable to be placed in the main city of Aladovi, but that it is not suitable to put them down in the new city of Aladovi. As they headed towards the council hall, Princess Anna and Eve had already reached Gushi's side. Gushi also explained to them his next plan. Capturing Aladovi City in all eras is our primary goal. After capturing all of Aladovi City, I plan to divide Aladovi City into 7 different urban areas. The main city area is the administrative district and the core area, which will serve as the main area for external connections. All connections with castles and satellite cities, and the gathering of main forces, will be held here. At the same time, most of the city gates, summoning towers, and everything else I can put on the battlefield using the Death City will also be placed here. The 4 contracted undead kept nodding at Gushi's idea. They all understood Gushi's thoughts. The Death City might also be used for them to train troops or farm. But in Gushi's eyes, the core part of the City of Death is actually to throw city gates, walls, soul summoning towers, troops, etc. onto the battlefield. Placing the most core part in the main urban area is definitely the most correct approach. Then Gushi continued, for the next 6 Aridov cities, my personal idea is to use the one we have already taken as a training area, and place all the training camps there. If there are not enough land, then we will grab it, fight it, and develop it. Small and medium-sized buildings are also mainly used to increase the training volume of soldiers. Those that can form a linkage effect with each other can be placed together. Upon hearing this, Luna quickly began to record Gushi's request, and finally she raised her head. Then what about following those exclusive training camps at the leader level? This is my future plan. There will be 5 more Aridov cities in the future. I plan to set aside a city specifically to serve as the hero zone. The buildings and areas related to heroes will be moved directly here. Of course, the leader level ones will naturally move this way. In addition, the magic tower, library, and various laboratories will be moved to an Aladovi city and set up as a dedicated magic area. The original magic planting area will also be moved, and a separate magic planting area will be formed for farming, planting herbs and fruit trees. Blacksmith shops, enchanting tables, and other processing industries will be concentrated in an Arido-dimensional building to form an industrial zone. Finally, I will build a market area with the demonic market I just obtained as the core. Gushi quickly stated his plan. When Gushi revealed the plan, Luna and Princess Anna took action together and kept drawing the map. Luna is the elf of Aladovi City, and Princess Anna is the eldest princess of Britain. They know the situation in Victoria City best. We also know how big the territory of Aladovi City, which has not yet been captured, will be, and what kind of terrain it will be like. Gushi's plan sounds good, but if you really want to implement it, you still need to look at the on-site situation. For example, moving the entire magic plant area is not that simple. Now in the magic plant area, in addition to a large number of plants, there is also the existence of Evilwood Lake. This Shimu Lake is the key to the magic plant area. But this Shimu Lake is not like a building that can be moved easily. How to move, where to move, and how to arrange everything must be reconsidered. Moreover, Gushi still has 5,000 grass-returning elixir saplings and a complete grass-returning elixir seed, all of which are to be planted in the magic plant area. This means that adjustments need to be made within the magic plant area. If you want to get all this done, I'm afraid you'll have to put in more energy. Chapter 8:10 Preparations for War. Gushi and others quickly came to the meeting hall while talking about the situation in Aladovi City. At this time, Luna and the others already knew Gushi's next thoughts. And Gushi also knew Aladovi's current situation. Most of the buildings have been built, except for the Evil Path Demon Palace and Pure White Cloud Middle City, which were not completed due to prerequisites. In particular, the 2 most important championship buildings and the Dragon Nest portal have been completed long ago and have been running smoothly for a period of time. Now the Wangxiang Militia and the White Robe Cavalry have trained 60 people. If they hadn't been unable to fly, their combat power would have surpassed Gushi's Black Dragon troops. We have conducted experiments and found that the situations of Wangxiang Vigilante Group and Sun to Magic Spring are quite special. They occupy quite a large area. After they were almost built, the large plots of land in a district were completely gone. Therefore, we can only arrange it in 2 districts, and place them both in Aladovi New City, in the area that was destroyed before. One is called Wangxiang District, and the other is called Sunta District. While Gushi was looking at the map to understand the situation, Luna was still explaining the changes in Aradovi New City. Gushi wanted to take a look at it at first, go around in person, and get familiar with the new changes in Aradovi City. But Princess Anna's words persuaded him. Isn't your current goal to win several other periods? After you take it down, the situation you see changes again. So what's the use of looking at it now? Gushi knew immediately that Princess Anna was right. With Gushi's current military strength, it would be quite easy to capture Aradovi City in the remaining 5 periods. The troops under his command will only grow in number and strength as the battles go on. In the next period of time, Gushi will have more and more vacant land in his hands, and some buildings will have to be moved again. It would be better to wait until Gushi has finished everything before going to check. I understand. Princess Anna. Prepare the troops. I will personally command them this time. Good. Princess Anna responded decisively. Then Gushi turned to look at Luna again. Luna, now you start to count all the buildings and prepare to move the buildings. Eve, you are responsible for sorting out the materials and books I brought back. Shea, you wait outside. I think the Agricultural University will send saplings over soon. You are responsible for receiving them. Gushi didn't plan to pick a time or anything. It wasn't a big deal. It would take an auspicious day to send troops. It's rare that today he is moving into a new house, so he just has a chance to celebrate. After making the decision, several of Gushi's men took action quickly. The troops in the city were also mobilized quickly. The heroes quickly took their positions, and Amilka came to Gushi immediately. Grown-ups, have you finished reading the book? When Gushi got the Iron Cavalry Strategy book from Baisien, he read it himself and found it to be of no use. So he gave the Iron Cavalry Strategy book to Amilcar to study. I've watched half of it and mastered 3 different cavalry charge skills. Amilcar immediately told Gushi about his situation. He and Dimi are the potential heroes of Gushi's 2 leaders, but their routes are completely different. Amilcar has only one goal, and that is to form a knighthood. Now Gushi's Scarlet Knight was assigned to him. As for the Blue Knight and the Pale Knight, he did not put them in his hands. Amilcar had nothing to say about this. However, he was planning to serve as the chief commander after the Blue Knights and the Pale Knights were established. When Gushi handed him the Iron Cavalry Strategy book, he started to study it immediately. However, Amilcar also understood that the most powerful cavalry under Gushi's men was no longer a replacement for the 3-color Death Knight, but it was the white-robed cavalry that had just been obtained not long ago. This kind of white-robed cavalry has a high level, strong combat effectiveness, and there are many of them. The 3 Knights of Scarlet, Blue and Pale can only produce at most 2 each week, mainly relying on various methods to train them in large quantities. But the white-robed cavalry is different. With a production of 20 soldiers per week, a team of 1,000 people can be assembled in a year. This is something that the 3 Knights, Scarlet, Blue and Pale, cannot achieve in several years. Amilcar chose the Scarlet Knight at the beginning, which was tantamount to giving up everything else. Now he has to pay for his original choice. Just like Dimi fighting on his own in the game to prove his strength, Amilcar also had to show something to prove himself before she could hand over such an important cavalry unit to him. Therefore, Amilcar did not relax for a moment while studying the Iron Cavalry Strategy book. However, because the time is too short and Baisien's level is too strong, he has only learned 3 of the cavalry charging skills. But for Gushi, this was enough. This proves that Amilcar is studying hard. Instead of waiting at the Scarlet Temple like before, waiting for the Scarlet Knight to fall on him. Okay, you will come with us in this battle. You will be the main force after the battle begins. While Gushi was talking to Amilcar, other heroes also rushed over. Under Gushi, only heroes can enter the meeting hall, and the remaining boss-level people stay outside. Seeing his heroes gathered, Gushi glanced at them directly. You have stayed in Aradovi for so many days. You should know why I called you here this time. That's right. We're going to fight the Aradovi city from another time period. This is an opportunity for you. After it is laid down, the scope of Aradovi's contact will be greatly expanded. At the same time, we will face more powerful shadow enemies in the Mirror Dungeon. At that time we will face enemies on many fronts. If you don't grow up, then sorry. You will be left behind by me. So this battle is the time to prove you. The better the fight, the more troops will be arranged later. If you can take down Aradovi city for an entire period by yourself, then it is not impossible to leave this Aradovi city to your management. Be good. After taking one look at these heroes, Gushi pushed open the door of the meeting hall. Outside the gate, There were many undead leaders standing. Behind them were Gu Shi's undead troops above level 5. Looking at the densely packed troops, Gu Shi's eyes flashed with relief. These are the results of his many years of hard work. This battle is secured.